Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ouch! Ouch! The human-faced scorpion rubbed the spot where Iron Lion had previously beaten it with its large pincers, its facial expression just like a human's. It was utterly spine-chilling to watch. But just then, the human-faced scorpion's face transformed into Zhou Lan's face. Not only was Chen Ye stunned, even Iron Lion and Nana were caught completely off guard. And Zhou Xiaoxiao in the distance was as if struck by lightning. She murmured, Why is it my sister's face? The skin exposed on the young girl's face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. Chen Ye, why didn't you save me? If you had just stopped to save me, I wouldn't have died. Chen Ye, you're so cruel. You're so cruel. That exaggerated large face aimed directly at Chen Ye, its expression filled with intense resentment. Seeing such an enormous face making that expression made people's scalps crawl. In a daze, Chen Ye even saw Zhou Lan herself standing there, seemingly asking him why he hadn't saved her. Chen Ye felt a sense of alarm. Smoke breath quickly spread before his eyes, blocking his vision. This human-faced scorpion was strange. Exhaling a dense cloud of smoke, the smoke clouds around Chen Ye thickened and expanded their range considerably. He couldn't yet cover several kilometers around with a single breath of smoke. He could only accumulate it gradually like this for now. Chen Ye, I want you to die. The human-faced scorpion's final die was sharp and piercing. It made people around feel dizzy and disoriented. A scorpion tail stinger shot out like lightning toward where Chen Ye had been standing. The smoke cloud was pierced through, but nothing happened. Hidden within the smoke clouds, Chen Ye could clearly sense the position of the scorpion tail stinger. Without thinking, he flicked his wrist and threw the blood resentment machete. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Where the blood resentment machete met the scorpion tail stinger, a long stream of sparks erupted. Although the blood resentment machete didn't deal significant damage to the human-faced scorpion, judging by its expression, it wasn't completely ineffective either. At the same time, the system provided some feedback, granting him some slaughter points. But Chen Ye had no mind to check right now. Damn it, Chen Ye, where are you hiding? Come out. The human-faced scorpion, hurt and in pain, grew even more furious. Iron Lion, Nana, aren't you going to act? Iron Lion roared and charged toward the human-faced scorpion like a flesh tank. The Titan sequence's combat style was close-quarters brawling. Powerful physical strength and recovery ability made it fearless of any hand-to-hand combat. With crimson marks as covenant, sword soul becomes one with body. Drink my essence blood, cry out to the three souls. The girl chanted incantations. The long-legged girl had used this move before in Longevity Village. The long sword in her hand glowed with white light, and, even from this distance, Chen Ye could feel the sharpness of the sword energy. The girl tilted her head slightly, and the black scorpion tail stinger just missed her. Does this woman have eyes in the back of her head? Or is this an ability of the sword immortal sequence? This human-faced scorpion was so cunning, transforming into Zhou Lan's face to make everyone think it was targeting him. But then it turned around and targeted the long-legged girl instead. What a treacherous anomaly. Damn it. The girl's figure moved like a butterfly among flowers, her long sword continuously leaving wounds on the human-faced scorpion's body. Truly worthy of a sword immortal at the open blade realm, the second realm of the sword immortal sequence. The 3-meter-tall little giant seemed somewhat petite for the first time when facing the human-faced scorpion with its truck-like volume. The human-faced scorpion's body was covered in hard exoskeleton, making Iron Lion's attack seem somewhat insufficient. Aim for the face. Chen Ye's voice came from the smoke clouds. The girl's long sword flowed and directly stabbed toward the human-faced scorpion's eyes. "Cici, look who I am." Just as the long sword was about to pierce the human-faced scorpion's eyes, its large face twisted again, transforming into a woman's face that could show both anger and joy. The woman's face bore 4 or 5 similarities to the long-legged girl's, just looking more mature. When the girl saw this face, her entire being became dazed. "Sis? Nana?" Nana, wasn't that her own name? Seeing this face, the girl found she couldn't bring herself to thrust her sword forward, and her whole body seemed to be under a paralysis spell. She stared blankly at this face, trembling violently all over. Hee. Cece, you still remember me, you still remember me. My dearest little sister, I miss you so much, I miss you so much. You ate me, but I don't blame you, because we've finally become one. Now you are me and I am you. Little sister. My good little sister. Chen Ye's eyelids twitched violently, a sense of danger instantly approaching. Indeed, no anomaly was easy to deal with. Iron Lion attack. Fuck your ghostly tricks. Iron Lion also noticed something was wrong. Circling around the two large pincers and enduring a strike from the scorpion tail, he finally rushed close to the human-faced scorpion. Die! His fist, large as a sandbag, smashed directly toward the human-faced scorpion's face. But then the human-faced scorpion's face twisted rapidly again. Boss, look who I am? The human-faced scorpion's face twisted once more, this time into an old woman's face with graying hair. Seeing this face, Chen Ye inwardly cursed, "Big fool, don't look at it." But by the time he shouted this, it was already too late. That enormous human face wore a benevolent expression. Boss, all these years, you've worked so hard. As these words were spoken, Iron Lion's little giant-like body trembled violently, his eyes turning red. Chen Ye had never seen such an expression on Iron Lion before. Captain Chu, who had been watching the battle from nearby, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If Chen Ye and the other two were defeated, the entire convoy would be doomed today. Chu Che looked up at the sun in the sky. The previous sandstorm had passed, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. In his perception, this human-faced scorpion's abilities had been significantly suppressed. Even so, this suppressed anomaly could still fight the three of them to a standstill. If the blood moon rose, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Fuck. A machete with a willow branch attached stabbed directly toward that enormous human face. Chen Ye. The face transformed into Zhoulan again. The machete came down directly on its head. The human-faced scorpion didn't understand someone like Chen Ye. What it had read from Chen Ye's mind was Zhoulan's face. Why could this person still bring himself to strike? Actually, the human-faced scorpion didn't know that even if it were the real Zhoulan, Chen Ye would still cut her down. A bloody gash appeared on its face. Chen Ye, you, look who I am. The human-faced scorpion transformed again. It was the old woman's face. Chen Ye hesitated slightly, but only very slightly. The smoke around him boiled, and several large dogs charged out of the smoke toward the human-faced scorpion. Smoke mimicry. Iron Lion and Nana remained standing in place, tears streaming down their faces while murmuring things no one could understand. The smoke dogs rushed to the human-faced scorpion, biting at that large face. The scorpion pincers swung, directly smashing the smoke dogs to pieces. Not far away, several more identical smoke dogs came running out. The machete danced wildly. Thick white smoke continuously streamed from Chen Ye's mouth and nostrils, and the smoke range continued to expand. Chen Ye, look at me. Look at your fucking face. Facing another familiar face, Chen Ye raised his blade and struck down, leaving another bloody gash on the human-faced scorpion's face. The human-faced scorpion didn't understand why this person was so heartless and cruel. Each of these faces was drawn from his memories. How could he still bring himself to strike? The human-faced scorpion didn't notice that the battlefield had unknowingly become filled with considerable smoke, severely obstructing its vision. The human-faced scorpion's tail stinger thrust frantically, leaving holes in the smoke that were quickly filled by more smoke. The enormous iron pincers swung wildly, only stirring up waves of swirling smoke. The survivors widened their eyes, trying to see the battle situation clearly. Unfortunately, the battlefield grew increasingly blurry. Chu Che was burning with anxiety when he suddenly remembered something. He turned and rushed back to his modified off-road vehicle, rummaging through the trunk for a while. Captain Chu held up a bag of blood-red liquid. Chen Ye. A hand composed of smoke grabbed this bag of blood-red liquid and withdrew into the smoke mist. It was a bag of black dog blood. Chen Ye had mentioned before that black dog blood could have some effect on anomalies. Chu Che had remembered this, and the two large black dogs kept by the convoy had some of their black dog blood drawn periodically. This was what he had painstakingly saved up. By now, those two large black dogs were already terrified, hiding in corners of the vehicles. Chen Ye, I'm going to kill you. An extremely resentful voice came through. Although Che couldn't see clearly, he could sense the anomaly's aura weakening. Inside the smoke mist at that moment, that bag of black dog blood was poured by Chen Ye directly over the human-faced scorpion's head. Columns of black smoke rose. Nana, big fool, you two idiots still not awake? I've been fighting for so long and you two just stand there watching? Chen Ye raised his hand and slapped the girl's delicate little face hard. Slap. The heartless and cruel Chen Ye definitely didn't hold back with this slap. A red palm print instantly appeared on the girl's face, visibly swelling up. Slap. He swung full force and gave Iron Lion a slap too. Both of them woke up. 10 minutes later, continuous roars came from within the smoke mist, making the surrounding survivors' legs tremble with fear. The human-faced scorpion, now besieged by the furious girl and Iron Lion, grew increasingly weaker. Chen Ye hid within the smoke mist, taking opportunistic strikes from time to time. Sometimes throwing the machete, sometimes using mimicry to create large dogs. Among the three, Chen Ye had the weakest attack power, but the damage he caused was no less significant. The system continuously showed prompts about slaughter points being obtained. Chen Ye stood behind Iron Lion. This big fool's large size provided excellent cover from attacks. Iron Lion was covered in blood by now, but he seemed even more excited, fighting even more recklessly. The machete in his hand spun like a wind wheel. The girl spat a mouthful of blood onto her long sword, which glowed with flowing light as she cut off half of the human-faced scorpion's head with one strike. A sword immortal at the open blade realm, the second realm of the sword immortal sequence, was truly terrifying once they got serious. Go! The machete spinning in his hand carried massive kinetic energy as it flew fiercely toward the human-faced scorpion's head. No! The human-faced scorpion's resentful voice cut off abruptly. Chen Ye's system also received a prompt. You have slain the human-faced scorpion. You have obtained slaughter points plus 20,000. That final strike had gathered almost all of Chen Ye's strength. The human-faced scorpion left behind a venomous glare as its massive body gradually lost all signs of life. That enormous human face slowly dissipated under the sunlight. Even its colossal body was gradually fading away, turning into specks of spiritual light that vanished between heaven and earth. Huff, huff. Iron Lion plopped down onto the sand dune, his body slowly shrinking back to normal. At this moment, Iron Lion looked like a man made of blood, with several penetrating holes throughout his body. This guy seemed like a completely different person when he fought. The human-faced scorpion stinger had pierced straight through him, leaving bloody holes, yet he didn't even try to dodge or avoid it. At his most frenzied, Iron Lion had grabbed the stinger with one hand while pummeling with his iron fists. Chen Ye also dropped onto the sand dune, completely ignoring the sand and dirt sticking to his body. The smoke slowly dispersed. The survivors could finally clearly see the situation on the battlefield. Chen Ye patted his pockets, only to find an empty cigarette box. He crumpled the empty box and tossed it far away, cursing his bad luck under his breath. During the most intense moments of the battle, to create smoke screens, Chen Ye could burn through half a cigarette in one breath. If it weren't for the smoke screens, Chen Ye himself would probably have died under the human-faced scorpion's stinger. And Nana would likely be dead too. Several times during dangerous moments, this woman would duck into the smoke, and the human-faced scorpion simply couldn't find her. The smoke apostle ability was quite useful indeed. Only the mimicry ability was somewhat lacking. All things considered, Chen Ye hadn't awakened as a smoke apostle for very long. He couldn't compare at all to people like Nana and Iron Lion who had awakened much earlier. Let's see how many slaughter points I gain this time. Chen Ye was full of anticipation as he prepared to check his slaughter points harvest. After all, he had delivered the final blow. In gaming terms, that was called securing the kill. Slap. A fierce slap landed directly on Chen Ye's face. Chen Ye staggered from the blow. His vision went blurry, and even the system interface was interrupted. Looking up, he first saw a pair of long, slender, straight legs, then a slim waist he could practically wrap his hands around. Finally, he saw a head of pink hair. and that face swollen like steamed buns, almost squeezing her left eye into a thin line. Chen Ye, this is payback, one slap for another. Ouch, damn that hurts. You bastard, did you put all your baby-feeding strength into that slap? After hitting Chen Ye, Nana covered her heavily swollen cheek and wailed in pain. A young girl getting beaten up like this meant her looks were ruined. Even with sequence superpowers having amazing recovery, she was temporarily disfigured. Seeing Nana like this, Chen Ye pointed at her and laughed heartily, earning himself a series of eye rolls from the pink-haired girl. Here for you. I settle accounts clearly. You hit me, so I returned the slap, but you also saved me, so this pack of cigarettes counts as repayment. The pink-haired girl somehow produced a pack of Huazi cigarettes and tossed it to Chen Ye. I really don't get what's so good about smoking these. The girl had once tried to learn smoking from Chen Ye, but couldn't stand it after just one puff. This pack of Huazi happened to benefit Chen Ye now. Chen Ye pulled out one and lit it. I never thought we'd actually kill an anomaly. Since the apocalypse began, I've only heard about anomalies being killed, but never seen it myself. I never thought we'd actually manage it today. The pink-haired girl's voice was filled with emotion. Anomalies can't be killed, but that only means they can't be killed by ordinary people. A clear voice sounded near the group. Chu Che arrived barefoot, moving leisurely before everyone, though his eyes were fixed on the dissipating human-faced scorpion. I once heard about a sequence 2 superhuman who single-handedly killed an anomaly. That's impossible. The moment sequence 2 was mentioned, Nana reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, extremely indignant. If what Chu Che said was true, it would be too embarrassing. The three of them had teamed up to deal with the human-faced scorpion during daytime and still ended up in this state. The gap between them and the sequence 2 Chu Che mentioned was simply too large. Didn't that mean they were all useless? As the top fighter of the fair convoy, the pink-haired girl couldn't accept this fact. Chu Che turned and looked at Chen Ye and the pink-haired girl with a smile, his face completely saying, "You still know too little about this world." As for Iron Lion, this guy was already asleep on the sand dune, snoring loud enough to shake the heavens. You still know too little about this world. You've only utilized a small portion of your sequence superpower's strength. Even you, Nana, with the Great Xia's unique sword immortal sequence, have great potential. Don't disappoint me. And Chen Ye, the supernatural path is also very powerful. If it weren't for you this time, we'd probably all be dead. The pink-haired girl's eyelids were twitching, and Chen Ye also felt like hitting someone. Stop pretending to be Zhuge Liang, just spit it out if you have something to say. The pink-haired girl was furious. Have you heard of magic potion capsules? What are those? Magic potion capsules are a type of magical medicine that can to some extent stimulate the potential of sequence superpowers. This kind of magical medicine is even rarer than sequence serums. I've only heard about them. If you could get magic potion capsules, never mind, don't even think about such things. Sequence superpowers, anomalies, there are still so many things we know too little about. Chen Ye's heart stirred slightly. Magic potion capsules? Others might not be able to get them, but that didn't mean he couldn't. He had the system after all. If he could exchange for sequence serums, he should be able to exchange for magic potion capsules too. Suppressing his thoughts, he turned his gaze to Chu Che. Because Captain Chu's expression was very strange at the moment. This Captain Chu's eyes were glowing as he stared fixedly at the spot where the human-faced scorpion had disappeared, his steps moving in that direction. Chen Ye followed his gaze. He saw a black object lying on the sandy ground. Chen Ye's heart jumped, this thing. Then he also stood up and walked toward the black object. The pink-haired girl curiously followed. Captain Chu walked to where the human-faced scorpion had dissipated and reached down to pick up an object from the ground. It was a black shell that didn't look like iron or plastic. Chen Ye recognized it. This was the carapace from the human-faced scorpion. Earlier, when Iron Lion transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant and wildly pummeled with his fists, he hadn't been able to inflict any damage on the human-faced scorpion. This is wonder material. Is this wonder material? The pink-haired girl voiced her curiosity. Chu Che stroked the black hard shell, his eyes flashing with a gleam of pleasant surprise. Such a good item. If this could be taken to auction, it might be worth billions, who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Chen Ye directly used appraisal. The appraisal cost 60 slaughter points. When he appraised the flayed ghost scalp before, it cost 100, while this only costs 60. It probably couldn't compare to the flayed ghost scalp. The system quickly provided information feedback. Item name: Human face scorpion carapace. Type: Wonder material. Origin: Item dropped by a human face scorpion killed by 3 sequence superhumans. Evaluation: This item possesses strong defensive capabilities. If crafted into a defensive wonder, it could yield a decent wonder worth collecting. Seeing this appraisal result, Chen Ye knew this item definitely couldn't compare to the previous flayed ghost scalp. But looking at Chu Che's expression, Chen Ye suddenly realized he might have gotten an incredibly good deal. Chen Ye, Chu Che, there's another one over here. Hearing the pink-haired girl's voice, Chu Che moved even faster than Chen Ye, almost teleporting to appear by the pink-haired girl's side. Chen Ye also saw the object that had made the pink-haired girl exclaim in surprise. It was a complete, soft human face skin, with the hollows for eyes and mouth clearly visible. When Chen Ye saw this thing, he instinctively felt a wave of discomfort. Wasn't this the human face from that human face scorpion? He never expected the second wonder material would be this thing. Remembering the battle with the human face scorpion earlier, Chen Ye's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Even worse than Chen Ye's expression was the pink-haired girl's face. During the previous fight, this face skin had transformed into a woman's face that somewhat resembled her. When the pink-haired girl saw that woman's face, she had immediately lost her combat ability. Now seeing this human face skin again, it would be strange if her expression looked good. In contrast, Captain Chu's face was filled with excitement. He reached out to grab this human face skin, unable to put it down. After spending 90 slaughter points, Chen Ye obtained basic information about this human face skin before him. Item name: Human face scorpion's face skin. Type: Wonder material. Origin: Item dropped by the human face scorpion after being surrounded and killed by 3 sequence superpower users. Evaluation: This is the facial skin from the besieged human face scorpion, possessing powerful transformation and restoration abilities. If not for daytime, the human face scorpion would never have died. It is a rare wonder material worth serious collection. Meanwhile, Chu Che's eyes were glowing as he stroked the skin in his hand, murmuring, "Struck gold, struck gold." The pink-haired girl showed an expression of disgust and turned to leave. Chen Ye, however, showed strong interest in this human face skin. The appraisal cost for this thing required 90 slaughter points. Although it couldn't compare to the previous flayed ghost scalp, it was probably still good stuff. But when he saw the expression on Chu Che's face, Chen Ye didn't know what to say. The flayed ghost scalp he had previously obtained from Chu Che was clearly more precious than this human face scorpion's face skin. In the system's appraisal results, the flayed ghost scalp could create wonders ranked within the top 2,000. But this human face skin didn't have such an evaluation. Even if it couldn't create wonders within the top 2,000, it probably wouldn't be much worse. What, you want this thing too? Captain Chu saw Chen Ye's burning gaze, his expression carrying a hint of malicious cunning. That skin I gave you before, although I didn't know exactly what it was, I could roughly guess it was very precious. Since I obtained it by chance, I didn't feel too heartbroken about it. Trading it to you is fine since you're part of our convoy anyway. It would ultimately be used for the convoy's benefit. But this thing, hee. Chu Che rubbed the skin in his hand, his cunning expression deepening further. To kill the human face scorpion, if not for Nana's sword strike, if not for Iron Lion blocking the front, if not for your smoke breath mist, or if not for my bad luck, oh yes. We couldn't possibly have killed the human face scorpion. Therefore, this human face scorpion face skin, including the previous carapace, all 4 of us have a share. You don't have any objections, right? Hearing Chu Che say this, what could Chen Ye possibly say? And Chu Che was indeed correct. If any one of them had been missing, they couldn't have taken down this human face scorpion, much less obtained the face skin and carapace. No objections. So, if you want this human face scorpion face skin or the carapace, you'll need to trade something for it. Fairness is most important. Chen Ye. He was indeed interested in this thing, but currently he really didn't have anything good to exchange. Moreover, after experiencing the sandstorm, he had probably lost quite a bit of supplies. I'll keep this thing with me for now. When you have enough items to exchange, come find me anytime. I'll talk to Nana and Iron Lion for you. Captain Chu patted Chen Ye's shoulder, smiling warmly. At this moment, The sun was setting in the west, orange-red light spilling over the sand dunes, beautiful like a dream. Who would have thought that this same land had just experienced a sandstorm? The big full iron lion was still lying on the sand dune, snoring loudly. Old Lee had already had people set up a canopy tent to block the scorching orange-red sunlight. The wounds on Iron Lion's body had already begun to heal. But several wounds were noticeably blackened, clearly having been struck by the human-faced scorpion's tail stinger. Scorpion tail stingers are all poisonous. Black blood slowly seeped from the wounds. Old Lee left a relatively young girl to take care of Iron Lion. Whenever black blood seeped out, the girl would take out a towel to wipe it away for Iron Lion. Seeing Chen Ye approach, the girl fearfully shrank back, obviously quite afraid of Chen Ye. Most vehicles were buried by the sand dunes. Those two small cars were even half buried. Pulling the vehicles out from the sand dunes wasn't an easy task. And the sand dunes just after a sandstorm had very soft sand. This further increased the workload for the survivors. At this point, there was no distinction between men and women. All survivors worked together using their hands and feet, bringing out anything usable to dig through the sand. In the apocalypse, vehicles were undoubtedly one of the most important assets. Chen Ye also immediately checked his apocalyptic pickup truck. The windows on both sides had all been blown out. Even the front windshield hadn't been spared. The canopy at the back of the vehicle had also suffered damage, and the vehicle canopy had been blown away to who knows where. Only a bare truck bed remained. The supplies previously tied to the roof of the canopy were also missing. Fortunately, the food was still preserved. Although the chopped pepper fish head was a small two-door commuter car, it still had a back seat. Chen Ye had previously placed food on the back seat. The sandstorm had blown away the canopy, but hadn't destroyed the cabin. It was just somewhat deformed from being squeezed earlier. Through system monitoring, the vehicle was basically intact. This gave Chen Ye some slight relief. This vehicle already had strong apocalyptic style, and now after experiencing the sandstorm, it looked even more post-apocalyptic. Chen Ye could only comfort himself that without windows, driving would be cooler in the future. The group of survivors worked until midnight before finally pulling all the vehicles out. After experiencing this sandstorm, Chen Ye clearly noticed that the convoy had lost quite a few more people. Sigh. When we first left Longevity Village, there were over 40 people. Now there are less than 30 left. The wrinkles on Old Bao's face had deepened. How many went missing? Chen Ye asked, a cigarette in his mouth and sunglasses on his face. Previously, there were 2 survivors riding motorcycles. Both went missing. There was also one called Akai who went missing. Old Bao rambled on. Though only a man in his 40s, he now looked like he was in his 50s. He was responsible for the convoy's daily affairs. After all, these were people he had spent time with in the convoy. Now that they were gone, Old Bao felt somewhat sad in his heart. As long as we're still alive, that's what matters. In our current situation, we can barely take care of ourselves. Chen Ye's voice was calm and without fluctuation. He wasn't familiar with these people. Usually, they were just nodding acquaintances. Even when Zhou Lan went missing, he hadn't felt any emotional turbulence. Seeing Chen Ye's indifferent eyes, Old Bao sighed inwardly. This man is truly hard-hearted. Only people like Chu Che, Nana, and Iron Lion who were also superpower users could catch his eye. In this kind of apocalypse, people died every moment. When they escaped from Jiaqing, they had seen too many deaths. To survive, Chen Ye had no choice but to become increasingly hard and cold. Chen Ye, there aren't many people left in the convoy. HA's meaning is that we should all eat together from now on. This way we can also save some resources. Of course, ingredients need to be provided by ourselves. Old Bao had come to Chen Ye specifically to discuss eating together in the future. Chen Ye thought about it and agreed. Eating together wasn't bad. He was completely fed up with his own cooking level. Aside from making decent instant noodles, everything else was pretty average. According to what Old Bao relayed from Chu Che, they would eat communal meals from now on. Chen Ye, Chu Che, Nana, and Iron Lion would eat together as a group of 4. They would eat separately from the other survivors, divided into 2 groups. Of course, if someone wasn't willing, they wouldn't be forced. Chen Ye understood Captain Chu's meaning and even quite approved of this arrangement. After Old Bao left, Chen Ye planned to check the slaughter points gained from this harvest before mealtime. When he saw the number of slaughter points displayed by the system, His heart suddenly jumped. There were actually over 30,000 slaughter points. This was the most slaughter points he had possessed since obtaining the seeing the system display showing he actually had over 30,000 slaughter points. Chen Ye felt his entire world brighten up. Even the blood moon hanging high in the sky seemed festive to him. Over 30,000 slaughter points would definitely allow his strength to leap forward significantly. Whether it was upgrading and modifying his vehicle or enhancing his personal power, it should be more than enough. He had endured enough of those days lacking slaughter points. As for the 10,000 slaughter points he owed the system, Chen Ye had no intention of paying it back for now. Let it remain as debt for the time being. It's not like the system could actually kill him, right? Then there were those magic potion capsules. And upgrading that blood resentment machete. He wanted it all. Oh right, when he killed that human-faced scorpion earlier. Chen Ye clearly saw that when the human-faced scorpion died, a wisp of gray mist was absorbed by the blood resentment machete. Remembering the blood resentment machete's third characteristic, the ability to absorb resentment energy and accumulate it to trigger qualitative changes. He hadn't had time to check it before. Chen Ye pulled the machete from his waist. Using the bloody moonlight, Chen Ye brought his right eye close to examine it. The machete's overall appearance hadn't changed much, still looking roughly the same as before. Wait, this blood resentment machete seemed to have undergone some changes again. For example, the patterns on the blade had gained some subtle dark lines that he wouldn't have noticed without his exceptional eyesight. Reaching out to touch the machete's blade, he felt a cold sensation. Information about the machete appeared in his mind. Blood resentment machete, number 04880. For 1880, the number advanced by 1? This actually worked? Chen Ye suddenly realized that among all the wonder materials he possessed, the binding resentment willow branch might be the most underestimated existence. A with circumflex ES. Even if it contained just a tiny bit of the binding resentment willow's characteristics, it was enough to significantly increase this machete's value. If he got the chance in the future, making another trip to Longevity Village wouldn't be out of the question. Satisfied, he inserted the machete back behind his waist. A bonfire was lit not far away. Captain Chu-Che waved at Chen Ye. On the other side, a pink-haired girl also gave Chen Ye a casual greeting. Seemed like it was time to eat. Chen Ye swayed over to his pickup truck, climbed into the back seat of the cabin, grabbed a bag of flour, thought for a moment, then took out the remaining cured meat from before. This cured meat had been sitting in the vehicle for many days. Because his cooking skills were so poor, he was afraid of wasting these good ingredients and had been reluctant to eat them. Now that someone else was cooking, it wasn't unreasonable to share. Fortunately, it had been preserved, otherwise it would have spoiled long ago. With a swift motion of his blade, Chen Ye split the cured meat in two, wrapped up the slightly larger portion, and carried the remaining part in his hand. From start to finish, not a single trace of grease stuck to the machete's blade. If Chu-Che knew Chen Ye was using a wonder like this, he'd probably be hopping mad and cursing. Finally, Chen Ye rummaged in the back seat and found some potatoes. Only then did he head toward the bonfire, swaying with a cigarette in his mouth. Along the way, many survivors salivated looking at the supplies in Chen Ye's hands. Even if it was just cured meat, many people hadn't tasted meat in a long time. Old Bao, this is my share of the meal. Chen Ye handed his supplies to Old Bao. Seeing so many ingredients, Old Bao's eyes curved into crescent shapes as he smiled. Good, 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 don't worry, I'll remember it all. There was also a bag on the side, clearly brought by the pink-haired girl. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there must be something wrong with your head. The pink-haired girl raised her beer can toward Chen Ye in greeting. Chen Ye completely ignored the pink-haired girl's teasing and instead went to sit by the bonfire. How much have you drunk? To get this drunk? The pink-haired girl's face was flushed red. Hee hee, just 1 can. 1 can and you're this drunk? That can't be real, can it? Chen Ye was astonished by the girl's poor alcohol tolerance. No wonder this woman still had alcohol to drink up to now. This explained why she always seemed drunk whenever he saw her. He remembered back in school, one of his dorm mates could drink a case of beer as a baseline. This pink-haired girl's alcohol tolerance was simply too poor, practically an insult to the term drinker. Who says you can't enjoy drinking just because you have poor alcohol tolerance? The pink-haired girl said stubbornly. She loves to drink, but has terrible tolerance. Captain Chu explained from the side. Chen Ye shrugged, indicating whatever makes you happy. Iron Lion is still unconscious, probably won't wake up for a while. Today, it's just the three of us eating. This is Auntie Chu. She has good cooking skills, I've tried it. Let's have her cook for us from now on. The middle-aged woman lifted her face and gave Chen Ye a friendly smile. This woman appeared to be around 50 years old. Although she looked somewhat unkempt, her demeanor didn't seem ordinary, giving off an elegant and dignified feeling. Chen Ye didn't object, only feeling that this middle-aged woman looked somewhat familiar. Chu Che noticed Chen Ye's expression and explained, Auntie Chu used to run a chain of restaurants. With her in charge of cooking, we'll eat well from now on. With this reminder, Chen Ye remembered. This woman used to operate a restaurant chain with quite a legendary life story. Starting from a small snack shop, she eventually became nationally famous, with assets reaching billions. She was a nationally renowned inspirational female entrepreneur. The reason Chen Ye found her familiar was because she was quite high profile and had appeared on 2 variety shows. He never expected she would become their personal chef now. After the apocalypse, people's life circumstances had truly changed dramatically. That's all in the past. Being able to survive now is already satisfying enough. The middle-aged woman sighed slightly, her eyes filled with nothing but helplessness. After finishing cooking, the woman silently left. The meal was naturally very enjoyable, much better than what Chen Ye could cook himself. The entire eating process only took 30 minutes. They didn't even leave any soup at the bottom of the pot. The survivors drinking potato porridge nearby were swallowing their saliva furiously. After the sandstorm, their daily meals had become even worse. They could barely maintain basic sustenance. But no one had any complaints about this. Today, they had personally witnessed the terror of the human-faced anomaly. If it were ordinary people, they would have been devoured by that human-faced scorpion long ago. After the incident with the human-faced scorpion, the survivors understood even more clearly the gap between themselves and sequence superpower users. Sulina looked at the few potato pieces and thin porridge in her bowl, then glanced at the abundant meal not far away, feeling her mouth water uncontrollably. Waves of meat aroma drifted over, making Sulina's heart feel as if being scratched by cats. She had never found meat aroma so appealing before. But now, if Chen Ye would give her a piece of meat, she would be willing to move into Chen Ye's pickup truck right now. Lena, keep trying. I believe you can definitely win over Chen Ye. Keep it up. Sulina drank the porridge in her bowl in one gulp, her eyes growing even more determined. Chen Ye was just about to take out a cigarette to cut through the greasiness when he realized the previous pack had fallen in the vehicle. Chu Che casually tossed a pack of Kunzi cigarettes over. My vehicle has some problems. Can you help take a look? Probably the sandstorm had affected the vehicle somewhat, but it shouldn't be a major issue. Before Chen Ye could say anything, the pink-haired girl nearby also tossed a pack of tossed cigarettes over. Help me check mine too. In the blink of an eye, he received 2 packs of cigarettes. Chen Ye's eyes curved into crescent shapes. No problem, I'll go check after resting a bit. Burp. The pink-haired girl picked up her beer can and took a huge gulp, not even leaving the last drop. She crushed the beer can into a ball and threw it far away. The woman then pulled out another can of beer from beside her, this one 500 milliliters. Hey, can you actually handle that much? If it were anyone else, Chen Ye wouldn't have asked. The reason he cared wasn't because his personality had changed, but because this woman was the convoy's top fighter. She still had use value for the future. None of your damn business, I'm going to drink. The pink-haired girl drank half of the newly opened beer in one go, staring at Chen Ye with drunken, bleary eyes. It was clearly a phrase filled with gunpowder. But coming from this woman's mouth, it carried a sense of sorrow, resentment, soft and glutinous. Chen Ye rubbed his nose, not getting angry because of these words. After all, she was just a teenage girl. He was at least an adult who had been one for years. Forget it. Drink slowly, I'm going back to sleep. Yawn. I'm tired. Actually, Chen Ye wasn't really tired. He was planning to figure out how to allocate the slaughter points in his possession. Chen Ye, did I say you could leave? Just as Chen Ye was about to get up, the pink-haired girl grabbed his pant leg. Chen Ye slightly furrowed his brows. He wasn't the kind of man who couldn't move when he saw a woman. Even if the pink-haired girl was very cute and even quite useful. But his patience had its limits. When Chen Ye looked down, He saw the pink-haired girl's large, watery eyes actually brimming with tears. Under the illumination of the bloody moonlight, there was a strangely enchanting, pitiful beauty. It was a very chaotic kind of beauty, different from Zhou Xiaoxiao and different from Su Lina too. To borrow a popular internet phrase, this was the pinnacle of pure desire. Chen Ye had never seen Nana like this before. Captain Chu Che beside them perked up completely when he saw the scene, his usually calm eyes now looking like a dog that had spotted a bone. Chen Ye was certain he could see the blazing fire of gossip in this guy's eyes. Ahem, that. You two chat slowly, I'm tired. Going back to rest first. Damn, wasn't that my line just now? Captain Chu, it's not what you think. Your uncle. Chu Che chuckled ambiguously. I understand. Don't worry, no one will disturb you. Chu Che, you bastard. Chen Ye wanted to pull his leg free. The pink-haired girl tightly hugged Chen Ye's thigh, making it impossible for him to leave. Chen Ye suppressed the impatience in his heart, thinking, for the sake of being in the same convoy, for the sake of you being the convoy's top fighter, for the sake that you might be helpful to me in the future, I'll be a bit more patient today. Nana, you've had too much to drink. I haven't. This is nothing. Chen Ye, listen to me. The girl struggled to prop herself up against Chen Ye's shoulder, her body reeking of alcohol. During the earlier meal, the girl hadn't eaten much. This woman seemed to have something on her mind today, so she had been drinking continuously. As everyone knows, when drunk people start saying, listen to me, it means there's a story to hear. Chen Ye, do you know? Actually, my name isn't Nana, I'm Cici. Nana is my sister's name, Sun Na. When Chu Che sensed there might be gossip tonight, this outwardly proper, but inwardly passionate Captain Chu felt like 800 ants were crawling all over him, inside and out. Captain Chu liked hearing secrets. Sometimes secrets meant gossip. But Captain Chu didn't like hearing gossip directly, and didn't even want to be a participant in the gossip. He liked eavesdropping, listening to others' secrets without them knowing. For Chu Che, this was practically the ultimate nourishment in life. Chu Che remembered to tell old Bao to have people not disturb Chen Ye and Nana. Then he returned to his own vehicle and turned on the eavesdropping radio. He even had time to brew a pot of pu'er tea. Chen Ye, do you know? Perhaps because the battle with the human-faced scorpion during the day had stirred up the deepest, darkest secret hidden in the girl's heart. Chen Ye didn't speak, quietly playing the role of listener. Even Chen Ye couldn't help feeling shocked when he heard this story. Nana's original surname was Sun Cici. Nana was her sister's nickname. If not for the apocalypse, Sun Cici might now be a freshman at a top domestic university, living carefree days in the ivory tower. Sun Cici was born into a very happy family. Including her, there were 7 people in the family: grandparents, parents, an older sister, herself, and a younger brother. The family was well off. Both parents had respectable jobs with considerable income, and they were prominent figures locally. The grandparents received tens of thousands in pension each month. The sister was also a graduate student at a famous domestic university with very bright prospects after graduation. As for the younger brother, although somewhat mischievous, he was still quite cute. Such a family was undoubtedly enviable. Sun Cici had felt happy countless times because of her family. Until one day, everything changed. She had just received her admission notice yesterday. The next morning when she woke up, Sun Cici saw all her family members crowded at the door, seeming to be looking at something. Sun Cici rubbed her eyes and came to the door wearing her cute little bear nightgown. What met her eyes was an incredibly huge tree. The tree's trunk was very thick, completely blocking the front door. The Sun family's house was a standalone 3-story European-style villa where the whole family lived together. This huge tree was growing in the villa's front yard. Sun Cici recognized this tree. It was an ornamental tree her grandfather had planted in the front yard. Just not this big. The tree canopy almost covered the entire Sun family house. Even the doorway was blocked. If her father wanted to go out for help, he could only jump from the window into the yard. That scene was something Sun Cici would never forget for her entire life. That huge tree opened its big mouth and, amid Sun Cici's screams and the whole family's watching eyes, swallowed her father in one gulp. That tree, it was alive. It ate my. Bean-sized tears dripped down the girl's cheeks, her body trembling slightly. Chen Ye had no choice but to reach out and comfortingly stroke the girl's pink hair. But in his heart, He was muttering. Why trees again? The great willow in Longevity Village before, and now this man-eating tree. Or do these two trees have something in common? The pink-haired girl tremblingly raised the beer in her hand and took a huge gulp, yellow alcohol sliding down her fair neck, soaking the front of her clothes. New. That huge tree. That eerie huge tree, after swallowing her father in front of the whole family, became activated. Branches like pythons forcibly drilled through the walls into the interior. Grandparents, mother, younger brother, all were caught by those python-like branches. Like eating at a buffet, it swallowed her entire family piece by piece in front of Sun Cece. Only her sister and herself remained, trembling and hiding in the corner. Sun Cece's mind went completely blank at that time. Fortunately, her sister Sun Nana, being older, discovered a cruel pattern about this huge tree. The tree was relatively safe while eating people. This discovery made Sun Nana make a decision. When Sun Nana was being carried by branches toward that huge mouth, she pushed her sister out, sacrificing herself, leaving the only survival chance to Sun Cece. Seeing her sister being swallowed, Sun Cece momentarily lost her mind, foolishly standing in place. Just when Sun Cece thought she was going to die, that eerie huge tree stopped attacking, and a bright red fruit like blood appeared before Sun Cece's eyes. The enticing fruit fragrance constantly stimulated Sun Cece. According to Sun Cece's own account, she didn't know why at the time, but she grabbed that fruit and ate it voraciously. Sun Cece tasted the flavors of her grandparents, parents, sister, and younger brother in that fruit. This description might not be appropriate, but that's what Sun Cece said. Chen Ye, do you know why you're all sequence 1 while I'm sequence 2? By now the girl was already tear-streaked, her face unrecognizable, her whole body limp like mud. Chen Ye already had some guesses about the girl's question. Could it be because of that fruit? Captain Chu Che eavesdropping in his vehicle now had an extremely grim expression. He could confirm that Sun Cece's rapid advancement was probably because of that fruit stained with her blood relative's blood. It was that fruit. Chen Ye. I ate my entire family. Tears poured down like rain. The girl had no strength left at all, and after saying this, her whole body went limp on Chen Ye's shoulder. Chen Ye remained silent. When it came to comforting people, he really didn't know how. But in this situation, saying nothing really wasn't appropriate. After thinking for a long time, Chen Ye opened his dry mouth and said, "This isn't your fault. It's the apocalypse. Everyone's pretty much the same. Everyone has lost loved ones." This was such a poorly phrased statement. I actually don't like drinking at all. I never drank a drop before. But if I don't drink, I'll think. Every day I'll think. Every minute, every second, the faces of my grandparents, parents, sister, and brother are right before my eyes. The girl was tearful and pitiful. Chen Ye felt he still needed to comfort her, exhausting his brain cells to say, "What's the use of crying? The most important thing for you now is revenge. When you become strong, go back and chop that tree down for firewood." Captain Chu Che eavesdropping not far away developed a black line on his forehead. Who comforts people like that? But Sun Cece suddenly raised her head. The word revenge had never occurred to her before. Her entire family died overnight. The murderer was a tree. How could she take revenge? But Chen Ye's words opened a door for her. Yes, so what if it's a tree? Why can't I take revenge? It can eat my family. I can chop it down for revenge. Sun Cece's eyes grew brighter and brighter, shining like stars in the sky. Chen Ye. To the vehicle. You. The blood moon in the sky grew shy, covering its eyes with clouds. The petite Xiaoyu cursed and scrambled out of the vehicle, her face red. Still muttering about getting styes or something. As for Captain Chu Che in the off-road vehicle not far away, when he heard the sounds coming from the eavesdropping radio, he jumped as if scalded, quickly turning off the radio, his expression extremely unpleasant. My ears, dirty, dirty. Bastards, Chen Ye, Sun Cece, you too, shameless. Dog couple. As for the others, some chuckled coldly. Some had lewd expressions. Only Sulina had a face so gloomy it could rain. For Chen Ye, this kind of thing was completely normal. Sun Cece was over 18, an adult. He wasn't a saintly gentleman, nor was he Lu Xiaohui. After dawn, they would act like this never happened. You want the human face scorpion's face skin. When Nana, no, Sun Cece told Chen Ye that she actually wanted the human face scorpion's face skin too. Chen Ye was quite surprised. When they found this human-like skin yesterday, Sun Cece had been extremely resistant to it, unwilling to even glance at it for more than a moment. He never expected that before dawn had even broken, this woman's thoughts had completely changed. Right now she was using a somewhat coquettish tone with Chen Ye. Yes, that human-faced scorpion is really good stuff, I want it. Big brother, please help me out. Chen Ye was 7 or 8 years older than the 18-year-old Nana, no, Sun Cece, so calling him big brother wasn't inappropriate. But what about yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Yesterday, when we killed the human-faced scorpion, it dropped 2 wonder materials total. The carapace counts as 1, and that human-faced skin counts as another. Not to mention the carapace, just that human-faced skin alone is definitely extraordinary. How can you tell? Chen Ye interrupted Sun Cece's words, asking with surprise. He had the system and could appraise items. But this pink-haired girl in front of him, how did she know? Did she have some secret method he wasn't aware of? Are you stupid? That human face skin gives you the creeps and makes you uncomfortable just looking at it, while the carapace doesn't provoke much reaction. Any wonder material that can cause discomfort in people is most likely valuable stuff. This is an important standard for judging whether wonder materials are precious or not. Of course, this judgment standard isn't necessarily accurate, but it shouldn't be wrong for that human-faced scorpion's face skin. He never expected this pink-haired girl, despite her young age, understood more than he did. Chen Ye remembered the flayed ghost scalp he had collected. When he first saw it, he also felt uncomfortable. This method probably worked. According to the convoy's rules, the 4 of us are supposed to split things equally. Big brother, please give me your share. You're from the mechanic sequence, and if you negotiate with the captain and Big Fool, it'll definitely work out. And then you can help upgrade my sword. The pink-haired girl rolled over and directly pulled out the long sword she had been lying on. How do you know I can upgrade? Halfway through a sentence, Chen Ye realized he'd asked a stupid question. Hehe. Do you think I'm stupid? Your vehicle changes every day. We actually figured out long ago that you might not be from the mechanic sequence. But who doesn't have some secrets nowadays? Did you think only you had them? Hehe. The girl's face was full of cunning expression, like a little fox. The girl turned her attention back to the long sword and continued. Every sword immortal sequence user needs to have a lifebound sword. This sword was originally just a display piece my grandfather collected. Since I became a superhuman, this sword has never left my side, and its current number is only in the 3000s. Big brother, I know you have a way to upgrade wonders. Please help me. The girl grabbed Chen Ye's arm while acting coquettish. Even her form of address had become sickeningly sweet. Chen Ye didn't soften because of the girl's coquettish behavior, nor did his stance loosen because their relationship had become more intimate last night. With Tilda. His eyes instead grew increasingly clear. What will you trade for it? When Sun Cece heard Chen Ye's words, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. I'm like this with you, and you're still calculating so clearly with me? One thing at a time, I'll be straightforward. I want that human-faced scorpion's face skin too. All right then, I'll trade my share of the carapace for your share of the human-faced scorpion's face skin. I'll take the human-faced scorpion's face skin, you take the human-faced scorpion's carapace. I can help you make wonders, but my services are expensive. Also, I can help you negotiate with Chu Che and Iron Lion, but, same question, what will you trade for my help? Chen Ye's attitude was completely that of negotiation. Chen Ye, you bastard, get out. Out, out, out. The outcome was Chen Ye being kicked out of this modified off-road vehicle. At that moment, the horizon was just showing a sliver of fish-belly white dawn, and the temperature hadn't even fully risen yet. Fortunately, Chen Ye was already a sequence superhuman, so this temperature wasn't unbearable for him. Just as Chen Ye shrugged and prepared to leave, the car door opened again. A charming face with pink hair appeared before Chen Ye, saying disdainfully, "Scumbag, remember this, it was me who played you." Bam! The car door closed again. Chen Ye stood frozen on the spot, suddenly feeling a sense of humiliation surge through him. Returning to his own beat-up pickup truck, he lay down fully in the truck bed. The vehicle canopy had been torn apart by the sandstorm and blown away to who knows where. After briefly recalling yesterday's humiliating experience, he collected his thoughts. Chen Ye began planning how to upgrade. Currently, there were 3 upgrade paths. First was upgrading the Blood Resentment Machete. He still had that flayed ghost's scalp in hand, but it required consuming 30,000 slaughter points. He had enough slaughter points, but if he spent 30,000, his remaining slaughter points would be completely depleted. If he encountered any emergencies later, the system would just become decoration. Second was exchanging with the system for magic potion capsules. After Chu Che mentioned magic potion capsules, Chen Ye had kept that name in mind. According to Captain Chu's description, magic potion capsules could fully excavate human potential. They could enhance the strength of sequence superhumans. They were even more precious than sequence serums. Of course, something with similar effects included that magic fruit Sun CC8. But forget it. Using the flesh and blood of relatives to create magic fruits and achieve superhuman status, even with his heart of stone, he couldn't do something like that. System, how many slaughter points are needed to exchange for 1 magic potion capsule? Magic potion capsule, a capsule medicine created by gathering human wisdom before the apocalypse, capable of greatly excavating human potential, of extraordinary value. Exchanging for 1 magic potion capsule requires 50,000 slaughter points. Would you like to exchange? 50,000? Hearing this price, Chen Ye immediately abandoned the idea of exchanging. The third option was upgrading the vehicle. The pickup's canopy could be temporarily left unrepaired. The vehicle's electric system was urgently needed. The 60 liters of fuel were almost gone now. His material reserves couldn't compare with Chu Che, Sun Cece, and Iron Lion. According to them, they had previously found a gas station back when Chen Ye hadn't joined the convoy yet. Those people obtained enough fuel at that gas station. He simply couldn't compare with them. Up to now, he still owed Chu Che 15 liters of fuel. If he couldn't find alternative fuel, he'd probably have to borrow again for this apocalyptic pickup truck in a couple of days. Therefore, this was currently the most urgent matter. After some bargaining with the system, the final determined solution consumed 15,000 slaughter points, taking 48 hours to upgrade the solar charging panel. After the upgrade was complete, it could fully charge the vehicle's built-in 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity within 20 ideal sunlight hours. Under ideal conditions, 10 kilowatt-hours could power the chopped pepper fish head for 100 kilometers. The apocalyptic pickup truck's model was much larger than the chopped pepper fish head. He'd be thanking heaven and earth if it could reach 70 kilometers. 70 kilometers was still quite usable though. The convoy's daily migration distance wasn't actually fixed. When they reached a sufficiently safe place, Chu Che would choose to rest and camp. Sometimes they covered over 100 kilometers in a day. Other times they only traveled several dozen kilometers. When Chen Ye confirmed this upgrade plan, he felt his fingers trembling. Looking at the 30,000 slaughter points he had just obtained, now only 10,000 plus remained. This feeling was like getting your monthly salary, only to hand half of it over to the landlord. This feeling really wasn't enjoyable at all. An hourglass countdown appeared above the pickup truck. 47 hours, 60 minutes, and 59 seconds. Looking at the remaining slaughter points, Chen Ye really felt quite unwilling. Unwilling that 30,000 slaughter points hadn't improved his combat power at all. He hadn't upgraded any wonders, nor used them on himself. And the apocalyptic pickup truck's electrical system really couldn't be skimped on. After some thought, Chen Ye remembered the magic potion capsules again. Since he didn't have enough slaughter points, couldn't he find an alternative solution? Didn't martial arts novels all have internal energy cultivation methods? Wasn't there any method to enhance his strength after awakening to sequence superpowers? Chen Ye had been continuously practicing his supernatural abilities during this period. Improving one's strength was the ultimate method for survival in the apocalypse. Of course, this kind of practice was also a rather clumsy approach. He kept smoking to exhale smoke clouds, then used his supernatural abilities to simulate various animals. Or he would surround himself with misty smoke clouds. His current strength had naturally improved compared to when he first awakened. But the improvement was still quite limited. During the previous battle with the human-faced scorpion, Chen Ye had spent considerable time and smoked a lot just to create those smoke clouds. If the opponent had been human, and if there had been no helpers, Chen Ye would probably have died long ago. This method was very clumsy, and strength growth was quite slow. It was also very wasteful of cigarettes. If not for the passive ability nicotine tolerance, Chen Ye wouldn't dare practice like this. Chen Ye had once asked Chu Che. The Pathfinder sequence was quite special, basically sensing anomalies at high frequency 24 hours a day. Therefore, Chu Che's supernatural abilities were exercised daily. According to Chu Che, as long as one lived long enough, improvement in sequence superpowers was certain. It's just that this improvement process might be relatively slow. Chu Che's method was essentially the same as Chen Ye's approach. Iron Lion had Titan sequence superpowers. According to Iron Lion, strengthening the body through physical training could make one stronger. Therefore, when not on the road, Chen Ye had seen Iron Lion tempering his body in the sand dunes several times. This method was essentially the same as Chen Ye's too. But Chen Ye wasn't satisfied. If his supernatural abilities had been stronger, perhaps the previous encounter with the human-faced scorpion wouldn't have been so difficult. Whether upgrading the vehicle or improving personal strength, both were for the purpose of surviving in the apocalypse. The vehicle and his supernatural abilities were both indispensable during such migration processes. Couldn't it be like in martial arts novels, where practicing some internal energy cultivation method daily would increase strength, even if it was just slightly faster than that grinding daily practice? System, is there any method that can enhance sequence superpowers like? Chen Ye described it to the system according to the characteristics of internal energy cultivation methods from martial arts novels. The rotating small circle appeared again. Clearly, the system was contemplating. Could it really exist? Chen Ye grew slightly nervous, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. If such an internal energy cultivation method really existed, even if it were more expensive, it would be acceptable. That was something that could enhance strength. Theoretically, both sequence superpowers and the internal energy mentioned by the host are applications of energy. So that means it's feasible? Chen Ye couldn't help but interrupt the system's narration, his voice trembling slightly. If it could really work? Theoretically feasible. Requires consumption of slaughter points for deduction. Good. How many slaughter points are needed? Estimated to require 10,000 slaughter points. Deduction will take 36 hours. The system task is currently in progress. Do you need to interrupt the ongoing task? Note: interrupting the currently ongoing task will not refund consumed slaughter points. Please treat this with caution, host. 10,000 slaughter points? And still needed 36 hours for deduction? He thought that just paying slaughter points would immediately get the desired result. Chen Ye discovered a new characteristic of the system. For the system, simple information only required paying slaughter points to immediately get results. The more troublesome the task, the more slaughter points needed and the more time required. Like this method for training sequence superpowers. For the system, this might be a very troublesome matter. Of course, the greater the help to himself. As for interrupting the current task, Chen Ye naturally refused. That was a task worth 15,000 slaughter points. Forcing down the excitement in his heart, he could only wait until 48 hours later. The sky lightened slightly, the blood moon gradually sank, and the bloody light on the sand dunes slowly faded. Being able to welcome the morning sun every day undoubtedly brought some hope to the survivors in the apocalypse. Even for Chen Ye, when seeing such a morning sun every day, the gloom in his heart would dissipate somewhat. Some people had already started getting up. Rustling sounds came from the camp as people got out of vehicles to handle personal hygiene matters in the distance. And Epsilon. Others began setting up stoves for cooking. A graceful figure descended from the sand dunes not far away. That head of pink hair glowed in the morning sunlight. Only this pink-haired girl was currently drenched in sweat, her hair wet and clinging to her face and neck. The woman still carried a long sword in her hand. This woman couldn't have gone to practice swordsmanship, could she? Last night all night, plus now, this woman really was. This morning's meal was porridge. It had to be said that the cook was really amazing. Even simple plain porridge could be cooked to be richly fragrant. Iron Lion was still sleeping. According to Chu Che, in this battle with the human-faced scorpion, Iron Lion's injuries were secondary. The real trouble was the poison in his body. If it were any other sequence one, they would have been poisoned to death long ago. The pink-haired girl met Chen Ye again, surprisingly not feeling awkward at all. It was even as if nothing had happened yesterday. Chen Ye was somewhat surprised, but soon accepted it calmly. Actually, Chen Ye didn't know that Sun Sisi was also anxious inside, worried that Chen Ye might want to take some responsibility for her. For the young girl, Chen Ye was from the aughts generation, while she was from the tens generation. Born in 2012, this year 2030, she had just turned 18 and become an adult. After this month, she would only be 19. An old fossil like Chen Ye might have different concepts from hers. When watching movies before, those old fossils had outdated concepts, thinking that if something happened, they had to be together for life. Because of this, the young girl still felt quite pressured inside. Asking Chen Ye for the human-face scorpion skin share in the morning was largely a test. Later, Chen Ye refused her. Because of this, the girl wasn't discouraged inside and even felt somewhat relieved. Don't think she was only 18, her thoughts were no simpler than adults. Otherwise, she couldn't have survived until now. In the apocalypse, those with simple minds who survived were almost non-existent. Seeing that Chen Ye really didn't care at all now, she finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. Only that slight ache in her heart was like a thorn, even if not fatal. It constantly reminded her that this man before her was ultimately different. Actually, the girl didn't know that Chen Ye was even more cold-blooded than she imagined. If encountering danger and abandoning one person could save lives, Chen Ye would do so without hesitation. Even if the two had shared history before. Chen Ye even hoped the girl would treat him the same way. To survive in the apocalypse, everyone depends on their own abilities. Those with lovesick brains can't survive in the apocalypse. Captain Chu's eyes kept drifting between the two, hoping to detect some clues from them. Seeing that the two showed absolutely no ambiguity or awkwardness actually confused Captain Chu. Did I mishear last night? After eating, help me check my car later. Don't forget. Okay. 1 pack of cigarettes just for checking a car? That's too expensive. If you think it's expensive, you can find someone else. Then give the cigarettes back to me. I'll find someone else to do it. Have you no shame? Who asks for gifts back after giving them? Stop, stop, stop. I also gave payment. Yezi, check my car first, then hers. How about that? Seeing the two about to argue, Chu Che quickly stepped in to mediate. The pink-haired girl lifted her head proudly and let out a humph. Iron Lion didn't ask Chen Ye to check his vehicle. Firstly, because Chen Ye's car inspection service was too expensive at 1 pack of cigarettes. If it were before the apocalypse, 1 pack of TA cigarettes would only cost about $10. But this was the apocalypse now. Secondly, because there were many people on the school bus and they had their own auto repair personnel. Only when they couldn't handle something would it be Chen Ye's turn to step in. By the way, how much water do you two have left? Just after putting down his bowl, Chu Che threw out this serious question. Chen Ye also put down his bowl. I have about 4 or 5 bottles left. I have more, still 10 bottles remaining. Chu Che slightly furrowed his brows, his expression unusually serious. Everyone should use water sparingly. Probably within these few days, we'll encounter other convoys. If things go smoothly then, we can exchange some water with them. I hope Iron Lion can wake up before then. Other convoys? Hearing this news, Chen Ye's expression also turned serious. Even Sun Sisi's small face tightened. In the apocalypse, sometimes what harms you isn't necessarily anomalies, it could very well be people. Encountering other convoys at this time could be even more terrifying than encountering a human-faced scorpion. Several months ago, mobile phones had already lost signal and become useless bricks. Later, after Shanghai fell, radios stopped receiving any signals. What happened in the outside world? The people in the convoy knew nothing about it. Unexpectedly, Chu Che could actually receive messages from other convoys. Perhaps this was also one of the Pathfinder's abilities. Of course, this was just speculation. Chen Ye's understanding of sequence superpowers was still too limited. Hundreds of sequence superpowers, each with its own unique abilities. Chen Ye wouldn't ask Chu Che why he could contact others. Just like Chu Che didn't ask Chen Ye why, despite not being a mechanic sequence, he could transform a tricycle into an apocalyptic pickup truck. Chu Che had said, in this kind of apocalypse, everyone has secrets. Chen Ye didn't even mention foolish words like avoiding other convoys. First, the convoy was out of water. Without finding a water source, exchanging some water resources with other convoys was a relatively good solution. Second, through communication with other convoys, they could obtain some intelligence about the outside world. Without phones, without computers, obtaining news from the outside world was very difficult. Now that other convoys had suddenly appeared, even if there was some danger, for the sake of water resources and outside intelligence, this risk was worth taking. The convoy seemed stable, but it was actually an isolated island in the desert. After Shanghai fell, what changes occurred in the world structure? Did the government have any contingency plans? Or were there any survivor bases? For the country's people, this migratory lifestyle was undoubtedly painful. Only by settling down could they reignite the spark of civilization and even reclaim their cities. These were all very important. It's just that when contacting other convoys, they must maintain sufficient vigilance. Chen Ye helped inspect Chu Che and Sun Cici's vehicles. Their vehicles didn't have any major issues, but due to the sandstorm, some sand had gotten inside the cars. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, avoiding small problems turning into big ones. Today's desert was still unbearably hot and dry. The sand dunes in the distance appeared illusory, looking like distorted mirages. Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle still led the way, moving at a steady, unhurried pace. Chen Ye could even hear music coming from inside the vehicle. This was quite frustrating. Not to mention his own vehicle being broken. Now it didn't even have a vehicle canopy. In the entire convoy, his vehicle was the most dilapidated. Although the other vehicles had some external damage, they were at least relatively intact. Captain Chu sometimes stopped, seemingly looking for direction. Sometimes he retraced paths they had taken in the morning. With scarce supplies, the convoy typically only ate 2 meals a day. Previously, there were several overweight people in the convoy. Now they had all become thin. One after another, thin as bamboo poles, clearly malnourished at first glance. In this kind of apocalypse, the only benefit was not having to struggle with weight loss. Even if you wanted to eat, there was nothing available. The morning porridge had long been digested. Chen Ye found a small bread from the back seat and slowly nibbled on it. The little water in the bottle had also been drunk, just barely moistening his lips. Although he wasn't fully hydrated, he couldn't bear to open a new bottle of mineral water. Alpha and empty set Thailand bought. He stored the bottle carefully. This bottle was also important supplies. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. This slightly eased his anxious mood. Hot weather easily made people anxious. Behind Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck was that miraculous low-speed electric vehicle. So many people had died in that sandstorm. Yet this old man was still here. This actually surprised Chen Ye a little. Others had died, but this old man was still alive. Moreover, that iconic low-speed electric vehicle followed steadily behind his vehicle. The luggage rack on the roof swayed and wobbled loosely, but just wouldn't fall off. Chen Ye held the cigarette in his mouth, watching this low-speed electric vehicle in the rearview mirror, momentarily at a loss for words. You should know, this low-speed electric vehicle ran on electricity. Under normal circumstances, it should have run out of power long ago. But this old man was still alive. The vehicle could still run. So many people had died, yet this old man was living quite comfortably. This old man definitely had problems. But Chen Ye didn't have any intention of probing into the old man's secrets. This was an apocalypse, not a horror movie. Those horror movie protagonists, knowing full well there was danger, still went to dangerous places and interacted with dangerous people. The result was everyone dying until only the movie title remained. Then another batch of protagonists would appear, continuing to adventure, continuing to die. Knowing full well this old man might be problematic, Chen Ye's choice was to stay as far away as possible, prioritizing observation first. Without figuring out this old man's background, Chen Ye absolutely wouldn't act rashly. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Captain Chu found today's resting place. Behind a sand dune. The setting sun could provide some shade. Dinner was still relatively plentiful. Just somewhat dry. It seemed the water shortage was already affecting daily life. As for the other survivors, they were even worse off. Each person could only get a small sip of water every day, just enough to avoid dying of thirst. Many survivors already had cracked lips, their entire beings like withered flower buds. Chen Ye saw Sulina. When this woman saw Chen Ye, she could still barely manage a smile. Would you like some water? Chen Ye shook the half bottle of mineral water in his hand. The woman's eyes seemed glued, staring fixedly at the half bottle of mineral water in Chen Ye's hand, but in the end she shook her head with difficulty. The woman's eyes seemed glued, staring fixedly at the half bottle of bottled water in Chen Ye's hand, but in the end she shook her head with difficulty. Su Lina's hoarse voice showed she was extremely dehydrated. God knows how much determination it took for this woman to say these words. What she wanted wasn't just a sip of water, but the passenger seat of that apocalyptic pickup truck. The saying, "One who doesn't covet small gains must have great ambitions," perfectly described Su Lina. Compared to other women in the convoy, Su Lina's level was clearly much higher. Chen Ye looked deeply at this woman, saying nothing. As for what happened between Chen Ye and Sun Cici that night, the entire convoy knew about it. But Su Lina didn't even give Chen Ye a resentful glance. The interaction between Chen Ye and Sun Cici seemed completely unchanged. Their communication was normal, as if nothing had happened that night. This made Captain Chu, who had been burning with gossipy curiosity, quite uncomfortable. The night passed without incident. The vehicle's electrical system upgrade still had 24 hours remaining. It would complete tomorrow at this time. Fortunately, today's migration journey wasn't long. The vehicle could barely manage. In the morning, Chen Ye saw the pink-haired girl return to the convoy covered in sweat. Had this tall, long-legged, pink-haired, alcoholic high school girl transformed into a tall, long-legged, pink-haired inspirational high school girl? From the looks of it, this woman must have practiced swordplay all night. Since that day, Chen Ye had noticed this woman had changed, becoming very diligent. Today he didn't see this woman drunk either. After eating, she would find a place to practice swordplay. According to her cousin Xiaoyu, this woman even meditated in the vehicle during daytime migration. When they set out this morning, Iron Lion finally woke up. The wounds on his body had healed, but the toxins inside hadn't been completely eliminated. The human-faced scorpion's poison is very potent. Although it can't kill me, it can temporarily prevent me from fully recovering. At least another week? A week. Hearing Iron Lion's muffled voice say these words, everyone fell silent. According to Captain Chu's information, they were already very close to the other convoy. Both sides had been looking for an opportunity that wouldn't attract Anomaly's attention. After all, with two convoys together, the number of people might be large. The more people, the more likely they were to attract Anomaly's attention. And having an important combatant like Iron Lion unable to participate in battle was very troublesome. Today's migration kept going back and forth repeatedly, as if Captain Chu was avoiding certain things while also trying to reach a specific place. In the evening, the pickup truck's electrical upgrade system finally completed. This meant the system had freed up tasks and could deduce methods for cultivating superpowers. The apocalyptic pickup truck with the upgraded electrical system showed no visible changes in its exterior. It just had an additional solar charging panel on the roof of the cockpit. Inside the vehicle, there were some related buttons and a power display function. By connecting the solar charging panel to the charging port inside the vehicle, the charging mode could be activated. The 2 kWh power bank obtained earlier from Iron Lion could now be used. The Fruit brand electronic watch retrieved from the village chief's house in Longevity Village could also be utilized. In this apocalyptic world, having a watch to tell time was quite valuable. However, since it was currently nighttime, charging would have to wait until tomorrow morning. Chen Ye had no choice but to wait. But there was a more important task at hand. That was to have the system deduce methods for training sequence superpowers. System, begin deduction. According to the host's request, using martial arts novel's internal energy cultivation methods as a blueprint, beginning deduction. Estimated consumption, 36 hours. Deducting 10,000 slaughter points. 35 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 35 hours, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Looking at what were originally 30,000 slaughter points, now reduced to just 5,000. Chen Ye felt so heartbroken he was grinding his teeth. These slaughter points were spent way too quickly. Fortunately, starting tomorrow, this pickup truck could activate the hybrid fuel-electric mode. This would save a lot of fuel in the future. It would take 2 full days to charge the electric vehicle's battery, with a theoretical range of 100 kilometers, though the actual range was probably only around 70 kilometers, possibly even less. Arnepsilon. While not ideal, this was barely usable. If there were more slaughter points in the future, further upgrades could eliminate fuel consumption entirely. Today, the vehicle was out of fuel. And the vehicle was still charging. Only after the vehicle had charged some electricity could the electric system be activated. Chen Ye had no choice but to swallow his pride and borrow another 30 liters of fuel from Chu Che. After all, with many lice, you don't feel the itch. With many debts, you don't feel the worry. He could just keep owing it. Captain, how much fuel have you actually stockpiled? It feels like you guys never run out of fuel. After lending you so much, I don't have much left either. Oh, and remember to return the fuel can. Chen Ye wore an expression of complete disbelief. Just letting you know, we're expected to encounter other convoys tomorrow. Rest early today and stay extra vigilant when we make contact with them over the next couple days. As Chen Ye carried the fuel can away, Chu Che said these words to him. Tomorrow? So suddenly? After refueling the vehicle, these 30 liters would last for a while. He saw the pink-haired girl practicing with her sword on a nearby sand dune. Under the blood moon, her long sword moved like a swimming dragon, reflecting the moonlight and sending chills down one's spine. This woman seemed to have gotten stronger. After refueling, he returned the fuel can. The night passed without incident. When Chen Ye woke up the next morning, he noticed something unusual in the camp. First, Captain Chu. This guy was actually wearing new clothes and appeared somewhat cleaner. Young Sun Cece also looked more neat and tidy, her energy and spirit clearly improved. Even Iron Lion had cleaned himself up. What's with all of you? We're meeting other convoys today. Can't let them look down on us. All right then. Chen Ye reluctantly poured out a small half-cup of water, moistened a towel with it, and wiped his face. As for his clothes, there was no helping it. His previous clothes had been swept away by the sandstorm, and Chen Ye only had the set on him now. As for shoes, just the flip-flops on his feet. The convoy seemed to have planned ahead today, heading east immediately after setting out. Chen Ye also activated the solar charging panel. Beep. After a prompt sound, the dashboard inside the vehicle began displaying that it was charging. When Chen Ye saw the power display light up on the dashboard, he felt a fleeting sense of recalling civilization. As the sunlight grew increasingly intense, Captain Chu found a place to stop. He grabbed a handful of sand from the sandy ground and tasted it carefully, as if eating broad beans. After tasting a few grains of sand, Chu Che tossed the remaining sand aside. This place will be safe until tomorrow morning. The other survivors had already begun setting up camp. Some took tents out from their vehicles. Others unloaded food supplies from their vehicles. Chu Che walked barefoot up a sand dune, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand as he gazed into the distance, clearly looking for traces of the promised convoy. After so long in the apocalypse, this was the first time seeing other fellow humans, giving Chen Ye both some anticipation and some wariness. Clearly, Captain Chu hadn't spotted any signs of other convoys, so he delegated this honorable task to the convoy assistant Xiao Wang. Coming down from the sand dune, he found a shady spot and set up a sunshade canopy. Today, Captain Chu even generously brought out his treasured good tea leaves, and several people sat under the canopy drinking tea and chatting, leaving only the convoy assistant Xiao Wang standing alone on the sand dune enduring the nearly 40°C weather. Fortunately, the guy had the sense to bring a tattered parasol. They're coming, Captain, they're here. They had just sat down when they heard Xiao Wang's excited voice from the sand dune. Everyone stood up and headed toward the sand dune. The other survivors also perked up, climbing the sand dune with expectant expressions on their faces. This was the first time in months that everyone would encounter people from another convoy. When they reached the top of the sand dune, everyone looked in the direction Xiao Wang was pointing. In the distance, a long line of tiny ants was slowly moving toward them. Due to the distance, Chen Ye couldn't clearly see the situation of the other convoy, but he could sense something unusual about that long line of tiny ants in the distance. This doesn't look like a convoy. Someone voiced their doubt. Exactly, their speed is way too slow. They have so many people. Yeah, so many people. The long line of tiny ants in the distance indeed appeared to have many people, stretching nearly several hundred meters from front to back. Ding-ling-ling. A series of bell sounds came through. Could it be a camel train? Chen Ye felt puzzled, but said nothing. Soon, the doubt in Chen Ye's heart was answered. This was indeed a camel train. A camel train moving gracefully through the desert toward them. The feeling was somehow anachronistic. If not for the modern style of the people's clothing and the supplies on the camels, Chen Ye might have thought he had traveled through time. The camel train was long. Chen Ye roughly estimated over 30 camels. Only the front camels had riders. The camels at the back were all loaded with supplies. Their supplies were even more abundant than the fair convoys. It was hard to tell if they had just gathered these supplies. As the camel train drew closer, Chen Ye noticed another unusual aspect. Leading the camel train was a barefoot old man sitting on a camel, with a sunshade canopy above him and a long-stemmed tobacco pipe in his mouth. This should be Captain Chu's counterpart, a Pathfinder sequence superpower user. Some of the following camels also had riders. But there were even more people not riding camels. These people included both men and women, dressed in rags, each with deeply sunken cheeks and sallow complexions, dull eyes, and bodies as thin as grasshoppers. Even their hands and feet were bound with ropes, the other ends held by a burly man. Looking at these people, only one word came to Chen Ye's mind: slaves. Hello, Mo Huiran. Call me Captain Mo or Old Man Mo. The old man with a smoking pipe in his mouth smiled like a chrysanthemum, standing barefoot on the scorching sandy ground as he extended his hand toward Captain Chu. His thick northwestern accent felt somewhat jarring. Chu Che also extended his hand with a smile. Chu Che, leader of the fair convoy. Captain Mo, welcome. The two groups had finally met. They sized each other up while maintaining mutual wariness. Chen Ye subtly retreated half a step behind Iron Lion, trying to make himself less conspicuous. This retreat behind everyone move showed some genuine old Devil Han influence. As the camel train approached, the first thing noticed were the survivors in this convoy. Those ragged survivors looked even worse off than beggars. Each person appeared emaciated and skeletal. Their eyes held no light. They looked exactly like slaves from television dramas. Even more exaggerated were the ropes binding their hands and feet. When these people saw Chen Ye's group, their expressions remained unchanged, still vacant and lifeless. These people were treated even worse than the camels. By comparison, the survivors in their own convoy were merely thin, but in much better condition. The survivors in the convoy whispered among themselves while looking at these beggars, occasionally casting glances toward the leading old man. The old man pretended not to notice, chatting happily with Captain Chu. The strong odor emanating from the camels made Chen Ye want to cover his nose. This camel train had more camels than he had imagined. Not only that, there were actually 5 large dogs in this camel train. These 5 large dogs were several times more imposing and much larger than the 2 black dogs Captain Chu kept. Wait, these weren't dogs, they were 5 wolves. Chen Ye's heart tightened. These 5 wolves had fierce eyes and had silently formed an encirclement while contacting their convoy. They actually regarded Chen Ye's group as prey. Chen Ye's pupils slightly contracted. A strange howl sounded. The 5 wolves lowered their bodies and slunk over to a man's side. Chen Ye's gaze followed the direction of the 5 wolves. It was a young man around 30 years old. The young man made strange sounds with his mouth, as if communicating with these wolves. The 5 wolves circled around the man, appearing extremely docile. This person could control wolves. He must have sequence superpowers. Captain Chu, let me introduce you. This is John Lei, an important member of our team, haha. Mo Huiran pointed at the young man playing with the wolves as he introduced him to Chu Che, not mentioning a single word about what sequence he belonged to. Epsilon. But seeing this situation, one could roughly guess. This person's sequence superpowers should be related to beast taming. And this is Ding Dong. Also an important member of our team. The old man pointed to a nimble woman standing nearby with her arms crossed. The woman had ordinary features, but her hands were wrapped in bandages, and her expression was cold and stern, clearly not someone to be trifled with. When she saw Mo Huiran introducing her, the woman merely nodded, then said nothing. Chen Ye took an extra look at the bandages on the woman's hands. These were the kind of hand wraps boxers use during training. This woman's sequence should be related to the bandages on her hands. The one over there is Liu Yang, just a kid, not yet an adult, don't mind his behavior. This last one was a teenager standing at the very back of the crowd. The teenager was completely shrouded in a hooded robe, currently hiding behind a camel to avoid the sunlight. Chen Ye noticed something. The surrounding survivor slaves seemed particularly fearful of this teenager. Even the other sequence superpower companions didn't seem willing to get close to him either. When Chen Ye looked at him, The teenager grinned and made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. Was this a provocation? No, this provocation wasn't directed at me. It was aimed at Iron Lion, that big fool. Sure enough, the big fool was flushed red at this moment, and his energy seemed unstable. Che imitated the other side's approach by pointing at his own people, Iron Lion, Sun Cece, Chen Ye. Well, you kept your introduction simple, and I made mine even simpler. As for what sequences? I don't know your abilities, and you won't learn about ours either. These few should be the sequence superpowers in the camel train. Similar to their own side, also 4 people. However, Iron Lion's combat ability hadn't fully recovered yet, so by this calculation, they were slightly inferior. Chen Ye had only awakened a few days ago, and his abilities hadn't fully developed yet. If he could obtain the practice methods deduced by the system, allowing his strength to rapidly increase, he would at least feel more secure. Then there were those 5 wolves, each one stood as tall as an adult when upright. If they had any other trump cards hidden, Chen Ye didn't think his group stood a chance against them. Scanning the surrounding environment with his eyes, Chen Ye was already planning escape routes in case they were outmatched. After all, Chen Ye had always regarded Old Devil Han as his life idol. The 2 techniques of retreating behind everyone and fleeing first as respect were already well practiced by Chen Ye. And he felt no shame about it. Fight when you can win and loot. Run when you can't win. This was common sense even children understood. In Chen Ye's mind, he was already planning for the conflicts that would inevitably erupt in the future. Keep in mind, the 2 groups had only met minutes ago. Both sides set up camp behind the sand dune. Chen Ye's group camped around their vehicles. The camel train arranged their camp according to the camels' positions. It was then that Chen Ye realized this camel train had much more supplies than their own group. Various tents and supplies were laid out in an orderly fashion. The area they occupied behind the sand dune was 3 times larger than Chen Ye's group. Those ragged slaves, both men and women, were slowly taking things down from the camels and setting up camp under the direction of a man holding a whip. Captain Chu, your convoy is a bit short on people. Mo Huiran smoked his pipe, his old eyes gleaming as they scanned over the survivors of the fair convoy. Every survivor who met his gaze turned pale with fear. It was already the apocalypse. Survivors already knew that ordinary people had no rights. Just look at the ordinary people in this camel train to understand. Captain Mo, it's the apocalypse now, fewer people are better. Captain Chu, your convoy is quite good, you even have vehicles. TSK, but your fuel must be hard to come by. Ha ha. Captain Mo, you're absolutely right, you don't know. The old man and the younger man chatted warmly as if they were long-lost friends. Anyone who didn't know better would think these 2 were close companions who hadn't seen each other for years. But in reality, both harbored ulterior motives. Despite the old man's decrepit appearance, he was quite cunning, using various conversational tactics to probe for information about the convoy. Captain Chu was no pushover either, defending flawlessly while simultaneously trying to find ways to gather information about the other side. The blood moon hung high, casting an extra layer of eerie strangeness over the desert. Yet the camp beneath the sand dunes was unusually lively. Of course, this liveliness was confined to a very small area. The other survivors were drooling as they smelled the aroma of meat coming from beside the bonfire. The large pot over the bonfire might only contain a few canned meats and dried vegetables, things picky eaters wouldn't even touch before. But now, these were incredibly precious ingredients that were hard to come by. A tape recorder beside the bonfire was playing music. 7 or 8 people sat in a circle around the bonfire, chatting and talking. The large pot over the bonfire was a full meter in diameter. It had been taken down from a camel's back. The ingredients in the pot had been contributed equally by both teams, following an unspoken agreement. In this kind of apocalypse, feeding 7 or 8 people was practically a disaster. Several bottles of baijiu had been opened. Captain Mo Huiran had a full cup right by his hand. Each time he took a small sip, he looked utterly delighted, as if drinking celestial nectar. Actually, the baijiu they were drinking today wasn't famous or particularly good quality. It had been collected earlier from Longevity Village. A small village supermarket naturally couldn't have any premium liquor. I used to be just a village official back in the day, with only 7 or 8 family members. Our village couldn't compare to those wealthy villages, but we were better off than many others. Aside from water shortages, everything else was pretty good. Later, lots of people came to our village, saying there were ghosts outside and the cities were gone. How could I believe that? But more and more people kept coming. Little Chu, you wouldn't know. Everyone told you the cities were gone. People were gone. You don't understand how panicked I felt back then. The former Captain Chu had now become Little Chu. Chu Che felt so irritated he was grinding his teeth. Damn it, you're a captain, I'm a captain too, we're equals. How dare you call me Little Chu? And in front of so many people too? This isn't appropriate. But to gather information, Captain Chu could only endure it. Old brother, take your time telling the story, let's drink slowly. Chu Che poured his own cup of liquor into the old man's cup. After all, Chu Che wasn't much of a drinker himself, so giving it away was no loss. The old man's eyes narrowed into slits. Clearly, this old man enjoyed both tobacco and alcohol and never refused any offer. This won't do, this won't do. His words said one thing, but his actions were quite honest. Little Chu, you wouldn't know, these people were really bad. At first when they came to our village, we treated them well with food and drink, but later they weren't satisfied and started robbing us. Oh my goodness, those bastards, they were truly despicable. The old man drank while using his chopsticks to fish for meat in the large pot, talking with grease dripping from the corner of his mouth. The general situation was that the cities had been taken over by anomalies. Survivors came to their village. Then conflicts arose with them. Later, anomalies started appearing in their village too. They fled from the village. Their experience wasn't much different from others. Old brother, what about the government and military later? Didn't they take any action? We have so many people, so many troops. How could there be no movement at all? Old brother, I heard Shanghai is finished. That's Shanghai. A super city with tens of millions of people. How could it just be gone like that? Chu Che asked with a heavy expression and unwillingness in his heart. Oh, they did take action. Go call that fat guy over. The old man used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and tossed it out. A man thin as a monkey leaped up, grabbed the piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, not caring whether it was hot or not, chewing wildly as he ran toward the group of slaves. Soon a tall, thin man appeared. This man's appearance completely contradicted the fat guy image. Hee. Little Chu, this guy used to be really fat. They say he was even some kind of official before. Now with no food, he's become this thin. He escaped from Shanghai. Listen to what he has to say. He knows a lot. Chu Che's eyes lit up slightly. The tall, thin man suddenly called to the front, trembled all over, but still managed to stand. You, tell Brother Chu about it. The tall, thin man composed himself, then slowly began to speak. Shanghai was one of the nation's top cities. Few in the country, let alone the world, could compare to it. This man had previously been a public official in Shanghai. When anomalies began erupting in Shanghai, the government clearly took action. But the anomalies came too fiercely, leaving all of Shanghai unable to react in time. According to this tall, thin man, Shanghai changed almost overnight. When night fell, the entire city became ghostly silent. The more crowded the area, the more anomaly cases erupted. Calling it hell on earth wouldn't be an exaggeration. This naturally caught the attention of higher authorities, who quickly dispatched military forces, but unfortunately the situation wasn't contained. Conventional weapons were completely useless against these anomalies. In just a few days, humans retreated step by step. Shanghai became a human forbidden zone. Later, organized teams were sent to investigate Shanghai. Countless people entered Shanghai for investigation, one group after another. But not a single person returned. Shanghai was now one of the most dangerous, uninhabited forbidden zones in the nation, even globally. When he reached this point, the tall, thin man trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. It was only when Chu Che noticed something was wrong and told him to just give the general details and avoid specifics that they prevented triggering more terrifying memories. Then, didn't the government establish any bases? I know about this. Mo Huiran waved his hand, dismissing the tall, thin man, then said to Chu Che, I've heard the government had a survivor base in the south. That base had hundreds of thousands of people. Later there were too many people, then anomalies invaded. Some died, some escaped. Sigh. There was someone in the camel train before who escaped from there, but he died a few days ago. Otherwise, I'd have him tell you. Not just this one. There were several bases established one after another. The larger ones had hundreds of thousands like before, the smaller ones had just a few hundred. They're all gone now. Sigh. This apocalypse now, damn it all. Just live one day at a time, don't think too much. Motherfuckers. Emo Huiran gulped down the liquor in his cup, his face flushing slightly. Chen Ye poured his own liquor into this old scoundrel's cup. He lit a cigarette and started smoking. The old scoundrel didn't even glance at Chen Ye, smiling at Chu Che instead. Never mind, it's the apocalypse anyway, just muddle through day by day. Little Chu, do you want to see an internet celebrity? My little wife is a big internet celebrity. They say she used to be a huge star with tens of millions of fans. The money she made in one day is more than what people like us could earn in 10 lifetimes. If not for the apocalypse, I wouldn't dare dream of touching such prime meat. Hee. She dances really well, do you want to watch? Chen Ye wasn't particularly interested in such things. He glanced at his system. The technique deduction still had 10 hours remaining. It should be completed tomorrow morning. But this camel train probably wasn't so peaceful. If a fight broke out later, he would stick close to Sun Cece. A sword immortal sequence open blade realm expert wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Chen Ye had already made up his mind. If he could win, he'd fight. If he couldn't win, he'd run, just as Chen Ye was turning various thoughts over in his mind. From within the crowd, a stunningly beautiful figure walked out. At first glance, Chen Ye's feeling was strange. A very strange feeling. It wasn't that this mega-influencer with millions of followers wasn't good-looking, on the contrary. She was quite attractive, standing about 1.75 meters tall with a well-proportioned figure. When she walked, the sway of her waist was simply exaggerated, making people's eyes involuntarily drift to places they shouldn't be looking. No wonder she became a mega-influencer with millions of followers. She definitely had charm. But Chen Ye just felt very uncomfortable, a very peculiar feeling. Before the apocalypse, a mega-influencer with millions of fans earned no less money than a third-tier celebrity. In some aspects, they even rivaled A-list stars. But now she could only become an old man's little concubine. If that's the case, this old man probably had more than one wife. Chen Ye turned his head to look into the darkness, where he could only see pairs of eyes filled with either longing or suppression. This person swayed her hips to old man Mo's side, lifted her long leg and sat down beside the old man, saying in a coquettish voice, "Husband, what did you call me for?" This old man was shameless too. This person's age was almost suitable to be his grandchild. Hee, my little darling, this is Captain Chu Che. We're happy tonight. Why don't you dance a number for everyone? Husband, I'm tired and haven't eaten yet. Ha ha ha. Be good, my precious, as long as you dance well, I'll let you eat your fill tonight. You're so annoying. The two began flirting openly as if no one else was around. Chen Ye found it increasingly strange. Never mind that he didn't recognize this mega-influencer with millions of fans, but the interaction between the two. There was an indescribable feeling about it. Captain Chu, who showed no interest in women, even moved his body slightly to the side. Of course, some people were also drooling as they watched this mega-influencer. Sensing a teasing gaze, Chen Ye looked up and found it was the pink-haired girl Sun Cece. This girl was looking at him with a mischievous expression. Chen Ye was slightly taken aback, not understanding why. Just then, the old man's little concubine swayed her hips to the center of the area. Although her clothing wasn't particularly luxurious compared to other survivors, this person at least appeared very clean. There was even a kind of simple beauty about her. It seemed the old man treated this person quite well. This little darling even winked at Chen Ye, as if hinting at something. For some reason, Chen Ye suddenly shuddered. Someone brought out a phone and started playing music. Although there was no internet anymore, using a phone as a music player was still possible. As the music started, old man Mo's little darling began swaying her body. It had to be said, this person's dancing was quite good. You could tell she had solid fundamentals. If not for the apocalypse, old man Mo would never in 8 lifetimes have any interaction with such a beauty. As the dancing continued, Chen Ye felt increasingly strange. This woman's hands and feet were unusually large, and even her bone structure was larger than that of an average woman. When Chen Ye saw the Adam's apple, he understood. Damn, this was a male crossdresser. Holy shit. This person just winked at me. Chen Ye. Chen Ye himself never meant to discriminate against such groups, and even believed everyone should have the freedom to make their own choices. But after all, this was his first time encountering such an extreme example. He was genuinely stunned for a moment. At the same time, he also shifted his buttocks backward. Iron Lion, Captain Chu, and Chen Ye all had similar expressions on their faces. In contrast, many people on the camel train side looked quite delighted. Only that plain-looking young woman showed clear disgust on her face. This woman had strong facial features, downed the baijiu in her cup in one gulp, stood up and left without paying any attention to the others. Old man Emo seemed to completely ignore the woman's departure. Hee. So, are you tempted? The pink-haired girl's pink hair brushed against the tip of Chen Ye's nose. Chen Ye rolled his eyes and didn't speak. Captain Emo, along your journey, besides us, have you encountered any other survivor groups? Captain Chu, who showed no interest in women, wasn't very interested in the male crossdresser's performance either, and started chatting with Captain Emo about other matters. Alpha. This wretched old man actually showed a very pleased expression on his face. Upon hearing the question, he had no choice but to chat with Captain Chu. I have encountered some. Counting you, I've met about 2.5 survivor convoys. Oh. The old man picked up his cup and took a sip, making an appreciative ah sound as if the wine in his cup was a rare vintage. One group I encountered earlier was migrating entirely on motorcycles. They planned to head south, intending to take refuge at sea. But in the current situation, even the sea probably isn't safe. Chen Ye and the others listened attentively. In the apocalypse, such information was extremely valuable knowledge that might come in handy someday. Before the apocalypse, much information could be obtained online. Now, without the internet, much information could only be spread by word of mouth. What about the other half convoy? Iron Lion also asked curiously in his deep, muffled voice. I'm not too sure about the other half convoy either. I only saw them from a distance. That convoy seemed to have built, well, a castle on the back of an incredibly huge elephant. As he said this, Old man Emo seemed to be recalling something unbelievable. Even he himself sounded somewhat uncertain when he said this. A castle built on an elephant's back? Captain Chu quickly pressed for details, though his eyes were flickering rapidly, clearly thinking of something based on this statement. Chen Ye, Sun Sisi, and Iron Lion also exchanged glances. It was indeed an elephant, a very large elephant, with a castle on its back. Or rather, a creature similar to an elephant. I saw the castle on that elephant's back very clearly. It was indeed a castle, and it seemed quite populated. There were several hundred people on it. At the time, because the distance between us was too great, I didn't stop to make contact with them. As if seeing that Chen Ye and the others didn't believe him. Old man Emo laughed heartily and said, "This is nothing. I've heard there are convoys built as sky cities in the heavens. Now that it's the apocalypse, with sequence superpowers, what's impossible? There's a theory now that the reason anomalies erupted is because two-dimensional spaces overlapped. There will be many more unbelievable things happening in the future. Don't be so surprised. Could you have imagined before that there would be such extreme weather, so hot during the day you could die, and so cold at night you could freeze to death? I've heard some people have already encountered worlds that never existed before. This is all nothing special." Perhaps because he had drunk too much, old man Emo kept chattering nonstop. As long as Chuche started a topic slightly, this old man would chatter on and on. Through this, the group learned much information about the outside world. But whenever the topic turned to their sequences, the old man would avoid the subject. It seemed he still retained some sobriety. They were originally supposed to start trading in the evening. But since it was too late, the trade could only be postponed until tomorrow. As the banquet ended and everyone was about to get up and return to their vehicles or tents to rest, they saw the survivors who had been crouching in the darkness earlier swarm toward the remaining large pot of food. Those people didn't care that the soup in the pot was still boiling, grabbing whatever they could and stuffing it into their mouths. Some weaker ones who couldn't push through picked up discarded bones and started chewing on them with crunching sounds. Old man Emo turned his head and laughed triumphantly. The apocalypse is good. The apocalypse is really good. President Zhang, slow down. There are plenty of bones left. And that President Wang, haha, how amusing. Little darling, let's go back. Let's go back. Those scrambling for bones were all survivors from the camel train, whom Old Man Mo and his group referred to as slaves. After brief contact, Chen Ye learned that the situation of the camel train was completely different from that of the fair convoy. These survivors with shackles on their hands and feet were the private property of Old Man Mo and the other sequence superpower users. Compared to the slavery system of the camel train, the fairness that the fair convoy consistently upheld was practically heaven. In the fair convoy, everything adhered to the principle of fairness. As long as you were willing to work, you could eat your fill. Even just being diligent enough would prevent you from starving to death. Many survivors had expressions of sorrow and fear in their eyes. The group exchanged glances, said nothing, and simply squeezed into Captain Chu's tent. The sandstorm hadn't taken Captain Chu's tent away. Everyone found a chair and sat down. "Captain, when are we going to make our move?" As soon as he sat down, Chen Ye asked directly. Earlier he had checked out the camel train side. They had quite a few good items. Maybe they even had wonders. As soon as Chen Ye said this, everyone present looked at him. The pink-haired girl looked disdainful, her tone even more scornful. "Chen Ye, you really are a natural-born scoundrel. You're not thinking of double-crossing them, are you?" Iron Lion said in his deep, muffled voice, "Yezi, that's not right. We're all survivors. Fair trade benefits everyone." Captain Chu looked at him contemptuously. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Chen Ye, I could tell early on that you're no good." Chen Ye, "Damn, dare any of you say you haven't thought about it?" "No." The three of them spoke in unison. And they cast contemptuous glances at Chen Ye. Chen Ye was holding back a curse in his heart, unsure whether he should say it right now. Damn it, it's the apocalypse already. Why are you all playing at courtesy and humility? In Chen Ye's view, backstabbing each other was normal in these times. Whether they could actually pull it off was the question that needed discussion. But at least they should have the intention. All right, Yezi, you're not entirely wrong either. While we shouldn't harbor intentions to harm others, we must remain vigilant against being harmed. I've already made arrangements with Old Man Mo. The trade will begin tomorrow morning. Everyone, keep your wits about you tomorrow morning if you have anything you want to exchange. This team of Old Man Mo's doesn't seem simple to me. They probably have quite a few good items, maybe even wonders. Chu Che began summarizing. Sun Cece crossed her snow-white legs, her expression thoughtful. Although we don't plan to backstab anyone, we still need to prevent others from backstabbing us. Moreover, this Old Man Mo seems cunning and sly to me. We need to be extra careful. Chen Ye nodded, finally someone who supported him. As expected of a woman he had a relationship with. Iron Lion said with a dark expression, "That child in their team makes me very uncomfortable. You don't know this, but during dinner just now, that child didn't eat a single bite." The one who wrapped themselves in a cloak. Chen Ye became interested. "What do you mean? That child doesn't eat. In the apocalypse, there are people who don't like to eat? This isn't normal. Very abnormal." Iron Lion frowned in thought. "I don't know, but during dinner, that child went out for a while, and I curiously followed. Guess what I saw?" The three of them looked at Iron Lion simultaneously, but didn't respond. Iron Lion rubbed his head and said with lingering fear, "I saw that child go find someone from their team and smash that person's fingers one by one, just listening to that person's screams. If that person's mouth hadn't been sealed, you might have heard it too." That child's expression was strange. Like, I can't really describe it. Iron Lion's face looked terrible, clearly still uncomfortable recalling the scene he had secretly witnessed. After Iron Lion finished speaking, Captain Chu Che's expression also became hesitant. He seemed to be pondering something. Suddenly his face changed slightly, and he said hesitantly, "I think I know what sequence that child belongs to. This should be the demon sequence." "Demon sequence?" the pink-haired girl said in surprise. "Exactly, the demon sequence, said to be the sequence superpower most suited for the apocalypse. Superhumans of this sequence cannot eat normal food. If they eat human food, they'll experience strong rejection reactions. Human delicacies are like poison to the sequence, Awatildus. The demon sequence feeds on human negative emotions." What Iron Lion saw was probably him feeding. The people present looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. There was actually such an eerie sequence. Not only that, negative emotions are also the fuel for the demon sequence to enhance their power. The more concentrated the negative emotions in a place, the faster the demon sequence improves their strength. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. This was the apocalypse after all. Negative emotions were practically everywhere. No wonder Che said the demon sequence was the most suitable for the apocalypse. No need to worry about food, and able to rapidly improve strength. This was practically the chosen one of this version. Even Chen Ye felt somewhat troubled. If he didn't have the system on him, encountering such a sequence superhuman would probably make him turn and run immediately. They wouldn't get the method to enhance superhuman abilities until tomorrow noon. There were too many things that needed upgrading recently, whether it was vehicles, wonders, or his own strength. But slaughter points were always insufficient. And he had awakened his sequence too recently. If given some time, beating up such version favorites wouldn't be a problem either. But that was just wishful thinking. Things don't change according to one's will. In the early stages, he could only learn from old Devil Han and Lalo. Moreover, that child might even be sequenced too. Che said this. How can you tell? Chen Ye was rather curious. Did you see the cloak on him? That's his demon wings. Every demon sequence grows wings when they reach sequence 2. Normally the wings evolve into a cloak wrapping around their body, only transforming into wings during combat. Che's words made everyone sink into thought. Chen Ye curiously glanced at Captain Chu a few more times. Clearly, Captain Chu was quite knowledgeable about the demon sequence. This is quite interesting. I'd really like to test who's stronger between two sequence 2s. The pink-haired girl put down her crossed legs and licked her lips. Having swallowed the demon fruit, the pink-haired girl had the strongest talent among them and was the top fighter of the fair convoy. She had never fought against a superhuman of the same level before. Now encountering another sequence 2, the pink-haired girl was somewhat eager to try. Moreover, the pink-haired girl had been working hard recently, and she was quite eager to test how much her strength had improved. We should still be careful. If we can avoid conflict, we should try not to start one. Captain Chu clearly didn't want any conflicts with Old Man Mo's group. With Iron Lion losing combat capability, only Chen Ye and Sun Cece could fight. This was undoubtedly the weakest period for the fair convoy. This was also one reason why Captain Chu didn't want conflicts. If we really have to fight, it's not like we don't have a chance. Chen Ye rubbed his chin, his eyes flickering. What do you mean? Che turned to look at Chen Ye. Chen Ye chuckled darkly, appearing rather sinister. Haven't you noticed that this camel train isn't as peaceful as imagined? That plain-looking woman seems to be at odds with several others. Reminded by Chen Ye, the others recalled how the sharp-tempered woman had gotten up and left midway through dinner. In my opinion, I should go talk to that woman now. Maybe we could. Stop right there, Yezi. Don't think about backstabbing anymore. The best outcome is to trade smoothly without causing trouble. Che quickly interrupted Chen Ye. Chen Ye pouted, grumbling inwardly. Captain Chu, this is the apocalypse. Even if you don't want to fight, does that mean the other side feels the same? Captain, you're still too naive. Sigh, all right then, let's hear what the other side thinks first. Captain Chu took out that radio. When Chen Ye saw the radio again, he couldn't help feeling envious. He didn't know before what number 01257 represented. But now, Chen Ye clearly understood what this number meant. When Sun Cece saw the radio, she blushed slightly for some reason, her expression somewhat unnatural. Fortunately, no one noticed her, which allowed the young girl to relax slightly. Che fiddled with the radio a few times. Zzz. Captain, in my opinion, among that convoy, that pretty boy is the most sinister and cunning. We need to be extra careful around that kid. It started with this sentence. The other three simultaneously looked at Chen Ye. Pretty boy? Iron Lion was a big fool and the pink-haired girl was female. Naturally, it couldn't be referring to them. Why are you looking at me? Captain Chu is about the same age as me, and he's paler than me. The pretty boy must be referring to him. Besides, I didn't speak all night and was very well behaved. How could it possibly be me? Chen Ye argued sophistically. In his heart, he was also grumbling. That bastard, could it really be referring to me? The others also felt Chen Ye made sense and turned their gazes to Che's face turned as black as a pot bottom. Just as he was about to defend himself, the radio sounded again. Yes, that kid didn't say much all night. He seemed well-behaved, but his thief eyes were looking around everywhere, checking out our supplies several times. We need to be careful, they might backstab us. Chen Ye, damn you. Currently, regarding how to interact with Mo Huiran and his group, the four-sequence superhumans of the fair convoy had developed some differing opinions. Chen Ye believed in striking first to gain the advantage, as this would at least catch the other side off guard. With the loss of a powerful combatant like Iron Lion, this was precisely when the convoy was at its weakest. Therefore, striking first to gain advantage seemed particularly important. Of course, if they still couldn't win even with this approach, Chen Ye would definitely escape. Chu Che, in contrast to Chen Ye, believed that peaceful trading and contact would be best if possible. It was preferable to avoid conflict altogether. Firstly, the convoy's strength was weakened. Secondly, engaging in shady dealings against other survivors somewhat violated Captain Chu's principle of fair conduct. Attacking others without justification was an act that went against fairness. Simply put, Captain Chu was being somewhat naive. Such people would suffer losses in the apocalypse. But it was precisely such people that made the fair convoy's situation much better than the camel trains. It also made the convoy members trust him more. After all, no one wanted to be around someone with sinister intentions. Everyone preferred to be friends with good people. Although Chen Ye didn't agree with Chu Che's attitude, he didn't voice opposition either. They were all adults, unlikely to conflict over minor matters. Chen Ye could only prepare himself to take action at any time. Then there was the pink-haired girl. Her stance fell between the two, even leaning somewhat toward Chen Ye's position. It was unclear whether this was because of the relationship between them. Simply put, the pink-haired girl was still combat-oriented. As for Iron Lion, this guy had always been simple-minded and foolish, so he didn't really have an opinion. The voices coming from the eavesdropping radio made Chen Ye somewhat doubtful. Was he really not a good person? When encountering the camel train, Chen Ye's first reaction had been to consider shady dealings against them. But everyone else didn't seem to think that way. Even that old man Mo didn't plan to engage in shady dealings. Don't worry, that young man Chu Che is a good person. I can see the survivors in their convoy are all living quite well, no need for concern. This was Old Man Mo's voice coming from the radio. The captain is right, hopefully tomorrow's trading will go smoothly. Don't worry. Everyone should go back and rest early. Yawn. Chu Che reached out and turned off the radio. Chen Ye shrugged. Whatever, you're the captain, what you say goes. Yezi isn't wrong either, being cautious is good. Alright, everyone should go back and rest, we need to get up early tomorrow morning. Everyone filed out of the tent one after another. The pink-haired girl followed behind Chen Ye, nudging his arm with her elbow and whispering, "Do you really think they'll engage in shady dealings?" Chen Ye also whispered in response, "Otherwise? If it were you, what would you do?" The pink-haired girl thought for a moment. "I understand." After saying this, she turned and walked toward the distant sand dune. "Hey, it's so late, where are you going?" "Practicing sword techniques." The pink-haired girl tossed her ponytail, leaving Chen Ye with an infinitely beautiful silhouette. Chen Ye silently gave the girl a mental thumbs up. The alcoholic high school long-legged girl had transformed into a motivated high school pink-haired girl. Figures were moving in the camel train not far away. Chen Ye looked over and saw the young man who controlled the wolf pack, currently patrolling the camel train with his wolves. Under the blood moon, Chen Ye's right eye shone brightly, his enhanced vision allowing him to see things much more clearly than before. Chen Ye saw the man pressing his hand against the foreheads of those camels, seemingly saying something. Some strange syllables occasionally drifted over. The previously somewhat restless camels became calm and docile under the man's touch. This man's sequence was indeed related to animals. Taking a deep look, Chen Ye returned to his apocalyptic pickup truck with a cigarette in his mouth. Since the truck's canopy had been blown away, Chen Ye had returned to sleeping under the open sky. If one ignored the blood moon on the horizon, the star-filled sky was truly a refreshingly beautiful sight. Without human industrial pollution, the air had seemed much fresher during this period. He glanced at the system's technique derivation countdown. 13 hours remaining. Once he had cultivation techniques in the future, his superhuman ability cultivation would progress much faster. He estimated it wouldn't be long before he could advance to sequence 2. As for tomorrow, Chen Ye tightened the machete at his waist. Even if Chu Che wanted to complete the contact smoothly, it would probably be difficult to achieve. This was the apocalypse after all. After Chen Ye and the others left the tent, Chu Che's eyes flickered, as he was also thinking about what Chen Ye had said earlier. He had principles in how he conducted affairs, but he wasn't a fool. Chen Ye's words made sense. It wasn't that he didn't know, but as the captain, he couldn't support them preparing to strike now. Chu Che even positioned himself far beyond just being this convoy's captain. In just a few months, the world's population had decreased by over 99%, possibly more. There weren't many humans left now. Better to kill as few as possible. This was also why Chu Che, despite knowing Su Jiaojia was causing trouble within the convoy, hadn't killed her. Remembering Chen Ye's words, Captain Chu still turned on the radio. Tonight, Captain Chu decided to use the eavesdropping radio to listen all night. Perhaps he could hear some different content. Just then, a voice came from the eavesdropping radio. "You. I remember you're from Little Chu's convoy, right? Why have you come to my tent?" This was Old Man Mo's voice. Then there was nothing more. But Chu Che's expression became extremely grim. Although this sentence was short, the implications contained within it sent chills down one's spine. Someone from our convoy? And Old Man Mo recognized them. When at Old Man Mo's tent in the camel train. Who was it? Sun Cece? Iron Lion? Or Chen Ye? Just as Chu Che wanted to continue listening to what would be said next, the eavesdropping radio never made another sound. Even the breathing sounds grew quieter. Wrong. This mole knows the function of the eavesdropping radio. Only by knowing the function of the eavesdropping radio would they remain completely silent. There were many methods of communication that didn't require speaking. Chu Che's premonition grew increasingly ominous. Who exactly was it? As the first line of dawn light appeared on the horizon, commotion began in the camp. The survivors from the camel train side started first. These survivors cleared a large open area between the camel train and the convoy. Then they began unloading items from the camels' backs. It had to be said, the camel train supplies were truly abundant. Each camel's back carried several bulging large bags. They had previously heard Mo Huiran mention that they had recently entered the outskirts of a small town to gather some supplies. Therefore their supplies were very rich. Chen Ye even spotted a small desktop electric fan among them. This item was useless to others, but for himself it was extremely useful. The vehicle battery was already half charged now and could power some electrical appliances. Since there was no air conditioning in the vehicle, he could place this small electric fan inside. Although not as effective as air conditioning, it was better than nothing. He estimated this item wouldn't be very expensive. Chen Ye even saw many cassette tapes. In this era, finding cassette tapes wasn't easy anymore, as everyone used music apps on their phones to listen to songs. But in the apocalypse, these were valuable items. If he could get a cassette player, driving wouldn't be so boring in the future. There were also many various food cans and drinking water. Soon, a huge skeleton caught Chen Ye's attention. It looked like a cow's skeleton, but much larger than an ordinary one. Was this wonder material? Such large wonder material. Even if it were ordinary wonder material, it would probably be remarkable. Chen Ye had long harbored an idea. If he could obtain some suitable wonder materials and use them on the apocalyptic pickup truck, he might be able to transform the apocalyptic pickup truck into a wonder. This giant bull skeleton before him was clearly very suitable. He just didn't know what quality of wonder material it was. He activated the system's appraisal function. It actually required 70 slaughter points. It actually requires 70 slaughter points, which was beyond Chen Ye's expectations. Chen Ye had now developed his own set of appraisal standards. Generally speaking, anything appraised for under 100 slaughter points were mostly ordinary wonder materials, and even if made into wonders, they couldn't possibly be ranked within the top 2,000. But 70 slaughter points was already quite substantial. Without a second thought, Chen Ye directly clicked confirm. The system quickly provided feedback. Item name: man-eating double-headed bull's bone. Type: relatively precious wonder material. Origin: bull bone left behind by a man-eating double-headed bull that was surrounded and killed by 5 sequence super users. In the process, one sequence super even had his head bitten off by the double-headed bull. Comment: this item contains peculiar energy. If crafted into a wonder, it would become a very good large-scale wonder. It is a wonder material worth collecting. Just by looking at the bull bone before him, One could imagine how enormous this man-eating double-headed bull must have been. If this set of bull bones were used to forge a wonder, it would undoubtedly result in a large-scale wonder. Therefore, Chen Ye thought of his own apocalyptic pickup truck. As long as sufficient slaughter points were paid, the system could upgrade and modify it according to his designs. If he could transform the apocalyptic pickup truck into a wonder, his chances of survival in the apocalypse would definitely be greatly enhanced. System: can this item be used to smelt the apocalyptic pickup truck into a wonder? The familiar small circle began spinning again. Soon the system provided an answer. Integrating the man-eating double-headed bull's bone into the apocalyptic pickup truck currently has two possible solutions. First, smelt the bull bone and integrate it into the vehicle body, which can improve the body's rigidity and prevent deformation from impacts. Second, smelt the bull bone and integrate it into the chassis frame and undercarriage, which can enhance the vehicle's off-road performance while also improving body rigidity. Simply put, one option used the smelted bull bone to enhance the external rigidity of the vehicle. The other enhanced the internal rigidity of the vehicle. When upgrading the apocalyptic pickup truck previously, he had designed a chassis frame and undercarriage set, but at that time to save slaughter points. Therefore, this design scheme ended up quite rudimentary, using the cheapest materials provided by the system. Although guaranteed by the system's products, because it was too basic and simple after experiencing a sandstorm. The vehicle body had slightly deformed. Plus, the vehicle had been continuously driving on desert terrain, placing even higher demands on it. During driving, Chen Ye could even feel the vehicle sometimes behaving like a soft-bodied creature, with the body occasionally emitting creaking abnormal sounds. A with tilde nu es. If a collision were to occur, the consequences were imaginable. Chen Ye might even get injured. This isn't to say that system-produced items are inferior. If they hadn't encountered the sandstorm, this chassis frame and undercarriage set would absolutely have been sufficient for Chen Ye to drive on normal paved roads for many years. But this was the apocalypse. In the future, they might even need to go off-roading in extreme environments. Therefore, a good chassis and frame set were absolutely crucial. Originally, he planned to use the system to repair it after deducing the method to train supernatural abilities. Unexpectedly, he encountered this set of bull bones. If he used this bull bone set to upgrade the apocalyptic pickup truck, the truck would definitely improve by a large margin. It might even produce some additional wonder effects. By then, the apocalyptic pickup truck might not just be a vehicle, but simultaneously a wonder. Little Chen wants this thing? Just as Chen Ye was calculating in his mind, an aged voice came from beside him. It was that old thing Mo Huiren. The old man had a smoking pipe in his mouth, looking at Chen Ye with a grinning, somewhat malicious expression. Chen Ye also had a cigarette in his mouth, his left eye still white. Because he had been pondering problems inwardly, his expression carried some gloominess, making him also look not quite righteous. The two standing together could practically scare away all living beings within 3 zhang around them. Sure enough, the effect of the two together was that the surrounding survivors all kept their distance. Captain Mo, good morning. I didn't expect Captain Mo to be up so early. Chen Ye quickly adjusted his facial expression to appear more amiable. Old man Mo was also startled by Chen Ye's previous expression, thinking the young man might attack any second. Seeing Chen Ye's expression soften, the old man's expression also relaxed considerably. Yes, need to be earlier this morning. The sooner we finish, the better, to avoid trouble. This statement carried a double meaning. Chen Ye gave a hee-hee laugh without responding. This set of bull bones is something we obtained with great difficulty. Previously, the camel train had 5 sequence supers. Later, they were chased down by this man-eating double-headed bull. To kill this double-headed bull, one of the sequence supers will never wake up again. That time, we lost many people. When saying this, a trace of sorrow appeared in Old Man Mo's expression. Seeing the old man like this, Chen Ye didn't know how to comfort him. In this apocalypse, people died every day. However, why would anomalies chase the camel train? Under normal circumstances, a team with a pathfinder as captain was unlikely to be pursued by anomalies. Could something strange have happened? As if seeing through Chen Ye's thoughts, Old Man Mo unusually added more. With our pathfinder present, most anomalies are unlikely to chase us, but there are always exceptions to everything. Moreover, like Little Chu, I am also just a sequence 1 danger sensor with limited abilities. Anomalies' abilities are also incredibly varied. There are many anomaly abilities that are unimaginable. Just like this man-eating double-headed bull. Alright, young man, I've explained this much. How do you plan to exchange for this set of bull bones? Chen Ye showed a troubled expression on his face. His most valuable possessions currently were that apocalyptic pickup truck and the blood resentment machete behind his waist. These 2 items were absolutely impossible to trade. There was also some food in the vehicle. But the remaining food wasn't much, and this also couldn't be traded. He did have a share of the wonder materials from killing the human-faced scorpion earlier. But this would require agreement from the other 3 people. This was clearly impossible. Chen Ye smiled awkwardly. I was just curious. Captain Mo, this thing is so precious, I definitely can't afford to exchange for it. Old man Mo smiled without concern. No problem, you can look at other things too. So he's just a pauper. Old man Mo muttered to himself, exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and left. Chen Ye reluctantly shifted his gaze away from this set of bull bones and turned to look at other items. It had to be said, the camel train really had many good things. Much better off than him, this pauper. Not to mention they had plenty of food. Even bottled water numbered several dozen boxes. It seemed Old Man Mo's claim last night that they had just scavenged 1 building supply point was true. Chen Ye didn't know that in others' eyes, his eyes were currently glowing with green light, filled entirely with greed. He practically resembled a starving bandit. The survivors from the vehicle convoy had also woken up. They had all started working. On the other side of the camel train, several people's supplies were also laid out one by one. Among them, Iron Lion's supplies were the most, occupying a large area in the open space. Iron Lion's convoy had the most people and also the most supplies. After many survivors died previously, their supplies became Iron Lion's private property. Every time supplies were collected, whatever supplies survivors on Iron Lion's vehicles obtained also became collective property. Due to long-term accumulation, Iron Lion was the wealthiest individual in this convoy. Of course, he was also the one with the highest consumption. These people contributed all their supplies, and Iron Lion was also responsible for their daily lives, ensuring they wouldn't starve to death. If the collected supplies yielded a bountiful harvest, their daily provisions would be more abundant. If supplies were scarce, like recently, they only got 2 bowls of thin porridge per day. Moreover, being able to ride in Iron Lion's vehicle provided basic safety. Those 3 survivors who rode motorcycles earlier, although they lived more freely than them, their corpses were probably already dried into jerky by the sun. Iron Lion's supplies were spread out over a large area on the ground. The most eye-catching were boxes and boxes of the latest model fruit phones. Before the apocalypse, these were hard currency, costing over 10,000 each, with top configurations even reaching 20,000. No one knew where Iron Lion got them from. Even after the apocalypse, these phones had most likely turned into bricks, but they were still quite attention-grabbing. Of course, no one would actually trade for these phones. There were also some clothes and similar items. As for food, there was some too. If you wanted to exchange for drinking water, only food could be traded for it. There were also several bottles of alcohol and cigarettes. When these items were displayed, Chen Ye could clearly see that old scoundrel Mo Huiran coming over as if smelling them from afar. This guy, like Chen Ye, was also an old smoker. In these times, getting hold of manufactured cigarettes wasn't an easy task. Sun Cici's supplies seemed smaller compared to Iron Lion's. But when she laid out that row of knives, it also attracted many people's attention. In Great Xia, obtaining guns was difficult, so these blades became sought-after items. Although these were just ordinary knives and useless against anomalies, they were still quite intimidating when dealing with people. In the apocalypse, not only could anomalies kill people, sometimes humans were even more terrifying than anomalies. Captain Chu's items were varied and diverse. He had all kinds of things. The most attractive among them were undoubtedly the 2 wonder materials obtained from the human-faced scorpion. Captain Chu had discussed with the others before bringing out these 2 items. Although everyone wanted these 2 wonder materials to eventually create wonders when opportunities arose, the current situation didn't permit it. The top priority now was solving the drinking water problem, so despite reluctance, they had to be brought out. As for Chen Ye's supplies, They were the least among the several people. Some had been blown away during the sandstorm earlier, but fortunately there was some food in the cockpit. Chen Ye had no choice but to bring out a portion. There were also several bottles of baijiu. These were collected back in Xinghua town and had been tossed in a corner all along. The previous beer had all been traded away by Sun Sisi. These liquors had been stored with the idea of trading for supplies later. He never expected they'd still come in handy now. Of course, Chen Ye also had some cigarettes. But these cigarettes, under normal circumstances, Chen Ye would never bring out. Like shopping, Chen Ye walked past each of the camel train's stalls one by one. Based on understanding, most of the supplies in the camel train belonged to several sequence superpower users. The slaves had no property of their own. Of course, each stall had several emaciated slaves, helping watch over them. This was also considered providing service to Chen Ye and the others. Chen Ye, Iron Lion, and Sun Sisi lingered in front of these stalls. Even their assistants were circling around the camel train stalls at this time. As for Captain Chuche, he had already disappeared into a tent with Old Man Mo, seemingly discussing large-scale transactions. How do you trade for this? What size? Chen Ye pointed at a pair of white and red high-top baijiu sneakers and asked. If these shoes were genuine, they would have cost at least over 2,000 before the apocalypse. His previous shoes had their soles melted off in the desert. Therefore, Chen Ye was still wearing flip-flops now. It didn't matter in the desert for the time being. He would definitely leave the desert eventually, and having a pair of shoes would be important then. The stall was run by a young man with deeply sunken cheeks. Hearing the question, he weakly raised his head. Size 43, 2 jean of rice, or 10 packs of instant noodles. Looking at the cigarette in Chen Ye's mouth, the young man added, 1 pack of cigarettes works too, any kind will do. These shoes are collaboration edition, guaranteed authentic, inspect them as you like. Chen Ye sneered, are you crazy? Just a pair of shoes, and you want 2 jean of rice. If this were before the apocalypse and Chen Ye dared ask like that, someone would probably have spat in his face. The young man also got agitated. When I bought these shoes, I spent over 3,000. Is 2 jean of rice too much? You know that was back then? 1 pack of instant noodles, take it or leave it. 1 pack of instant noodles? You. The young man's chest heaved violently as if he'd been insulted. He looked at the shoes, then at Chen Ye, moisture seeming to appear in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll trade. These 2 words seemed to use up his last bit of strength. Chen Ye turned back to the vehicle, took out a pack of old alter-pickled vegetables flavor, and tossed it over. The young man looked at the old alter-pickled vegetables in his hand, his expression looking constipated. At least give me braised beef flavor. I don't like old alter-pickled vegetables. R with circumflex noob epsilon. Take it or leave it, that's all there is, nothing else. Chen Ye bent down, grabbed these collaboration edition white and red high-top baijiu shoes, and took them away along with the box. A middle-aged man walked over, snatched the old alter-pickled vegetables from the young man's hand, sneered, and left. The young man's mouth twitched violently, tears almost overflowing from his eyes. The shoes were his over 3,000 worth of shoes traded for just 1 container of old alter-pickled vegetables. And it had been confiscated too. Life was unbearable. Of course, he had managed to trade for some food today, so he'd get a spoonful of clear soup as commission for dinner. Chen Ye came again to the small desktop fan from before. He traded 3 cigarettes for this item. This small fan was even less valuable than those baijiu shoes earlier. Without electricity, this small fan was just decoration. As for those cassette tapes, Chen Ye used just 1 cigarette to trade for several dozen boxes of tapes. These things were already unwanted before the apocalypse. In the current apocalypse, they were even more neglected. Most vehicles now supported Bluetooth playback, and even older models only supported discs. Only specific groups of people had machines that could play such antiquated things as cassette tapes. But Chen Ye was different. As long as he had slaughter points, he could exchange for anything he wanted. Chen Ye had already decided that once he had a bit more slaughter points to spare, he'd ask the system to exchange for a car player that could play cassette tapes. He had just consulted the system. Exchanging for a car player that could play cassette tapes only required 80 slaughter points. This amount of slaughter points, Chen Ye was willing to pay. At least driving wouldn't be so boring in the future. Chen Ye was actually doing well enough now to start considering enjoyment matters. Young man, hee hee, how do you trade for that baijiu of yours? An aged voice sounded by Chen Ye's ear. It was old man Mo who had just come out of the tent. This guy had clearly set his sights on Chen Ye's baijiu. This old man wasn't picky about either tobacco or alcohol. When he saw baijiu at Chen Ye's stall, he couldn't tear himself away. Trade your bull bones for it. In the apocalypse, the monetary system had long since collapsed. 1 million might not even buy a single cigarette. In the current trading system, food was the most stable currency. Other supplies came second. Anything could be exchanged for food. Even people were tradable commodities. Like the white and red limited edition collaboration sneakers Chen Ye just obtained, which cost 3,000 before the apocalypse. Now Chen Ye had acquired them with just one bucket of old altar pickled vegetables. Even wonder materials could be obtained if one was willing to pay with food. In the desert environment, what was more precious than food was drinking water. Theoretically, humans could survive 3 weeks without food. But without water, they could only last 72 hours. In an environment like the desert, this theoretical time might be even shorter. Therefore, water resources were now the most valuable. Chu Che's negotiation with Old Man Mo, the human-faced scorpion carapace and the human-faced scorpion's face skin had only exchanged for 10 cases of bottled water. The kind with 12 bottles per case, each bottle 550 milliliters. Before the apocalypse, such wonder materials would have been worth hundreds of millions, maybe more. One had to understand that each of these wonder materials contained unimaginably magical powers. But now, these things could only be exchanged for 10 cases of bottled water. This wasn't an exchange for water, it was an exchange for life. And this transaction was only achieved because Old Man Mo was afraid of pushing Chu Che too far. Although wonder materials could be crafted into wonders to preserve life when encountering anomalies, that only happened after they were crafted. The convoy had no water left. The remaining drinking water could only sustain them for 1 day. Maybe not even a full day. Those wonder materials probably wouldn't have the chance to be crafted into wonders before the entire convoy died of dehydration. Everything prioritized survival above all else. Items like cigarettes and alcohol only had value among specific groups. For example, if you had cigarettes, you could exchange them for some things from Chen Ye. And this ordinary baijiu was a very rare treasure in Old Man Mo's eyes. The apocalypse required some alcohol for numbness. However, when he heard Chen Ye propose exchanging for the bull bones, the old man reacted strongly. You kid, I knew you were cunning when I first saw you. You really did have your eyes on my bull bones. Old Man Mo wore an expression that said he had seen right through Chen Ye. So, will you trade or not? Dream on. Unless you can produce 50 bags of rice, then I might consider trading the bull bones to you. Trying to exchange 2 bottles of baijiu for those bull bones was truly impossible. Chen Ye was just taking a shot in the dark anyway. Unless Chen Ye had more baijiu, a transaction would be possible. Things like baijiu, not drinking them wouldn't kill you. But not drinking water would truly kill you. Little Chu, I have another transaction. Are you interested? Seeing Chu Che approach, Old Man Mo revealed a lecherous smile. Chu Che felt a bad premonition but still stopped walking. Chen Ye turned around and looked into the distance. There was a woman with ordinary features sitting on a sand dune, coldly wrapping bandages around her hands with an indifferent expression. As if sensing Chen Ye's gaze, the woman slightly raised her eyes to glance at Chen Ye, then returned to focusing on wrapping her hand bandages. The entire process took less than 0.1 seconds. Not far from this woman was the youth completely wrapped in a cloak. The youth noticed Chen Ye's gaze and gave him a cold sneer, making a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. Chen Ye was momentarily stunned. When he first saw this youth, the youth had made the same gesture toward Iron Lion. It had infuriated Iron Lion at the time. Now it seemed the little guy hadn't been targeting Iron Lion back then, but rather Chen Ye himself. How interesting. Chen Ye revealed his teeth in a smile, giving the youth a warm, gentle smile like the spring breeze of May. The youth tossed Chen Ye a contemptuous look, seemingly attempting to provoke him. Chen Ye completely ignored the youth. If this gesture could make Chen Ye angry, he wouldn't be Chen Ye. Of course, this didn't mean Chen Ye was magnanimous. One had to understand that Chen Ye was a very petty person. He planned to settle accounts with this kid later. Chen Ye shifted his gaze further away. The camel train's slaves had already started packing supplies, organizing everything on the ground neatly, preparing to tie them onto the camels' backs for departure. Awaken Beta. The sky was already bright, and the temperature was rising. Old Man Mo and Che were still discussing something. Little Che, I think that woman surnamed Sue in your convoy is quite nice. How about trading her to me? I'll give you 10 bottles of water. You should know, in the desert, water is more precious than gold. And that young girl surnamed Joe. How about it? With her included, I'm willing to offer 2 cases of drinking water. That's a fair price, right? Old Man Mo licked his lips, looking towards Sulina, who appeared haggard but still had an excellent figure, and Zhou Xiaoxiao standing by the vehicle looking into the distance. These 2 were the most attractive women in the convoy. They were also the women countless survivors deeply cherished during sleepless nights. Perhaps Old Man Mo's gaze was too intense, making both women sense something. They looked over, and when they met Mo Huiran's eyes, they felt their whole bodies shudder, as if being stared at by a wild beast. Counting the time, it had only been about 12 hours of contact. The people in the convoy had also seen the slaves in the camel train. Everyone realized how fortunate they were to have a captain like Che. Simultaneously, they felt extreme fear toward Mo Huiran and the other sequence superpowers. Now, unless they were idiots, everyone could guess what schemes this old man was plotting from his conversation with Che. Especially since Zhou Xiaoxiao and Sulina weren't very far away. They could hear most of the conversation between the 2 men. Zhou Xiaoxiao trembled all over, her face pale and bloodless. As for Sulina, she looked toward Chen Ye with pleading eyes, shrinking her body closer to Chen Ye's side. Hearing Mo Huiran's words, Che's expression slightly changed. Captain Mo, please don't mention this again. TCH, little Chu, you're still too naive. This is the apocalypse. What's the point of being such a good person? How about this? I'll add another condition. Last night, someone came to my tent. Guess what she told me? Che's face stiffened. He knew someone had entered Mo Huiran's tent last night. But he didn't know who, and he didn't even dare to guess. Without making any sound, even the eavesdropping radio couldn't distinguish the person's identity and role. Because of this, Captain Chu had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Che's expression kept changing, clearly indicating his inner turmoil. In just a few seconds, Captain Chu's face underwent several transformations. He still gritted his teeth and said, Captain Mo, Sulina and Zhou Xiaoxiao are people. They are not goods. They cannot be traded. The last few words were spoken with absolute determination. Zhou Xiaoxiao went completely limp, as if she had just experienced hell. As for Sulina, she wasn't much better, reaching out to grab Chen Ye's arm, her body trembling slightly. Mo Huiran looked at Che and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Captain Chu, you truly are Captain Chu. I underestimated you. This time, Mo Huiran's address changed from Little Chu to Captain Chu. His tone also carried more respect. Forget it, I don't want these 2 women anymore. I have more women than I can enjoy. I'll tell you directly, the one who entered my tent last night was a woman named Su Jiaojiao. She pretty much sold all of you out. She told me what sequences everyone has. Captain Chu, sometimes people can't be too kind. Remember, this is the apocalypse. Mo Huiran spoke in the tone of a teacher lecturing a student. When Che heard this, his face immediately darkened as if about to storm. If Chen Ye were captain, this woman would have died countless times over. But Che thought differently. There were already few people left in the world, and he didn't want privilege and superpowers to become uncontrollable in his convoy. That's why he had never killed this woman. And this woman had seemed relatively well-behaved later. He never expected that the one who betrayed the convoy would be her. For the first time, killing intent appeared in Che's eyes, but he still smiled at Mo Huiran. Thank you, Captain Mo. Ha ha. No problem. We're both captains. Like you, I hate traitors in the team most. Mo Huiran finally cast greedy glances at Sulina and Zhou Xiaoxiao, licking his lips, still feeling somewhat regretful. Such beauties weren't encountered just anywhere. And Chen Ye also withdrew his greedy gaze from the supplies on the camels' backs. That drinking water, that food, and those camels. Hearing their conversation end, Chen Ye chuckled. Captain Mo, our captain won't trade with you, but I will. Sulina belongs to me. If you give me those bull bones, I'll give you this woman. How about it? Chen Ye pulled Sulina's hand, chuckling as he walked toward Mo Huiran. The machete on his back trembled slightly. Not far away, the ordinary-looking woman was speaking with the youth. As for Sun Cece, she was currently directing several men to help her load supplies onto the vehicle, but her right hand had already gripped her sword hilt. When Su Lina heard Chen Ye's words, her small face turned deathly pale. She nearly collapsed to the ground. Chen Ye, how could he do this? He was simply a demon. When Chen Ye spoke these words, the reactions of the people present varied. Captain Chu Che's face darkened completely. This captain, who always smiled and got along well with others, now looked extremely grim. He never expected Chen Ye would do this. Although Chen Ye was ruthless, in Captain Chu's view, this man was just trying to survive and still had some bottom line in how he conducted himself. At least he wouldn't treat teammates as goods to be sold to others. But now, Chen Ye was doing exactly that. Su Lina completely collapsed. She had deliberately approached Chen Ye, believing that even if she hadn't won him over, she had at least left some impression in this man's heart. But Chen Ye's words shattered her illusions into dust. Chen Ye, how could he be so evil, so heartless? Su Lina's body trembled even more violently. She didn't want to be treated as merchandise. She didn't want to become this old man's plaything. She didn't want to become a slave in the camel train. This ancient and terrifying term made people feel uncomfortable just hearing it. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression was the most complex. Her sister, and she had the earliest and deepest entanglement with Chen Ye. Previously, because of her sister's death, she had hated Chen Ye intensely. Later, she gradually calmed down and put herself in Chen Ye's position, realizing she probably wouldn't have saved an unrelated person in that situation either. Perhaps because of Chen Ye's strength, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt compelled to make excuses for herself. But now, after witnessing the camel train's slavery system, the panic and terror in Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart increased every day. And now, Chen Ye's coldness made Zhou Xiaoxiao tremble with fear. The other survivors from the convoy were angry but dared not speak out. They wanted to rush forward for a heroic rescue, but no one had the courage. After all, this was Chen Ye, the dual-sequence superhuman in their convoy. Everyone was furious, but didn't dare voice it. Just then, a somewhat thin figure stood up and walked toward Chen Ye. It was that simple-minded university student Xiaofu. "Are you crazy, kid?" Someone nearby pulled Xiaofu back. Xiaofu gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Chen, he can't do this. He's a sequence superhuman. He can do whatever he wants. Who do you think you are, daring to interfere in his affairs?" Even if he's a sequence superhuman, I still have to. The surrounding survivors noticed Xiaofu's unusual behavior. This always simple-minded, even somewhat timid university student had previously been the object of everyone's mockery. No one expected he would actually dare to stand up today. Only Sun Cece, not far away, slightly shifted her position, standing precisely behind the hooded cloak youth. The youth suspected to have the beast tamer sequence nearby was stroking a powerful wolf king, not paying attention to the situation here. This wolf king was the strongest among the 5 wolves, its size a full 30% larger than the other wolves. Just its wolf claws were as thick as an adult's arm. It probably wouldn't be a problem to ride it. The surrounding slaves kept their distance from this person. Although this person never spoke, no one dared to provoke him. Even the most arrogant demon sequence superhuman usually didn't dare joke with him. "Chen Ye, you." Chu Che's face turned pale, his eyes warning. This time, Captain Chu was truly somewhat angered. "Little Chu, don't be impatient. Little Chen wanting to trade is his freedom. You're good in everything, but you're a bit too rigid. Now it's the apocalypse, we're all sequence superhumans. Do we still have to live like ordinary people? Before we were ordinary folks, bullied by anyone. Now we're all superhumans, we're the privileged class. Captain Chu, you need to change your mindset." Someone who had previously respected Chu Che now spoke with sarcasm. This old thing was truly cunning and sly. "Ha ha. Little Chen, I like your style." Mo Huiran interrupted Chu Che's emotions, his thieving eyes constantly scanning Su Lina's body. Su Lina had always paid great attention to her appearance. Even in such circumstances, this woman would spend considerable time every day grooming herself. Therefore, this woman looked much more appealing than other women. Only one pair of venomous eyes stared fixedly at Su Lina. It was that mega-influencer male crossdresser. Hee. "Little Chen, if you want the man eating double-headed bull's bones, it's not impossible, but with only one, I'm afraid it's not enough. Mo Huiran turned to look at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Being stared at by those old eyes, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt her entire body turn cold. But in Mo Huiran's eyes, this girl looked increasingly appealing and moving. But what's with this girl's expression? Why are her eyes so wide? Is it terror? Or suspicion? And a trace of excitement? No. Mo Huiran's heart jolted with alarm, quickly turning his head back. But he only saw a smiling face and the owner of this face holding a machete. Mo Huiran felt himself slowly falling, actually seeing his own back. What a ruthless kid. He actually attacked me. How did I not notice at all? The moment Chen Ye struck. The plain-looking woman not far away raised her eyebrows sharply, suddenly emitting a dangerous aura, transforming from a proud kitten into an arrogant female leopard. The woman clenched her fists and threw a punch at the hooded youth before her. The fist wind from this punch even blew up the sand dune beneath their feet, simultaneously blowing off the hooded youth's hood, revealing that surprised yet somewhat disdainful expression. The youth's hooded cloak seemed to come alive, like waves on the ocean surface, layer upon layer, blocking the woman's punch and dispersing its force. Boom! The youth's figure retreated violently, his face flushed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but smiled. Ding dong, you. Pfft. Before the youth could finish, he felt something cold enter his body. Looking down, he saw a sword tip protruding from his chest. The youth looked incredulously at this sword tip, his expression panicked and at a loss. The power in his body was slowly draining away, while at the same time, dark energy surged wildly within him, seemingly trying to repair the bodily damage. The youth laboriously turned his head and saw the pink-haired girl not far away, her hands forming sword seals. How can you control flying swords? These words were spoken with extreme difficulty. Just learned. The pink-haired girl tossed her hair, about to say something when her expression suddenly changed. A rough scream sounded. The pink-haired girl turned her head and saw several vicious wolves pouncing on Iron Lion. The largest one had already bitten Iron Lion's neck. Blood sprayed from Iron Lion's neck. Half of Iron Lion's neck was already mutilated. The wolf swallowed the flesh in its mouth, its body covered with Iron Lion's blood. Even the sand dune in front was stained red with blood. Another wolf bit Iron Lion's nape. If Iron Lion had recovered, dealing with these wolves wouldn't have been a problem. But now Iron Lion was at his weakest moment. Iron Lion wanted to shake off the wolves on him, but his hands were also firmly bitten by wolf jaws. These weren't ordinary wolves either, but ones carefully bred and raised by that sequence superhuman named Chen Ye, much larger than normal wolves. Iron Lion was still struggling wildly. If he could hold on for another half-minute, no, perhaps just a few seconds, he wouldn't die. A Titan sequence superhuman, even at their weakest, wasn't so easily killed. Even with half his neck bitten off, given time, he could survive. A flash of cold light. Iron Lion's fine head flew off with blood. It was that silent sequence superhuman. Before Iron Lion's head hit the ground, this sequence superhuman called Chen Ye rode on the Wolf King's back and charged straight into the desert. Iron Lion. Sun Cece's eyes nearly burst with rage, her pink hair moving without wind, the long sword in her hand instantly returning to her side, her cherry lips chanting incantations. Go! The long sword transformed into a rainbow, piercing straight toward the figure on the Wolf King's back. The figure groaned while crouching on the wolf's back. His body went limp and fell from the wolf's back. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, possibly even shorter. For sequence superhumans had already met their demise. And the mastermind behind it all, or rather the master manipulator, was none other than Chen Ye. The entire process happened so fast that no one could react in time. Only when the 4 bodies lay on the ground did the survivors realize that sequence superpower users had died. Everyone's expressions were different. Some people secretly gloated but didn't dare show it. Others were heartbroken and screamed in horror. The pink-haired girl moved with incredible speed, rushing to Iron Lion's side, picking up the massive head and trying to press it back onto Iron Lion's neck. Blood stained the pink-haired girl all over. She seemed completely unaware of it. As soon as she let go, Iron Lion's head fell off again. The pink-haired girl had to continue holding it with her hands, hoping this method could bring Iron Lion back to life. big fool, aren't you from the Titan sequence? Aren't you supposed to be unkillable? Hurry up, and wake up. Say you're okay. Iron Lion, big fool. Tears the size of beans dripped from the girl's eyes onto Iron Lion's face. Iron Lion and the pink-haired girl had known each other longer than Chen Ye had. Before Chen Ye awakened, the two often cooperated while gathering supplies. They had saved each other countless times. In the pink-haired girl's eyes, Iron Lion was a teammate she could trust with her back. Iron Lion felt the same way. The pink-haired girl knew that in this apocalypse, everyone would inevitably die. But she never expected it to come so suddenly. There was no ambiguous relationship between them, only a sibling-like bond. Iron Lion, wake up, wake up. The girl let go and Iron Lion's head slid off like a ball. The girl angrily pounded on Iron Lion's chest, her emotions temporarily out of control, her tears flowing uncontrollably. At this moment, the girl seemed to return to that morning when she witnessed her family being swallowed by that giant tree. Yet she could do nothing. Guilt surged over her like a tidal wave. Chu Che stood frozen in place for a long time, shifting his gaze from Mo Huaren's corpse and slowly focusing on Iron Lion. When he saw Iron Lion's body, Chu Che's entire spirit seemed to plummet to the bottom. Chu Che walked barefoot, trembling, toward Iron Lion. His grief was written all over his face. Many survivors on the school bus had already burst into tears. These people had all received Iron Lion's care to varying degrees. If not for Iron Lion, many of them wouldn't have survived. It could be said that Iron Lion was the sequence superpower user in the entire convoy who treated ordinary survivors the best. Chen Ye was ruthless and cruel, and many survivors feared him. Chu Che remained aloof from worldly affairs, and his kindness wasn't directed at everyone. As for the pink-haired girl, aside from sequence superpower users, no one could exchange more than a few words with her, not even the popular Sulina and Zhou Xiaoxiao. No, yes. The pink-haired girl was always indifferent. Only Iron Lion would give everyone a simple, foolish smile. Whether they were sequence superpower users or ordinary people, they were all the same in his eyes. Iron Lion's death was undoubtedly a catastrophic blow to many survivors. If there was one person who could remain rational, it was Chen Ye. Chen Ye had a good relationship with Iron Lion, but it was nowhere near as close as Chu Che and the pink-haired girl's bond with him. Chen Ye also clearly understood that in this apocalypse, anyone could die, including himself. Iron Lion's death was unexpected, but it didn't make Chen Ye lose his rationality. At this moment, Chen Ye stared intently at the corpse not far away, the one completely shrouded in a hooded cloak. Chu Che had said that the demon sequence had extremely tenacious vitality, no weaker than the Titan sequence, perhaps even stronger. Therefore, Chen Ye strongly suspected this person might not be dead. He even suspected that the superpower user who controlled the wolf pack and had escaped earlier might be feigning death too. Of course, the priority was still dealing with this demon sequence too. Drawing the machete from his waist, Chen Ye slowly approached the black-robed youth. This person was Demon Sequence 2, the most difficult to deal with many survival methods. First, check if he's dead. If not, give him another strike. He's already dead. No one could survive that sword strike. A hoarse voice. The speaker was the plain-looking woman. And indeed, there was a bloody hole in the chest beneath the hood, though it had long stopped bleeding. A mass of black energy coiled around the wound, with countless flesh buds wildly growing and intertwining. Although not dead, that sword strike had left him severely injured. Given a few minutes, he could recover and even kill everyone present. The sound of crying in his ears made Liu Yang's hatred grow wildly. Liu Yang was very confident that with just a few minutes, using the accumulated dark energy from this period, he could recover mostly. Then, everyone would die. Suddenly, Liu Yang heard footsteps approaching. Liu Yang could guess who it was. It should be that one-eyed guy. This kid was quite calculating. Was he coming to check if I'm dead? Liu Yang slowed his breathing, waiting for Chen Ye to get closer so he could deliver a critical strike. But just then, the footsteps stopped. While Liu Yang was still puzzled, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger from behind, as if needles were pricking his back. Not good, this old bastard. So cunning. By the time Liu Yang tried to do something, it was already too late. His head had been severed by a machete. A fine head flew up. Liu Yang could even see his own hands and legs being chopped off by that machete. And that treacherous old bastard was actually a full 10 meters away, merely controlling the machete with a willow branch. Endless darkness engulfed him. This demon sequence, too, with unlimited potential, died right then. At the same moment, the young man who had been struck down from the Wolf King's back by the pink-haired girl's sword immediately jumped from the sandy ground onto the Wolf King's back and fled. When he fell earlier, he deliberately chose an angle that allowed him to see what was happening behind through his slightly squinted eyelids. He clearly saw that one-eyed guy's treachery. That one-eyed guy stopped 10 meters away from Liu Yang and directly threw the machete to kill Liu Yang. Although Liu Yang was annoying, his strength as demon sequence too couldn't be underestimated. Even he himself didn't want to provoke him. And yet he died just like that. This one-eyed guy is really fucking treacherous. Damn, if I don't escape, I'll probably die at this guy's hands. Chen Ye watched the person escape, momentarily at a loss for words. Just a pity about the slaughter points. Killing Mo Huiran earlier, and then this demon sequence, both gave him substantial slaughter points from the system. Last night, the first person Chen Ye approached was that plain-looking woman. From Chen Ye's observations, this woman didn't fit in with this team at all. When old man Mo introduced his little wife as a big internet celebrity with millions of fans, this woman showed impatience and even directly stood up and left, not giving old man Mo, the team leader, any face at all. When the youth was abusing the other slaves, no one stepped forward to stop it. Only when this woman appeared nearby would the youth stop the abuse. The slaves didn't seem to fear this woman as much, and some even had kindness in their eyes when looking at her. Chen Ye noticed all of this. When Chen Ye found this woman and briefly explained his plan, he didn't expect her to agree without even thinking. Her straightforwardness surprised even Chen Ye. The second person Chen Ye approached was the pink-haired girl to explain his plan. Once he made his move, he wanted the pink-haired girl to cooperate with the woman to attack the youth together. After Chu Che's explanations about the demon sequence, Chen Ye had regarded this person as surpassing the pink-haired girl in strength. Therefore, Chen Ye arranged for two people to deal with the arrogant youth. As for Mo Huiran, the old man from the Pathfinder sequence. The Pathfinder sequence didn't have special killing power. Their advantage lay in sensing anomalies. A Sequence 1 Pathfinder couldn't detect others' malicious intentions toward him. Killing a Pathfinder sequence right beside you wasn't actually difficult. As for Iron Lion, temporarily injured, he had no combat capability at all. Moreover, this guy was single-minded. If Chu Che said not to act, he would definitely listen to Chu Che. Even if he weren't injured, Chen Ye wasn't sure he could persuade Iron Lion. He just never expected that Iron Lion would die just like that. Chen Ye didn't want Iron Lion to die, even though outsiders described him as ruthless and cold-blooded. But at the very least, he wouldn't harm Iron Lion without reason. It's just that life is unpredictable. Chen Ye didn't have foresight, and he was also a one-eyed guy. He didn't know that person would suddenly attack Iron Lion. Iron Lion's corpse lay there on the sand dune, with a clear bloodline between his neck and head. This big fool's head rested peacefully with closed eyes, as if he were just asleep. Someone found a wooden board and wrote with a marker, Wu Haifeng's grave. It was probably intended to serve as Iron Lion's tombstone. So Iron Lion's real name was Wu Haifeng. He had always called him Big Fool before, and this guy never minded, just laughed foolishly. This guy had also taught him a lot about sequence superpowers. The pink-haired girl cried with tears and snot running down her face, her delicate little face now full of hatred, completely covered in mucus and tears. Her wailing mouth had already formed strings of saliva. Many survivors also stood before Wu Haifeng's grave shedding tears. This was the first time Chen Ye felt sorrow. He hadn't expected Iron Lion to die. In the convoy, Iron Lion got along well with everyone. When he first awakened, he had taken good care of Chen Ye. Much of the knowledge about sequence superpowers had been told to him by Iron Lion. When he was first recognized as having the mechanic sequence, Chen Ye often tried to coax information out of Iron Lion. This guy obviously knew it, but he still told Chen Ye everything he knew. Even the secrets of the Titan sequence, he revealed them all without reservation. If Iron Lion hadn't died, Chen Ye might have considered him a brother. For someone as heavily guarded as Chen Ye, this was quite remarkable. It's getting late. Old Bao reminded from the side. It was already 10 a.m. Che didn't respond to old Bao's words, instead looking at Chen Ye beside him. You shouldn't have been so reckless. At least you could have told me. There was no blame in Che's words, just calmness. Chen Ye remained silent for a moment before saying, you wouldn't have agreed. If I had another chance, I would still take action. Except I would warn Iron Lion in advance to hide properly. Che also fell silent. He naturally understood what Chen Ye meant. If he had really known about Chen Ye's plan, he definitely wouldn't have agreed, and the two might even have had conflicts. Che was certainly not a soft person. He knew about all those foot-traveling survivors being used as gecko tails to be severed before, and he hadn't stopped it either. Their existence only brought more survival opportunities for others. You could say it was necessary death. Even if they didn't die, Che didn't think he had the ability to protect so many people. He was only sequence 1. From a completely rational analysis, Che didn't think Chen Ye had done wrong either. Without supplies, everyone would die. The endless desert, who knew when they could get out? Moreover, Mo Huiran and that young man were no good people. Just look at the slavery system they created. You are too ruthless. Perhaps, among us, only you can survive to the end. If one day I die, remember to burn some tea leaves for me every year. Chen Ye remained silent. Che sprinkled a cup of clear tea before Iron Lion, a few brown tea leaves scattering on the sand dune. The pu'er tea, usually precious as gold, was wasted just like that. But Che didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Chen Ye didn't speak, lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, found it uninteresting, threw the unfinished cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. He checked the countdown. 2 hours left, and the deduction of cultivation methods would be completed. Time was running late. The desert temperature was slowly rising. Before Chen Ye could finish speaking, Che interrupted, wait a bit longer. What? Chen Ye was confused. Che looked seriously at Iron Lion's corpse and said, do you know how many branch sequences the Titan sequence has? Chen Ye didn't understand Che's words. From what I know, Titan sequence 1 is called Flesh and Blood Apprentice, but when reaching sequence 2, the Titan sequence has 2 branches. One is called Two-Headed Giant, the other is called Peeping Skull. The Peeping Skull grows a 3rd eye on the forehead, and this eye has mystical functions. I once saw a document stating that Titan superhumans following this branch, if their sequence is high enough, the 3rd eye left after death can even be directly used as a wonder, empty said S. Chen Ye listened dumbfounded. There was such a thing? Even the pink-haired girl crying with snot and tears forgot her crying, listening intently to Che's words. And the Two-Headed Giant. Do you remember Iron Lion had 2 personalities? One was the Iron Lion we knew, the other was Iron Lion during battle. How could Chen Ye not remember? Iron Lion's dual personality left a deep impression on him. Every time they fought, Chen Ye suspected someone else had entered Iron Lion's body. Che stared intently at the massive body before him, light flickering in his eyes, looking very wise. Actually, Che's inner thoughts weren't as wise as his surface appearance suggested. When he first saw Iron Lion's head being cut off, Che had also panicked, also thought Iron Lion was definitely dead. Only after calming down did he remember a document he'd seen before, describing the special characteristics of the Titan sequence. Actually, it wasn't just the Titan sequence, every sequence was special. You mean. Iron Lion will come back to life. Hearing their conversation, the pink-haired girl with her face covered in snot and tears suddenly looked up. Others who had good relationships with Iron Lion also looked up, their eyes burning as they watched. Che thought for a moment, then said, when Iron Lion previously displayed his second personality, he might have already been incubating the Two-Headed Giant branch. Perhaps. Iron Lion won't come back to life, but rather never died in the first place. He had his head cut off, how could he not be dead? A nearby survivor listening intently unconsciously spoke up. Right after speaking, he seemed to realize he'd said the wrong thing, panic spreading across his face. Che didn't blame him, instead saying, sequence superpowers are already beyond ordinary, every sequence has its own incredible aspects. Iron Lion's corpse suddenly twisted. A large bulge swelled up in his chest area. It seemed like something wanted to burst out from his chest. The surrounding survivors watched with pale faces, even those who liked Iron Lion stepped back to distance themselves, eyes filled with terror. Only Chen Ye and a few others watched with strange light in their eyes, staring intently. What happened next was simply horrifying. A head struggled to burst out from Iron Lion's chest cavity. But it seemed like countless hands inside the body tightly gripped this head, preventing it from breaking free. From the struggling appearance, you could tell. This was exactly like Iron Lion during battle. And this head's position wasn't where the previous head had been, but beside that head. Exactly as Chu Che had said. This was the two-headed giant branch. Roar. This head let out an angry roar, explosive energy bursting from its body, forcing the surrounding people back several meters. It was also because of this roar that the newly emerged head finally broke free from the invisible shackles, successfully growing out. This damn Yezi little girl, Chu Che, what the hell are you three standing around stupidly for? Help me up. Didn't you know I almost died? A rough, bold voice. Well, definitely not the same flavor as the original Iron Lion. The pink-haired girl's expression changed. She wasn't unfamiliar with this guy, having encountered him several times during battles before. But, as if noticing the pink-haired girl's hesitation, this head laughed heartily. I'm called Mad Lion. That Iron Lion guy isn't dead. He just needs a few more days to come out. So, Yezi, isn't the Titan sequence awesome? Can't even die from getting your head chopped off. Remember this, as long as the Titan sequence has one breath left, it means immortality. I saw you looked a bit guilty earlier. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never thought you, this ruthless bastard, would feel guilty. Sure enough, this guy wasn't as likable as the previous Iron Lion. Completely arrogant beyond measure. Really hope this guy doesn't appear often in the future. Fortunately, the real Iron Lion still needs a few days. Chen Ye's face darkened. Damn. The persona I worked so hard to build. Shut your damn mouth, it's getting late. Get in the vehicle quickly. 1 hour and 45 minutes left, and the deduction will be completed. This time, no one died. And they gained so many supplies. Even got those long-desired bull bones. Plus a sequence superhuman. The fair convoy was finally doing well, seeing that Iron Lion was fine. The tiny bit of guilt that had just risen in Chen Ye's heart was immediately tossed to the far ends of the earth. For someone like him, this tiny bit of guilt was already a rare display of emotion. The Titan sequence was indeed powerful enough. As long as a shred of vitality remained, they could revive again. He needed to be more careful. If he encountered enemies with the Titan sequence in the future, he must show no mercy and eradicate them root and branch. Suddenly, Chen Ye thought of that demon sequence. The demon sequence that Chu Che held in such high regard should probably also not be dead. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chen Ye hurriedly found the corpses of Mo Huiran and Lu Yang. These two bodies were already in terrible shape. Earlier, some of the camel train's slaves had already been kicking and punching these two corpses, and some had even torn flesh from Mo Huiran and Lu Yang's bodies with their bare hands and swallowed it raw. It showed just how much hatred these people held for these two. Chen Ye looked at the two corpses and exhaled a mouthful of smoke breath. The smoke drifted over the young man's corpse, enveloping the entire body and forming a coffin of smoke. His right hand suddenly clenched, and the smoke enveloping the young man instantly exploded into millions of smoke needles, further destroying the young man's corpse. The survivors who witnessed this all wore expressions of horror. Watching this cruel man who wasn't satisfied with just killing, but also had to mutilate the corpses. He was simply a perverted lunatic. An extremely resentful, piercing shriek erupted from the corpse. A faint wisp of extremely unwilling black smoke drifted out from the corpse, forming a skull made of black smoke that looked at Chen Ye with pure malice. But it only lasted for 2 seconds before dissipating into the air. Chen Ye's heart also gave a slight jump. The demon sequence, which Chu Che called the most suitable for survival in the apocalypse, was indeed not simple. He performed the same treatment on the old man Mo Huiran's corpse. However, nothing strange occurred. The old man who had been beheaded was thoroughly dead. The Pathfinder sequence didn't have such abnormal vitality. At this moment, there wasn't a single person within 10 meters of Chen Ye. Everyone kept their distance from this deranged madman. All right, everyone, now immediately move all supplies to the vehicles. All camels will be used for transportation. In half an hour, we need to leave this place. Move quickly. Old Bao's voice rang out again throughout the camp. The camel train supplies had now all become the convoy supplies. Chen Ye had long had his eye on the man eating double-headed bull's bones. A large hand composed of smoke preferentially grabbed the set of bull bones and placed it on his own apocalyptic pickup truck. He just hadn't expected the bull bones to be surprisingly heavy. Chen Ye's face turned red with effort before he completed the transfer. The vehicle creaked under the weight. The weight of the bull bones far exceeded expectations. After experiencing the sandstorm, the apocalyptic pickup truck already felt somewhat overwhelmed. When it was designed, the only consideration was that it would barely function. The most important thing was saving slaughter points. It wasn't intended to resist any natural disasters either. Who would have thought that right after the upgrade ended, it would encounter a sandstorm? Chen Ye lay on the ground to inspect the chassis and frame. Some parts had already deformed slightly. Fortunately, it could still be used barely. Chen Ye had the system perform an evaluation. If he paid attention to maintenance and driving habits from now on, it might even last a while longer. It had to be said that items produced by the system were really durable. But now, with the double-headed bull's bones, the desire to upgrade this apocalyptic pickup truck into a wonder could no longer be suppressed. He just had to wait for the deduction to finish. The next step would be upgrading the apocalyptic pickup truck, transforming it into a wonder. He reached out and touched the bull bones. The sensation they transmitted to his hand didn't feel like bone. Instead, it felt more like a metal product. Cold, sinister, and there was even a strange feeling, as if this skeleton contained incomprehensible energy. If he really used this set of bull bones to upgrade the apocalyptic pickup truck, it would surely give him a surprise. All the survivors sprang into action. Even the former camel-trained slaves had now become new members of the convoy. Old Bao was currently overwhelmed with tasks. These newly joined survivors had already learned the convoy's rules, so everyone was excited and worked quickly. Some survivors, after learning about the school bus's rules, joined Iron Lion's team without hesitation. Others wanted to act independently. For such people, Old Bao directly assigned them a batch of camels to join the convoy. No one wanted to leave. After so long in the apocalypse, even fools knew what they would encounter in the wilderness. Of course, Old Bao also distributed some basic supplies to these people. The remaining supplies were all confiscated for public use. They would be distributed once a safe place was found. Naturally, distribution would be limited to the few sequence superpowers. What are your plans? Chu Che asked the rather plain-looking woman before him. This woman was clearly a sequence superpower. With a new sequence superpower joining, Captain Chu was naturally more than happy. The woman extended her hand. Let me reintroduce myself. Ding dong. Fist Master Sequence, One Iron Fist. In the current situation, I can't leave either. I want to join the convoy. The corner of Captain Chu's mouth couldn't help but turn upward. No problem, welcome aboard. Although he already knew the answer, Chu Che was still very happy. I don't want to deal with the convoy's daily affairs normally. I'll just join Iron Lion's school bus. The subtext of these words indicated that she wouldn't use her former status in the camel train to form any underhanded connections with the newly joined survivors. She just wanted to be an ordinary superpower. Chu Che naturally had no reason to disagree. Ding Dong reached out and took a somewhat tattered map, handing it to Chu Che. Chu Che was startled for a moment, then reached out to take it. It was a hand-drawn map. The entire map consisted of only a few lines, very crude. A small circle was drawn in the center of the map. This was Mo Huiran's thing. Our camel train had been searching for a water source. The circle in the middle is the water source. If we find this place, we can find water. Old Bao, I beg you, I was wrong. I'll never dare do it again. After handing over his work to the convoy assistant Xiao Wang, Old Bao had two survivors drag Su Jiaojiao behind a sand dune. After Mo Huiran and Lu Yang were killed, Su Jiaojiao had panicked. This woman hid herself among the crowd, hoping not to stand out. If she could just get through this time, Su Jiaojiao swore she would be completely obedient from then on. Unfortunately, this act of betrayal had greatly angered Captain Chu Che. Captain Chu, who usually disliked killing, had also developed the intent to kill this time. Otherwise, there would be more betrayers in the convoy in the future. When they came to capture Su Jiaojiao, none of the surrounding survivors spoke up to plead for her. They all even showed expressions of disgust. Only the foolish university student Xiao Fu showed a trace of reluctance on his face. Xiao Fu, I know you're kind-hearted, but have you considered that if Chen Ye and He had died, you would all be slaves now? These words caused the kind-hearted Xiao Fu to choose silence. No matter how Su Jiaojiao struggled, she couldn't break free from the two survivors' grip. They brought the woman behind the sand dune, out of sight of the other survivors. Su Jiaojiao knew she had truly angered Captain Chu Che this time. The woman knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly to Old Bao. Old Bao, Old Bao, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll never dare do it again. From now on, I'll be completely obedient in the convoy. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Old Bao, I don't want to die yet. Old Bao, I beg you. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything. Old Bao, his face ashen, looked towards the distant sand dunes, a trace of hesitation in his eyes. This kind of thing was also a first for Old Bao. At first, Old Bao thought it was just killing someone. Chen Ye could chop off people's heads without mercy. Why should he be afraid of just killing someone? But when it actually came time for him to kill someone, Old Bao either didn't dare or couldn't bring himself to do it. Even the two men he brought with him, who looked fierce, hadn't actually killed anyone before. When the apocalypse came, these people were solely focused on escaping. Where would they have had time to kill anyone? Old Bao gritted his teeth and signaled to the two men beside him with a look. The two men hesitated. One of them gritted his teeth and raised the wrench in his hand. This wrench was used for repairing vehicles. It was heavy. A scream. Su Jiaojiao fell to the ground, struggling to escape. 2 strikes. Blood soaked the sand dune. The other man, also gritting his teeth, joined in. Until the woman lay on the ground, motionless. Old Bao forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart, waved his hand, and led the two men back to the convoy. By now, the convoy's supplies had been distributed. Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck bed was already stuffed with quite a few things. He also used 2 ropes to tie down the supplies in the truck bed securely. Even the passenger seat and back seat of the cabin were filled with supplies. The camel train's supplies far exceeded Chen Ye's expectations. Calling it a great harvest wasn't an overstatement. He heard from Chu Che that there was also a wonder. But there wasn't enough time. They could only wait until they found a suitable place to examine it carefully. Chen Ye had also seen when Old Bao took Su Jiaojiao away, but he only glanced at it. Such matters weren't worth distracting him, because the method for training superhuman abilities was about to finish its deduction. This was what concerned Chen Ye the most. But just then, an extremely handsome young man walked straight towards Chen Ye. This person was none other than that mega-influencer with tens of millions of followers. Seeing this person approach, everyone stopped what they were doing. There was no helping it. This individual was simply too eye-catching in the crowd. Despite being biologically male, they were born with more charm than most women. In terms of allure, they weren't the slightest bit inferior to Su Lina. In terms of delicate facial features, they were on par with Zhou Xiaoxiao. If people hadn't already known this person was a man, no one would have believed they weren't a woman. No wonder they had previously amassed tens of millions of fans online. The man's large eyes were filled with hatred, like volcanoes on the verge of eruption. The man's body and hands were covered in blood, yet he held a necklace made of teeth in one hand. In his other hand, he was actually clutching a skull. Survivors who saw this man avoided him as if he were the plague. From the direction the man came from, Chen Ye could guess he had probably been to Mo Huiran's corpse. As for the string of teeth he was holding, Chen Ye suspected they might be from that old man Mo Huiran, and the skull still stained with flesh and blood likely also came from old man Mo. Truly ruthless. A stunningly beautiful person, covered in blood, carrying a necklace of teeth and a skull. The eerily beautiful scene made people's scalps crawl. Xuanan, what do you think you're doing? Su Lina rushed out from somewhere and stood in front of Chen Ye, blocking his way. So this person was called Xuanan. Su Lina had once interacted with Xuanan due to business matters, so she somewhat knew him. When she saw Xuanan last night, Su Lina had been greatly shocked as well. Xuanan ignored Su Lina and turned his gaze to Chen Ye. The previous anger instantly turned to ashes, replaced entirely by gratitude in his eyes. One moment his face was full of rage, the next it was gratitude and thankfulness. This speed of changing expressions was absolutely masterful. The alluring Su Lina was like air in Xuanan's eyes. It seemed that if Chen Ye told him to die right now, he would do so without hesitation. As if Chen Ye were his god. Yet within this trace of gratitude hid an extremely deep complexity. Thump. Xue Nan's knees weakened, and he directly knelt on the sand dune, kowtowing 3 times to Chen Ye with loud thump, thump, thump sounds. The toothed necklace and skull in his hands were both tossed aside. Mr. Chen, from today onward, Xue Nan is your dog. You can make me do anything you want. As these words came out, people around cast strange looks toward Chen Ye. A male crossdresser this beautiful, even if not a woman, wouldn't be unacceptable, right? Chen Ye's face turned green. Damn it, what kind of looks are you giving me? Seriously, others misunderstanding me is one thing, but Sun Cece, why are you looking at me like that too? You little girl, have you forgotten how formidable I am? The pink-haired girl's face was full of disdain. Xue Nan, right? What do you mean by this? Chen Ye didn't tell Xue Nan to get up, so Xue Nan remained kneeling, speaking while stiffly on his knees. You killed that old bastard Mo Huiran, avenging me. This tooth necklace, I pulled it from Mo Huiran's mouth. This skull is also Mo Huiran's. When mentioning these 2 items, fury returned to Xue Nan's eyes, clearly showing deep resentment toward old man Mo. Chen Ye looked deeply at this male crossdresser. He already understood this male crossdresser's intentions. Probably because Mo Huiran was dead, this guy feared retaliation and wanted to seek a new patron. As for gratitude and repayment, there was likely some of that too. You have changed quite a lot between today and yesterday, Chen Ye said coldly. I followed Mo Huiran only because I wanted to find my sister. I heard from Mo Huiran that my sister left with another team, and I wanted to find her, Epsilon. Mo Huiran. When saying this name, Xue Nan's eyes were extremely complex: hatred, resentment, humiliation, venom. It was already impossible to describe this complex emotion with human language. To endure such humiliation for his sister's sake, this Xue Nan could be considered quite tolerant. Yet just yesterday, there wasn't the slightest hint that Xue Nan was enduring humiliation. He even seemed to be enjoying himself. But now he looked like he had exacted great revenge. People say I'm abnormal, but this person is probably even more abnormal than me. I killed Mo Huiran, so you probably can't find your sister now. Don't you hate me? Hate. But now it's gratitude. Why? I just found out that Mo Huiran was lying to me. He never knew anything about my sister's whereabouts. Everything was a lie to me. Just found out? It seemed that after Mo Huiran died, Xue Nan must have discovered something from Mo Huiran's belongings. As for what exactly, Chen Ye wasn't very interested. Such a heavy topic, Chen Ye didn't want to get involved. Chen Ye waved his hand. Get up. I don't need a dog. Chen Ye refused without even thinking. Some survivors still had looks of pity in their eyes. But, no buts. The convoy is about to leave soon. Get lost. Chen Ye waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Xue Nan's face flushed red, but he still stood up, walked to a nearby camel, mounted it, and didn't say a single word throughout the entire process. Depart. Old Bao's voice came through the loudspeaker. The convoy began to move slowly. Following the convoy was a long string of camels. Compared to the previous convoy, this one was clearly larger. And every vehicle was loaded with supplies. The roof rack on Captain Chu's vehicle was stacked nearly over 2 meters high. The pink-haired girl's off-road vehicle also started with difficulty. The modified roof rack on her vehicle was completely full, and at one point it nearly tipped over due to unstable center of gravity. Iron Lion happened to be nearby and steadied it with one hand. After this guy advanced to Titan Sequence 2 two-headed giant, his height seemed to have increased by another 20-something centimeters. Now the whole person was over 2.2 meters tall. Even with Chen Ye's height of over 1.8 meters, he had to look up at this guy. As for Chen Ye himself, the apocalyptic pickup truck rocked and swayed, starting not very easily either. Compared to the first 2 modified off-road vehicles, Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck hadn't been designed with this much cargo in mind originally. The apocalyptic pickup truck was already overloaded. As for Iron Lion's school bus, it was even more exaggerated. The roof was completely packed with supplies, stacked 2 meters high directly on top. You could see this flashy school bus from far away. The vehicle also had many more survivors inside. Before, the bus was only about half full, but now it was packed densely with survivors, not a single seat empty. The sandy ground was soft, making it very difficult to start. Several survivors got out of the vehicles, trying to push them out of the sand pits. Their faces turned red with strain, but they couldn't manage it. Iron Lion couldn't stand watching and lifted the vehicle out of the sand pit with one hand. Chen Ye's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What the hell? This big fool had gotten stronger again. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Iron Lion push vehicles in sand before, but never this effortlessly. The camel train behind jingled with bells. Chen Ye drove the apocalyptic pickup truck without windshield or window glass, racing across the desert. The desert's hot wind blew directly through the front windshield and hit his face, making Chen Ye feel like going crazy. This was just. He glanced at the system. Less than an hour remained until the deduction finished. Soon now. Chen Ye saw that low-speed electric vehicle again. But after just one glance, Chen Ye didn't look further. Knowing full well this old man was problematic, wouldn't approaching him be seeking death? However, that newly joined woman called Ding Dong, there might be an opportunity to have her test what's up with this old man. In the lead vehicle, Captain Chu's expression was very serious. They had delayed departure again today. In his perception, an anomaly had already begun following behind the convoy. It was moving fast and would catch up in just a few minutes. If possible, Che certainly didn't want something like this to happen. Being chased by anomalies was definitely not a fun experience. Accelerate. After Che spoke these two words, the modified vehicle instantly picked up speed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust behind it. Seeing Che's vehicle accelerate, the pink-haired girl who had been playing with her handheld console in the car looked up. Cousin, Captain Chu's car is speeding up. The little lowly in the driver's seat propped her head up to look forward. The pink-haired girl put down her handheld console, raised her head to watch Che's car, then turned to look behind them. The pink-haired girl's brow furrowed. If only they had walkie-talkies, they could ask what was happening. Based on her understanding of Che, he wouldn't choose to accelerate without reason. Doing so meant the people behind might not be able to keep up with the convoy. Especially those camel trains. These camels' speed simply couldn't compare to four-wheeled vehicles. After thinking for a moment, the pink-haired girl still said, "Let's follow them." As for the camel trains, every convoy needed someone to play the role of the gecko's tail. Old Wu, Cece, and the captain have both accelerated. Bald Oldly, who was driving the school bus, said with a furrowed brow. Beside him sat Iron Lion, who resembled a mountain of flesh. He lowered his head to look forward. The other wound on his neck had already healed, even sprouting a small fleshy bud. A with circumflex epsilon S. Just sitting there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ding Dong sat behind Iron Lion, looking back and saying, "The Pathfinder must have a reason for doing this. Shouldn't we follow?" This woman had ordinary looks, but maintained a sense of justice within. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to get along with Mo Huiren and his group. She also understood boundaries well. Although she already had an opinion, she was still consulting Iron Lion. Follow them. 3 vehicles in succession had increased their speed. Chen Ye didn't hesitate either, stomping the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared with fury, the entire vehicle shaking violently as it immediately caught up with the 3 vehicles ahead. Their acceleration quickly attracted the attention of others. In no time, the entire convoy was forced to accelerate. No one asked Che why he was doing this. Those who had survived until now weren't idiots. They knew following the captain was their only chance to stay alive. Viewed from afar, the convoy kicked up a massive sandstorm. Chen Ye, without a windshield, felt absolutely miserable at this moment. The sand kicked up by the vehicles ahead poured into his vehicle without missing a single grain. His face and body were soon covered in a layer of gray dust. Chen Ye turned the steering wheel, pulling his vehicle alongside the one in front. Previously, to avoid quicksand, the following vehicles had been driving along the tire tracks of those ahead. After driving side by side, the sand blowing into his face decreased significantly, allowing Chen Ye to clearly see the situation ahead. Several other vehicles also accelerated to catch up. The camels at the back of the convoy suffered terribly. Camels' normal speed was only about 10 kilometers per hour. Even if they could burst to faster speeds, they could only maintain that pace for 3 to 5 minutes. They had just acquired so many camels and survivors. And today, they might all end up as food for the anomalies. Forget about the survivors. Just these camels alone represented excellent meat. In these times, being able to eat fresh meat in the desert was an extremely rare luxury. But soon Chen Ye noticed something unusual. These camels weren't actually slow. While they couldn't catch up to his vehicle, they could still accelerate with small steps. They trailed far behind the apocalyptic pickup truck. Soon, Chen Ye guessed the reason. There had been a breeder sequence among the camel train before. Sequence superpowers users of the sequence had weak combat abilities themselves, but possessed talent for cultivating supernatural species. If these were ordinary camels, Mo Huiran and his group would have likely died on the road long ago. If this ability had existed before the apocalypse, it would have shocked the entire world. Indeed, every sequence superpower had its own incredible capabilities. Some camels not carrying supplies quickly stood out from the herd behind them. System deduction completed. A system prompt appeared before his eyes. It was the method for training supernatural abilities that he had asked the system to deduce earlier. Before Chen Ye could examine it carefully, boom! A loud explosion. Chen Ye felt the vehicle swaying violently left and right. Before he could check the system prompt, the vehicle had already lost control. Chen Ye slammed on the brakes, the vehicle swerving sharply to the right and crashing hard into the low-speed electric vehicle beside it. The low-speed electric vehicle was also knocked over and even crushed flat. The vehicle overturned on the sandy ground, its four wheels spinning uselessly in the air. It turned out they had hit a large rock, causing the vehicle to lose balance and roll over. When Chen Ye crawled out of the vehicle cabin, he was in complete disarray, his hair and face covered in sand. The low-speed electric vehicle beside him had also been smashed beyond recognition by Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck. You. An elderly figure emerged from the driver's cabin of the low-speed electric vehicle. This old man had always smiled obsequiously at Chen Ye before, even appearing somewhat ingratiating. But now the old man's face was extremely dark, even somewhat venomous. He didn't seem to hold back at all despite Chen Ye being a sequence superpowers user. Or perhaps he had never cared about Chen Ye's status as a sequence superpowers user in the first place. His previous behavior had merely been superficial. Tui. At this moment, Chen Ye had no time to care about what the old man was thinking. His mouth was full of sand. One camel after another ran past the two of them, kicking up clouds of dust along the way. Their speed had reached an unimaginable level, as if something terrifying pursued them. Many camels had white foam frothing from their mouths. An intense sense of crisis rose from within. This feeling of crisis was all too familiar. Chen Ye had experienced it several times before. Anomaly. Looking up into the distance, an enormous headless sand snake emerged from the desert. Under the sunlight, it cast a massive, terrifying shadow on the sand dunes. Viewed from afar, it was estimated to be as tall as a 10-story building, and most of its body remained beneath the sand dunes. Even from this distance, Chen Ye could still feel that intense sense of pressure and danger. Chen Ye stared dumbfounded. This anomaly was definitely the largest he had ever seen. In the next instant, it rapidly expanded in Chen Ye's pupils. So fast. Every hair on Chen Ye's body stood on end. Escape. This was the only thought in Chen Ye's mind. If he relied solely on his legs, it would be pure fantasy. Chen Ye quickly turned around intending to right the apocalyptic pickup truck. Simultaneously, the system detected that the apocalyptic pickup truck could still operate normally. Thank you, system. Even after all that, this vehicle could still run. Unfortunately, the apocalyptic pickup truck was now loaded with supplies, making it difficult to quickly right the vehicle. Damn it, are you just going to stand there watching? Don't want to die? Come help. Chen Ye roared at the old man who was venomously staring at him. The old man, provoked by Chen Ye's shout, looked even more venomous, unable to conceal his killing intent anymore. After Chen Ye destroyed his low-speed electric vehicle, the old man had completely stopped hiding it. But after glancing at the terrifying sand snake not far away, deep apprehension flashed in the old man's eyes, and he still ran over to help Chen Ye. Trying to right a pickup truck that had overturned and was loaded with goods in the sand was difficult. But neither Chen Ye nor this strange old man were ordinary people. With the urgent situation, neither held back their strength. With exertion, they actually managed to right the apocalyptic pickup truck. Chen Ye leaped up, quickly getting into the driver's cabin. Ignition, gear shift. The engine roared. Chen Ye thanked the system once more. A cigarette had somehow found its way into his mouth, and the cabin filled with smoke breath. What the hell are you spacing out for? Get in. Chen Ye shouted at the old man with the cigarette in his mouth. The old man froze for a moment, seemingly surprised that Chen Ye would still consider him. His killing intent slightly receded as he also climbed into the driver's cabin. In the emergency, the old man didn't notice that in this windswept cabin, there was also an unmoving cloud of smoke breath. The sand snake was rapidly approaching, its speed terrifyingly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sand snake had grown considerably larger in their pupils. Each time it emerged from the sand, it closed in frantically on the two of them. And the sand snake had clearly noticed Chen Ye and the old man, adjusting its course to charge directly at them. Just as Chen Ye prepared to start moving, the engine roared, but the vehicle didn't budge. Having driven in the desert for so long, Chen Ye realized this was likely a sinkhole. Sinkholes in the desert happened all too frequently. Chen Ye looked at the old man who had just gotten in. "You, hurry up and get out to push." The old man was furious. "Me push? Why not you?" "Chen Ye, if I get out to push, who will drive?" "Hurry up, that thing is coming." The old man glanced in the rearview mirror, a flash of apprehension in his eyes. Simultaneously, any goodwill he had felt toward Chen Ye instantly vanished. Knowing this wasn't the time for arguments, the old man quickly got out of the vehicle. Chen Ye couldn't see what the old man was doing, but he felt the vehicle start moving soon after the old man got out. "Old man, get in, hurry." After the vehicle regained mobility, Chen Ye shouted at the old man. The old man was stunned again. This young man might be detestable, but he's still decent to me, knowing to wait for me. The old man moved with astonishing speed, slipping into the vehicle in a flash. However, the door on the old man's side was already battered and broken. The earlier collision had damaged it, and after all this commotion, the door fell right off onto the ground. Well, this apocalyptic pickup truck was even more wrecked now. The old man got in. Chen Ye stomped the accelerator straight to the floor. The apocalyptic pickup truck accelerated again. First gear to second gear. Second gear skipped directly to fifth gear. Under Chen Ye's frantic operation, the apocalyptic pickup truck unleashed unprecedented energy. The speed was pushed to the limit once more. But the sand snake behind them clung tightly to the apocalyptic pickup truck's tail, the distance between them closing rapidly. Even at full throttle, the apocalyptic pickup truck still couldn't shake off the headless sand snake behind them. Moo! A sound resembling a cow's call, but much deeper and more resonant, echoed in their ears, even creating resonance in the surrounding air. Chen Ye only needed one glance in the rearview mirror before cold sweat broke out all over his back. A massive shadow enveloped the entire apocalyptic pickup truck. The headless sand snake opened its mouth, revealing densely packed sharp teeth. Countless tiny eyes covered the entire head of the headless sand snake, making one's scalp crawl and triggering trypophobia. Perhaps in the next second, both he and this vehicle would become food in the sand snake's stomach. At that moment, a large hand formed from smoke breath grabbed the old man who was shrouded in fear, pulled him out of the driver's cabin, and threw him toward the headless sand snake. By the time the old man realized what was happening, he found himself less than a meter away from the sand snake's mouth full of sharp teeth. The old man understood. He had previously thought this guy wasn't completely rotten, still knowing to take care of an old wreck like him. But it turned out he was just using him as the gecko's severed tail. "Chen Ye, I fuck your ancestors." Chen Ye not only crashed into the old man's low-speed electric vehicle without apologizing, but also made him help flip his overturned vehicle back over. He even made the old man help push his car. Despite being such a good person to Chen Ye, when danger struck, Chen Ye unceremoniously threw the old man aside without hesitation. The old man never dreamed in his wildest nightmares that Chen Ye could be so shameless, so cold-blooded and heartless. Watching as he was about to be devoured by those layers of sharp teeth, the old man felt unwilling, furious. His body underwent drastic changes, his back rapidly bulging with a huge lump, his clothes tearing apart as a pale head emerged from it. When Chen Ye saw this head through the rearview mirror, his expression also changed slightly. This was the hunchbacked old puppet. That anomaly encountered in Longevity Village. Who would have thought this anomaly had been hiding within the convoy all along? Had this old man been following the convoy since Longevity Village? Or was he following me? What exactly was this old man's purpose? What did he want to do by following the convoy? Thick black smoke billowed from the hunchbacked old puppet's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Even the head on its back did the same. The entire scene looked incredibly eerie and terrifying. Just when Chen Ye thought the hunchbacked old puppet and the sand snake would engage in a fierce battle, the sand snake swallowed the hunchbacked old puppet, which was emanating an eerie aura, in one gulp, then plunged headfirst into the sand dune, stirring up a cloud of dust. During that brief moment, the apocalyptic pickup truck had already surged forward a short distance, narrowly escaping the sand snake's attack range. The apocalyptic pickup truck's engine was still roaring. Just give it 1 minute, no, just 20 seconds, and it could escape the sand snake's attack range completely. Sweat on his forehead carved a small channel down his face before slipping into his collar. The engine continued to roar, and Chen Ye could even feel the vehicle's body trembling. His right foot pressed down hard on the accelerator without daring to relax even slightly. The steering wheel was also vibrating gently. At this moment, every second meant life itself. Forget about this hunchbacked old puppet pretending to be a survivor. Even if Captain Chu were sitting in the passenger seat right now, Chen Ye would kick him out of the vehicle without hesitation. That damn Captain Chu, there was actually such an anomaly in the convoy, and he completely failed to detect it. Is this Pathfinder sequence even capable of doing its job? If he could survive and return, Chen Ye would definitely grab Chu Che by the collar and ask this guy how he could possibly be a captain. After the sand snake burrowed into the sand dune, it never emerged again. The surface of the sand dune remained calm and undisturbed, as if nothing had ever happened. But Chen Ye didn't dare relax at all, pressing the accelerator even harder. Only after driving about 10 meters did Chen Ye finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. Just as Chen Ye was still wondering why the sand snake hadn't pursued him yet. Boom! The sand dune behind him suddenly erupted with sand flying everywhere, as if someone had dropped an artillery shell inside it. The sand was blasted hundreds of meters into the air. Then it fell back down, hitting the roof with pitter-patter sounds like rainfall. Chen Ye stared intently at the rearview mirror, only to see the sand snake writhing within the sand dune, with one section of its body bulging significantly. RAES. The densely packed eyes on the snake's head were wide open. Moo! That deep, penetrating sound echoed again. Visible sound waves exploded across the sand dunes. Wherever the sound waves passed, sand and dust flew everywhere. As the sound waves swept past the apocalyptic pickup truck, Chen Ye could clearly hear the vehicle creaking and groaning. The sonic waves passed through Chen Ye's body. Chen Ye's expression changed, feeling as if he'd been struck hard in the back with a sledgehammer. Gritting his teeth tightly, even so, Chen Ye didn't dare relax. This sand snake was actually this terrifying. Bang! Bang! Both side mirrors were directly shattered by the sound waves. From then on, this apocalyptic pickup truck didn't even have rearview mirrors anymore. Chen Ye felt his scalp tingling with fear, his head also feeling dizzy and heavy. But his foot on the accelerator didn't relax in the slightest. The apocalyptic pickup truck's body swayed unsteadily, but it continued racing forward madly. The deep roars continued from behind. Each roar produced visible rings of sound waves, each stirring up flying sand and dust. Even without rearview mirrors, Chen Ye could imagine what was happening behind him. Ring after ring of sound waves assaulted them, the vehicle's last remaining bits of paint peeling away in the sonic onslaught, revealing the metal's original color. More areas became pitted and uneven. Chen Ye could also feel slight vibrations in his internal organs. Crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His complexion didn't look very good either. Only when Chen Ye clearly felt the impact of the sound waves significantly weaken, to the point where they could no longer harm him at all. Only then did Chen Ye stick his head out of the vehicle to look back. This wasn't suicide, but rather to see whether the sand snake was dead or alive. If he encountered it again in the future, he could at least have more information collected. By now, the apocalyptic pickup truck was already a full 100 meters away from the boiling sea of sand in the distance. From time to time, he could see the sand snake writhing within the sandy sea. The hunchbacked old puppet had clearly been swallowed by the sand snake. To be able to torment the sand snake like this, the hunchbacked old puppet was obviously no simple entity either. The engine continued roaring violently. The apocalyptic pickup truck's speed never decreased. Only without a windshield, Chen Ye's face was stung by the flying sand. Not far ahead, Chen Ye saw a camel trotting toward him from the sand dune ahead. On the camel's back was clearly a figure with long flowing hair. It's that kid Xuan. When Xuan was fleeing with the convoy, he had already realized that an anomaly might be pursuing them from behind. This kind of situation was completely normal during migratory life in the apocalypse. Facing those terrifying anomalies, even human sequence superpowers only had self-preservation capabilities. A camel's speed definitely couldn't compare to four wheels. Therefore, when Chen Ye's vehicle overturned, Xuan behind him saw it clearly. This kid witnessed firsthand on his camel how Chen Ye's vehicle crashed into that low-speed electric vehicle beside them. Xuan's heart tightened. He had just pledged loyalty to Chen Ye, wanting to be Chen Ye's dog. And now his master was dead? Xuan rode on the camel's back, his body rising and falling with the camel's swaying gait. He didn't know how long he had been running. When Xuan looked back, he could only see two small dots on the distant sand dunes. And that sand snake with its terrifying, oppressive aura. While fear shone in Xuan's eyes, he also began worrying whether Chen Ye might die. It wasn't that Xuan's relationship with Chen Ye had deepened to such an extent. First, Chen Ye killed Mo Huiran, which basically washed away his shame and avenged him. Second, Xuan wanted to get close to Chen Ye, wanted to gain Chen Ye's protection, wanted to rely on sequence superpowers to find his younger sister. Before the apocalypse, Xuan had millions of fans, with many people depending on him for their livelihood. But now it was after the apocalypse, what millions of fans? They were nothing compared to sequence superpowers. Xuan gritted his teeth, hardening his heart. He would gamble. That's why, under everyone's astonished and surprised gazes, Xuan turned his camel around and charged straight back toward the danger. Xuan saw that Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck had become even more battered. That apocalyptic pickup truck kicked up a cloud of dust as it rapidly approached Xuan. Mr. Chen. You. Before Xuan could finish speaking, Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck had already passed by Xuan, chasing straight after the convoy ahead. Seeing this, Xuan gritted his teeth and turned his camel around again to follow. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Chen Ye felt somewhat excited. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he reached into his chest pocket with the other, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. He had just narrowly escaped from the sand snake's mouth by the skin of his teeth. If he had hesitated for even a moment back then, or been a few seconds slower, perhaps he would be the one in the sand snake's stomach right now. This thrilling brush with death sent Chen Ye's adrenaline soaring. His hand holding the cigarette was still trembling slightly. This time's double-cross, swallowing the camel train, forget about how many supplies he obtained. Just the slaughter points he gained, plus the newly completed cultivation supernormal method he just deduced, already counted as substantial rewards. When Chen Ye caught up with the convoy, the blood moon was already high in the sky. The crimson light bathed the sand dunes. From a distance, the convoy appeared much larger than before. On one side, dozens of camels were casually lying on the sand dunes. On the other side, several vehicles sat quietly parked. In the middle was a large bonfire, with Chu Che, Iron Lion, and Sun Cece all gathered around it. Several smaller fires surrounded the area. Each fire had survivors gathered around it. Something was being roasted over every fire. A strange meat aroma could be smelled from far away. Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck chugged back noisily, causing many people to turn and look. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. Chen Ye got out of the car, looking like a man made of dust. From his hair to his face to his clothes, everything was covered in dust. Only his blinking eyes and the white teeth visible when he spoke showed he was still human. Tui. 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 Chen Ye's first action after getting out was to continuously spit out the sand in his mouth. Without a windshield, Chen Ye had essentially been eating sand the entire journey. Even a light pat on his body would stir up a cloud of dust. The apocalyptic pickup truck wasn't in much better condition. Not only was the entire vehicle covered in grime, but both side doors had completely disappeared. The last remaining door couldn't withstand the bumps and had fallen off halfway through the journey. At that time, Chen Ye was focused solely on escaping for his life and had no time to retrieve the door. As a result, the apocalyptic pickup truck had no windshield and no side doors. The overall style appeared quite rugged. Chen Ye. Captain Chu shone a flashlight over, the beam illuminating Chen Ye. Who else would it be? You guys really aren't considerate, running off without me. What if I couldn't make it back? If you didn't come back, it would be doing society a favor by getting rid of a troublemaker. What happened to your car? Just making it back is good enough. Now that everyone was familiar with each other, they could joke around freely. Chen Ye didn't mind Captain Chu's teasing at all and walked directly to the bonfire. Chen Ye originally wanted to ask about the wonder they had apparently obtained earlier, what it was exactly. But given the current situation, he could only wait until later to ask. The four-person team had clearly gained an additional member. It was that woman called Ding Dong. The two had previously conspired to scheme against that demon sequence user, so they were already acquainted. Chen Ye nodded at her as a greeting. Ding Dong politely responded in kind. Smells amazing. Did you kill a camel? The pink-haired girl sniffed the air. Yes, I've never eaten camel meat before. I wonder if it tastes good. The girl looked quite greedy, swallowing saliva repeatedly while speaking. Actually, it wasn't just the girl who was greedy. Many people were craving it. After the apocalypse, most of the meat available was smoked or cured meat, with fresh meat basically impossible to get. Iron Lion stared intently at the meat roasting over the fire, only giving Chen Ye a brief greeting when he arrived before returning his gaze to the meat. Oh yes. Clearly, this period had left the guy absolutely craving it. Titan sequence users naturally had much larger appetites than ordinary people. Their craving for meat was also much stronger than normal. During this meatless period, Iron Lion had suffered the most. Even if we don't eat them, these camels probably won't last much longer anyway. They're all going to die. Captain Chu looked regretful. In Chu Che's view, these camels were excellent transportation. In some ways, they were even more useful than four-wheeled vehicles. Of course, if you asked Chu Che to trade vehicles for camels, he definitely wouldn't do it. But he couldn't bear to just eat so many camels like this. Chen Ye looked around. No feed. Previously, all the camels in the camel train were Zhang Lei's responsibility. He's a breeder sequence user. Zhang Lei would feed these camels some of their secret formula pills every few days. As long as they ate these things, the camels could go days without food, even without drinking water. Zhang Lei escaped, and those secret formula pills are all with him. If we can't find enough food for these camels, it won't be long before. The speaker was Ding Dong, her tone carrying some sadness. Clearly, she also didn't want these camels to die. Having traveled together with these camels all this way, she had developed some affection for them. Not far away, several camels had already been killed by survivors and were being dissected. After hearing Ding Dong's explanation, Chen Ye secretly marveled. Indeed, every sequence superpower had its own incredible aspects. Just being able to raise these camels like that was already impressive. Now there were pills that could substitute for food. Breeder sequence users might lack combat power, but when it came to raising animals, probably no one could match them. If this were before the apocalypse, just these skills alone could have made them incredibly wealthy. If given enough time and resources, a breeder sequence user might even be able to overpower other sequences in terms of combat capability, who knows. Just look at those wolves from before, each one was plump and strong, like little calves. Chen Ye had previously wondered why these camels didn't have much forage on their backs. The reason lay entirely with that breeder sequence super user. Unfortunately, that person had already escaped, and without a pathfinder to guide him, he was probably already killed by anomalies. Without him, and without forage, these camels probably wouldn't last more than a few days. Under normal conditions in resource-scarce areas, a camel needs 4 to 8 kilograms of dry grass daily and 8 to 10 liters of water. They occasionally came across some dry grass and withered tree trunks. Along the way, the convoy would collect any withered tree trunks and branches they encountered. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to build these bonfires. But this dry grass was far from enough to serve as forage for these dozens of camels. Not to mention the 8 to 10 liters of water. Right now, water was as precious as gold. Chu Che absolutely wouldn't use that much water to raise dozens of camels. Unless they left this desert. Therefore, killing some camels as reserve food was necessary. This wasn't something Chen Ye needed to worry about. The convoy had plenty of people who knew how to make jerky and plenty who were willing to do this kind of work. As for someone possibly asking how they could make jerky in the desert with such scarce resources, there were always ways, even if it ended up tasting worse. Better than having nothing to eat. Soon the camel meat was roasted. A reasonably well-roasted portion of camel meat was brought before Chen Ye. The meat aroma filled the air, and Chen Ye sniffed, feeling saliva wildly secreting in his mouth to the point where it might spill out if he wasn't careful. However, Chen Ye still didn't touch his chopsticks. Instead, he looked around. This wasn't ordinary camel meat. It came from camels raised by a breeder sequence user. And those pills he used definitely contained the breeder's supernatural abilities. Who knew what would happen after eating this camel meat? Just as Chen Ye looked up elsewhere, he happened to make eye contact with Captain Che. They looked at each other, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Chen Ye, definitely a cunning fox. Captain Chu, little fox, truly cunning. While these two had their own thoughts, others didn't hesitate at all. Iron Lion was the most exaggerated, opening his huge mouth wide and tearing into a large piece of meat before him. Yezi, Captain, why are you eating? It's delicious. Sun Sisi asked with her mouth full of meat, mumbling as she spoke. Chen Ye chuckled. You guys eat first. I'll wait to see if there's any poison before I eat. Of course, he didn't say this part out loud. Across from him, Chu Che also pretended he wasn't hungry yet. Indeed, these two scheming bastards had exactly the same mindset, seeing Iron Lion piling up more and more bones in front of him. If he didn't start eating soon, there might not be any left for him. Chen Ye muttered, hope he doesn't choke to death. Chu Che added from the side, Iron Lion, slow down, no one's competing with you. There's plenty more. This guy was eating too fast. Whether the meat was poisonous or not remained unknown, but by the time any toxicity might show, this guy would probably have devoured all the meat. Iron Lion turned his head with a grin. Captain, you got it wrong again. I'm Mad Lion. After this meal, that other guy should be back soon, and then I'll switch back. What, you guys don't like meat? If you don't want it, give it to me. After saying this, he took all the meat from Chen Ye and Chu Che's plates and piled it onto his own. Chen Ye and Chu Che exchanged glances, but said nothing. After waiting about half an hour, the several of them remained perfectly fine, showing no signs of poisoning or similar issues. Only then did Chen Ye and Chu Che start eating. A huge pile of bones had already accumulated in front of Mad Lion, yet he continued devouring meat ravenously. You had to admit this guy had an incredible appetite. Even after eating so much, he showed no signs of getting tired of it. 2 survivors were specifically assigned to grill meat for him. Sometimes he didn't even care if the meat was fully cooked or still had blood streaks. He'd just toss it into his big mouth and spit out only the bones. His practice movements were almost enviable. Can't compare to the Titan sequence. Let's eat, should be fine, Chu Che said from the side. Only then did the 2 cautious ones start eating slowly. An adult camel weighs about 500 kilograms, and this one had been carefully cultivated through the breeder sequence, making it even larger, probably reaching 600 to 700 kilograms. Every edible part was utilized without waste. In this era of extreme resource scarcity, any waste was shameful. Tonight, almost all survivors got to eat meat. Earlier, some had opposed Chu Che slaughtering the camel, but now there were no dissenting voices. Even Ding Dong, the newly joined sequence superpower user, ate quite a bit. Chen Ye put the meat in his mouth, and a unique aroma exploded on his tongue. There was no gamey smell, instead it had a slight sweetness. Chen Ye didn't know if camel meat originally tasted like this. But this was the flavor he tasted now, and it was delicious. Chen Ye understood why the sequence wasn't called Beast Tamer sequence, but rather Breeder sequence. After eating until their bellies were round and full, several people sprawled on the sand dune, rubbing their stomachs before finally stopping. Amid the swirling smoke, they suddenly felt like the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. At least they could enjoy such delicious food. Captain Chu had already brought out a tea set and was starting to prepare it nearby. Since the convoy had new members joining today, Captain Chu planned to bring out his good tea as hospitality, serving as a welcome ceremony. The pink-haired girl's eyes sparkled. Captain Chu, you're being so generous today? Seeing her reaction, Chu Che's face darkened. You brat, haven't you drunk plenty of my tea already? Hee. Ding dong, let me tell you, Captain Chu's tea isn't something everyone gets to drink. Today we're benefiting from your presence. Chen Ye also sat over with a smile. It was getting increasingly difficult to get Chu Che's tea these days. Every day when drinking tea, this guy would shut himself in his tent and drink alone secretly. After eating so much meat, holding a cup of fragrant, steaming tea in hand. Just smelling the aroma was refreshing and uplifting. Before the apocalypse, this kind of lifestyle might have seemed ordinary to everyone. It might even have been a basic after-meal activity for many people. But this was precisely the apocalypse, and in the desert no less, making it feel exceptionally precious. Only Mad Lion was still crazily eating meat. He didn't seem interested in activities like tea drinking. Fragrant. Excellent tea. The several of them couldn't bear to swallow the aromatic tea once they had it in their mouths. Each of the three had a different expression. By the way, Yezi, I saw old Zhangtu staying back with you earlier, but I only saw you return. Where is he? Chu Che put down his cup and asked. Earlier during the escape, Chu Che had suddenly sensed an additional anomalous presence behind them. This anomalous presence seemed to have appeared suddenly. He had never detected it before. This matter had stayed on Chu Che's mind. Now that they were well-fed and content, Chu Che finally found the opportunity to ask. Ding Dong had just joined the convoy and wasn't familiar with the situation, looking somewhat confused. The pink-haired girl quietly explained everything to Ding Dong. Ding Dong also listened with a serious expression. Didn't you all think there was something off about that old man before too? Instead of answering, Chen Ye asked Chu Che and the pink-haired girl. Chu Che remained silent, but the pink-haired girl nodded. Only a fool wouldn't see there's something wrong with that old man. Just with that low-speed electric vehicle, so many people died along the way, yet he's the only one who survived. Omicron Beta. We thought you would test that old man, but we didn't expect you never made a move. As she spoke further, the pink-haired girl's voice grew softer, as if feeling somewhat guilty. Hearing this, Chen Ye felt his breath catch. So everyone had noticed, but no one said anything, just waiting for him to foolishly test the waters. Indeed, no one who survived the apocalypse was stupid. None of you are any good. Chen Ye was furious. And you have the nerve to say that about us? The pink-haired girl protested defiantly. Captain Chu, I have to call you out on this. We had such an anomaly hidden in our convoy, and you didn't know. That old man was an anomaly? This news made all three present shudder. The hunchbacked old puppet from Longevity Village. Chen Ye began recounting what had just happened. After listening to Chen Ye's account, everyone fell silent. Especially the pink-haired girl and Chu Che, who had been to Longevity Village and knew about the hunchbacked old puppet's strangeness. Who would have thought that hunchbacked old puppet had been in their convoy all along? Ding Dong simply found it terrifying, without the deeper understanding the others had. Chu Che drank a cup of tea before slowly saying that hunchbacked old puppet might not actually be an anomaly. How so? From what I know, this should be the symbiosis sequence? Another new sequence. Chu Che had mentioned before that there were over 100 types of sequence superpowers, but who knew there was this kind too? Symbiosis sequence? Does it mean symbiosis with anomalies? The pink-haired girl tilted her head, light sparkling in her eyes. You all know about sequence serums, right? Captain, stop beating around the bush and just tell us. Chen Ye interrupted bluntly. Using sequence serum can awaken sequence superpowers, but not everyone succeeds 100%. Some people who use the serum can't withstand the transformation by supernatural power and die directly. Some get directly corrupted by supernatural power and become anomalies. Others manage to survive by luck but fail to awaken, though their bodies undergo transformation by supernatural power. These people's bodies have become clearly different from ordinary people in all aspects. To obtain powerful strength, these people often choose to enter symbiosis with anomalies, thereby gaining powerful abilities. Therefore, we call these people the symbiosis sequence. Each symbiosis sequence's abilities differ, making it the most mysterious and anomalous sequence. Hearing this, everyone held their breath, digesting Chu Che's words. Chen Ye remembered the hunchbacked old puppet's appearance. That old man was definitely from the symbiosis sequence, no doubt about it. Of course, symbiosis sequence superhumans don't only choose symbiosis with anomalies, some even choose symbiosis with wonders. This type of symbiosis sequence generally has two states. One is the ordinary human state, the other is the anomalous state. In the ordinary human state, if you don't observe carefully and they don't actively display power, they're quite similar to us ordinary people. That's probably why I never detected it before. Captain, what exactly did you do before? How do you know so much? Chen Ye finally couldn't hold back and asked the question that had been burning in his mind. Everyone clearly had the same 24 hours in a day, the same 60 minutes in an hour. But Captain Chuche simply knew more than he did. It was almost like he was an apocalypse encyclopedia. When Chen Ye asked this, even the pink-haired girl and Ding Dong looked curious. That's right, Captain. How do you know so much? Were you a member of some organization specializing in sequence superpowers research before the apocalypse? Don't overthink it. When it's time for you to know, you'll know. Knowing now wouldn't do you any good anyway. Chuche picked up the teacup in front of him, using it to shield his eyes. Only to discover the cup was already empty. TCH. The pink-haired girl snorted disdainfully. Since their last conversation, the pink-haired girl had stopped her heavy drinking for quite some time, showing an unusually strong dedication to cultivation. Just as the girl was about to get up again, Chen Ye asked, Cici, that flying sword technique you used to kill that demon sequence before, why haven't I seen you use it until now? Hearing Chen Ye's question, the girl, who had just started to rise, sat back down, slightly raising her chin with pride as she said, flying sword technique, just practiced this ultimate move. Pretty impressive, right? Our sequence is called the Sword Immortal Sequence. You didn't think it was just a fancy name, did you? The girl looked very pleased. For some reason, the pink-haired girl just loved showing off in front of Chen Ye, especially when she saw the frustrated look in his eyes. Chen Ye did indeed feel somewhat frustrated. In their 4-person team, no, 5-person team, it seemed like he was currently the weakest. Iron Lion had already advanced to Sequence 2. Although Chen Ye hadn't seen him fight yet, just thinking about it told him Iron Lion was strong. Sun Cici went without saying. This girl had comprehended the flying sword technique after just a few days of practice. As for Chuche, this guy was ridiculously mysterious. Although his combat ability might not be great, the secrets he knew were probably more than Chen Ye could imagine. RB. Wait, he had never seen Chuche fight, so his combat ability was still uncertain. As for the newly joined Ding Dong, this woman clearly wasn't someone to mess with. At this point, Chen Ye felt even more anticipation for the training method for supernatural abilities that had just been completed through deduction. He was also increasingly looking forward to upgrading the apocalyptic pickup truck into a wonder. You're saying you only mastered that flying sword technique in the past few days? Chuche became interested, a trace of astonishment in his tone. Yep, don't you guys know me? If I really knew the flying sword technique before, why wouldn't I have used it? You have ridiculously heaven-defying talent. Chuche praised, while also growing curious about the demon fruit the pink-haired girl had eaten, thinking to ask her properly when he had the chance later. Alright, you guys chat, I'm going to go cultivate. The pink-haired girl tossed her pink ponytail, looking every bit the motivated young girl. Wait a moment, after taking over the camel train this time, everyone needs to divide the supplies. Iron Lion, no, Mad Lion, stop eating and come divide the supplies. Only then did Chen Ye notice that Iron Lion was still eating. This guy had actually never stopped throughout their entire conversation. Right where he was sitting, a mountain of bones had piled up. The 2 survivors roasting meat for him had been replaced again. Hearing Chuche call him, the guy slowly stood up, actually looking like he hadn't had enough yet. This time, after double-crossing and swallowing the camel train, the supplies they obtained were definitely the richest haul yet. Every vehicle was packed full. Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck was so overloaded it was tilting sideways. Old Bao directed several survivors to unload supplies from everyone's vehicles, and by the light of the campfire and flashlights, they spread out a huge pile on the sand dune. Zhou Xiaoxiao was also drawn by the commotion, knowing these people were about to start dividing supplies again. Since joining the convoy, she had encountered this situation several times. After her sister was gone, the supplies that originally belonged to 2 people now all belonged to her alone. But Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't feel happy about it. Now, seeing so many supplies, Zhou Xiaoxiao's desire to awaken sequence superpowers grew even stronger. Su Lina was also in the crowd, her beautiful eyes flickering with an inexplicable light, shifting back and forth between Chen Ye and the pile of supplies. After experiencing so much, Su Lina understood one thing. To survive, she either needed to awaken as a sequence supernatural herself, or attach herself to a sequence supernatural. Sulina knew very well how difficult it would be for her to awaken, so she wanted to take the path through Chen Ye. But after these past few days of interaction, Lena knew how difficult Chen Ye was to handle, much more troublesome than any young man she'd met before. This person appeared easygoing on the surface, able to joke with people, but inside he was extremely cold, even ruthless. But Lena hadn't given up. In fact, she felt even more excited. The more someone was like this, the greater the rewards after conquering them. Back then, everyone thought that important figure had taken a liking to her, allowing her to rise rapidly. But no one knew that she had actually made the first move back then. This secret was known only to herself and no one else. The supplies were spread out into a small mountain on the sand dune. The most eye-catching were the items placed on a plastic sheet. The very familiar pile was the bull bones Chen Ye had long had his eyes on. Chuche picked up the bull bones, examining them left and right, but couldn't figure anything out. He even took 2 bones and knocked them together, producing a metallic clinking sound. Next to them was a metal lighter. A lighter? As a smoker, it was impossible for him not to pay attention to lighters. The lighter he used now was one he had collected back in Xinghua Town and Longevity Village. There were quite a few of these things. You could easily find dozens or even hundreds in any convenience store or small supermarket. Chen Ye picked up the lighter to examine it. The lighter felt cold to the touch, giving off a very peculiar sensation. A line of information appeared in Chen Ye's mind. Love brain lighter, number 05172. Use, fire control. Side effect, must say I love you 100 times to this metal lighter every day, otherwise the lighter may very well go on strike. This is a wonder? The introduction was simple and clear, with only 2 words for its use. Chen Ye couldn't figure out what this fire control actually meant. As for the side effect, it was somewhat perverted. What sane person would say I love you 100 times to a lighter every day? Chen Ye also noticed a line of small text at the bottom of the lighter. For you, I can sacrifice everything. Even my life. A sense of craziness washed over him. So this is that wonder? Let me see. The weight in his hand lightened as the pink-haired girl snatched the metal lighter from his grasp. She seemed to be receiving the information in her mind as well. Wonders had a characteristic. Whenever they were unowned, any supernatural who touched them would receive basic information about the wonder. If the person was an ordinary human, the wonder would just be an ordinary object, nothing special. Once a wonder recognized an owner, other supernaturals touching it would not trigger the information reception. Chuche said that wonders were like raising cats or dogs at home. They didn't require procedures like blood recognition for ownership. Only through prolonged contact and understanding could the effect of ownership be achieved. Just like raising a pet. For example, a guard dog would show strong aggression when its owner was attacked, while a golden retriever would follow anyone holding its leash. As for a husky, once you let go of the leash, it would be gone. Each had its own temperament. Chen Ye currently only had one wonder, the blood resentment machete, which he had made himself. When Chen Ye obtained the machete, he hadn't felt any ownership recognition process at all. Mr. Chen, Miss Sun, I know how to use this thing. A voice, cool yet somewhat ingratiating, came from nearby. The two turned around and saw it was Xue Nan. Xue Nan was covered in dust, clearly having just returned, and his expression looked very wee. This love brain lighter originally belonged to Mo Huiran. This wonder had been used by Mo Huiran several times in battle, catching opponents completely off guard. When mentioning this item, Xue Nan still showed traces of fear on his face. Since the old man died too suddenly, he simply didn't have time to take it out and use it in combat before dying. Just like that demon sequence youth, who clearly possessed many incredible methods. Unfortunately, encountering Chen Ye meant he never got the chance to deploy those methods. After killing Mo Huiran, Chen Ye's main focus had been entirely on that demon sequence youth, so he hadn't paid attention to whether Mo Huiran actually had anything valuable on him. That's how this wonder ended up in Captain Chuche's hands. Chen Ye's heart stirred. That demon sequence user he killed, didn't he have anything good on him either? As if seeing through Chen Ye's thoughts. Chuche said, that youth was a poor wretch. He didn't even leave behind any wonder materials. Chen Ye. Xue Nan had already explained how to use this lighter. The people around listened with continuous exclamations of amazement. The girl opened the lighter's windproof cover, slid the flint wheel, and a small orange-red flame appeared dancing before their eyes. It didn't look any different from other lighters. The girl puffed up her cheeks and, following Shui Nan's instructions, blew toward the small flame. Whoosh! A 7 to 8 meter long orange-red flame directly shot out, carrying scorching heat waves that illuminated a large area of open space around them. The surrounding survivors all showed terrified expressions. Some who were closer only felt the rolling heat waves and screamed in panic as they scrambled away. This small lighter now resembled a flamethrower. Chen Ye also watched with astonishment, feeling an unbearable wave of scorching heat hit him. The pink-haired girl quickly stopped her puffing action. Only then did the surrounding survivors hesitantly stop their escape movements, though the terrified expressions hadn't faded from their faces. The sand where the flames had been sprayed was already glowing red. Seeing such power made Chen Ye secretly click his tongue in amazement. It had only taken moments to heat the sand to red hot, if that had been sprayed on a person. Excellent item. Captain Chu spoke up, his eyes now filled with greed as he looked at the lighter. Just thinking about it made sense. Most Pathfinder sequences had little offensive power, often relying on team members for protection. Therefore, they desperately coveted wonders with offensive capabilities. Even though Chu Che already possessed a wonder ranked around 1,000, he still coveted this lighter intensely. Chen Ye had never actually seen Captain Chu fight. As for whether Captain Chu was hiding other methods, at least nothing showed on the surface. Chu Che quickly took the lighter from the pink-haired girl's hand, looking utterly enamored with it. The man-eating double-headed bull's bones and the love brain lighter were the gains from this backstabbing operation. As for that smoking pipe Mo Huiran always held in his hand, it was just an ordinary item. The rest consisted of supplies, such as large quantities of bottled water, various types of rice, flour, dried noodles, instant noodles, and assorted snacks. There were some cigarettes too, though clearly not many, plus some clothing and other items. The scene had almost become a small trading market. All sorts of miscellaneous items were piled into small hills. According to the convoy's rules, unless supplies were obtained through solo operations and could be kept exclusively, supplies obtained at other times had to be divided equally. And Omicron yes. Of course, this equal division referred specifically among the sequence superpowers users. As for ordinary people, even if they could get some supplies, they definitely wouldn't get much. The sequence superpowers users didn't even care about these things. This rule had been established when the convoy was first formed. What seemed like an unfair rule was actually the fairest approach. At least so far, the convoy hadn't experienced any irreconcilable conflicts. Chen Ye was the mastermind behind this backstabbing operation and had single-handedly killed that old bastard Mo Huiran, so during supply distribution he could claim an extra share. The pink-haired girl and Ding Dong were the executors. Iron Lion was the victim, having nearly lost his life. Of course, if Iron Lion hadn't blocked that breeder's attack, the injured party might have been Chen Ye or someone else. As for Captain Chu Che, he was of the Pathfinder sequence. Naturally, he deserved a share. No reason needed, this was the Pathfinder's privilege. No one objected to this. If not for the Pathfinder sequence, these people probably wouldn't even be standing here. Finally, Chu Che leading everyone to quickly shake off the pursuing anomalies also counted as a contribution. At this point, having 2 wonders to divide among 5 people was really insufficient. Alright then, this time let's properly divide all the supplies. We'll divide the ordinary supplies first, then after that we'll divide the wonders and wonder materials. Including the wonder materials we obtained from the human-faced scorpion last time, we'll divide those too. The supplies piled into small hills quickly began distribution. Chen Ye's group received 7 boxes of 550 milliliters bottled water, plus some rice, flour, and other items. They even got quite a few snacks. According to Ding Dong, they had indeed found a town earlier and gathered substantial supplies, though the camel train had even lost one sequence superpowers user in the process. Who would have thought these supplies would ultimately benefit the convoy? Soon, a small pile of supplies accumulated beside Chen Ye. The surrounding survivors watched with envious eyes. The largest shares went to Iron Lion and Ding Dong. Ding Dong was currently staying on Iron Lion's vehicle. Therefore, Ding Dong's allocated supplies essentially belonged to Iron Lion, and when piled together their share looked quite impressive. Actually, this batch of supplies should also include those camels. Over 40 camels absolutely counted as major income. Without a breeder sequence superpowers user in the convoy, There was absolutely no way to sustain these camels. Therefore, these camels needed to be quickly converted into meat reserves. Since this morning, these camels hadn't eaten anything, and by evening many were already showing extreme fatigue. Probably by tomorrow without food, some would start dying. These would be distributed only after being converted into camel meat. Although everyone had already started eating communal meals, these foods didn't really need dividing. But at this point, food was no longer just food. It represented supplies. It represented currency. After Chu Che announced this decision, some survivors clearly showed dissatisfaction and reluctance on their faces. Some survivors had been using camels for transportation. Without camels, they would have to trek with the convoy on their own 2 feet. Or go begging from others who owned vehicles. Like Zhou Xiao, this girl currently had a vehicle all to herself, and many people in the convoy already had their eyes on her. If not for being in the convoy, this girl would probably be swallowed up without even bones remaining. Or like the Zhao brothers were among those who escaped from Deer City. The 4 brothers shared one small car. As for Chen Ye also having a pickup truck all to himself, the survivors had selectively forgotten about this. But no matter how dissatisfied they were, no one dared oppose the sequence superpowers users. In this convoy, once Chen Ye and the others decided something, no one could object. Alright, that's how we'll distribute the supplies for now. Next we'll begin distributing the wonders and wonder materials. Let's take out the 2 wonder materials from the human-faced scorpion last time and distribute them too. Ding Dong wasn't in the convoy back when we obtained the 2 wonders from the human-faced scorpion, so she doesn't participate in that distribution. Whoever wants these 2 wonders needs to provide corresponding supplies to exchange for shares with the other 3. As for the bull bones and lighter, we'll follow the same rules for distribution. Does anyone have any objections? Hearing that they were about to start distributing the wonders, everyone's interest immediately perked up. The surrounding survivors all showed expressions of envy. Chen Ye also felt slightly excited. What he wanted most right now were the bull bones from the man-eating double-headed bull, eagerly wanting to upgrade and modify the apocalyptic pickup truck into a wonder. He had wanted this thing from the very beginning. He never expected it would finally be in his hands now. He had just checked his slaughter points. Killing Mo Huiren and the Demon Sequence Youth had unexpectedly increased his slaughter points by 20,000. Combined with his previous slaughter points, it should be enough to upgrade one wonder. When he saw the system prompt giving him slaughter points for killing 2 sequence superpowers users, Chen Ye was slightly startled, his thoughts becoming quite complex and subtle for a moment. Suppressing the random thoughts in his mind, he focused his attention on the matter at hand. As long as he obtained the bull bones and integrated them into the apocalyptic pickup truck, he would have 2 wonders. Not to mention the significant combat power increase. With the wonder pickup truck, his future survival would be greatly guaranteed. As for the human-faced scorpion's face skin, in terms of value, the human-faced scorpion's face skin was clearly better than the bull bones. But the bull bones were obviously more suitable than the human-faced scorpion's face skin. He couldn't think of how to use the human-faced scorpion's face skin on the apocalyptic pickup truck for now. Was he supposed to install genuine leather seats for the apocalyptic pickup truck? Of course, that wasn't impossible either. But for now, everything still had to prioritize survival. Everyone, first is these bull bones. Although I don't know the quality of this wonder material, I imagine it shouldn't be bad. Everyone has a share in these bull bones. Whoever wants to obtain this wonder material needs to compensate the other 4 people. Chen Ye didn't expect the first thing to be distributed would be the man-eating double-headed bull bones. Chen Ye naturally expressed interest without hesitation. Mad Lion shrugged, I'm not interested in this thing. If Chen Ye can give me 2 camels, I'll let you have these bull bones. Mad Lion, aren't you being too greedy? Although Chen Ye agreed in his heart, he couldn't be so accommodating. Even though it was wonder material, what everyone lacked most now was food. Food was the real deal, the basic currency. According to the distribution rules, Chen Ye could also get quite a few of those camels. Chen Ye bargained with Mad Lion and finally settled on giving 1.5 camels. Ding Dong looked puzzled nearby. In theory, wonder materials were indeed very valuable before the apocalypse. But materials were ultimately just materials. They couldn't immediately be converted into combat power. The pink-haired girl chattered in Ding Dong's ear for a while, then pointed at Chen Ye. Ding Dong's eyes lit up as she listened. Chen Ye ignored the two women's chattering and turned his attention to Chu Che. Captain, you want the love brain lighter, right? If you give me your share, I won't compete with you for the lighter. Chu Che's face immediately turned red, veins bulging on his forehead. Chen Ye, you're way too greedy. These were the exact words Chen Ye had just said to Iron Lion. Now Chu Che was saying them to Chen Ye. Captain, we're making a fair trade. This is a wonder that you can use immediately upon getting it. You're getting a great deal. Nonsense. Even if I can give you a discount, you can't be this greedy. No way, you're usually all smiles. I never expected you to be this shady. Chu Che was somewhat irritated by Chen Ye's attitude. Chen Ye smiled and bargained with Chu Che. In the end, Chen Ye paid some rice and flour, plus some camel meat as trade, and finally obtained Captain Chu's share. Of course, this made Chen Ye quite heartbroken. But fortunately, it wasn't unacceptable. Chen Ye's team only had himself, so in terms of food consumption, he naturally consumed much less than the others. Chu Che and Sun Sisi not only had to support themselves, they each had 1 or 2 deadweights to take care of. As for Iron Lion and Ding Dong, they had even more people to consider. When it was Sun Sisi's turn, the girl smiled and said she didn't need Chen Ye to exchange anything, as long as Chen Ye could help her refine a wonder in the future. Chen Ye flatly refused this request. Refining wonders required consuming slaughter points. His own slaughter points weren't enough. How could he possibly help her refine one? Thus, Chen Ye paid a painful price. As for Ding Dong, she also had a share in these bull bones. Chen Ye similarly paid 1.5 camels worth of meat. Once the slaughtering was done, he would have to hand over 3 camels worth of meat that belonged to him. In an instant, Chen Ye's supplies shrank considerably. Next was the human face scorpion's face skin. This item was ultimately obtained by the pink-haired girl, who also compensated Chen Ye with some supplies. This was originally the material Chen Ye had his eye on. But now his supplies weren't enough to obtain it from the others, so he had to let the pink-haired girl have it cheaply. As for the human face scorpion carapace, no one was interested in it, so Chu Che had to store it away. They could only take it out for exchange when they encountered other teams in the future. Finally, there was the love brain lighter. This could be considered the main event. Chen Ye also really wanted this thing. This was a wonder, unlike materials that needed refining after obtaining them. You could increase combat power immediately upon getting a wonder. But Chen Ye knew that with his current supplies, it wasn't enough. In the end, he had to give up. Captain Chu Che still obtained this wonder. He also paid a huge price for it. Not only did he waive the gasoline Chen Ye previously owed, but he also gave Chen Ye a 30-liter barrel of gasoline, plus some other supplies. It could be said to be a massive loss. Chen Ye even began to suspect. Did Captain Chu have a storage space or something? How did he still have so much gasoline? Chu Che remained silent about the reason. This captain was always mysterious. Meanwhile, Iron Lion and Ding Dong had a bountiful harvest. The supplies in front of them had increased significantly. The other survivors following them were grinning from ear to ear. Iron Lion's Titan sequence believed in one's own physical body, otherwise their sequence one wouldn't be called Flesh and Blood Apprentice. As for Ding Dong the boxer, she also relied on physical strength as her foundation. Therefore, their desire for wonder materials and wonders wasn't very strong. This allowed them to reap a full harvest. Alright, the supplies have been distributed. There's one last thing today, after which everyone can rest. Captain, there's still something? Can I not participate? I haven't practiced my sword today. The pink-haired girl complained discontentedly. Nowadays, the pink-haired girl would find a secluded place every night to diligently practice her sword. Sometimes when waking up in the middle of the night, Chen Ye could even see the girl's exhausted figure. With Rave Thailand bot. Chu Che ignored the pink-haired girl and simply took out a crumpled piece of paper from his chest. Seeing Chu Che's cautious manner, it was clear this matter wasn't simple. Only the newly joined Ding Dong knew what this was. Captain, what is this now? Ding Dong, since you gave this to me, why don't you explain it? Ding Dong didn't stand on ceremony and directly shared the information she knew. Everyone listened with bewildered expressions, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. If this map really showed a water source, its significance would be even greater than distributing wonders. Although they had obtained so much drinking water today, if they couldn't get replenishments, it would only allow them to last a bit longer at most. In the endless desert, no one knew when they would get out. Only by finding a water source would they have hope of survival. Next, our mission is to find a water source before our drinking water runs out, otherwise none of us will survive. This was Chu Che's final sentence in tonight's meeting. It was also the most encouraging sentence everyone heard. The surrounding survivors also learned about the water source matter and burst into cheers. This could be considered the only good news in the convoy for many days. With this, tonight's meeting was considered concluded. Chen Ye eagerly had two survivors help move the supplies onto his vehicle. The supplies obtained this time were considerable, directly weighing down the apocalyptic pickup truck's bed and squeezing out the sleeping space for the night. Fortunately, Chen Ye also obtained a set of tents this time. Although he didn't know the brand name, the quality looked pretty good. He tossed a small piece of bread to the two survivors, who thanked him profusely before leaving. After setting up the tent, Chen Ye couldn't wait to crawl inside. Without taking time to appreciate the tent's benefits, Chen Ye called up the system interface. He had been thinking about this matter since dinner time. If there weren't so many people around, fearing too many suspicious looks, Chen Ye would have checked the system's deduction results long ago. Observing the blood moon breathing technique? When Chen Ye saw this name, his expression became somewhat unpleasant. As one of the survivors, not staring directly at the blood moon was basic common knowledge. When the anomalies first descended, many people went mad and died because they were curious about the blood moon in the sky. The number of people who died under the blood moon was no less than those who died from anomalies. And now, just looking at the name of this technique made Chen Ye feel uneasy. However, Chen Ye still carefully examined this breathing technique. Soon, Chen Ye understood what this breathing technique was about. This so-called breathing technique wasn't like the internal energy cultivation methods from martial arts novels that were divided into several levels from low to high. The entire breathing technique had only one level. In this breathing technique, the blood moon wasn't subjectively viewed as good or bad. According to the breathing technique's description, the blood moon was also a form of energy, but this energy wasn't completely compatible with the supernatural power within the human body. Therefore, it was necessary to assimilate this energy through breathing, achieving resonance and synchronization with humans, thus gradually being absorbed by the body to serve the purpose of cultivating supernatural power. Of course, this breathing didn't refer to breathing air through the nose. Rather, it was a frequency of the supernatural power within the body. According to the observing the blood moon breathing technique, every sequence superpower had its own frequency of supernatural power within. This breathing referred to each superhuman's own frequency. Chen Ye slowly fell into contemplation. Put this way, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Sitting cross-legged in the tent, he tried to slowly search for the frequency of his own supernatural power. Soon Chen Ye sensed an unusual frequency within his body. This frequency was very quiet, lurking throughout the body. Half an hour later, Chen Ye was already sitting outside the tent, looking up and staring directly at the blood moon in the sky for the first time. A strange restlessness rose from the depths of his heart. There were faint, indistinct mutterings in his ears. When he tried to listen carefully, he couldn't hear anything at all. When he wanted to completely block out these noises, the sounds became noisy and annoying again. It was as if there was something very important waiting for him to do, something urgent that needed to be completed immediately, regardless of whether it was good or bad, right or wrong. It seemed this was why so many people went mad after looking at the blood moon. Chen Ye forcibly suppressed the irritation in his heart, counting the seconds with difficulty. After 3 seconds passed, Chen Ye quickly closed his eyes. At the same time, he felt the supernatural breathing within his body. Again there was that strange yet comforting frequency, expanding and contracting rhythmically, slowly affecting the restlessness caused by the blood moon. While detecting the restlessness within his body, some very strange energy seemed to have intruded as well. Like early snow meeting sunlight. The restless energy was gradually influenced by the supernatural frequency. Chen Ye was pleasantly surprised to discover that the supernatural power within his body seemed to have increased somewhat. Under the influence of the frequency, Chen Ye genuinely felt the growth of supernatural power within his body. After just 1 hour of cultivation, Chen Ye felt it was equivalent to the total of all his previous days of cultivation using clumsy methods. This breathing technique was simply too miraculous. 2 hours later, when Chen Ye realized his cultivation for the day had reached saturation, he slowly opened his eyes. Although tired, Chen Ye's eyes still contained unconcealed delight. His supernatural path had finally entered the fast lane. With this breathing technique, he believed it wouldn't be long before he reached Sequence 2. He truly looked forward to what Sequence 2 of the supernatural pathway Smoke Apostle would be like. The delight was naturally extreme. The fatigue was naturally present as well. His eyelids were so heavy he could barely keep them open. It felt like he had done heavy physical labor all day. But he still couldn't rest at this moment. There were things to do. Chen Ye mustered his energy and summoned the system within him. System, fuse the bull bone for upgrade. Using the man-eating double-headed bull as raw material, the upgrade plan for the apocalyptic pickup truck is as follows. If upgraded and manufactured according to this plan, the pickup truck will be transformed into a wonder. Requires 20,000 slaughter points. Requires 96 hours. Confirm upgrade. Chen Ye mustered his last bit of energy, checked the upgrade plan provided by the system, and after confirming there were no issues, directly clicked confirm. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Not long after Chen Ye fell asleep, an extremely exhausted figure staggered back to the camp. That head of pink hair appeared particularly red under the blood moon's glow. It was the pink-haired girl. On the other side of the sand dune, the girl had exhausted the last bit of strength in her body and had just returned. The car door opened, and a small figure emerged from the vehicle, wearing a thick down jacket. "Cousin, you're so late again today." Xiao Yu complained discontentedly. "Stop nagging, I'm exhausted, I need to sleep, don't disturb me." The girl finished speaking, plunged into the car, and immediately fell sound asleep. Xiao Yu, fuming, moved her cousin into the car. In the yellow school bus not far away, most survivors were dozing in their seats. Mad Lion slept on the large bed at the back of the bus, one head diligently growing, slowly transforming into a simple-minded head. Just then, a piercing scream echoed throughout the camp. Chen Ye, who had slept for less than half an hour, was startled awake and sat up abruptly. Only then did he realize he had actually fallen asleep on the sand dune, his body already chilled to the bone. Commotion began to emerge in the camp as well. Chen Ye casually retrieved a flashlight from the recently distributed supplies. Fortunately, the flashlight still had some battery reserve. "Yezi, what happened?" Captain Chuche came out wearing clothes over his shoulders and holding a flashlight, followed by two others, Old Bao and the convoy assistant Xiao Wang. "I just woke up too. It's Xuanan. Something happened with Xuanan." Someone shouted out. Chen Ye and Chuche exchanged glances and walked toward the source of the continuing screams. Chen Ye yawned repeatedly as he walked. By now, a crowd had gathered in front of Xuanan's tent, and even a bloody scent wafted through the air. Chen Ye's spirit was instantly jolted awake, his hand reaching for the machete at his waist. "Captain, Old Bao, Mr. Chen is here." The watching survivors quickly made way for the three men. Chen Ye soon saw the scene clearly before him. Even he couldn't help but gasp at what he saw. Xuanan looked like a vicious wolf, blood all over the corners of his mouth, seemingly chewing on something. His eyes were completely bloodshot, his facial expression incredibly ferocious and insane, his entire body trembling slightly. His long hair was disheveled, making him appear both beautiful and tragic yet eerie at the same time. As for nearby, a tall, burly man was clutching his neck, convulsing, veins bulging all over his body. From Chen Ye's angle, he could see the man's neck was completely mangled, seemingly missing a chunk of flesh. The blood from his neck had soaked through his entire front clothing, his upper body completely bloodied, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at the stunningly beautiful young man. This person probably wouldn't survive. Chen Ye had some impression of this burly man. He seemed to be from the camel train, and Chen Ye had noticed him because of his large build. Xuanan and this burly man differed in size by almost double or more. Xuanan looked like a small chick next to this burly man. Xuanan killed Brother Tiger. Xuanan killed Brother Tiger. Oh my god. Brother Tiger's neck was bitten through. All around were sounds of people gasping in shock. Everyone's gaze toward Xuanan changed terror. The situation at the scene didn't need explanation to roughly guess what had happened. Anyone who met Xuanan's eyes quickly averted their gaze, unwilling to provoke this madman. Chuche and Chen Ye exchanged another glance, then both returned to sleep, yawning. They believed Old Bao would handle the subsequent matters well. The next day, when Chen Ye saw Xue Nan again, he was quite startled. The former Xue Nan, with heaven-defying looks, able to pass as male or female, was gone. What appeared before Chen Ye now was someone with messy hair that looked like it had been burned. 7 or 8 deep, bone-revealing scars now marred that originally handsome face, the wounds gaping open, revealing the red flesh inside. This person had disfigured himself. The former Xue Nan was exquisitely beautiful. The current Xue Nan made people not want to look at him a second time. Last night's events were known by almost the entire camp. No one expected Xue Nan would do such a thing, nor did anyone think Xue Nan possessed such courage. The outward-turned flesh made people feel physically uncomfortable just looking at it. Previously, wherever Xue Nan passed, survivors in the camp would subtly cast their gazes toward his face. But now, when Xue Nan met those people's eyes again, they all avoided his gaze. Chen Ye also hadn't expected last night's events would have such a significant impact on him. From the moment Mo Huiran died, Xue Nan died along with him. Chen Ye only glanced briefly before looking away. Chen Ye was merely surprised by the young man's actions, but had no intention of getting involved in his life. This morning's breakfast was as abundant as usual. A large portion of roasted camel meat was served, along with a bowl of relatively thick porridge, unusually adorned with a few green specks. These greens weren't fresh vegetables, but dehydrated vegetables, obtained previously from the camel train. Before, no one would eat dehydrated vegetables. But now, these dehydrated vegetables were something only superhumans like Chen Ye and the others could consume. After going so long without vegetables, many people in the convoy had developed large patches of peeling skin on their lips. Although eating meat first thing in the morning felt somewhat greasy. But having something to eat at all was already good enough. There was no room for pickiness. Since the convoy didn't plan to keep these camels, sooner or later, all these camels would become food. Old Bao arranged for several survivors to slaughter them overnight, so the camp had been filled with the scent of blood throughout yesterday evening. About 20+ survivors were assigned to this work. Each could receive a substantial reward of camel meat from Old Bao. The slaughtered camel meat needed simple preservation. During times of extreme scarcity, preserving camel meat wasn't an easy task. Another 20+ people were responsible for the preservation work. Each could also receive a considerable reward. This was the convoy's rule. Newly joined survivors would receive some material support from Captain Chu Che. The remaining people needed to work to earn rewards. This was considered fair. Therefore, this morning, the entire camp was filled with the aroma of roasted camel meat. Many people's faces beamed with happy smiles. Yawn. Yezi morning. The pink-haired girl came over yawning to eat breakfast. This woman had slept so soundly last night that she hadn't woken up at all when the incident with Xue Nan occurred. Morning. Chen Ye kept his head down while eating meat, but still responded to the pink-haired girl. Just then, Chu Che, Captain Chu, also emerged from his tent yawning, clearly not fully awake yet. Auntie Chu, aren't there any other breakfast options besides roasted camel meat? Seeing it was roasted camel meat again, Captain Chu couldn't help but ask. Auntie Chu looked embarrassed. Captain, should I cook some noodles for you? Because she cooked for Chen Ye and the others, Auntie Chu had become somewhat important in the camp, at least living better than many others. Captain, seems like you're living too well now, even complaining about meat. Chen Ye teased Chu Che while chewing meat and giving him a sidelong glance. Chu Che waved his hand. Forget it, this is fine. No need to trouble yourself. We need to hit the road after eating. Chen Ye rubbed his teeth, feeling there was something off about that phrasing. Captain Chu, what's your plan for finding that water source today? Chu Che frowned. It won't be easy. After the sandstorm, many landmarks have changed. Old Man Mo's map is also quite blurry. We can only try our luck, ROES. Despite their current decent living conditions, if they didn't find water soon, everyone would likely perish before long. After the sandstorm, the convoy had fewer than 30 people left. After the camel train survivors joined, the convoy's numbers immediately increased to nearly 100. This placed tremendous pressure on the convoy's supplies. Other things were manageable. The several dozen camels were enough to feed everyone for some time. The main issue was drinking water. Although they obtained considerable drinking water from the camel train, it still wasn't enough. The ordinary survivors' water rations had been reduced to the absolute minimum. Actually, everyone understood, the convoy had decided to abandon some people to reduce water consumption. Xuan was also among those scheduled for abandonment. Anyone not from their original vehicles could be sacrificed. If they insisted on taking everyone, the only result would be dragging everyone to their deaths. Unless they found water immediately. Hee everyone, long time no see. Just as Chen Ye and Chu Che were discussing the water source problem, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly sounded near them. Before Chen Ye could turn around, he heard a scream. The roasted camel meat Annie Chu was about to serve Chu Che fell to the ground, her entire body trembling. She screamed in terror, a ghost. Chen Ye quickly turned around. What he saw was a tall, sturdy body. This body stood like a wall, completely blocking the morning sunlight. The massive body bore two heads. One head had its eyes closed, sleeping. The other head wore a simple, familiar, warm smile. Holy shit. Iron Lion, you. Chen Ye was also thoroughly shocked. He'd previously heard Chu Che mention that one branch of the Titan sequence was the two-headed giant, but seeing it in person was still incredibly shocking. The pink-haired girl beside him initially reached for her sword in alarm, but now stood gaping foolishly. After a long moment, she rushed forward and slapped Iron Lion's arm heavily, her voice choked with emotion. Big fool, you're finally back. Iron Lion's appearance naturally caused quite a commotion in the camp. This disturbance was even more shocking to the survivors than seeing Xuan this morning. All survivors who saw Iron Lion's two-headed form first felt fear and terror, followed by curiosity, horror, and unease. This was probably the price to pay for Titan Sequence 2. But for Chen Ye and the others, there was mostly familiarity and warmth. When Auntie Chu served Iron Lion breakfast, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Damn, buddy, I thought you were dead that day. Later Chu Che said you weren't dead, probably awakening the two-headed giant branch, otherwise you would have been buried alive. Hehe. I know, Mad Lion told me everything. According to Iron Lion, he originally had many days left before his head would regrow. But after eating lots of camel meat last night, which greatly aided Titan Sequence's recovery ability, his head regenerated ahead of schedule and he woke up. Everyone expressed renewed amazement at the Titan Sequence's recovery capabilities. Whatever everyone asked, Iron Lion answered. All the little secrets about the Titan Sequence were revealed, except for what he hadn't fully figured out yet. An otherwise ordinary breakfast left everyone in relatively good spirits. The meal lasted about half an hour. Several quick-handed people came to collect the used plates. Before the apocalypse, these people might have been wives of important figures, corporate executives, or housewives. But in the apocalypse, like other survivors, they struggled to secure work opportunities. Here, they had only one identity, survivors. Washing dishes in the desert wasn't as convenient as usual. They threw the plates into sand piles, where the sand would remove the grease, achieving cleaning purposes. Plates washed with sand looked almost as clean as water-washed ones, sometimes even grease-free. Of course, the final step was carefully wiping the plates with damp cloths. These women helping with cleaning could also receive some reward from Old Bao. After breakfast, Chen Ye, with a cigarette in his mouth, prepared to return to his vehicle to hit the road. But he discovered his extremely battered pickup truck had already been washed by someone. Clearly, it had been covered in dust when he returned yesterday. Now it looked spotless. Well, spotless might be an exaggeration, but it was much cleaner. The ugly man Xuan stood by the vehicle, holding a dirty garment whose original color was unrecognizable, his own clothes equally dust-covered and colorless. Xuan watched Chen Ye with a reserved demeanor, seemingly afraid his efforts weren't good enough. Chen Ye noticed some parts of the man's facial wounds were still bleeding. After some thought, he pulled a bottle of water from his vehicle and tossed it over. Xuan hadn't expected Chen Ye to give him an entire bottle of water, his eyes immediately reddening. This was a whole bottle of water. The importance of water resources in the desert went without saying. Just as he wanted to say something, Chen Ye interrupted him. Xuan gave Chen Ye a grateful look before turning to leave. Chen Ye simply returned to his vehicle. Giving one bottle of water was already Chen Ye's greatest act of mercy. Expecting anything more from him was impossible. Whether that young man could survive would depend entirely on his own fate. Last night's 2 hours of breathing technique practice, plus a full night's rest, left Chen Ye feeling refreshed and energized today. The temperature was steadily rising. but Chen Ye's cockpit wasn't particularly stuffy, just hot. Without a front windshield or even car doors, the wind blowing from the desert could directly hit Chen Ye's face. The truck bed was loaded with full supplies, making the vehicle creak under the weight. To save gasoline, Chen Ye switched the vehicle to pure electric mode. The apocalyptic pickup truck's battery had long been fully charged, though the electric drive system still used the power from that chopped pepper fish head. Pulling this fully loaded vehicle was somewhat inadequate in power, but fortunately still usable. During the migration process, most of the time was spent driving slowly. Only when encountering situations like yesterday's pursuit by anomalies did the convoy need to flee desperately. Sometimes before the anomalies could even react, the Pathfinder had already led the convoy away from the spot. With electricity available, Chen Ye took out the Fruit brand electronic watch he had obtained from the village chief's house in Longevity Village. When he saw the watch's screen displaying charging, Chen Ye felt momentarily dazed. Such modern items were becoming increasingly rare to see. After the electronic watch booted up, it displayed the date, December 29, 2030. In a daze, he realized it was already the final days of 2030. In a daze, he realized the new year was approaching. But this weather didn't feel at all like the New Year season. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it midsummer. Just then, a small car in front of Chen Ye broke down. The car shook twice before losing all power, coming to a complete stop. Chen Ye recognized this vehicle. This sedan belonged to survivors who had escaped from Deer City earlier. The original owner seemed to have died in Longevity Village, and later this car was taken over by 4 brothers. They could be considered the vehicle-owning class within the convoy. In the convoy, it wasn't that no one had designs on this car. Firstly, due to the convoy's rules, no one dared to steal things right under Captain Chu's nose. RNE. Secondly, these 4 brothers weren't easy to provoke to begin with. According to others in the convoy, these 4 brothers had originally escaped from prison. Several people got out of the car, cursing and swearing, clearly very angry. One of them, a bald man, looked toward Chen Ye and quickly jogged over. Chen Ye's vehicle didn't slow down, so the bald man had to jog alongside, wearing an obsequious expression. Brother Chen, our car's out of gas. Could you lend us some? When we find a gas station, we 4 brothers will pay you back double. Chen Ye raised his eyebrows and pulled his sunglasses down his nose. Get lost. Chen Ye's blunt refusal made the bald man's face turn red. Since the distance wasn't great, the other 3 also heard. One of them instantly showed ferocity in his eyes, seemingly planning to confront Chen Ye. But he was restrained by his companions. The bald man looked extremely embarrassed, clearly not expecting Chen Ye to so thoroughly disregard his dignity. The bald man hesitated for a moment, then quickly ran toward the modified off-road vehicle at the front, apparently also intending to borrow gasoline. Fortunately, the speed wasn't very fast, so the bald man managed to catch up by running hard. But the answer soon became clear. Chu Che had no intention of lending gasoline to these 4 brothers. This made the 4 brothers quite irritable. Without gasoline, they could only follow the convoy on foot, and there were no new camels available in the convoy to assign to the 4 brothers. Suddenly, Chen Ye's pickup truck made a U-turn up ahead and came back. The 4 men looked pleased, thinking Chen Ye had changed his mind and would lend them gasoline. Instead, they saw Chen Ye directly take out tools, walk up to the gasless sedan, and start working. Chen Ye was actually starting to remove this car's windshield. If the car were still functional, Chen Ye wouldn't touch it. That would have the appearance of forcible seizure, violating the convoy rules established by Captain Chu. But now, with the car out of gas, it counted as abandoned property. Taking action now wouldn't put Captain Chu in a difficult position, nor would it leave room for criticism. After all, Captain Chu Che cared very much about the convoy's rules. Chen Ye wasn't stupid enough to create conflict between himself and Chu Che. Chen Ye, don't push people too far. The lead bald man's face turned pale, his fists clenching and unclenching, clearly struggling with inner conflict and anger. A young man was already rummaging in the trunk for weapons, intending to teach Chen Ye a lesson. This young man was the same one who had wanted to teach Chen Ye a lesson when he refused to lend gasoline earlier. This person ranked 3rd among the 4 brothers, reckless and foolish. Before the apocalypse, relying on his family background, he had beaten someone to death over a verbal argument and ended up in prison. Surprisingly, Thanks to his family connections, he only received a 3-year sentence. He had planned to wait for the fuss to die down, then have his family pull strings to get him out, avoiding even those 3 years in prison. He never expected the apocalypse to come so quickly, escaping from prison with the others. After joining the convoy and experiencing initial panic, this third brother began reverting to his original arrogance and insolence. If Iron Lion had been the one removing the car's glass, the third brother probably wouldn't have dared to act. After all, Iron Lion's intimidation was too strong. Just looking at those two heads made people's scalps tingle. But with Chen Ye, the third brother didn't feel particularly afraid. After all, Chen Ye and Chen Ye both looked pretty similar to themselves. The other three didn't stop him either, even intending to let the third brother show Chen Ye what's what. These people weren't unaware of Sequence superpowers' potency, but their habitual thinking made them instinctively resort to violence when encountering problems. Plus, Chen Ye was alone. Of course, there was also Chen Ye's truckload of supplies that made their eyes red and clouded their normal judgment. Among the survivors, everyone seemed to agree that Chen Ye was the weakest. After all, he only had smoke control ability. What attack power could light, floating smoke possibly have? Moreover, it had always been bad guys bullying good guys. Since when did bad guys get bullied? Go to hell, you motherf. The third brother raised the steel pipe in his hand and walked behind Chen Ye, who was removing the windshield, preparing to strike down. If this hit connected, even with Chen Ye's enhanced vitality as a superhuman, he would likely be seriously injured. Get lost. A puff of smoke breath exhaled. The smoke transformed into a large hand that slapped out fiercely. The entire process was lightning fast. The young man was thunderstruck, blasted away like a cannonball, kicking up a trail of dust as he flew over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, unconscious and bleeding profusely. The other three stood dumbfounded like wooden chickens. The previously arrogant bald man was experiencing Chen Ye's sequence ability up close for the first time. A wave of hot urine came. The three men's legs trembled, their pants wet in the crotch area. Chen Ye hadn't expected to achieve this level either, feeling slightly surprised internally, though his facial expression showed no change. Get lost. The three men fled in panic, not even daring to take their belongings from the car. As for the third brother lying there unconscious, no one dared to check on him. Not far away, the third brother trembled all over, blood overflowing from his mouth. He suddenly remembered that youth he had beaten to death on the street. Had he lain on the ground like this too, waiting for death's arrival? Was this what they meant by "the wicked will be tormented by the wicked"? Chen Ye glanced at the convoy that had moved some distance away and sped up his work. There were still many usable parts on the sedan. If the pickup truck had enough power, Chen Ye even considered towing this car with a tow rope, planning to remove all its components later and modify them onto his pickup truck. With the system's existence, Chen Ye didn't need to worry about compatibility issues at all. Unfortunately, this idea could only remain a thought. That chopped pepper fish head's power was already impressive enough to pull the fully loaded pickup truck. It definitely couldn't pull a gasless sedan too. After all, in the desert, the roads weren't flat and most of the time the paths weren't that easy to travel. The front windshield, both side mirrors, even all 4 wheels were removed. But by now the convoy had moved quite far away. Chen Ye could only reluctantly give up. If he fell too far behind, he might attract Anomaly's attention again. Plus, the pickup truck's load had already reached its limit. Chen Ye gritted his teeth, pulled out the machete, and delivered 2 strikes at the door hinges. The apocalyptic pickup truck's doors had all been lost yesterday. The blood resentment machete was now a wonder, so cutting through door hinges wasn't difficult. He threw the 2 doors into the truck bed and casually placed the ill-fitting car glass where the pickup's original windshield should be, tying it loosely with rope. Temporarily functional was good enough. After all, in apocalyptic driving, there was no such thing as traffic police. When the system mission completed, he could have the system handle the compatibility. As long as he spent some slaughter points, the system could adapt these components to be like original equipment. Chen in the front vehicle watched Chen Ye's situation, particularly clearly seeing that slap. Captain Chu marveled, this kid, it hasn't been that long, could he be another genius too? For the next 2 days, the convoy continued wandering through the desert. Che would frequently get out of the vehicle and mutter incessantly toward certain directions. Each time this happened, Captain Chu would carry the expectations of countless people. Then he would disappointedly withdraw his gaze. Everyone knew Che was searching for a water source. There were also several survivors in the convoy who had worked in geology before the apocalypse. But they seemed to offer no real help in locating water. Everything depended entirely on Che, Captain Chu. What followed was the rapid depletion of drinking water. Even though everyone was being extremely frugal, the consumption rate of drinking water still far exceeded expectations. The daytime heat caused constant sweating even when doing absolutely nothing. Chen Ye could even feel himself becoming rancid. Just rubbing his skin slightly would produce long streaks of black grime. Under such circumstances, even Sulina, who had intentions of pursuing Chen Ye, lost her motivation, spending her days either staying in the vehicle or finding places to rest. No matter how meticulously this woman maintained herself, her hair still clumped together in strands. As for the others, none were faring much better. The pink-haired girl, however, always appeared full of energy. Every night, she could be seen returning exhausted from outside. Though he never got close, Chen Ye could guess the woman's scent was absolutely memorable. Not everything was entirely bad, though. At least the countdown for upgrading the apocalyptic pickup truck had dropped to less than 30 hours. After Xue Nen personally cut his face that day, without any medication, he simply left the wounds exposed to the air. In just one day, that face had become unrecognizable. The once nation-toppling, universally attractive face that captivated both men and women had completely vanished. If someone who knew him before saw him now, they would never recognize him as the former mega-influencer with tens of millions of followers. Fortunately, this guy was tough as nails. Without any medication, his spirits remained quite good. He just spent his rest periods every day cleaning Chen Ye's car. Of course, cleaning the car didn't involve using water. Instead, he used his own tattered t-shirt. After each cleaning session, he would meticulously shake the dust off his t-shirt. Chen Ye no longer gave him drinking water, though. After all, Chen Ye wasn't someone overflowing with kindness. He would only occasionally provide some camel meat. Not many camels remained alive now. The survivors had invented a method for making dried meat. During camping, they would bury freshly slaughtered camel meat in the sand. After a full day of intense heat exposure, before the blood moon rose, the sand became so hot you couldn't touch it for long. The moisture in the buried camel meat would quickly separate, making the flesh dry. The next morning before departure, they would dig out the dried meat buried the previous night. During the day, both sides of the vehicles were hung with camel meat. In just one day, most moisture would evaporate from what was originally fresh camel meat. With circumflex Nigeria Naira. The jerky made this way didn't taste particularly good, but at least it could be stored for extended periods. This was the best solution under desperate circumstances. Some survivors who considered themselves gourmets looked down on this crude preparation method. But they couldn't offer any better suggestions. Every night, Chen Ye would also practice the observing the blood moon breathing technique, feeling his supernatural power growing rapidly each day. Chen Ye had tested it, while one breath of smoke couldn't yet create a smoke mist covering hundreds of meters. It could at least produce a smoke mist about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, which was already vastly improved from before. If he encountered that demon sequence youth again, a few puffs of smoke could disrupt the youth's perception, allowing Chen Ye to quickly seize the initiative. The smoke mist still had many functions waiting to be developed. As long as he continued growing stronger like this, the smoke mist would become an absolutely terrifying ability. January 1st, 2031. According to pre-apocalypse customs, today should be New Year's Day. Chen Ye glanced at the countdown. Only 10 hours remained until the apocalyptic pickup truck upgrade completed. By then, this pickup truck that had been upgrading since its bicycle days would become a wonder. Chen Ye held tremendous anticipation for what kind of wonder the apocalyptic pickup truck would become. At this moment, Captain Che stood barefoot on a sand dune, the wind blowing toward him making his clothes flap loudly. Che looked at the simple map in his hand, falling into deep doubt for the first time. Chen Ye pushed the sunglasses on his nose bridge and scanned the surroundings. Only endless yellow sand. Nothing else remained. Captain Chu, are you actually capable or not? Che shot Chen Ye an annoyed look, too lazy to respond. Below the sand dune, the two-headed iron lion sat idly on the dune, looking around left and right, appearing quite simple-minded. This guy had thick skin and rough flesh. This level of hot sand wasn't really a problem for him. The pink-haired girl sat at the edge of the vehicle roof, the breeze stirring her pink hair, her dirty face still showing some delicacy. The newly joined Ding Dong sat cross-legged under a sunshade meditating, her quiet demeanor making her seem quite out of place in the surroundings. They had camped unusually early today. Just past 3 p.m., Captain Chu-Che had announced they would make camp. Some survivors were busy curing camel meat. Others were preparing dinner. Suddenly, Chen Ye felt the light around him darken, as if a cloud had arrived overhead. Was this about to rain? Chen Ye felt puzzled, but didn't sense any moisture in the air. When he looked up, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His entire demeanor abruptly changed, becoming dangerous and alert. His hand already gripped the machete at his waist, willow branches spreading to wrap around his arm. What the hell? Chen Ye stood dumbfounded, momentarily unable to find words to describe his shock. Beside him, Captain Chu-Che also wore a stunned expression as he looked at the sky. Iron Lion's second head seemed to have been startled awake by something, joining the other head and looking upward. The pink-haired girl's mouth hung slightly open, her expression one of disbelief. As for Ding Dong, who had been meditating, this woman also opened her eyes and looked skyward, her astonished expression no less than anyone else's. The ordinary survivors fared even worse. Many trembled with fear, their legs shaking. Some continuously kowtowed toward the sky, as if worshipping deities descending to the mortal realm. Sulina was so shocked she dropped the comb in her hand. Zhou Xiaoxiao had grown considerably thinner recently, her face shape changing from oval to more heart-shaped, making her already large eyes appear even bigger, with an added touch of aloofness about her. At this moment, this woman looked up at the sky. Her shocked expression made those eyes appear particularly enormous. What is that? Someone managed to squeeze a few words from their throat with difficulty. A whale, flying in the sky? The person who said this seemed unable to believe they had uttered such word if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Chen Ye would never have believed that a whale could fly in the sky. Everything before his eyes had clearly surpassed all common knowledge Chen Ye possessed. If someone told Chen Ye they had seen a whale flying through the heavens, Chen Ye would think that person was either insane or trying to scam him. From childhood to adulthood, whether taught in school or read in books, the basic common knowledge was that fish lived in water. But this one before him, this whale, like a cloud in the sky, cast a massive shadow over the sand dunes, more than enough to cover the entire camp, along with an area spanning 1 mile around. No, an even larger area lay beneath the shadow of this enormous whale. As Chen Ye looked up, he happened to see the gigantic whale emerge from the clouds in the sky, its tail gently swaying, stirring waves of cloud mist. The whale's fins fluttered slightly, its massive body stretching naturally as if moving through water. Chen Ye had a feeling, a sense that this whale truly belonged in the sky. After breaking free from the clouds, the enormous whale's body descended slightly, actually. It was actually heading toward the convoy. Without realizing it, Chen Ye's palms had become sweaty, and he could barely keep the cigarette clenched between his lips. The willow branch on the blood resentment machete's handle had already wrapped around his arm. Even before the whale approached, Chen Ye could feel the pressure. If someone claimed this whale was normal, he wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. Captain Chu-Che clenched his fists, his eyes glued to the massive whale as he muttered something under his breath. How is this possible? How did it appear? Number 9, it's number 9, damn it. Chen Ye subtly retreated, positioning Captain Chu in front of him. Chen Ye didn't want to be so lacking in loyalty, but his wretched body had made the choice automatically. Chen Ye had told himself countless times to be a good person, to value loyalty. But whenever danger approached, he always found himself hiding behind others, letting them face death first. He knew it was wrong, but he simply couldn't control his body. Roar! Both heads of Iron Lion and Mad Lion glared furiously, their eyes wild and provocative, as if they didn't care at all about the massive gap between them and the whale. Alphas. The long sword on the pink-haired girl's back actually unsheathed itself automatically, vibrating as it circled around her. Ding Dong watched calmly, her hands clenched into fists as she stared at the whale charging directly toward them. As for the ordinary survivors, they fared even worse. The enormous whale drew closer and closer, until it filled everyone's pupils completely. "Wait, there's someone on that whale's back." A survivor nearby screamed in alarm. Actually, even without his warning, Chen Ye had already seen it. Not only were there people on the whale's back, but there were buildings too. They were small houses, packed densely together, layer upon layer. Heads even poked out from these tiny houses. Adults, children, elderly people, women. The scene before them resembled a neighborhood where a strange visitor had arrived, and everyone came out to see the spectacle. And these strange visitors happened to be Chen Ye's group. Even along the whale's back edges stood some people, looking down on Chen Ye's group from their high position. That look in their eyes made people indescribably uncomfortable. Neither the enormous whale nor the people on its back paid much attention to Iron Lion's roars and provocation. Just then, the whale gently flapped its wings, accelerating again as it soared high into the sky and disappeared into the white clouds, until the massive whale vanished completely from everyone's sight. Only then did the survivors on the hard ground breathe a collective sigh of relief. Over half of them had warm, damp, and foul-smelling pants. Some collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up. Others still kowtowed toward where the massive whale had disappeared, their expressions incredibly pious. Captain Chu Che's face remained quite grim. Seeing Chen Ye standing behind him, he sneered, "Were you planning to use me as a sacrificial pawn just now?" Chen Ye scratched his head awkwardly, quibbling, "Captain, you've misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person." Before Chu Che could snort coldly, the pink-haired girl, Iron Lion, and Ding Dong had already gathered around. "Captain, what was that thing just now?" Chu Che glanced at them, his expression maintaining its previous demeanor. "Sky Whale number 9. Those simple words stunned everyone present, leaving them speechless. "Captain, are you saying that was a wonder?" Chu Che nodded. "A top 10 ranked wonder, number 9, Sky Whale. My heavens, I thought wonders were only weapons like what we have." "Captain, that radio was surprising enough, but I never imagined there could be something this massive." The pink-haired girl marveled. "Can living creatures become wonders too?" Chen Ye asked curiously. "Who said that whale was alive?" Captain Chu replied nonchalantly. "Then that thing isn't alive?" Chen Ye asked again. Chu Che once again replied nonchalantly. "Heh, who said the whale isn't alive?" Chen Ye, "Captain, that's just playing games. You're the one saying it's alive, and you're the one saying it's dead." Chen Ye hadn't expected this enormous whale to also be a type of wonder. Every wonder ranked in the top 10 is far beyond what you can imagine. As long as something possesses special abilities and serves special functions, it can be called a wonder. Of course, no need to envy them. The higher the wonder's ranking, the greater the price paid. When he uttered the word price, Chu Che's tone carried extra emphasis, almost sounding through gritted teeth. "Captain, do you know something? Why are you always so mysterious?" Chen Ye questioned, watching Chu Che's expression. Chu Che didn't answer Chen Ye's question, instead continuing. "Wonder rankings aren't fixed. The lower the ranking, the more frequently it changes. Because new wonders are always joining the rankings." Seeing the number 9 Sky Whale seemed to have opened Chu Che's floodgates of conversation. "Captain, what determines the wonder rankings?" The pink-haired girl asked curiously. Her long sword was also a type of wonder, but its ranking wasn't high. Wonder rankings are based on comprehensive abilities. Some wonders don't have strong attack power, yet their rankings are high. Like your eavesdropping radio. Chen Ye thought to himself. Captain, then, who actually decides the wonder rankings? Even the usually silent Ding Dong chimed in with a question. This question wasn't just puzzling Chen Ye, everyone wondered about it too. For example, when Chen Ye just finished upgrading the Blood Resentment machete, he immediately learned its ranking. Chu Che shook his head. "I don't know either." "What about those people just now?" "They're like us, migrating survivors. They just use different migration tools. We use vehicles, they use the Sky Whale." "Captain, are there anomalies in the sky too?" This time it was Mad Lion's head asking. The sky, the sea, underground, everywhere you can imagine has anomalies. Even with a number 9 wonder, if those people get entangled with anomalies, their only fate is death. The appearance of the Sky Whale caused some commotion in the camp. But fortunately, it was only commotion. And Chen Ye's attention shifted away from the briefly glimpsed Sky Whale. because he was about to obtain his second wonder. After the sky whale incident, a wave of discussion about the sky whale swept through the camp. For ordinary survivors, they knew nothing, only that they had witnessed an unbelievable spectacle today. They didn't even know what that whale flying in the sky was called. No superhuman was willing to explain it to them. This was just a small convoy, yet superhumans and ordinary people had already formed a polarized divide. Chen Ye merely observed this situation with cold indifference, then glanced at the countdown again. 5 hours 12 minutes and 43 seconds. There were still 5 hours until the upgrade finished. Compared to previous upgrades, Chen Ye was clearly more expectant about this one. This vehicle, starting from a bicycle all the way to the apocalyptic pickup truck, and now to a wonder. No one but Chen Ye himself knew how much effort Chen Ye had poured into this vehicle. Along this journey, Chen Ye hadn't considered changing vehicles. But most of the journey had been through places rarely visited by people, let alone finding vehicles. You couldn't even spot a ghost. To avoid detection by anomalies, Chuche led everyone wherever people were scarce. This vehicle could be considered something Chen Ye accumulated bit by bit. Mr. Chen, tonight's banquet is about to start. Would you like me to help you clean your vehicle? Xuanan bowed slightly to Chen Ye with utmost respect. Today was New Year's Day, transitioning from 2030 to 2031. Old Bao made a decision today to host a New Year's Eve party for the convoy. This party would provide each survivor with a certain amount of camel meat. From the moment they learned this news, every survivor had been looking forward to the evening. These days, the convoy had no shortage of camel meat. Even after Old Bao had several more camels slaughtered, there were still plenty of camels left in the convoy. Since acquiring the camels, the convoy hadn't provided them with drinking water or food. The convoy itself didn't have enough drinking water now, so it was impossible to give any to the camels. Yet even so, Chen Ye hadn't seen any camels die from lack of food or water. At most they were just listless. After Ding Dong's explanation, Chen Ye learned that camels could survive 15 to 30 days in extreme environments without water or food. Some special individuals could even survive up to 2 months under extreme conditions. These special species, clearly different from ordinary camels, could obviously survive even longer. This made Chen Ye click his tongue in amazement. Indeed, humans were the most fragile creatures on this planet. The evening banquet was naturally splendid. Although each person's share of food was limited, it still ignited great enthusiasm among the survivors. Even though the low night temperatures made white mist puff from everyone's mouths and noses, their enthusiasm wasn't dampened. To Chen Ye's surprise, many people in the convoy had minor talents. For example, Su Lina could actually perform an enchanting, seductive dance. Even without accompanying music, this woman was still incredibly alluring. Su Lina had also prepared well for tonight's gathering, her clothes clearly carefully arranged. This woman seemed to be deliberately displaying her most curvaceous aspects to Chen Ye to attract his attention. This made the surrounding male survivors swallow hard, their eyes practically glued to Su Lina. But Su Lina paid no attention to these men, just stared fixedly at Chen Ye. Chen Ye, however, had no such thoughts. He understood clearly why Su Lina was approaching him. Such situations occurred both before and after the apocalypse. People with resources would always receive certain attention, regardless of gender. Even Ding Dong, this plain-looking woman, had been receiving constant attentions from some bold male survivors these past few days. It wasn't until Ding Dong grew impatient and severely beat up one pretty boy that this farce stopped. Of course, no one dared to make advances towards Su Lina. There was a rumor in the convoy that Su Lina was Chen Ye's woman, and this single statement had made many men with ill intentions abandon their covetous thoughts. With tilde oh yes. As for why Chen Ye's woman wasn't in that pickup truck but on the school bus, many people wondered and speculated, but no one dared to ask. Chen Ye was indeed amazed by this woman's dancing. What Chen Ye didn't know was that Su Lina's original family circumstances wouldn't have allowed her to practice dance. This was something she learned from professional teachers after becoming an adult and earning her own money. For this, Su Lina suffered considerably. Her dance teacher back then had once said that if Su Lina was willing, she could even become a professional dancer. Considering Su Lina was already an adult at that time, with her body and bones already set, receiving such evaluation was quite remarkable. Now, seeing Chen Ye's gaze, Su Lina felt extremely grateful for her decision to learn dance back then. Sulina presented herself as prey before Chen Ye. But in reality, Chen Ye was Sulina's prey. Sulina was the hunter holding the rifle. Zhou Xiaoxiao's singing also made the survivors on site collectively jolt with surprise. The newly joined survivors learned this was the younger sister of the big celebrity Zhou and immediately looked at her differently. But upon learning that this Zhou Xiaoxiao had offended Chen Ye, the small flames just ignited in many hearts were instantly extinguished. Survivors muttered among themselves, why were the prettiest girls in the convoy all connected to Chen Ye? Of course, such thoughts remained just thoughts. The following performances also had highlights, but most were just joining in the fun. Chen Ye had little interest in these performances, focusing only on the countdown. 2 hours left. The banquet ended. Chen Ye returned alone to his tent. The pickup truck had been cleaned spotless by Xuan. The dust on the vehicle's exterior, as well as the grime in the cockpit, had all been meticulously cleaned by this guy. Even the tent was set up with Xuan's help. Chen Ye casually tossed out a piece of camel jerky, which Xuan received with tearful gratitude before leaving. 1 hour remaining on the countdown. Chen Ye sat at the tent's entrance, rolling up the door flap to let the bloody moonlight shine in, looking up just in time to see the blood moon in the sky. After such a long time in the apocalypse, everyone had grown accustomed to the moon at night. Chen Ye began practicing the observing the blood moon breathing technique. Strands of the blood moon's red light scattered around Chen Ye, resonating with his breathing. He didn't know how much time had passed. Chen Ye's eyes snapped open. A flicker of delight passed through his gaze as he looked at the pickup beside him. Outwardly, the pickup didn't look particularly special at this moment. It was still that beat-up-looking pickup truck. But the white skeleton in the truck bed had disappeared. The front of the vehicle now had a black bull bar extending directly beneath the chassis. This bull bar, also called a brush guard or crash bar, was a modification Chen Ye hadn't anticipated. When confirming the upgrade plan earlier, Chen Ye had been extremely drowsy, so he overlooked the specific details. This kind of bull bar was typically favored on modified off-road vehicles. During collisions, this type of bull bar posed the greatest danger and was considered the most unfriendly modification among automotive enthusiasts. But now it was the apocalypse, and equipping the apocalyptic pickup truck with this bull bar qualitatively improved future driving safety. If encountering anomalies blocking the road in the future, Chen Ye could even ram into them without hesitation. Presumably, wonders produced by the system wouldn't disappoint. The entire vehicle's body had also been partially raised, making it appear more domineering. It was even slightly taller than Chu Che and the pink-haired girl's modified pickups. It still looked like that beat-up vehicle, but its essence had undergone fundamental changes. Chen Ye hurriedly checked the upgraded vehicle information in the system. Wonder name: Apocalyptic Pickup Truck Number 2899. When Chen Ye saw the apocalyptic pickup truck's name, he hadn't expected this originally joking name to become the vehicle's wonder designation. And it was even ranked within the top 3,000. Not counting Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio. Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck was now number 1 in the convoy. This ranking was already higher than Sun CC Sword. Next were the characteristic abilities Chen Ye cared about most. Ability 1. Provides certain improvement to vehicle's overall sturdiness, certain improvement to vehicle's overall performance, certain improvement to vehicle's impact capability, improves vehicle's fuel economy. Improves vehicles. This long string of improvements made the corners of Chen Ye's mouth curl upward. According to normal mechanical principles, a vehicle's chassis and frame were obviously very important. But if just modifying the vehicle's chassis and frame could improve fuel economy and other performance, that was somewhat far-fetched. But now the apocalyptic pickup truck couldn't be considered a purely mechanical vehicle anymore. This was already a wonder. Wonders couldn't be explained by normal physics and mechanics. Ability 2. Impact. This vehicle fears nothing when it comes to collisions. If encountering danger, please press the accelerator firmly and ram directly through. Pretty much as he expected, it seemed that bull bar wasn't installed for nothing. Ability 3. Shadow drag can extend a shadow chain from beneath the vehicle to bind target creatures, dragging them under the vehicle to be crushed and decomposed into fuel. This final ability pleasantly surprised Chen Ye. This ability provided combat power while also alleviating the vehicle's fuel issues, and solving fuel problems meant enhancing survival capability. This issue had always troubled Chen Ye. He hadn't expected it to be resolved this time. Even if it couldn't be completely solved, just alleviating part of the fuel shortage would significantly improve Chen Ye's survival and migration capabilities. It was important to remember that this vehicle also had an electric power system. With this ability, this wonder's value instantly matched its ranking. Cost: must sacrifice one fresh life to the vehicle each month, preferably human. Taboos: cannot drink water or eat inside the vehicle. If discovered, risk being devoured by the vehicle. Cannot have blood odor in the vehicle, cannot be injured, otherwise risk being devoured by the vehicle. Once combat becomes too intense, the vehicle may rebel and escape. Seeing these costs and taboos, Chen Ye slightly frowned. He hadn't expected the vehicle's costs to be so high. This vehicle's upgrade direction was actually so extreme. Not being able to drink or eat in the vehicle was one thing, but avoiding injury was unavoidable in the apocalypse. After being injured in combat, the most urgent need was to escape, yet the vehicle became the most dangerous place instead. Could this upgrade have become a downgrade? Until Chen Ye saw the note. Note: if you are Chen Ye, you can ignore all costs and taboos. You can drive this apocalyptic pickup truck however you want. You can even completely control this vehicle. Since the 2-8 heavy lifter phase, this vehicle had followed Chen Ye out of Jiangcheng, all the way to the current 4-wheeled pickup. During that time, Chen Ye had countless times wanted to replace this vehicle with a better one. But this was the apocalypse. The routes Captain Chu chose rarely had anything, let alone cars, to scavenge. Later, when they encountered that massive car crash site, Chen Ye briefly had his eye on a bull's head emblem off-roader. But there wasn't enough time, transport was too difficult, and for other reasons they only managed to strip a few simple parts and flee. It wasn't until the apocalyptic pickup truck became a wonder that Chen Ye gave up the idea of changing vehicles. Every wonder demands a price. For example, Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio left him with the bad habit of eavesdropping, so whenever Chen Ye upgraded or cultivated, he kept his mouth shut whenever possible. That habit wasn't unique to Chen Ye. The pink-haired girl, Iron Lion, and Ding Dong had all developed it too. Also, that thing apparently made Chu uninterested in women. There were so many beautiful women in the convoy wanting to win him over, but Captain Chu looked at them like they were pretty skeletal figures. Yesterday, a woman who had just joined from the camel train, not knowing Captain Chu's habits, sneaked into his tent when no one was watching and was scolded harshly. She came out with red eyes, clutching her clothes. Chen Ye had seen that scene and thought Captain Chu was terribly lacking in tenderness. Rumors that Captain Chu disliked women even began circulating through the convoy. Of course, Chen Ye didn't start that rumor. He was convinced Captain Chu's indifference to women was also one of the eavesdropping radio's side effects. The blood resentment machete ranked within the top 5,000 and required daily feeding with fresh blood. Every night, Chen Ye would cut his finger with a small blade and feed it blood. Before the apocalyptic pickup truck had fully upgraded, Chen Ye had mentally prepared himself to pay some price. He hadn't expected this particular pickup wouldn't require any payment, simply because Chen Ye was its owner. In an instant, all the hardship he had endured for the vehicle vanished. That meant more than just avoiding a price. Chen Ye's upgrade system itself could be upgraded. The current ranking of 2899 was only a beginning. With enough slaughter points, it was not impossible to raise the apocalyptic pickup truck's ranking into the top 10, rivaling the Sky Whale. A top 10 wonder that requires no payment would be worth an incalculable sum. Chen Ye also saw the final line of commentary. Commentary: this wonder, evolving from a 2-wheel machine to its current form, has had countless of Chen Ye's efforts poured into it. This vehicle already regards Chen Ye as its father. Activated trait: when Chen Ye drives this apocalyptic pickup truck, it will activate the driving specialization skill. Driving stunts seen in movies will be easy for Chen Ye. This trait confers exclusive authorization to a single designated person. Activated trait: Chu had never mentioned this. Chen Ye was ecstatic. In short, this vehicle might be a divine artifact in his hands, but merely an ordinary wonder in others. He hurriedly climbed into the cockpit. The truck was still the same. No doors, no windshield, everything inside shabby. Yet when Chen Ye sat in the driver's seat, he could distinctly feel a difference. The truck seemed to come alive. Every movement of the steering wheel obeyed his command as if an extension of his arms. The previous slack, barely functioning feeling was gone. What followed was a mechanical steadiness. In that instant, Chen Ye even thought the stunt driving scenes from films were overhyped. He rubbed the steering wheel and felt every cell in his body growing familiar with the vehicle. This sensation was far stronger than when he acquired the blood resentment machete. Was this the side effect of a higher-ranked wonder? He noticed the back of the steering wheel felt slightly uneven. If one wasn't familiar with vehicles, they would never have detected the change. Chen Ye strained to read the small line of text on the back of the wheel. It said, "Thank you for bringing me into this world, my father." A wave of cheesiness hit him. Damn, was this the apocalyptic pickup truck's inner voice? Yikes, this was a bit melodramatic. 10 minutes later, Chen Ye finally calmed down. The next task was to continue upgrading. The truck's windshield was still lashed on with rope. The car door and rearview mirrors stripped from that small sedan were undamaged. Since these parts were available, the system only needed to fit them to the apocalyptic pickup truck's dimensions. That made things much easier. It consumed 500 slaughter points and would take 5 hours to complete the upgrade. Chen Ye still had over 4,000 slaughter points left. Watching the hourglass countdown on the vehicle, Chen Ye rubbed his chin and fell into thought. For increasing personal strength, practicing the observing the blood moon breathing technique daily should suffice for now. At the current cultivation speed, he likely wouldn't take long to reach sequence 2. After that, he could perform some fine modifications and upgrades to the vehicle. Without a large influx of slaughter points, neither his strength nor the truck would see major upgrades. Hopefully Captain Chu could find a water source quickly. At that moment, Chen Ye caught a furtive silhouette slipping past Captain Chu's tent. The figure's shape matched Captain Chu. Why was he sneaking around at night? This kid had the most secrets in the convoy. Maybe he should follow and have a look. The New Year's Eve party at night had at least injected some fresh energy into the convoy, preventing it from feeling totally lifeless. Although the performances were mediocre, everyone was enthusiastic. After the party ended, Captain Chu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Only when the outside grew silent and the surrounding breaths became even did he quietly sit up. The first thing he checked was the eavesdropping radio placed beside him. After ensuring it was switched off, Chu finally breathed a little easier and slipped out of the tent on tiptoe. Under the blood-red moonlight, Captain Chu crept to the back of the tent. Night temperatures in the desert plummeted, but Chu didn't feel cold. Instead, he felt an endless stream of embarrassment. Seeing no one nearby, he stealthily pulled a small metal lighter from his chest pocket, the love brain lighter. He cleared his throat and adjusted his mood, then in a very gentle, very saccharine voice said to the lighter, "Little darling, I love you." Just saying those words made Chu shiver at the cringe. When he first obtained the lighter a few days ago, he hadn't taken the cost seriously, so he had treated the task as completed. He was quickly hit with backlash. He could clearly feel the lighter's displeasure, as if it were questioning whether his love was sincere. Until today, when he wanted to use the lighter's power, it only produced a tiny flame. Only then did Chu realize how important the matter was. He hadn't done this inside the tent because of the eavesdropping radio. That radio didn't just snoop on others' secrets, it would even eavesdrop on its owner's secrets and would broadcast them in public. Chu didn't want to be socially killed a second time. He spoke the line with full emotion. He could feel the lighter tremble slightly, as if pleased. Chu's face was as embarrassed as could be. Seeing a response, he decided to pull out all his tricks. If he could suit this little ancestral item, it would do anything he asked. "Baby, I really love you. I can't live without you. Every day without you feels like an eternity." The lighter grew more delighted. The cold metal casing seemed to respond. "Baby, we'll be together forever. In this life you belong only to me, and I belong only to you. We'll be together forever and ever." The lighter's mood swelled. Even its icy casing radiated an excited red glow. As its owner, Chu felt that if they encountered an anomaly now, the lighter's power alone could burn most anomalies to death. Just then, an extremely annoying voice sounded suddenly from behind. "Ahem. Captain Chu, I didn't expect you to have this hobby." Captain Chu stiffened. His whole body froze. "Not done," another somewhat crisp voice followed in the same teasing tone. "Oh. Captain Chu, I didn't expect you to be such a pervert." Ran empties at as if there was a next life. Chu Che only wanted to kill that bastard Chen Ye. He had been careful, and extra careful before, specifically finding a deserted place to do that embarrassing thing. Yet he still got caught red-handed by this bastard. Not only did he see it, but even the pink-haired girl saw it too. Chu Che felt his entire body go rigid. When he slowly turned around, he saw one mocking expression and one looking at him like he was some creepy uncle. Who else could it be but Chen Ye and the pink-haired girl? When he returned to his own tent to rest, Chen Ye noticed the temperature inside the tent seemed even lower than yesterday. Even someone like him, a superhuman, found it somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, practicing the observing the blood moon breathing technique these days had significantly improved his overall strength, along with his ability to withstand the cold. But those ordinary survivors probably wouldn't make it through tonight. When returning to his tent, Chen Ye saw a meditating figure beside the school bus. It was Ding Dong. The woman's body expanded and contracted with her breathing, and between her nostrils, a white mist coiled like a swimming dragon. This woman was also a relentless worker, though different from the pink-haired girl's desperate sword practice. Ding Dong's meditation represented cultivation. This woman could sometimes sit in the desert for an entire night. She said she was practicing some meditation method. Not sure if it's the same approach as my breathing technique. Chen Ye extinguished the cigarette at his lips, deciding to smoke less starting tomorrow. His cigarette reserves were running low too. Chu Che and Iron Lion still had some, but trying to trade for cigarettes from Captain Chu. After tonight's incident, it probably wouldn't be easy. That black-hearted captain would definitely rip him off. Might as well trade with Iron Lion instead. After all, they had many people, and food was never enough. He was alone, so he had relatively more food. The next morning was no different from every previous morning. The morning sun began to disperse last night's extreme low temperatures. A layer of white frost on the sand dunes was disappearing at an incredibly fast pace. The vehicle's repair and upgrade were complete. The front windshield that had been blown out by the sandstorm now looked like it was original equipment. The two doors and side mirrors were modified to fit perfectly. Aside from the door paint not matching the original body color, you couldn't tell they were aftermarket installations. With ring above. But in the desert, as long as it could drive, appearance didn't matter at all. Taking advantage of the morning time, Chen Ye also found that small electric fan and secured it to the dashboard with rope. Now the daily solar charging was enough for the small fan to operate freely. Originally, Chen Ye could have integrated the small fan into the vehicle, but it would have cost an extra 50 slaughter points. To save those 50 points, Chen Ye didn't integrate the fan into the vehicle. Anyway, it worked the same. Everything was about practicality, eliminating all waste. For the foreseeable future, without additional slaughter points coming in, he needed to use them cautiously. While the camp was still preparing breakfast, some survivors discovered that two people hadn't come out of their tents. When Old Bao arrived, these two had already frozen to death last night. Old Bao just waved his hand and had people dig a hole in the sand dunes to bury them. Everything was handled very casually. Even friends who were close to these two didn't show much sorrow. In the apocalypse, death was the eternal theme. After eating, they set out. That kid Shui Nan had already helped Chen Yi pack up the tent and all other belongings onto the vehicle while Chen Yi was eating. Chen Yi tossed him a piece of camel meat and didn't bother with him further. Shui Nan was now the camp's famous ugly man. Those who had approached him because of his appearance before now wished to stay far away from him. But in Shui Nan's eyes, Chen Yi was the only good person in the convoy. Even though Chen Yi was cold, ignored him, and sometimes looked at him like he was looking at a dead person, at an object. But Shui Nan still felt grateful to Chen Yi, because Chen Ye's attitude toward him had never changed. Before Shui Nan's disfigurement, Chen Yi had been just as cold, neglectful, and heartless. The way he looked at him had been like looking at a dead person from the very beginning. It was the same now unchanged. In fact, Chen Yi hadn't treated him differently. Because Chen Yi looked at all ordinary survivors as if they were dead people, with that same uniform disregard, coldness, and heartlessness. Shui Nan saw no differential treatment in Chen Ye's eyes. Actually, in Chen Ye's view, all survivors would die someday. It was just a matter of living one more day or dying one day earlier. The new apocalyptic pickup truck started up. It was still the same beat-up-looking pickup truck from the outside. But internally, it had undergone significant changes. It had been reborn. This time, Chen Yi felt a clear difference from the previously loose and shaky vehicle. Even traveling through the desert, that feeling of powerlessness had noticeably decreased, and the vehicle's power response was much quicker than before. With so many supplies loaded in the truck bed. Before, when starting the vehicle, it would always slowly sway left and right a couple of times. But now, when Chen Ye started it, the vehicle responded immediately. Sitting inside, Chen Ye could even clearly feel the road conditions. This kind of intuition usually only came to veteran drivers with decades of experience, but Chen Ye could sense it distinctly. He could even feel the vehicle's dimensions, every turn, every straight drive. He could sense how much space the vehicle occupied. Old drivers called this vehicle sense. This should be the activated trait taking effect. Chen Ye stepped on the gas, and the pickup accelerated to pull up beside the school bus. Iron Lion, sitting in his vehicle, looked puzzled at the pickup beside the school bus. This car seems to have grown taller. No, it really has grown taller. Before, it wasn't so easy for Chen Ye's vehicle to catch up with Chu Che and the pink-haired girl's pickup. But now, it was just a matter of stepping on the gas. Both side windows were rolled down completely, sunglasses resting on his nose bridge. He took one last swig of bottled water, capped the empty bottle, and tossed it into the back seat. Accelerating again, he overtook the school bus and pulled up beside Chu Che's vehicle. "Captain, found the water source yet?" Chen Ye drove parallel to Chu Che's vehicle, shouting loudly to Chu Che in the other car. Chu Che was currently studying that simple map, occasionally leaning out the window to look around. "If you stop bothering me, I can find it faster," Chu Che retorted irritably at Chen Ye. Chen Ye curled his lips, slowed down, and let Chu Che's vehicle take the lead. Just in case they encountered quicksand or something. Captain Chu would definitely die first. The situation that followed wasn't very promising. Chu Che studied that very crude map almost every day. He would occasionally get out of the vehicle, squat down, and taste the sand. Each time, everyone's expressions went from expectation to disappointment, then to numbness. The novelty of seeing the desert at first had now turned to irritation and oppression at the sight of sand. But there was no choice. The convoy had been trapped in the desert for a long time, with no signs of leaving yet. Survivors had already started falling behind. The food and water for ordinary survivors were limited. Especially drinking water. It was more precious than gold now. Chen Ye's water was also being rapidly depleted. Even though Chen Ye had been very restrained, he still couldn't stop the consumption rate. No helping it. The desert heat was just too terrifying. "Sir, Mr. Chen, please, I beg you. Give me some water. I can't hold on much longer." Finally, someone couldn't endure it anymore, his knees giving way as he knelt before Chen Ye, begging for a bottle of water. The man's voice was hoarse as he continuously kowtowed to Chen Ye, his forehead hitting the scorching sand, picking up grains that made him appear even more pitiful. Probably due to extreme dehydration, the man's kowtowing movements were very slow, as if he might collapse in the desert at any moment. These past days, people had been begging the superhumans for water. Chu Che, Iron Lion, the pink-haired girl, and Ding Dong had all given out some water. Only Chen Ye hadn't given out a single drop. So someone decided to try their luck with Chen Ye. Chen Ye walked away expressionlessly. He still had some water, but it wasn't unlimited either. If he gave it to others, he would have none. If Chen Ye dared to give any, the next second would see countless water beggars gathering around him. Some might even dare to rush onto Chen Ye's vehicle to steal it. Giving away his own chance at survival to others? Don't even think about it. Just as Chen Ye took 2 steps away, the water beggar's body tilted sideways and collapsed onto the sand, clearly breathing his last. Other survivors who witnessed such cold-hearted indifference from Chen Ye saw the hope in their eyes dim, with some even harboring hidden hatred in their gazes. Chen Ye was right. If he had started giving water, they would immediately kneel before Chen Ye begging, even though many of them hadn't reached complete desperation yet. Chen Ye. This time, standing before Chen Ye was Sulina. The woman now looked like a flower about to wither, with chapped lips and dried-out hair. Even so, she still maintained some irresistible charm, that delicate and pitiful appearance, making people feel even more affectionate. Although the woman was on the school bus, Old Li's control over water resources was even more extreme than Old Bao's. As long as you weren't dying of thirst, you couldn't get water. "Chen Ye, could you give me some water?" Sulina squeezed these words out with difficulty from her parched throat, her eyes full of expectation. Chen Ye's refusal to give water to that other person was understandable. After all, he didn't know that person. But I'm Sulina, even if we have nothing. You should have felt my affection for you. Giving some water isn't too much to ask. Just a little would be enough. It should work. After all, I'm Sulina. In Chen Ye's eyes, I should be different. Therefore, even though Sulina saw Chen Ye reject others, she still came forward to ask for some water. And firmly believed she would get water from Chen Ye. No, Chen Ye refused Sulina's pitiful begging without the slightest hesitation. You're absolutely ruthless, Yezi. Sulina has feelings for you, don't tell me you don't know that. The pink-haired girl teased mockingly. Chen Ye curled his lips. Do you think I'm stupid? Being nice to me? She's just eyeing my resources. I'm not narcissistic enough to think every woman likes me. On this point, Chen Ye remained very clear-headed. Previously, Zhou Lan had seemed to show some goodwill toward him, but that was also because he had awakened sequence superpowers. Love and romance? How could they compare to survival? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. The pink-haired girl grew somewhat angry. Love? Even dogs wouldn't bother with it. The pink-haired girl's face flushed slightly red from being choked by Chen Ye's words, her hand reaching for the hilt at her waist. Though she didn't know why, she simply detested Chen Ye's smug expression. Seeing the pink-haired girl seemed about to explode in anger, Chen Ye quickly retreated. Right now, if he really fought with the pink-haired girl, he might not necessarily be her match. As for Sulina, the woman watched Chen Ye's retreating back with despair, tasting defeat for the first time. As for heartbreak, not really. Chen Ye was right, she hadn't fallen in love with him either, she just wanted his resources. Everyone was merely seeking what they needed. But Sulina had experienced a sense of defeat from Chen Ye. In the past, Sulina had never tasted failure. Sister Lina, I still have some water, you can have it. A transparent bottled water container was handed to Sulina. The bottle contained only a shallow layer of clear water at the bottom, probably not even enough for one mouthful. The one offering the bottle was the university student Xiaofu. Xiaofu had clearly witnessed the entire process of Sulina being rejected. This mouthful of water was his remaining ration for today, originally saved for when he absolutely couldn't bear the thirst anymore. Seeing the disappointment in Sulina's eyes, Xiaofu brought the water over. When Sulina saw the water in the bottle, her eyes became glued to it. She snatched it over without caring about Xiaofu's current situation, unscrewed the cap, and poured it into her mouth. The clear water flowing into her mouth made Sulina feel refreshed from body to soul. Only Xiaofu swallowed hard, watching eagerly as that little bit of water was drunk by someone else. Until the last drop of water in the bottle flowed into Sulina's mouth. Only then did Sulina return the bottle to Xiaofu. Xiaofu, thank you, you're a good person. Xiaofu took the bottle, his face beaming with a smile. Xiaofu, didn't you say you'd save the water for me? A woman nearby showed a resentful glare. This woman was about the same age as Xiaofu, also a university student, previously one of the slaves in the camel train, named Li Wan. The convoy controlled the drinking water, and everyone had insufficient water. Li Wan had set her sights on the kind-hearted Xiaofu. Xiaofu would always squeeze out part of his water ration to give to Li Wan. But this time, Xiaofu had given the water to Sulina. By the time Li Wan noticed, the water had already been completely drunk by Sulina. Xiaofu, stared at by Li Wan, didn't know what to say, his face slightly flushing. Sulina glanced at Li Wan, then directly strode away with her long legs. Xiaofu, I never thought you were this kind of person, You've disappointed me so much. Li Wan turned and left without any hesitation. But by this time, Li Wan had already finished her daily ration and could only get more tomorrow morning. Li Wan's eyes shifted, spotting the lonely figure not far away. Xuanan, is that you, Xuanan? Xuanan, hello, I'm your fan. I even tipped you during your live streams before. If they were still in the camel train, Li Wan would never have been able to approach Xuanan. Even now, Li Wan somewhat looked down on this former mega-influencer with tens of millions of followers. After all, they were from the same camel train before, and everyone knew what happened in the camel train. She knew Xuanan had half a bottle of bottled water. A full half bottle. By now, Xuanan had been isolated by the convoy. If she approached him, might she get some water? This half bottle of water was what Chen Ye had given Xuanan last time. Xuanan had been hoarding it, reluctant to drink it. Only when unbearably thirsty would he take it out to moisten his mouth. Get lost. Before Li Wan could finish her remaining words, Xue Nan stared at her with gloomy eyes, his gaze hiding danger that frightened Li Wan into scrambling away. Knew. The current Xue Nan had fundamentally changed from the former mega-influencer with tens of millions of followers. Water shortages in the convoy were constantly occurring. Even the several sequence superhumans didn't dare waste water resources casually. The convoy began losing members. Some survivors, unable to keep up with the convoy due to water shortage, collapsed in the desert. Regarding their companions' collapse, the surrounding survivors' eyes were numb. In just a few days, over 10 people had fallen behind due to water shortage. Some camels also began having various problems from not eating for a long time. Some simply went on strike, lying in sand hollows unwilling to take another step forward. Others directly collapsed and couldn't get up. Faced with this situation, Old Bao had no better solutions. He could only work hard to produce more dried meat for storage. Chen Ye, looking at his dwindling bottled water, also began feeling anxious. Were they really going to die of thirst in this desert? Captain Chuche still had no news about a water source. Boss, we're out of water too. Second brother shook the empty bottle, licked his dry lips, a trace of fierceness flashing in his eyes. The boss glanced toward Chen Ye's direction, his expression no longer as ferocious as before, more filled with distress. Fourth brother, do you still have any water? A thin, gaunt young man shrank back and said, Big brother, second brother, I don't have water either. Finished my last bit this morning. Damn those superhumans, they have so much water, why don't they share some with us? Second brother stared fixedly at several vehicles. These three were the ones who had escaped from Deer City. Third brother had been killed by Chen Ye earlier, while the boss, second brother, and fourth brother were still alive. Their water had completely run out too. Boss, I'm just too thirsty. How about we rob those superhumans? Second brother most resembled the brainless third brother, and previously the two had the closest relationship. The boss was cunning and experienced, second brother was brainless and fierce, third brother was arrogant and domineering, fourth brother was timid and lustful. The one proposing robbery was second brother. Fourth brother, upon hearing this, paled greatly. Second brother, have you gone crazy? They're sequence superhumans. Even if we all joined together, we wouldn't be their match. The boss's face also darkened. Second brother, if you want to die, don't drag me down. Second brother's expression wasn't great either. He looked around before saying, Boss, if there was any other way, I wouldn't resort to this idea. I know this method is stupid, but isn't it because there's no alternative? The other survivors are all out of water too. Even if we robbed them, we probably wouldn't get much, and it would attract that old bastard Bao's attention. Rather than die of thirst, we might as well go for something big. Second brother. You. Fourth brother's liver trembled with fear. But the boss fell into deep thought. Second brother, who are you thinking of targeting? Boss, I want to target Chen Ye. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten how third brother died? When the boss heard second brother actually wanted to target Chen Ye, his face turned green. Third brother's death had left him with immense psychological trauma. He never expected second brother would seek death and still want to target Chen Ye. He was simply insane. When fourth brother heard these words, he also thought second brother had gone crazy. His courage was already small to begin with, and hearing second brother's words made him want to turn around and run immediately. Second brother, we should probably. At least for now we just have less water. Old Bao and the others won't let us die of thirst. I'll go help Old Bao clean the car tomorrow morning and help Aunt Chu with her tasks. I should be able to earn some water that way. Also, we can help make camel jerky too. Within the convoy, as long as you weren't particularly lazy, Old Bao could provide plenty of work for everyone. Although they had already decided to abandon some people. But if all the survivors died, it wouldn't be good for the convoy. Therefore, whether it was Chu Che, the pink-haired girl, Iron Lion, or Ding Dong, they would all give these people some compensation to maintain their basic survival. Even Chen Ye followed this rule. If you had a special skill, you could even live quite comfortably in the convoy. Like the woman surnamed Chu who constantly helped with cooking, and several young men who knew how to repair vehicles. Their lives were slightly better than the other survivors. Bullshit. I've been running around working so hard, all for that little bit of stuff. They're treating us like beggars. Boss, fourth brother, don't be afraid. I've already found out everything. That Chen Ye sleeps in his tent every night. His water is in the back seat of the cab. As long as we're careful, we can definitely get some. We won't confront him directly this time. Even if we're discovered, we'll just say we were taking a walk. As for Chu Che's side, forget about it. There are 3 of them. That old bastard Old Bao is as cunning as a monkey, plus he has that assistant Xiao Wang. We'd never find an opportunity to strike, RES. That pink-haired girl isn't easy to deal with either. There are 2 of them. Iron Lion and Ding Dong's side is even more out of the question, a whole vehicle of people. They'd probably discover us before we even got close. Compared to the others, Chen Ye is the easiest target. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just one person. Can he really stay awake all night watching? Besides, I don't plan to confront him directly. I haven't lost my mind. Boss, fourth brother, do you dare? After being persuaded by second brother, Boss began to hesitate. As for fourth brother, his eyes showed terror. Clearly, he didn't dare. Second brother got angry. Fourth brother, you coward. If you don't dare to go, then stay put. When I get the water, don't you dare drink a single drop. Second brother, boss. That Chen Ye isn't easy to deal with. Don't go. Please don't go. Fourth brother tried to stop them. Second brother kicked him aside, and together with boss, they slowly moved toward the pickup truck under cover of darkness. Fourth brother could only stand there anxiously. When second brother and boss moved up to the vehicle and carefully observed, they discovered Chen Ye was indeed not in the car. There seemed to be breathing sounds coming from the nearby tent. The 2 felt reassured. They divided tasks clearly. Boss was responsible for keeping watch. Second brother was responsible for the action. Keeping watch meant watching Chen Ye's tent to prevent him from suddenly waking up. Second brother slowly approached the apocalyptic pickup truck. But in their blind spot, a dark shadow slowly extended from beneath the vehicle, like an octopus tentacle. Second brother looked carefully and found the door was locked. He reached into his pants pocket and found a piece of wire. Second brother had been a rogue in the past and had done plenty of petty theft. Picking a car door wasn't difficult for him. Second brother felt something wrap around his waist. He reached to touch it, cold and icy. Before second brother could react, he felt his entire body lose balance and fall to the ground. Boss save. Before the last word could leave his mouth, his entire body was dragged under the vehicle. Then came the sound of muscles and bones being crushed, even drowning out second brother's final words in these terrifying sounds. This was precisely the apocalyptic pickup truck's third ability, shadow drag. At the same time, the apocalyptic pickup truck's fuel gauge was slowly turning. Previously, Chu Che had given 30 liters of fuel, which had long been depleted after these days of consumption. If not for the electric system keeping it going, the vehicle would have broken down long ago. But now, the fuel gauge had turned to the very top, showing the fuel tank was completely full. This vehicle's fuel tank capacity was 60 liters. This fuel tank was actually the 2 tanks they found at the major car crash site, modified by the system. At that time, to save slaughter points, Chen Ye had been willing to do anything. For an off-road vehicle meant for long-distance travel, such fuel tank capacity was obviously somewhat small. Shadow drag could crush and decompose target organisms into fuel. This ability was making its first appearance in the world. Boss watched with his own eyes as second brother was dragged under the vehicle. Stunned speechless, he scrambled back in terror. As for why he didn't scream in fear, it was because Boss had been scared out of his wits. His vocal cords spasmed due to extreme terror, making it impossible to make any sound. However, second brother's brief cry for help still attracted some people's attention. Inside Captain Chu's tent, hearing the exclamation coming from the eavesdropping radio, Chu Che frowned. What is Chen Ye up to now? As for Chen Ye, he had noticed these 2 fools the moment they approached. As sequenced superhumans, it was already difficult for ordinary people to evade their hearing and sight, unless they were anomalies. As for Boss who escaped, well, let him live for now. What if all the ordinary survivors died out? If they really encountered anomalies, who would serve as the gecko's severed tail? The next day, the convoy was missing 1 person. Old Bao asked about it. Boss said second brother had gone crazy and ran off during the night. Old Bao didn't ask further. Such situations did occur. If you stared at the blood moon at night, mental breakdowns could happen. This had occurred several times in the convoy before. When they set off in the morning, Chen Ye saw the fuel tank was full. It seems a 60-liter fuel tank isn't the limit for shadow drag. System, how many slaughter points would it take to change the main fuel tank to 90 liters and add a 70-liter auxiliary fuel tank? Chen Ye directly began his consultation mentally. If he could have a 160-liter fuel tank, plus the shadow drag ability and an electric system, he would basically solve his energy consumption problems. According to host's requirements, one main and one auxiliary fuel tank, total capacity 160 liters, requires 3,000 slaughter points. Seeing that it actually required 3,000 slaughter points, Chen Ye almost swore out loud. No choice. If he didn't provide any materials or conditions himself and had the system provide both labor and materials, the price would be outrageous. He still had over 4,000 slaughter points left. Spending 3,000 really wasn't worth it. If he needed slaughter points for something important later and didn't have enough, that would be troublesome. After thinking about it, he could only shelve this plan for now. 60 liters would have to do. At least it could last for a while. The journey that followed remained largely unchanged. The weather was still unbearably hot. By noon, the convoy had lost 12 more people today. Still the water source problem. The already pitifully small drinking water ration had been further reduced by Old Bao and Old Li working together. Even if the survivors protested, it was useless. Many people's bodies were already showing symptoms of dehydration and couldn't move at all. Camels also began dying in large numbers. The bizarrely high temperatures, combined with the inability to obtain food and other factors, drastically reduced the camels' theoretical survival time without food. Camels died in large numbers, causing many survivors to lose their means of transportation, forcing them to trek through the desert on foot. This vicious cycle further accelerated the survivors' deaths. By this time, even superhumans like Chen Ye were almost out of drinking water. Chu Che and the pink-haired girl had already stopped giving drinking water to ordinary survivors. The only one still doing this was Iron Lion, that big fool. Of course, nobody knew that Chen Ye's drinking water reserves were more than everyone imagined. After all, the resources allocated to him were only for his personal use. Even though he had traded some to exchange for bull bones to upgrade the apocalyptic pickup truck, he had still saved some. This drinking water was hidden between the vehicle's chassis beams, tied up with ropes. This drinking water was Chen Ye's final reserve. Although these superhumans were stronger than ordinary people, they still hadn't transcended the category of ordinary humans. Without water for extended periods, they would still die. That water would only be brought out by Chen Ye when everyone else was dead. This was Chen Ye's final fallback. The convoy that originally had nearly 100 people now only had about 70 people left. The apocalyptic pickup truck now didn't care much about fuel consumption. Chen Ye even ran the electric fan 24 hours a day. The car windows were also rolled down. The wind blowing in was hot. It wasn't exactly stuffy, but his grime-encrusted body felt uncomfortable. Chen Ye could even smell the stench emanating from his own body. It had been almost half a year since he last bathed. And in these daily high temperatures too. Wait, in this scorching hot wind, why was there a hint of coolness? Before Chen Ye could react, the lead modified off-road vehicle was already accelerating wildly, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Chen Ye stomped the gas pedal straight to the floor, the engine roaring as all four wheels spun frantically, sending an equally large dust cloud billowing behind him. Sequence superpowers enhanced all aspects of one's senses. Ordinary people might not yet detect the subtle changes in the air, but Chen Ye could perceive them. Especially after prolonged exposure to such high temperatures and dry conditions, this faint coolness felt remarkably distinct. Chen Ye stuck his head out the window, greedily savoring that elusive, faint coolness. The apocalyptic pickup truck roared as it overtook Iron Lion's school bus and the pink-haired girl's modified off-road vehicle, stubbornly tailgating Captain Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle. Others in the convoy also noticed the unusual movements of these two vehicles. The pink-haired girl had been dozing off in her car, the passenger seat fully reclined, her pink hair scattered messily across her chest. Though her clothes were somewhat dirty, they couldn't conceal her youthful charm. Except that glistening drool had already dripped onto the seat back, which combined with her delicate face actually made her seem somewhat cute. She still clutched that long sword in her hand, its black scabbard adorned with pink doll stickers. Sitting beside her was the pocket-sized Xiaoyu. When the apocalypse began, this girl didn't even have a driver's license, but now she handled this vehicle with incredible ease. Cousin. Seeing Chen Ye directly overtake their vehicle, Xiaoyu quickly shook awake the dozing girl. What? What happened? The girl jolted awake, hurriedly sitting up, her hand instinctively tightening around the long sword while making a slurp sound as she sucked the drool back into her mouth. The cold sensation of the drool helped sharpen her focus a bit. Chen Ye and the captain have both rushed ahead. Xiaoyu pointed at Chen Ye's disappearing vehicle. The pink-haired girl immediately spotted Chen Ye's car. It was impossible not to. That vehicle was just too eye-catching. That Chen Ye, he never acts without benefit. Follow them. Got it, cousin. Just watch me. Xiaoyu's small frame slid downward, her short legs stomping firmly on the accelerator. From the outside, the entire vehicle looked like it was driving itself. Simultaneously, Iron Lion's school bus also responded. Zhou Xiaoxiao's vehicle closely followed, stubbornly tailing the school bus's rear. At this point, the entire convoy was stirred up, although no one knew the reason. The lead vehicle's accelerating definitely meant something. Although the convoy had lost many camels recently, a few camels still stubbornly survived. Among them was one raised by Xue Nan. This camel surviving until now had cost Xue Nan considerable effort. Xue Nan knew that if the camels were gone, he probably wouldn't survive either. Seeing the convoy accelerate, Xue Nan urgently urged his camel to speed up as well. The other few camels did the same. Among them were the boss and fourth brother. These two had somehow convinced the original camel owners to surrender their camels to them. Even so, they were rapidly left far behind by the vehicles. As for those who had lost their means of transportation, they remained permanently at the convoy's rear. The school bus was already overcrowded, with no room to squeeze in more people. 10 minutes later, Chu Che was acting like a headless fly, heading east one moment, west the next. If viewed from above, one could clearly see Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle resembling a hyena searching for bones, constantly sniffing around the ground. 20 minutes later, the coolness in the air grew increasingly stronger. Chen Ye's heart began pounding with excitement. Could they really have found a water source? Green vegetation actually started appearing around them. This discovery thrilled Chen Ye immensely. He pushed his sunglasses up to reveal his eyes, staring intently at that patch of green, as if this green were the most beautiful painting between heaven and earth. Cousin, that's... Xiaoyu's excited voice came from the adjacent vehicle. Even the crowded school bus erupted with successive exclamations of joy. Heavens, am I seeing things? Damn, my God, so beautiful. Wah. Mom. 30 minutes later, the surrounding greenery grew more abundant, and the air felt less dry. The previous high temperatures gradually decreased. Chen Ye could feel every cell in his body cheering. This must be it. Chu Che must have truly found it. Chu Che's vehicle crested a sand dune and disappeared from view. Chen Ye stomped the gas pedal hard again, the engine roaring once more. As if sensing Chen Ye's emotions, the vehicle also became excited, the entire body lurching violently forward. The front end kept rising until Chen Ye sitting inside could only see blue sky and white clouds. Suddenly, the front end plunged downward, Chen Ye's body thrown forward against the seat-back restraints. Chen Ye removed the sunglasses from his nose bridge, revealing a turquoise-blue expanse before his eyes. Like a piece of exquisite jade fallen from heaven, embedded in the desert, surrounded by scattered patches of green vegetation. The moisture hitting his face made Chen Ye feel like he'd instantly returned from hell to the human world. The air carried a fresh, vibrant energy. Chen Ye had never found a small lake so beautiful before. Perhaps when he lay on his deathbed in old age, Chen Ye would still consider the scene one of the most beautiful moments he'd ever witnessed in his life. With diuresis Nigerian IRS. Wah. Hysterical crying sounded beside him. It was Do Xiao. The young girl gripped the steering wheel with one hand, her vehicle struggling over the sand dune before sliding down the slope. And now, this little girl opened her mouth wide, wailing uncontrollably, tears and snot covering her face as she continued crying hysterically, crying with heart-wrenching sobs, crying with utter abandon. Tears and snot dripped from her cheeks onto the steering wheel, sliding onto her clothes, completely ignored. Wah 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 wah. Amid the crying, the vehicle began steering toward the lakeside while sliding downward. Cousin, it's water. Cheers already erupted from the seemingly driverless modified off-road vehicle. The pink-haired figure abruptly sat upright, her eyes fixed intently on that turquoise-blue expanse, lips trembling. Water, wah wah wah. I finally made it. There's water. Damn it, I survived this. Deafening cheers exploded from the school bus. Old Lee simply opened the bus door directly. Some survivors completely disregarded whether they were still moving, jumping straight out of the vehicle. One person started, then two followed. More and more people leaped from the school bus. Originally, they had appeared lifeless and listless. But now, these people screamed, roared, and ran madly toward that turquoise-blue expanse like lunatics. Chen Ye parked his vehicle by the lakeside, moisture filling his nostrils. He eagerly scrambled out of the vehicle, wanting to personally touch that turquoise-blue lake water. But as he prepared to approach, Chen Ye hesitated. He remembered what Chu Che had said: anomalies existed everywhere, in the sky, on the ground, in water, in soil. Chen Ye suppressed his emotions. There was no rush anyway. Captain Chu Che and Old Bao, along with convoy assistant Xiao Wang, had already gotten out of their vehicle. But Captain Chu's conditions seemed quite unusual at this moment. Colorless ripples undulated around Captain Chu's body, as if some incomprehensible force surrounded him. Chen Ye paused slightly. Captain Chu. A gentle smile spread across Chu Che's face, serene as spring water. Hearing Chen Ye's voice, he turned to look at him. Chen Ye, I've advanced to sequence 2. When a survivor plunged headfirst into the lake water. Chen Ye finally withdrew his envious gaze from Chu Che. At this moment, Chen Ye was more concerned about whether the lake water was problematic. His eyes were fixed intently on the survivor who had thrown himself into the lake. Even with Chu Che as the pathfinder present, Chen Ye hadn't let down his guard. What if there was an anomaly in the lake skilled at concealment? If he went into the water, he might be the next unlucky one. Right now, those ordinary survivors were quite useful. For Chen Ye, this was one of the uses of these survivors. The survivor diving into the lake splashed large amounts of water, with carefree laughter ringing continuously. Then came the second, third, and even fourth. Soon, almost all survivors had thrown themselves into the lake water. Some female survivors were slightly more reserved, but they also took off their shoes and stepped barefoot into the lake. Everyone's first action was to drink water. Some more particular ones endured their thirst, filled a bottle with water, and then drank heartily. Those less particular threw their whole bodies into the water, not caring how dirty they were, directly plunging their heads into the water to drink greedily. If this were before the apocalypse, everyone's first reaction upon seeing such lake water would be whether it contained bacteria, parasites, or viruses. But now, no one cared about that. Even the pink-haired girl was standing barefoot in the water, a smile spreading across her face. Iron Lion was even more exaggerated. He had already plunged completely into the water and started swimming freely. Ding Dong stood by the lakeside, also smiling. Are you always this cautious about everything? Beside him came Chu Che's sarcastic remark. Chen Ye retorted without hesitation, aren't you the same? The two looked at each other, both seeing mutual appreciation in the other's eyes. The two old men were thinking alike again. Old Bao, get these people out. This water needs to be drinking water, not their bathing spot. The survivors who had just plunged into the lake and hadn't swum for even a few minutes were driven out. Although somewhat dissatisfied, no one dared to oppose Old Bao. In the convoy, aside from the superhumans, Old Bao was their supreme authority. Tonight's campsite was naturally by the lake. After drinking their fill and getting excited enough, the survivors began setting up tents. Tents were being erected one after another. The convoy itself didn't have many tents. Most were obtained earlier from the camel train. Chu Che, who had somehow acquired a stick, walked to the center of the campsite. Captain Chu, what are you? Chu Che didn't speak, but raised the stick in his hand and thrust it hard into the ground. A transparent circular light shield directly descended from the sky, its diameter appearing over 100 meters, almost enveloping the entire campsite. It wrapped around the whole campsite like an inverted large bowl. After completing this, Chu Che seemed completely drained, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, as if he had run 5 kilometers. In just a brief moment, Chuche's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his clothes quickly soaked through, with a small patch of sweat falling on the sandy ground. Huff huff. The Pathfinder Sequence 2 Mystic Hermit's new ability, Concealment Barrier. It can eliminate living human aura to some extent, making it harder for anomalies to detect us quickly. Chuche explained to Chen Ye. Chuche had no intention of hiding things from his teammates. All Pathfinder abilities were for survival, with no particularly strong combat capabilities themselves. Teammates understanding the Mystic Hermit's abilities could play a crucial role at critical moments. Hearing about this ability, Chen Ye's eyes lit up. You mean we can stay here longer? At most 3 days. After 3 days, we must leave. Huff huff. Chuche plopped down on the ground, looking utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Old Bao quickly brought over a camping chair and moved the sitting Chuche onto the chair. 3 days is enough. After the long trek, even though Chen Ye was a sequence superhuman, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. Being able to rest by this lake for 3 days now was an incredible luxury. The transparent barrier naturally attracted the survivors' attention. Many looked toward Chen Ye and Chuche. Chuche, Yezi, what are you two doing? What is this thing? The pink-haired girl, who had just been about to find a place to bathe, saw this inverted transparent barrier. For girls, not bathing for nearly half a year was simply unbearable. Old Bao, go, tell them they cannot easily leave the barrier range. If they want to go outside, they must report to you. When the survivors in the campsite learned they could rest here for 3 days, the campsite erupted with thunderous cheers. Even the always calm Ding Dong couldn't help but smile. In the following time, Chen Ye also found a place to take a proper bath. He scrubbed off layers of dirt from his body. Many people in the convoy were doing the same thing. Not bathing for nearly half a year, even the most slovenly person couldn't stand it. While the temperature hadn't completely dropped yet, everyone went to find places to bathe. When Zhou Xiaoxiao, freshly cleaned, appeared before Chen Ye, even Chen Ye was stunned by this girl's beauty. The first time he saw Zhou Xiaoxiao, the girl was practically a tomboy. To avoid trouble back then, she dressed entirely like a boy. But now, Chen Ye finally understood why the entire entertainment industry had been waiting for her debut. Her exquisite facial features looked as if generated by AI. Seeming to sense Chen Ye looking at her, the girl appeared somewhat afraid and uncomfortable. She was no longer the willful, spoiled future superstar she once was. Facing Chen Ye, she would feel fear and nervousness. The pink-haired girl also appeared in a change of clothes. It had to be said this woman defied common sense. During this migration through the desert, many female survivors' skin had darkened several shades. But this girl was as white as snow. Was this one of the side effects of sequence superpowers? Combined with her pink hair, she appeared full of vitality, radiating youthful energy for miles. The epitome of pure desire that described this girl perfectly. As for Sulina, the cleaned-up woman wore tight jeans with a white blouse, embodying the mature young woman's style to perfection. Most men in the campsite had their eyes fixed on this woman. If it were just about feminine charm, Sulina surpassed Zhou Xiaoxiao and the pink-haired girl by more than 10 blocks. Chen Ye, if you keep staring, I'll dig your thieving eyes out, believe me? Seeming to sense Chen Ye's gaze was too intense, the pink-haired girl raised her eyebrows angrily. This girl didn't seem to care at all about their past connection. As if she had completely forgotten about that matter. Chen Ye rubbed his nose and turned toward the vehicle. Sulina seemed quite pleased, tossing her long hair proudly as she walked through the crowd. Chen Ye, do you think I'm still worth having after a wash? The 3 women attracted everyone's attention in the campsite. Except for Captain Chuche. He had no interest in women whatsoever. Chen Ye took out all the bottles from his vehicle. The bottles accumulated during this period numbered over 100, piled densely into a small hill. Chen Ye planned to fill all the bottles completely. Not only Chen Ye was doing this, other survivors were engaging in the same behavior as Chen Ye. Having survived the desert this time, everyone had gained a very clear understanding of water resources' importance. When leaving this place 3 days later, everyone's bottles would be filled with water. The evening meal was naturally abundant. Some survivors even caught 2 large fat fish from the lake and brought them over. Learning that Chuche had advanced to sequence 2 Mystic Hermit, the pink-haired girl, Iron Lion, and Ding Dong were all excited. The Pathfinder advancing in sequence meant the convoy's survival capability had strengthened once again. This time, Chu-Che advancing to sequence 2 granted him 4 abilities in total. One was the current concealment barrier. Another was weather perception, able to sense weather changes within 24 hours. As a sequence superpower ability, this weather prediction was much more accurate than weather forecasts. If they encountered another sandstorm, Captain Chu would likely know in advance. The third ability was marking, able to imprint information on specific locations or objects with anti-eavesdropping functionality. When Chu-Che explained this ability, the others exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what it meant. Chu-Che directly wrote 3 characters in the air above the ground, then looked up to ask Chen Ye, "What did I write?" Chen Ye looked at the ground. "Are you messing with me?" The pink-haired girl, however, gasped in surprise. "It's the traditional characters for 1, 2, 3. Chen Ye, you really can't see them? Captain Chu's characters are glowing." "Captain Chu, how did you do that?" Chu-Che smiled slightly proudly. "That's the anti-eavesdropping feature. If I want, I can decide who sees the information I leave behind. If this ability existed before the apocalypse, it would have been useless. But now, if used well, it was a divine skill that could play a major role at critical moments." And the last ability, mystic communication. 2 pathfinders within a certain range can sense each other and conduct simple communication. This ability was also useless before the apocalypse, because everyone had phones. But now, it was also a very powerful ability. In this apocalyptic world, various teams were like isolated boats on the ocean, making communication extremely important. The 3 days passed very quickly. When it was time to leave, everyone showed reluctance and sadness. Perhaps they would never return here in their lifetimes. But no one could forget the happiness of these 3 days. Chen Ye looked at the lake in the rearview mirror, feeling reluctant too. There was no choice. If they stayed longer, there might be danger. The convoy returned to its normal routine, migrating, resting, leaving, then migrating again. The days were still scorching hot, the nights still freezing cold. But for some reason, Chen Ye felt the nights were even colder. Even as a sequence superhuman, he was having trouble enduring it. Last night, 2 more people froze to death in their tents. This hadn't happened for quite some time. At noon on the 3rd day, Chen Ye finally understood why the nights were so cold. The convoy finally reached the desert's edge. But no one's face showed happiness. Instead, each was filled with fear. On one side was the endless desert, the sun hanging high in the sky, the distant sand dunes shimmering with heat haze. On the other side, however, was a world of heavy snowfall, everything wrapped in silver white, distant trees and hills completely covered in white snow. Snow piled over a foot thick. Even from a distance, the biting cold wind could be felt. The 2 worlds seemed separated by some kind of barrier, completely unrelated. The desert's scorching heat didn't affect the snowy world in the slightest, and not a single snowflake from the snowy world fell into the desert. Chen Ye looked at the flip-flops on his feet, then at his shabby pickup truck, and swallowed hard. "Chu-Che, are we really going in there?" In Chu-Che's perception, there were more than 7 anomalies surrounding them in all directions, with the only path of survival being the white snowy world ahead. If given a choice, Chu-Che wouldn't want to enter it. Even a fool could tell that this white world ahead definitely wasn't any good path to survival. After the apocalypse, all weather had become extreme. For example, the desert's daytime could heat people to death, while the night could freeze people to death. But there was no choice left. "Captain Chu, didn't you say you have weather perception ability? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Chen Ye's voice sounded beside his ear. Even the pink-haired girl, Iron Lion, and Ding Dong all looked at Chu-Che. Chu-Che said helplessly, "Weather perception is based on sensing from my current location. For coordinates too far from me, I can't perceive them in advance." By the time he noticed something was wrong, they had already arrived here. This sentence Chu-Che didn't speak aloud. Chen Ye thought for a moment and said, "Captain Chu, don't you have the concealment barrier ability? Cast one right now and we'll leave after 3 days." Chu-Che shook his head. "At least 3 groups of anomalies have detected our presence. Although they're still far from us, they're already on their way here. The prerequisite for concealment barrier is absolute safety, absolutely no anomalies detecting our presence. Otherwise, the concealment barrier is ineffective." Chen Ye held his cigarette for a long time before finally blurting out, "Damn. What use are you then?" Che glared at him angrily. No matter how reluctant they were, the convoy had no choice but to move forward. Whether going back, turning left or right, or simply stopping where they were, all had become impossible. People sometimes have to do things they really don't want to do. Now they could only pray that the white world's low temperature wouldn't exceed that of the desert night. Otherwise, the convoy would face major trouble. Get in your vehicles. Che was the first to return to his vehicle. Chen Ye looked at the white world ahead and helplessly got back into his car. Back in Xinghua town, Jie and that muscular man had indeed taken some clothes, but unfortunately they gradually traded away some later, used some when upgrading the vehicle canopy, and when the sandstorm came later. The remaining ones were all blown away by the sandstorm. All the clothes Chen Ye had were the flip-flops on his feet, a pair of shorts, a tank top, and a sun protection jacket on the passenger seat. These were all his clothes. He only had one pair of underwear too, already frayed after being worn for half a year. And there was a thin blanket. The thin blanket was found among the camel train supplies. This thin blanket plus his enhanced body could handle the extreme cold of desert nights without problems. But if the white world ahead was colder than the desert night, then there would be trouble. Even though Chen Ye's physical fitness had been greatly enhanced, he followed the supernatural path unlike sequence superhumans like Iron Lion who focused on physical enhancement. Even if Iron Lion entered that low-temperature snowy world naked, he probably wouldn't feel anything. And then there was his vehicle. To save some slaughter points back then, he hadn't upgraded the air conditioning system. Driving in a car without air conditioning in winter. Anyone who's experienced this knows exactly how it feels. Plus, it was constantly snowing ahead. With such heavy snow, driving under these conditions would also be a huge challenge for the vehicle. Currently visible, there was already over a foot of snow accumulation. This would also test the vehicle's capabilities. It still came down to the same question. If the temperature in the white world wasn't too low, everything would be manageable. If the temperature was abnormally low, then upgrading the air conditioning would be absolutely necessary. Oh right, and those white-red Aizue collaboration sneakers of unknown authenticity. Chen Ye rummaged through the back seat for a long time before finally finding these shoes. Entering that snowy world, at least they could keep his feet from getting cold. Even Chen Ye felt somewhat worried. The other survivors were even more terrified. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could imagine how cold that white world must be. Some people had already started putting on every piece of clothing they could wear. When these people fled the city earlier, who had time to worry about bringing clothes? It wasn't like they were going on vacation. Later, when they had chances to gather supplies, they prioritized food first. As for clothes like these, don't even think about it. Only people like Sulina who cared about appearance collected 1 or 2 extra pieces. Later, when they entered the desert, with scorching days and freezing nights. Even if someone wanted to collect blankets for nighttime cold protection back then. Unfortunately, in the desert, there were simply no conditions for gathering supplies. At night, everyone could only huddle together for warmth, which barely managed to get them through. Those who couldn't handle it froze to death. And now, Chen Ye clearly saw chaos inside the school bus. The apocalyptic pickup truck slowly moved forward, making crunching sounds when its front wheels pressed into the tire tracks left by Che's vehicle. A wave of cold instantly assaulted him, the hairs on his arms visibly standing up. Even Chen Ye couldn't help shivering. So cold. Exactly what he feared was happening. The current perceived temperature was much colder than desert nights. Chen Ye watched a water bottle on the passenger seat visibly turn into ice, the expanding ice causing the plastic bottle to swell up. Chen Ye could even hear crunching sounds coming from the truck bed. That was the sound of his stored bottled water turning into ice. Previously in extremely hot environments, now suddenly switched to extremely cold conditions. Normal people would get sick in such circumstances. Fortunately, although Chen Ye couldn't compare to Iron Lion, he at least wouldn't get sick. Everyone, follow the tire tracks of the vehicle ahead, don't fall behind. Old Bao's voice sounded. Chen Ye gently pressed the gas pedal to make the vehicle catch up faster. Behind Chen Ye was the pink-haired girl's vehicle. Just after entering the icy world, the pink-haired girl switched her car's air conditioning to heating mode. So cold. The pink-haired girl shivered. Cousin, achoo. It's so cold, cousin. Find me some clothes to wear. Xiaoyu felt her nose getting stuffy, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Could I be getting sick? As for the school bus, When the unimaginably low temperature struck, the panic inside the school bus intensified even more. Fortunately, with Iron Lion and Ding Dong suppressing it, the chaos was promptly contained. Just as Chen Ye had thought, Iron Lion sat in the vehicle wearing just a tank top, completely unfazed by the rapidly dropping temperature. Ding Dong only frowned slightly, but didn't make a big deal of it either. The Titan sequence primarily cultivated physical fitness and muscular strength. Their physical constitution wasn't something ordinary sequences could compare to, hence they had strong resistance to extreme cold. As for Ding Dong, being of the Fist Master sequence, although her physical fitness wasn't as monstrous as the Titan sequence, it was still far superior to Chen Ye and the others. The pink-haired girl was of the Sword Immortal sequence, and moreover sequence too, so her resistance to low temperatures wasn't much weaker either. Therefore, among the convoy, the ones most afraid of the cold were only Chen Ye and Captain Chu Che. And Chen Ye's vehicle had no air conditioning. Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle did have air conditioning. Even so, Chu Che still took out a blanket to cover himself, while Chen Ye was worse off. Although he wouldn't freeze to death like ordinary survivors, Chen Ye was definitely not comfortable right now. He asked the system how many slaughter points were needed to upgrade the air conditioning. The answer was 5,000 slaughter points. He currently only had 4,000 slaughter points left, not nearly enough. Furious, Chen Ye cursed the system for getting increasingly greedy. It's so cold, no, I don't want to freeze to death, I don't want to freeze to death. The boss riding the camel turned his camel around, wanting to flee back into the desert. If you want to leave, fine, but leave the camel behind. Chen Ye's icy voice rang out. Camels also counted as a type of food, and he had a share in them too. The boss wore a short sleeve, his two thick tattooed arms looking quite intimidating. He had once been a dominant figure in his area. Unfortunately, Chen Ye's words nailed him to the spot. His face flushed red, but he didn't dare move even one step. When they camped for the night, Chen Ye trudged through the snow wanting to borrow some clothes from Chu Che or Iron Lion. But none of them had extra clothes to lend him. As for the other ordinary survivors, don't even mention it. Captain, is there any town nearby? Let's go gather some supplies if this continues. I'll be fine. But those ordinary people will probably all freeze to death. Chen Ye sniffled and stomped his feet. Chen Ye didn't care about ordinary people's survival, he was just making an excuse. To keep warm, Chen Ye had even put on the sun protection jacket. Snow was still falling from the sky, and soon Chen Ye's head and body were completely covered in white snow. His spoken words turned into white mist at his lips. By nightfall, the temperature seemed even colder. Chu Che set aside his amusement at Chen Ye's predicament and said seriously to everyone, there actually is a supply point, but it's very dangerous. Danger. Hearing this word, Chen Ye's expression also turned serious. If this word came from the Pathfinder's mouth, then it absolutely had to be taken seriously. The pink-haired girl, however, seemed somewhat excited. She sniffled and said, Captain, what kind of danger? Tell us about it. I haven't had any action for a long time and my hands are really itching for a fight. Chen Ye looked at the pink-haired girl with an expression that said she was an idiot. Chu Che cleared his throat lightly before speaking. 20 kilometers from our current camp is Wrong City. That place has everything we need. The moment everyone heard the name Wrong City, all their expressions changed drastically. Even the pink-haired girl lost her previous excitement. After the apocalypse, many cities had become uninhabited forbidden zones. The more densely populated the major cities were, the more dangerous they became. Like the famously dangerous Shanghai and other international first-tier cities. These places made people pale at the mere mention of them. It wasn't just major cities like this. Even some small villages couldn't escape this fate. The previous Xinghua town and Longevity Village had also left many survivors there forever. Before the apocalypse, Wrong City had been somewhat famous. This city was nationally known as a tourist destination where many wounded men and women came to heal their emotional wounds. Many single men and women also hoped to find romantic encounters in Wrong City. Even many variety shows used Wrong City as a filming location. Therefore, not counting the transient population, Wrong City's permanent resident population already exceeded 1 million. According to the principle that more densely populated areas are more dangerous, Wrong City's danger level far exceeded that of Longevity Village and Xinghua Town. Captain, aren't you overestimating us a bit? Chen Ye swallowed hard, his voice somewhat dry as he spoke. He did want supplies, but he wasn't looking to commit suicide. If the target was a village or something similar, he wouldn't be afraid. The danger level of villages was several grades lower compared to cities. Therefore, upon hearing Chu Che's plan, he immediately lost his nerve. You, don't speak yet. Chu Che directly cut off Chen Ye's words. Whenever this guy opened his mouth, there was a tendency to disrupt morale. Chu Che planned to nip Chen Ye's words in the bud first. Chen Ye shrugged. You're the captain, whatever makes you happy. Chu Che shook his head and sighed. If there were other options, I wouldn't want you to take risks in the city either. But I've already gathered information in advance. There are several villages around Wrong City, but supplies from these villages have already been scavenged, Nigeria Naira. Therefore, we have no choice now. With the eavesdropping radio in hand, Captain Chu could accurately grasp the supply situation at surrounding scavenging points. Previously at Longevity Village and Xinghua Town, Captain Chu had also used this ability of the eavesdropping radio to enable the convoy to act with clear purpose. Many convoys endured countless hardships to reach their supply-gathering destinations, suffering significant personnel losses, only to find nothing. With the eavesdropping radio in hand, Chu Che could completely avoid this situation. This was also one reason why the eavesdropping radio ranked so highly. But the expressions on everyone's faces still showed considerable hesitation. The reason I'm saying this is definitely not to send you to your deaths. Old Bao brought over a map and spread it out before everyone. Chu Che pointed to an area and said, "This is Changwang District in Wrong City. It's closest to us and is a residential area. The supplies here are sufficient for you to collect. Changwang District has 3 large supermarkets. Whichever supermarket you find, you'll be able to gather enough supplies to survive in these extreme cold conditions. According to my perception, there are no more than 3 anomalies in this Changwang District. As long as you're fast enough, it shouldn't be a big problem." Chu Che pointed at the map as he explained the current situation to everyone. Chen Ye interrupted, "Captain Chu, if there are only 3 anomalies in one district, that can only mean one thing." "What do you mean?" "That means no other anomalies dare to enter this district. These 3 anomalies must be far more terrifying than the others." After Chen Ye said this, everyone fell silent. "How about this? I'll go, you cover for me. I'll grab the supplies and run." Iron Lion, the simple-minded brute, spoke with his characteristic dull-wittedness. After advancing to Sequence 2, this guy had become even more foolish. While everyone else was trying to avoid such suicide missions, he actually volunteered. Impossible. No matter how fast you are, you can't avoid detection by those anomalies. Ding Dong vetoed Iron Lion's proposal. Chen Ye's eyes shifted thoughtfully. "Captain, I actually have a method, but it depends on whether you dare to try it." Chu Che felt a sense of foreboding, but still said, "Let's hear it." "Captain, how about you serve as bait? You can place a concealment barrier here first, and we'll hide inside it. You take the other survivors out and lure the anomalies from Changwang District away. Then we'll go gather supplies. We'll all regroup here afterward. What do you think? If we get pursued by anomalies, we can throw a few survivors down to distract them." Chen Ye laid out his entire plan in one breath. In his view, this plan had a certain degree of feasibility. Therefore, he didn't speak in a joking tone but was quite serious instead. The entire tent fell into complete silence. Old Bao looked at Chen Ye with horrified eyes. Such a vicious plan, and this kid just spat it out so casually? Seriously, I really want to dig out this kid's heart and see if it's black. In all my years, I've never seen such a black-hearted youngster. I need to stay away from this kid in the future. Captain Chu Che's face at this moment couldn't have looked worse. Making him serve as bait, how did this guy come up with that? How could he say it out loud? How could someone with a body temperature of 36 degrees speak words that felt like sub-zero temperatures? Making me serve as bait? None of those anomalies are easy to deal with. I'm just a pathfinder, completely without any offensive capabilities. If I really get chased by anomalies, I can't fight them off and I can't outrun them. Could I possibly use that love brainlighter ranked over 5,000 to deal with anomalies? Captain, think about it. You're the pathfinder. Only you can sense the presence of anomalies. If you're careful, you'll definitely be able to escape. What do you think of this method? Chen Ye thought about it and, from a rational perspective, felt this method seemed quite good. Most importantly, he would be relatively safe. Hearing Chen Ye's suggestion, the pink-haired girl's eyes also lit up slightly, and she actually couldn't help but start nodding. Iron Lion, that simpleton, grinned foolishly and said, "This method is good, this method is good. Captain, let's do it this way. We'll definitely be able to get the supplies." Only ding-dong, this woman glanced at Captain Chu, whose face now resembled pig liver, then looked at Chen Ye, wisely choosing to remain silent. Chu Che hadn't expected that Sun Cece and Iron Lion would also agree with this opinion. The pig liver color on his face completely turned purplish-black, and 2 plumes of white mist shot from his nostrils, like an extremely enraged bull. Captain Chu Che squeezed words out from between his teeth. "Chen Ye, you bastard, shut the hell up." Chen Ye. "Damn it, you want supplies but aren't willing to take action. What kind of captain are you, bastard? What use are you anyway?" Of course, these words absolutely never left his mouth. Otherwise, Chen Ye was worried Chu Che might die from anger. Right now the convoy's food and drinking water can last for a while, but the most troublesome issue is other supplies, like cold-resistant clothing and heating materials. And then there's the vehicle problem. They need corresponding modifications too. In extreme cold, freezing to death is absolutely no joke. Iron Lion, your vehicle has many people and you're short on cold-resistant clothing, so be careful. Don't let too many people freeze to death by tomorrow morning. Chu Che didn't say don't let people freeze to death, but rather don't let too many people freeze to death. In such extreme cold, everyone understood that it was impossible to avoid freezing deaths. Unlike the previous desert terrain, now the entire mountains and fields were covered by heavy snow, and driving vehicles through snowy terrain wasn't a simple matter. From the moment they entered this extremely cold white snow world, the convoy's vehicles had become very difficult to operate. Even Iron Lion's school bus nearly slid directly into a mountain ravine due to skidding. Fortunately, Iron Lion noticed in time, avoiding this accident. For driving on snow, snow vehicles would be best, of course. But snow vehicles, unless you're in northern scenic areas, that's the only place you'd find such things. Most people's knowledge of snow vehicles only came from television or movies. From the moment the convoy entered this snowy world, the heavy snow had never stopped falling. Goose feather-like snow covered everything everyone could see. Without making some modifications to the vehicles, driving was simply impossible. At minimum, they needed to get some anti-skid chains. Having them was better than nothing. And places like car windows needed to be covered with quilts or similar materials. The previous tents probably couldn't be used now either. Using those previous tents in such low temperatures would simply be seeking death. Unless everyone was a superhuman. Chu Che kept chattering on about these matters, appearing quite verbose. Actually, Chu Che was feeling some pressure now. The extreme low temperatures made Chu Che worry the convoy might be completely wiped out. If that really happened, relying on just their few superhumans to survive would also be very troublesome. No one knew when they could leave this snow country. Tomorrow morning, Chen Ye, Ding Dong, Iron Lion, and Sun Cece will go together to gather supplies. If there are others in the convoy willing to go, they can join you too. Reino yes. Old Bao, notify the convoy about this later. Remember, no longer than 3 hours maximum. You must leave within 3 hours, otherwise there's danger of being entangled by anomalies. The several people nodded and returned to prepare separately. Chen Ye actually wanted to go directly to Rong City now. But it was already nighttime. Anomalies were most active at night. Going to Rong City now was no different from seeking death. Although the cold was somewhat unbearable, they could only endure through tonight first. This kind of low temperature would at most be uncomfortable. Sequence superhumans wouldn't freeze to death. As soon as Chen Ye returned to the vehicle, he felt an unbearable cold air. He really couldn't stay in the vehicle, so he tried to borrow a blanket from Captain Chu. Unfortunately, Chu Che didn't have any extra blankets either. He thought about squeezing into the pink-haired girl's vehicle to enjoy the heater. Unfortunately, this girl showed no consideration at all, even looking at Chen Ye very warily. "What do you want to do?" The pink-haired girl had her hand on her sword hilt, looking like she would cut someone down if he couldn't give a good reason. Xiao Yu even gripped the door panel tightly. "You two, dog man and woman, don't think about driving me out to do shameless things. It's so cold, people could die." Xiao Yu would always remember that night when she was driven out of the vehicle all alone and helpless. Fortunately, old Bao had taken her in, otherwise she would have died that night. And now, outside was even colder than that night. These words sounded in Chen Ye's ears, but Chen Ye felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, the pink-haired girl blushed deeply. After all, she was a girl who had just reached adulthood. All right, Chen Ye also gave up on squeezing into the pink-haired girl's vehicle. Chen Ye, why don't you come to my vehicle? Chen Ye shook his head repeatedly. Iron Lion's vehicle had many people, so it wouldn't be too cold. But precisely because there were so many people, it was hard to even find standing room. Unless Chen Ye could kill a few survivors to clear space to rest. Such a cruel thing, better forget it. These people were still quite useful. So, Chen Ye spent the middle of the night walking around the area carrying his machete, planning to find some firewood to build a bonfire, at least to make the surrounding environment less cold. There were still big differences between snow terrain and desert. In the desert, besides yellow sand there was only yellow sand. You couldn't see any other colors. But in this snow terrain, at least there were many plants and trees nearby. Many were trees that had lost all their leaves, which Chen Ye cut down with a single slash of his blade. The blood resentment machete was still considered a wonder after all. Although its ranking wasn't high, using it to chop trees was still very easy. The reason he had chosen to upgrade the machete back then was also because of this consideration. The machete had far more uses than the hand crossbow. This machete in Chen Ye's hands could both fight battles, be used to make bolt arrows, and serve as a kitchen knife to chop camel meat jerky. A shivering person walked over. Looking up, it was a terrifyingly ugly face. Why did you come? Too cold, I came to help. Shui Nen said while rubbing his hands and shivering. This kid's lips had already turned blue-purple from the cold. He only wore a jacket and a pair of jeans. If he continued freezing like this, he probably wouldn't survive the night. With Shui Nan's help, soon other survivors also got out of their vehicles. The big full Iron Lion also got out of his vehicle. This guy still wore only a green short-sleeve shirt up to now, with goose feather snow falling on his rock-like muscles, quickly melting into water that soaked his t-shirt. But this guy didn't care at all, as if he hadn't noticed, carrying several trees that Chen Ye had cut down back with him. Chen Ye only focused on tree cutting. With the wonder machete in hand, he quickly cleared out a small patch of forest in no time. If this had happened before the apocalypse, he'd probably be provided food and accommodation directly. But now nobody cared at all. Iron Lion grabbed a tree trunk and forcefully stabbed it into the ground, directly inserting the tree root more than 1 meter deep into the earth, completing a solid foundation stake. And this guy still looked like he hadn't exerted any effort at all. Originally, Chen Ye had only planned to build a bonfire, but with the help of Iron Lion's strong labor, they directly built a simple wooden shed. With Iron Lion the super strength king present, the entire process was unimaginably fast. Both thick pieces of wood were piled in the middle of the shed, with several survivors shivering as they held lighters, attempting to ignite kindling to then light these firewoods. The kindling did ignite, but they couldn't light the wood at all. Too wet. Let me do it. Captain Chu slowly walked to the front of the fire pile, and when he took out that metal lighter, he secretly glanced at Chen Ye and the pink-haired girl from the corner of his eye. He only saw the two of them showing hateful teasing smiles on their faces. Captain Chu steadied himself and pretended not to see. The orange-red small flame of the lighter danced excitedly. Chu Che puffed out his cheeks and blew directly at the lighter. A raging orange-red flame surged out, and people standing close immediately felt the overwhelming heat wave hitting their faces. The previous extreme cold was driven away by this flame. When Captain Chu closed the metal cover of the lighter, the fire pile in the middle of the shed was already making crackling, popping sounds. Oh! Cheers came from all around. Many survivors showed excited smiles on their faces. Chen Ye also felt slightly better. The next morning, Chen Ye was awakened by the cold. He discovered the fire pile had already extinguished. The several people who had rested by the fire pile last night were now frozen like ice sculptures. Clearly, they were already beyond saving. Gathering supplies to find cold-resistant items had become extremely urgent. At the same time, aside from the few sequenced superhumans in the convoy, over 70% of the survivors had already fallen ill due to the low temperatures. The convoy faced its biggest crisis ever. If not handled properly, the entire convoy would likely be paralyzed. Chen Ye's conscience. Captain Chuche's face showed an anxious expression for the first time. Everyone, the convoy is facing major trouble right now. I know you don't really care about ordinary people's survival, but if all the ordinary people in the convoy die out, can just a few of us survive on our own? Chuche was genuinely somewhat panicked this time. 6 people died last night, and dozens more are sick, already delirious and talking nonsense. If this continues, everyone in the convoy will die. We've already lost too many people. We can't afford any more deaths. When he said this, Chuche's voice was very low, even somewhat hoarse. When you go to gather supplies, try to bring back as much medicine as possible, get whatever you can. We really can't lose any more people. As he spoke, Chuche's gaze swept across everyone's faces one by one. Iron Lion was the first to nod, his expression very determined. Captain, don't worry, I'll definitely bring back enough medicine. Leave this matter to me. Ding Dong also nodded, indicating she would do her best. The pink-haired girl said boldly, Captain, just wait for the good news. Only Chen Ye. Bringing medicine wasn't impossible. It's just that he might not need it himself. After all, he was a sequence superhuman, and under normal circumstances, sequence superhumans didn't get sick. Even if they did get sick, those medicines that only worked on ordinary people would be useless for sequence superhumans like them. Going to gather medicine obviously increased the risks. This kind of thing. But if they didn't do it, many people would really die. The convoy might really be wiped out. When Chen Ye saw the sincerity in Chuche's eyes, he slowly nodded. All right, let's move out. 3 vehicles left the camp, cutting through the snowflakes and disappearing from everyone's sight. The survivors left in the camp watched the departing 3 vehicles with eager eyes, their gazes filled with hope. As for why there were 3 vehicles, the pink-haired girl and little fish, along with Iron Lion and Ding Dong, rode in one vehicle. Chen Ye and Shui Nan sat in the apocalyptic pickup truck. It was unclear how this person had spent last night, but he hadn't died and had acquired a few more pieces of clothing. Although they were all t-shirts, it was better than nothing. Ari. Every time they went to gather supplies, the convoy's rule was voluntary participation. Even ordinary people, as long as they were willing to risk their lives, could still obtain considerable supplies and live relatively well in the apocalypse. The 3rd vehicle was Zhou Xiaoxiao's small car. Miss Zhou's small car was packed with people. These people were all thinking about taking a chance to upgrade their situation. All supplies on the 3 vehicles had been unloaded to make it convenient for loading new supplies. As for Iron Lion's school bus, it had been left behind. Too many people were sick today, so it was being used as a temporary infirmary. This time, Chen Ye took the lead as the front vehicle. The pink-haired girl's vehicle followed behind. Last was Zhou Xiaoxiao's small car. Today's snow seemed even thicker. Shui Nan sat in the car shivering uncontrollably, but still curiously examined the interior environment. In the past, Shui Nan wouldn't have deigned to ride in such a shabby vehicle. As a mega-influencer with tens of millions of followers, Shui Nan's own vehicle was a luxury car worth over $1 million. But now Shui Nan's eyes were filled with envy. No matter what, having a vehicle made migration incredibly convenient. The convoy advanced through the wind and snow. Originally a 20-kilometer journey that should have taken only half an hour to an hour under normal circumstances. But the convoy ended up spending a full hour and a half just to barely reach the outskirts of Rong City. Looking at the rising and falling buildings in the distance, Chen Ye became extremely alert. More than 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at Rong City. Without human activity, this city was terrifyingly quiet. You could even hear the sound of snow falling on the ground. On the roads, the vehicles on both sides of the streets, and the trees, everything was covered with a thick layer of snow. Some evergreen tree species still stood proudly in the heavy snow, releasing some greenery. Chen Ye even saw several plum blossom trees planted in the roadside greenbelts. Pink and white intermingled, looking extremely beautiful. There were even small birds of unknown names perched on tree branches, tilting their heads to watch these uninvited guests. The tire tracks of Chen Ye's 3 vehicles were like sharp arrows shooting straight toward the city's center. In a tall building not far away, a pair of narrow eyes watched all of this like a venomous snake. Many vehicles on the streets had crashed into each other haphazardly. When possible to avoid them, Chen Ye would detour around them. When it was truly impossible to go around, Chen Ye simply crashed through to clear a path. This kind of thing was nothing for the apocalyptic pickup truck. Mr. Chen, clothes, clothes. Xuan Nan excitedly pointed at a shop by the roadside. Chen Ye looked in the direction Xuan Nan was pointing and saw the shop's signboard read, XX Sting. This was a domestic down jacket brand with stores almost everywhere across the country. Famous for making down jackets, their jackets weren't cheap normally. And now, the shop's door was wide open, as if inviting them inside. A sudden brake, and the apocalyptic pickup truck slid several meters on the snow before stopping. As soon as it stopped, Chen Ye opened the door and rushed out. The two vehicles behind clearly saw the situation and stopped one after another behind Chen Ye. The group shivered, but with delighted expressions as they got out of the vehicles and rushed toward the down jacket specialty store. Chen Ye, you're really something, I didn't even notice it. The pink-haired girl's delighted voice came through. Cousin, wait for me, help me pick one too. No, 10 pieces. The group rushed into this specialty store like wolves entering a sheep pen, or like mice falling into a rice jar. This specialty store was quite spacious, filled with various clothes as far as the eye could see. The survivors rushed in and indiscriminately grabbed down jackets to put on themselves. They couldn't stand the extreme cold for even one more second. Chen Ye immediately spotted a black long down jacket. Looking at the price tag, wow, it actually cost over 10,000 and was filled with goose down. It felt quite thick too. Chen Ye tore off the price tag and directly put on this 10,000 plus down jacket, instantly feeling much warmer. Although he wasn't a superhuman focused on physical constitution, this down jacket was pretty much sufficient. He also found a pair of pants to wear. The store also had snow boots, and several survivors were already fighting over them. Chen Ye directly stepped forward, kicking them down one by one, and snatched a pair of snow boots from one of the survivors. Looking at the crumpled snow boots. Wow! These snow boots actually cost over 3,000. No wonder these guys were fighting over them. Chen Ye directly took off his own pair of questionable Aizhui sneakers and replaced them with these snow boots. The others dared to be angry, but didn't dare speak up, and went to look for other things instead. The pink-haired girl also picked a white down jacket, making her look even more playful. Except those pale white legs were still exposed. Chen Ye had previously seen people mocking those fashion bloggers, wearing down jackets in winter, but leaving their legs bare, calling that kind of outfit simply insane. But for sequence superhumans, dressing like this wasn't a problem at all. As for little fish, well, this little girl was currently browsing the children's section. The entire down jacket specialty store was filled with the excited voices of survivors. They had never realized that staying warm could be such an important matter. Before the apocalypse, supplies were extremely abundant. Every household had several down jackets and winter coats for the cold season. It wasn't until they arrived in this frozen world that everyone understood clothing was also crucial supplies. Of course, these clothes needed to be brought back to camp, as many survivors there were still wearing summer clothes. Outside the specialty store, goose feather snow continued to fall heavily. Ding Dong walked out of the store wearing a black short down jacket, accompanied by a thin young man. Are you sure you can do this? The thin young man quickly nodded. Sister Ding Dong, don't worry, there's no vehicle fourth brother he can't start. The young man wore layer upon layer of clothing, wrapped up tightly from head to toe. This person was indeed one of the 4 who escaped from Deer City, the lowest ranked, fourth brother he. This guy had also ended up in prison for theft, and after joining the convoy, when the original owner of that vehicle stayed behind in Longevity Village and never came out, it was fourth brother, he who stepped up and managed to drive the vehicle away. When many survivors escaped from the city, there were indeed many vehicles on the roads. But most survivors simply didn't have the ability to drive a vehicle away without the keys. Smashing car windows was easy, but actually starting a vehicle and driving it away was difficult. The movie trope of pulling out 2 wires under the steering wheel and connecting them to start the car was clearly very difficult to achieve in reality. And this method only worked on older model vehicles. More than half of vehicles on the road today are electric cars, making this method completely impossible. In this day and age, unless you're a professional, ordinary people shouldn't even think about it. For average people, stealing even an electric scooter without keys is challenging, let alone a 4-wheeled sedan. And the fourth brother he before them was clearly a professional among professionals. His current expression showed complete confidence, and even the sleazy aura on his face had diminished considerably. Ding Dong looked around, her eyes lighting up when she spotted a panel van. The van's cargo compartment still bore the advertising slogan of some delivery company. Ding Dong wanted to acquire a vehicle, and Chu Che strongly supported this idea of hers. The convoy currently had a major problem. Their cargo loading capacity was very poor. Previously, all those camels had to be abandoned because they couldn't fit in the vehicles, which Chu Che deeply regretted. This time when they came out, Ding Dong wanted to get a panel van. It would make a good supply support vehicle for the convoy. After learning that fourth brother he had the skill, she had someone bring him along on this trip. No one had expected that when the apocalypse came, fourth brother he's particular talent would become highly sought after. This one, give it a try. Just watch me work my magic. Fourth brother, he gave a sneaky smile, pulling a piece of iron wire from his pocket. A moment later, the car door opened. Fourth brother, he climbed into the vehicle and started tinkering around. Several minutes passed. Fourth brother, he was drenched in sweat. Ding Dong looked around cautiously and said, "Are you done yet?" Fourth brother, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Sister Ding Dong, give me a moment." After speaking, fourth brother, he ran back to Zhou Xiaoxiao's vehicle, opened the trunk, and took out a bunch of items. He had previously guessed that vehicles might not start due to the extremely low temperatures. Fourth brother, he was determined to cling to Ding Dong's coattails and had made thorough preparations before coming. No one knew where this guy had gotten these things. They looked quite crude, but he appeared completely confident. You had to admit this guy was truly talented in this area. 10 minutes later. The panel van's body shook as the engine sputtered to life. The vehicle had started. Sister Ding Dong, success. Fourth brother, his face beamed with excitement. Ding Dong was overjoyed, quickly slipping into the driver's seat. When Chen Ye emerged from the specialty store, he had already changed into a set of winter clothes. Then he spotted the panel van at the entrance. Ding Dong poked her head out the window. "Chen Ye, CC, Iron Lion, what do you think?" "Sister Ding Dong, you're amazing." Cece circled around the panel van, clicking her tongue in admiration. "This vehicle has great capacity. We can load all future supplies here." Hee. Iron Lion chuckled foolishly. "This vehicle is really good. Sister Ding Dong has great taste. But time is running short. Everyone move quickly." With this vehicle, the job of transporting cold-resistant supplies back to camp no longer needed to rely on Chen Ye's vehicle. Chen Ye flipped his wrist to check the digital watch on his arm. They had already wasted 30 minutes. Time was indeed short. Hearing Chen Ye's reminder, everyone quickly started moving clothes out from the specialty store. Regardless of whether it was men's or women's clothing, they stuffed everything indiscriminately into Ding Dong's panel van. Soon they had filled about 70 to 80% of the van's capacity. "CC, you guys go look for a pharmacy. There should be one ahead. Ding Dong and I will search for supplies. Everyone move quickly. Let's try to solve this within an hour." Finding a pharmacy wasn't actually difficult. In any residential area with concentrated population, each street would have at least one pharmacy. Some streets even had 3 or 4. There was no need for everyone to stick together. But just at that moment, Chen Ye felt the hairs on his back stand up, a shuddering sensation instantly sweeping through his entire body. This feeling was an anomaly. Chen Ye inwardly cursed. This was bad. Chu Che's jinxed mouth truly spoke things into existence. Previously, anomalies only moved at night, rarely leaving traces during daytime. Back then, Chu Che had speculated that as time passed, anomalies might evolve, with more and more capable of appearing during daylight. And so, in the desert they encountered the human-faced scorpion and the headless sand snake. And now, a drop of cold sweat slid down his temple. The pink-haired girl looked tense, her body adopting an attacking stance. Iron Lion's other head, Mad Lion, suddenly opened his eyes, face full of ferocity. Ding Dong quickly came over to stand with Chen Ye and the others. As for the other ordinary survivors, they were already frightened out of their wits, crouching in corners, trembling uncontrollably. Anomalies were like humanity's natural predators. Chen Ye exhaled a puff of smoke breath, surrounding the 10-meter radius with misty smoke. Previously, one exhale of Chen Ye's smoke breath could create a 7 to 8 meter radius of smoke mist. After this period of cultivation, His power had surged dramatically, now able to create a 10-meter radius smoke mist with one exhale. After 3 consecutive exhales of smoke breath, a large area of smoke mist had risen around them. Wah wah. Woo woo. A series of unsettling cries descended from the sky. Through the smoke that hadn't completely obscured their vision yet, the group looked up at the sky. Amid the snow falling all over the sky, an octopus descended from the heavens. The octopus was as tall as 2- or 3-story buildings. Each tentacle was as thick as an anaconda, densely covered with suction cups that made people's scalps crawl. But the most terrifying part wasn't these tentacles. It was the octopus's head. There were exactly 8 human faces. Old man and old woman, young man and young woman, teenage boy and girl, young boy and girl. The 8 faces were distributed across all directions, each with different expressions. The elderly looked energetic and kindly, like retired seniors with over 10,000 monthly pensions dancing in the square. The young adults appeared dejected and resentful, as if they'd just finished working 996 shifts only to have their boss announce this month's performance bonuses would be deducted. The teenagers looked utterly exhausted, as if carrying backpacks weighing dozens of pounds. The young children looked arrogant and fearless. If these faces were on separate individuals, they might seem ordinary. But these 8 faces were all growing on a single octopus's body. It was simply bone-chilling before Chen Ye could react further. One of the 8 human faces, the male child face, suddenly looked at Chen Ye, grinning with an utterly sinister smile. A thick tentacle smashed down directly. He had just been shocked by the octopus anomaly's appearance when it suddenly attacked. The speed was simply too fast. Go! Chen Ye's expression turned cold as billowing smoke breath surged around him. A massive whale over 10 meters long struggled out from the smoke, flapping as it charged toward the octopus anomaly. If one looked closely at this whale, they would notice it strongly resembled the sky whale they had seen earlier in the desert. Ever since seeing that sky whale that day, Chen Ye had been extremely impressed by that sky whale, so he had privately imitated it countless times. The essence of smoke breath simulation lies in imitation. 2 main aspects limit the strength of smoke breath simulation. First, the deeper the understanding of something, the more accurate the imitation, and the closer the strength approaches the original. The realism of simulation determines the lower limit. Second, the stronger the original, the stronger the smoke breath simulation. The original's strength determines the upper limit. For example, what Chen Ye imitates most accurately is cats. Unfortunately, even if Chen Ye achieves perfect imitation, a kitten's combat power is almost non-existent. Therefore, Chen Ye simulating a kitten can only serve as a training method. The sky whale Chen Ye simulated was only over 10 meters long, vastly different from the real sky whale. But this was the limit he could achieve in this hurried situation. Due to the viewing angle at the time, Chen Ye never saw what the complete form of the sky whale actually looked like. Actually, Chen Ye simulates another creature more accurately. Back in the desert, several people worked together to kill a human-faced scorpion. His impression of the human-faced scorpion was even deeper. The reason he didn't simulate the human-faced scorpion but chose the sky whale was because during his fight with the human-faced scorpion, it didn't have aerial capabilities. Only the sky whale was most suitable for the current situation. The sky whale had just taken form when, like a real whale, it gently swung its tail, bypassing the thick tentacle, and charged directly at the octopus anomaly's main body. A with tilde nui. Chen Ye quickly dodged to the side. The octopus anomaly's tentacles smashed fiercely onto the street surface, instantly creating a long, large crater in the previously intact pavement. Meanwhile, the massive sky whale simulated from smoke breath crashed headfirst into the octopus anomaly's body. The octopus anomaly was knocked sideways by the impact. Several tentacles quickly shifted their target toward the sky whale. Before anyone could react, the simulated sky whale was tightly entangled by several tentacles. No matter how much the sky whale struggled, it was useless. "Goddamn it, watch me." An angry roar came from within the smoke breath. The smoke mist was instantly blasted open by a surge of powerful force, creating a vacuum zone. It was Iron Lion. At this moment, Iron Lion stood nearly 4 meters tall, looking much stronger than before, with 2 heads that appeared particularly ferocious. One of the heads had crimson eyes and an evil expression. It could be none other than Mad Lion. The other head tried to make a fierce expression, but couldn't quite manage it. This was definitely the simple-minded Iron Lion himself. Iron Lion clasped his hands together, and the muscles in his two arms instantly began churning violently. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Iron Lion's two arms actually transformed into a massive cannon formed from flesh and blood. This ability was precisely the new power of the Titan sequence two-headed giant. Flesh and blood armament. He had heard Iron Lion mention it before, but he never expected the visual effect to be so exaggerated. The flesh-formed cannon barrel took a huge breath, and if Chen Ye hadn't controlled it in time, the smoke mist would likely have been sucked into the barrel. The drifting snowflakes around were all drawn into the cannon barrel, creating a large vacuum zone around them aside from the smoke breath. The flesh cannon swelled up like a drum, resembling a pufferfish inflating itself when threatened. Boom! A muffled sound erupted as the cannon barrel released a white shockwave that sent the surrounding smoke breath and snowflakes churning violently. A transparent projectile shot straight toward the octopus anomaly in the sky. Sensing danger, the octopus anomaly quickly released one tentacle to block the transparent projectile. Boom! The collision produced a thunderous explosion. One massive tentacle was directly blasted off and fell from the sky. Just as Chen Ye was about to feel thrilled, he saw the severed tentacle rapidly regenerating at a visible speed. Damn it. Chen Ye just wanted to swear. This regeneration ability, the Titan sequence's recovery ability, looked like a rookie compared to this octopus anomaly. Chen Ye, watch out. The pink-haired girl's warning came from beside him. Chen Ye had already detected a tentacle sneaking toward him. This tentacle had stealthily passed through the smoke mist, the airflow from the tentacle slightly pushing the smoke mist aside, clearly targeting him. Within the range of his smoke mist, no one could ambush him, not even anomalies. Chen Ye exhaled endless smoke breath from his nose and mouth. His figure shrank back, hiding behind Iron Lion and concealing himself. The tentacle charged straight toward Iron Lion. Son of a bitch. How dare you? The flesh cannon quickly dissolved, his right hand transforming directly into a giant axe that swung down fiercely at the attacking tentacle. The giant axe didn't completely sever the tentacle, only leaving a terrifying wound on it. This wound healed completely in the blink of an eye. That earlier air cannon blast had directly shattered a tentacle, showing the destructive power of the air cannon was astonishing. Flying sword technique. Go! The pink-haired girl lightly stepped to the edge of the smoke mist, the flying sword at her waist quickly shooting out, heading straight for the octopus anomaly in the sky. The long sword moved like a nimble fish, weaving between the 8 tentacles as it charged directly toward the male child ghost face among the 8 human faces. As if detecting the pink-haired girl's intention, 2 tentacles tightly protected the ghost face. For the moment, the long sword couldn't achieve anything. Just then, a figure could be seen leaping and bounding between the tentacles, like an agile flea. It was Ding Dong. This woman's physical flexibility was simply beyond normal human comparison. Watching her small figure using the various tentacles for leverage, she actually charged straight toward the octopus anomaly's head. With one leap, the woman actually jumped directly onto the octopus anomaly's head. The woman's long leg lifted high, already executing a powerful high leg axe kick as she descended. Chen Ye saw the woman's long leg tracing an extremely graceful arc through the air, turning the surrounding goose feather snow into steam and nothingness. Trailing white air from the high speed, it chopped down fiercely toward the octopus anomaly's male child ghost face. Under the woman's movement, the male child's face was directly smashed inward. Amid the scream, Ding Dong flipped and landed directly on the ground. The surrounding smoke mist quickly surged forward, submerging the woman's figure. The pursuing tentacles struck empty air, smashing the surrounding concrete and green belts into complete mess. Wah wah wah. The male child was dazed by this heavy blow, his face covered in blood, with a small shoe print visible between his eyebrows. Chen Ye felt his heart sink. It still didn't die after that. Wah wah wah. Big brothers, big sisters, mommy, daddy, grandpa, grandma, I'm being bullied. Little brother, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Who dares bully our little treasure? Do they want to die? Little treasure, be good, Don't cry, don't cry. Good grandson, tell Grandpa who bullied you. Grandpa will get revenge for you. Darling, precious good grandson, don't cry. Grandma will make fried human hearts for you, using those who bullied you. For a moment, various voices came flooding in. There were clear young boy and girl voices, mature middle-aged male and female voices, and also aged elderly voices. For a moment, it seemed like the entire family was gathered here. Chen Ye hid within the smoke breath mist, hearing this with creeping horror. What the hell? The whole family is here? At this moment, the surrounding 100-meter radius was completely covered by the smoke breath mist. Damn it, is it you people? You bullied our little treasure. Damn it. The other 7 voices said the same thing, making people's ears go numb. Damn it, since that's the case, leave your hearts behind to make fried human hearts for our little treasure. Damn it, since that's the case. Another 7 voices. Go to hell. Arrogant like Mad Lion, he roared to interrupt the octopus anomaly's rambling, the flesh cannon appearing again. The cannon barrel swelled up like a pufferfish. Boom. A transparent air cannon carrying white vapor blasted toward the octopus anomaly. The smoke-composed sky whale dissipated into nothingness, while on the other side, an even larger sky whale was taking shape. Swift. The pink-haired girl's flying sword was fast as lightning, directly cutting off 2 tentacles. Within the smoke breath mist, a figure was dodging and weaving between the tentacles, rapidly approaching the human faces. Various segments of incantations in different tones sounded amidst the heavy snow. Anomalous waveform power spread out with the octopus anomaly as the center. A mystical energy vibrated through space. Chen Ye's expression changed, feeling as if something was being pulled out from within his body. This is the life drain field, making you bully me, making you bully me. Big brothers and sisters, mom and dad, grandpa and grandma, I want them dead, want them dead. The young boy's sharp, venomous voice rang out. Mr. Chen, save me. A male survivor struggled to call out to Chen Ye for help. This man originally had a very sturdy build, but at this moment, he was visibly withering away, as if he had instantly lost over 10 pounds. Chen Ye couldn't possibly care about him now. He quickly activated the method from the observing the blood moon breathing technique. The essence of breathing techniques is adjusting frequency to achieve the effect of absorbing blood moon energy. It's also about absorbing energy. Chen Ye didn't know if it would work, but he had no better method at the moment. Feeling the sensation of being drained from his body disappear, Chen Ye then looked at the others. Iron Lion showed basically no reaction, just his face turned slightly paler, his anger seemed to increase, and his speed appeared to slow down considerably. No. But this guy was still adjusting his cannon aiming to fire another shot. Ding Dong seemed somewhat affected, sitting cross-legged in the snow meditating. The pink-haired girl also looked very pale, mumbling something under her breath. Seeing that everyone was affected, Chen Ye's face darkened. If this continued, everyone would die. Whoa. The long, drawn-out call of a whale sounded, as a smoke-composed whale nearly 40 to 50 meters in size crashed over with immense force. Chen Ye had never seen how a sky whale attacks, so he simply had the sky whale ram it. The massive whale directly sent the octopus anomaly tumbling several times through the air, sliding far through the air and collapsing a residential building over 10 stories tall. This interrupted the octopus anomaly's spellcasting. Only then could everyone catch their breath slightly. Their eyes fixed intently on the slowly collapsing residential building amidst the heavy snowfall, not daring to blink. Is it dead? Is it really dead? Piercing screams and miserable wails rose from the ruins of the collapsed residential building. Countless mournful, shrill, resentful, pleading voices sounded in their ears, making people dizzy and confused. This is mental attack? Big brother, how could you be so cruel, hurting me like this? You've made it hurt so much. Feelings of pity rose in his heart, then rapidly amplified. This feeling of pity quickly occupied his entire chest. But Chen Ye quickly realized. Pity? To survive, I, Chen Ye, discarded such emotions long ago. That kid who stole my dinner back then, his grave must be overgrown with weeds by now. Young man, this old man is advanced in years. How could you do this? Didn't your teacher teach you to respect the elderly and cherish the young? Feelings of guilt had just begun to rise when Chen Ye tossed them to the winds. Guilt your ass. Your pensions are much higher than mine. Why should I feel guilty? Young man. Every emotion that arose was ruthlessly crushed by Chen Ye without hesitation. The stone-hearted Chen Ye was basically impervious when facing attempts to make him feel guilt, regret, pity, and other emotions. To survive, Chen Ye could do anything. Everything for survival. If Chen Ye could manage this, others probably couldn't. The pink-haired girl's face flushed red, seemingly struggling with hesitation. Iron Lion's two heads were having a serious disagreement. Mad Lion, how could you do this? They're so pitiful. Shut the hell up, you. Mad Lion, facing Iron Lion's lecturing, was practically furious to the point of helplessness. Ding Dong was also hesitating with lowered head, sometimes taking 2 steps forward, sometimes retreating 2 steps. Everyone had survived the apocalypse, so naturally they couldn't be so easily swayed by useless emotions. But what made this ability formidable was its emotional amplification. As long as there was the slightest negative emotion, it could instantly amplify to dominate your entire emotional state. From the ruins of the collapsed residential building, a massive octopus anomaly rose. The previous attack hadn't been fatal, only creating some minor wounds on the octopus anomaly's body. But these minor wounds had already completely healed within a few breaths, as if never injured at all. Several pairs of eyes looked at Chen Ye with venomous hatred. A drop of cold sweat appeared at Chen Ye's temple. What the hell? How to fight this? Besides me and Mad Lion, these idiots are still tangled up in these useless emotions. A thought emerged in Chen Ye's mind. Escape. Can't win this. Not escaping means certain death. Fighting when you can't win is just idiocy. When old Devil Han encountered enemies he couldn't defeat, he also escaped. This isn't shameful. But how to escape? Can we even escape? Blood tears of compassion, bones paving the divine path. Our Lord above, witness the end. Amidst the heavy snow, a group of people wearing black cloaks approached from afar. These people's faces were unclear, each with hands pressed together at their foreheads, thumbs touching their brows, mumbling under their breath. Their voices reached everyone's ears through the wind and snow. These are people? There are still living people in Rong City? How is it possible that there would be living people? What was even more anomalous was that among these people, 2 were carrying a sedan chair. A sedan chair, the kind commonly seen in tourist areas, 2 people front and back carrying 2 bamboo poles with a chair suspended between them. Tourists who couldn't climb up or down the mountain themselves would choose this kind of sedan chair. And at this moment, amidst the wind and snow, sitting in the middle of the sedan chair was an extremely seductive woman. This woman had fiery red long hair, fiery red lips, and a fiery red long dress. Everything was fiery red. Only this woman's eyes were closed. This gave people an extreme sense of temptation. Looking at this woman would make people feel like a kitten scratching at their heart, producing a thought of, I must have this woman, or I'll be unsatisfied for life. But this woman was ridiculously tall, even just sitting in the sedan chair, though being carried, her long legs almost reached the ground. Preliminary estimate, if this woman stood up she would likely exceed 3 meters. A hooded figure beside her was holding up a massive blood-red scythe, so red it looked like it had just been drenched in fresh blood. An even stronger feeling of creeping horror surged through Chen Ye's heart. What the hell, is another anomaly. Chen Ye's entire state right now was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. One anomaly was already so difficult to deal with. Now another one had arrived. This world had probably gone mad long ago. Chen Ye completely concealed his figure within the smoke, and the range of the smoke breath mist expanded once again. It completely isolated all of his aura. Not far away, the leader of that group glanced in this direction, a trace of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. The most nervous person wasn't Chen Ye. It was that octopus anomaly. Seeing this woman appear, the octopus anomaly seemed like its neck had been grabbed. For the first time, the 2 elderly human faces on the side facing the woman showed expressions of tension. How did you come here? The male human face stammered as it spoke. Elder Qian, the god says you've overstepped your boundaries. Unexpectedly, this 8-faced octopus actually had its own name. The one who spoke wasn't the woman, but the leading man. The man wore a thin black cloak, had a tall build, but it was clear he wasn't wearing much clothing underneath. This formed a sharp contrast with Chen Ye's group, who were bundled up in multiple layers. You. The elderly face was somewhat nervous, unable to speak smoothly. Instead, the elderly woman's face spoke. We're truly sorry. We've been starving for too long. We couldn't resist when we saw them. We couldn't resist. We'll leave now. We're leaving right now. Ranobes. After speaking, the octopus anomaly turned and fled. The faces that turned around were those of a middle-aged man and woman, their expressions extremely panicked, as if they had seen some terrifying monster. Thinking of leaving now? Is it too late? The god says, you're guilty. After speaking, the tall leading man turned and knelt toward the seductive woman on the sedan chair. Death god, the 8-limbed human face has violated the agreement. Please deliver divine punishment. As soon as these words were spoken, the octopus anomaly called 8-limbed human face fled even faster. The expressions on its faces became even more terrified. The seductive woman in red called the death god stretched her legs and stood up directly from the sedan chair. It was only then that Chen Ye discovered with horror that this woman was actually barefoot. Those beautiful feet stepped on the snowy ground, stunningly beautiful. The red skirt flickered in and out of view as the woman moved, and just a fleeting glimpse made Chen Ye feel his blood surging. So long, incredibly long. Even though Chen Ye considered himself not particularly interested in women, he was still stimulated enough to want to take another look. This woman was simply God's favorite. All the best things were bestowed upon this woman. Unfortunately, this woman was actually an anomaly. The woman reached out and took the blood-red scythe from beside her, her closed eyes looking in the direction where the 8-limbed human face had fled. She raised the scythe and gently swung it. A blood-colored blade flew out. Don't. I was wrong, spare me once. Several screams rang out. They saw the 8-limbed human face actually split in two by the blood blade, yet both halves of its body were still trying to flee. The two halves tried to merge back together, but couldn't fuse no matter what they tried. Under Chen Ye's astonished gaze, the 8-limbed human face flew farther and farther away. As for the other members, although covered by the smoke mist, Chen Ye had left them some visibility so they could see the situation on the scene. Their expressions were also quite unpleasant. The 8-limbed human face that they couldn't handle was actually so terrified and panicked before this woman. They had lost a wolf only to gain a tiger. After completing all this, the woman returned to lie down in the sedan chair again. The blood-colored scythe in her hand returned to the person beside her. The entire process was simple and efficient. The leading man then stood up and turned to look toward the smoke mist. Friend, shouldn't you come out and meet us? This is rather impolite. I'm human, they're human too, no danger. By now, the several of them had gathered together. They were very close, so they could all see each other's facial expressions. Chen Ye pushed the pink-haired girl. You're the #1 expert in our convoy. You're the most suitable to go. The pink-haired girl was furious. I'm a woman, just barely an adult, and you have the nerve to send me? You go. Chen Ye pushed Iron Lion. Iron Lion, you go. Iron Lion was the most simple-minded and had the strongest vitality. If something happened, he wouldn't die immediately. Such a simple-minded Iron Lion should be easy to fool, right? But Mad Lion wasn't asleep at this moment. Hearing Chen Ye looking for a sacrificial pawn, he glared angrily at Chen Ye. I knew you were no good bird. I'm not even asleep yet and you're already scheming against me. Iron Lion wanted to say something, but was silenced by a glare from Mad Lion. Well, unexpectedly, Mad Lion was somewhat clever. Chen Ye turned his gaze to Ding Dong. Ding Dong turned her face away to look elsewhere, as if something deep in the smoke had caught her attention. Chen Ye just sighed deeply. The children have grown up, each with their own thoughts, not so easy to fool anymore. As for those survivors, forget about them. Chen Ye tightened the machete at his waist, and the smoke in front of him dispersed. The four of them directly appeared in the heavy snow. Since none of you want to be the sacrificial pawn, then let's go together. With so many people, it wouldn't be easy to target them all at once. Mad Lion and the pink-haired girl didn't expect Chen Ye to be so shameless and immediately glared at him angrily. Ding Dong looked speechless. Wait, what kind of bizarre convoy did I join? Does everyone have so many schemes? Chen Ye also looked at the group opposite them. This group gave Chen Ye the first impression of being devout. Yes, devout. Each person had their hands clasped together at their forehead between their eyebrows, forever murmuring some incomprehensible scriptures in a very soft, mysterious manner. The leading man was very tall, a full 190 centimeters, about 40 years old, very scholarly, and very thin, extremely thin, looking almost like a skeleton. The black cloak embroidered with gold edges hung somewhat emptily on the man's body. Estimated weight no more than 120 pounds. The man walked over, stopping when he was 3 meters from Chen Ye. Wu Jianshan, worship God sequence 3 gods favored, very pleased to meet you. Very candid, not only stating his name, but also his sequence, even the sequence name. You should know every sequence name contains some basic information. And he just said it outright. Sequence 3? He was actually sequence 3? A living sequence 3. And of the worship God sequence. He had never seen this sequence before, hadn't even heard Chu Che mention it. Wu Jianshan just smiled as he looked at Chen Ye. Chen Ye stared at Wu Jianshan's thin face, finding it more and more familiar, as if some memory deep in his mind was being dug out. But he couldn't recall where he had seen it for the moment. Chen Ye, this is Mad Lion, Titan sequence, Sun CC, Sword Immortal sequence, Ding Dong, Fist Master sequence. Chen Ye stated everyone's sequences, but didn't mention his own. The others simultaneously felt contempt for Chen Ye in their hearts, planning to settle accounts with him after this was over. There wasn't really a need to hide sequence information. Especially for someone like Mad Lion, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell. How could a normal person possibly look like that? Uncle, is that you, Uncle? Just then, the pink-haired girl suddenly spoke. The pink-haired girl looked incredulously at the tall, thin man before her. The man also showed a surprised expression. Cece, you're still alive, that's great, that's great. Chen Ye also didn't expect the pink-haired girl to encounter a relative here. 2 clear streams of tears immediately flowed from the pink-haired girl's eyes, her mouth twisting, clearly about to burst into loud sobs. Like a child traveling far from home, having suffered all kinds of grievances, suddenly seeing family. Second uncle, is that you, second uncle? Second uncle. A surprised voice came from beside him. Chen Ye was surprised and turned to look. He saw Iron Lion also with reddened eyes, looking incredulous. As for Mad Lion, this guy had a cold expression, his eyes still alert. Most unbelievable was Chen Ye. Wait, Iron Lion and the pink-haired girl were actually relatives? But no, if Iron Lion's second uncle is the pink-haired girl's uncle, how come the two didn't know each other before? Something's not right. Are you Uncle Wu? Ding Dong's somewhat puzzled voice came through. Chen Ye quickly turned to look. He saw Ding Dong also with widened eyes full of disbelief. You also have a connection? Chen Ye asked incredulously. Uncle Wu used to live next door to us. When I was little, Uncle Wu often came to our house for meals. Sometimes when my parents came home late, I would go to Uncle Wu's house to eat. Uncle Wu is a very good person. Chen Ye. Is it real or fake? A trace of suspicion arose in his heart. The 3 had already rushed over, surrounding the tall, thin man, asking all kinds of questions. Everyone's eyes reddened. You should know, encountering an acquaintance during the apocalypse was even less probable than winning the lottery. Chen Ye, do you really not recognize me? The man turned his gaze to Chen Ye. Chen Ye was stunned for a moment, then the memories in his mind began to gradually clear. Wu Jianshan, same class in elementary school, same class in middle school, same class in high school. Even in university, they were roommates. They were so close they could almost share the same pair of pants. In university, they even liked the same girl, but unfortunately that girl rejected both of them. This was Chen Ye's best brother. Chen Ye's eyes also began to redden. But, no one found it strange that a 40-year-old man was actually classmates with a man in his 20s? Was this reasonable? It seemed everyone could ignore this problem. Wu Jianshan, why aren't you dead yet? Damn. You're actually not dead. Emotion stirred. Chen Ye's voice choked up for a moment. Chen Ye rushed forward and slapped Wu Jianshan on the head. Wu Jianshan was also stunned. He had generated a classmate relationship, and this guy immediately slapped him. Damn. Worship God sequence, one of the most mysterious and unpredictable sequences. Worship God sequence has an ability called intimate relationship, which can make the target believe his words and believe that he is someone familiar to them. This ability, if used well, could be terrifying. And now, Wu Jianshan used this ability to become Chen Ye's closest brother. If he had any ideas in the future, this identity would become the sharpest knife stabbed at Chen Ye, making Chen Ye completely defenseless. But Wu Jianshan didn't know that this identity would become his most regretted decision. Chen Ye was the most ruthless and merciless. To survive, even if it was his closest brother, as long as the benefits were sufficient, Chen Ye's knife would not hesitate, and he would stab without any psychological burden. You should know, Chen Ye had already suffered such a loss once before the apocalypse, that time directly pushing Chen Ye into an endless abyss. If not for the apocalypse, one could even say that the apocalypse, in a certain sense, was a kind of salvation for Chen Ye. There were many people who didn't even have time to say goodbye to their family or close friends before they never saw them again. Some people's last words to their relatives could even be complaints. Those who survived the apocalypse all carried some degree of psychological damage. It just hadn't been triggered in normal times. Some people couldn't bear it and would leave the convoy at night to walk into the dark forest. Chen Ye had seen a few survivors, after everyone fell asleep, walk straight into the pitch-black depths with a dazed expression and never return. There were too many similar incidents to count. And now, with Wu Jianshan's appearance, they suddenly saw relatives and friends they hadn't seen for a long time. That unexpected joy was enough to make people ignore a lot of things. For example, right now, among so many people present, not a single person found this relationship a bit strange. You brat, didn't expect you to be this girl's maternal uncle. By that logic, calling me uncle shouldn't be a problem, right? Ha ha. Just as the pink-haired girl's eyes filled with tears, Chen Ye blurted out this line. Call me uncle, niece. Give it a try. Ha ha ha. And you, Iron Lion, from now on I'm your Uncle Chen. Ding dong too. Who would have thought that today I, Chen Ye, would suddenly be promoted a generation, who knew becoming an elder would be through this relation. The pink-haired girl's expression instantly darkened as she gripped her sword hilt. Iron Lion, in his simple way, called out Uncle Chen. Mad Lion angrily snapped, Iron Lion, are you stupid? You call him just because he told you to. Ding Dong's face went as black as the bottom of a pot in an instant. She once again felt that Chen Ye really deserved a beating. Chen Ye sensibly chose to stop while he was ahead. Others might be different, but Sun Cece, the violent girl, once provoked to anger, would really dare to act. Still, uncle and niece between them, does that even count? Stop imagining, you filthy mind. Old Wu, hold off on the reunion for now. After saying that, Chen Ye walked toward the severed tentacles that had been cut earlier. Those severed tentacles might well be prime wonder materials. But he found nothing at all. Chuche had said before that not every time you slay an anomaly do you obtain wonder materials. Chen Ye searched a few more times unwillingly, then sheepishly returned. Of course, it wasn't a total loss. From the fight with the 8-limbed human face, he had gained over 6,000 slaughter points. Mainly because the fight with the 8-limbed human face had not lasted long and his own strikes had been limited, the slaughter points he received were limited too. Counting the remaining 4,000 plus from before, he now had a little over 10,000 slaughter points. Not exactly nothing. The others clustered around Wu Jianshan and chattered. It was mostly about what had happened during this time. Most of the talking came from the pink-haired girl. Wu Jianshan smiled without speaking, listening intently. Chen Ye walked over. How the hell are you in Rong City? Still living in the city? Aren't you afraid the city's anomalies will eat you? Chen Ye's way of addressing Wu Jianshan immediately changed to Old Wu. By logic, ordinary people shouldn't be able to live in the city. Not even sequenced superhumans could do it. Because anomalies sense the presence of the living and swarm in wave after wave. Wu Jianshan didn't mind and directly told Chen Ye the reason. I'm a worship god sequence user. Our sequence is different from other sequences. According to Wu Jianshan's explanation, one reason he could live in the city was because of his sequence. Worship god sequence, the literal meaning is worshipping a god. And the god Wu Jianshan worshipped was actually an anomaly. Namely, the bewitching woman sitting on the sedan chair behind him. Wu Jianshan called her the Death God, and he had even formed the Death God Church. Those ordinary people in cloaks were all worshippers of the Death God Church. According to Wu Jianshan, the Death God Church already had over 70 members. With the Death God's protection, they could live in the city without being attacked by other anomalies. Chen Ye, CC, Ding Dong, Iron Lion, do you want to join the Death God Church? Given your sequence superhuman identities, I can make you guardians. With the Death God's protection, you won't have to keep migrating. You can settle in Rong City. Life would be so much better than before. And with the Death God's protection, you won't fear wind or cold. Look at them. In such heavy snow, they're only wearing cloaks and aren't cold at all. Their physical resilience has been enhanced. Well, consider it. After a brief overview of the current situation, Wu Jianshan's first thought was to recruit them into the so-called Death God Church. Chen Ye followed the direction Wu Jianshan pointed to. Those ordinary people standing in the snow did indeed look scantily clad. From their clothing, beneath the cloaks there weren't bulky coats or sweaters. And none of them were shivering from the cold. To claim they were all sequenced superhumans would be impossible, but for ordinary people to withstand such low temperatures and heavy snow while feeling no cold in just a cloak. It was baffling. But Chen Ye was naturally cautious and suspicious, and he merely joked, "Old Wu, let's talk later. We've still got things to do now. Maternal uncle, there are still many people back at our camp. You live in the city, surely you know where to find pharmacies. Take us there, we need to go back as soon as possible." Chen Ye's reminder jogged the pink-haired girl's memory about her task. The sooner they got medicine and returned, the fewer people would die. Medicine? Yes, maternal uncle. Sun Cece recounted the camp's situation. To her, since this was her maternal uncle, there was no need to hide the camp's circumstances. No one else objected. Only Chen Ye had a small reservation. To him, Sun Cece had told this supposed maternal uncle everything about the camp. This was the apocalypse. Just because he claims to be your uncle doesn't mean he hasn't changed. But Chen Ye couldn't say much now. The others were all excited, relaxed, and trusting after seeing Wu Jianshan. When Wu Jianshan heard there were dozens more people, his eyes lit up. Worship God sequence cultivates through faith. The more people who join the Death God Church, the stronger the Death God becomes, and the stronger he becomes. The church's followers also benefit. It's positive feedback. With enough people, he could grow ever more powerful. And there was even a Pathfinder sequence among them. Surely the Death God would be pleased. That fact was extremely important. All right, I'll give you a bottle of Death God blood tears. Take it back and dilute it in water, it will cure them. It's far more effective than those medicines. Wu Jianshan took out a transparent glass bottle from his bosom. Inside was a shallow red liquid, crimson like blood. This is... Wu Jianshan didn't speak and produced another bottle. Inside this one was a light red potion. This is the Death God blood tears diluted into a potion. Having said that, Wu Jianshan walked over to the survivors from before. Those survivors weren't doing well. The ability the eight-limbed human face used clearly could absorb large swaths of people's life force. These ordinary people had been affected. One after another their faces were pale, some barely able to stand. A person wearing a black cloak approached carefully, received the light red potion from Wu Jianshan with reverence, and looked at the potion with fanatic eyes. As if he were holding not medicine, but the most precious treasure in the world. Around Zhou Xiaoxiao lay scattered supplies. She wore a black short down jacket and down pants below. She looked bulky, but her face was delicately featured with a frighteningly pale complexion. She had endured a freezing night yesterday and had barely held on. Coming into the city today to scavenge supplies, she had just warmed up a bit but had been drained of much life force by the eight-limbed human face. Zhou Xiaoxiao twitched in a somewhat pathological way. If she couldn't rest and recuperate properly, she would likely fall seriously ill. To get seriously ill in the apocalypse meant the end of life. The man carefully dripped one drop of the red potion into Zhou Xiaoxiao's mouth. Her pale face visibly flushed and became rosy in the blink of an eye. He placed Zhou Xiaoxiao to the side and then dripped a drop of the red potion into the second person. All of them regained vitality in a very short time. Sun Cece and the others watched in astonishment. You take this potion back, dilute it, and feed it to those who fell ill. I believe they will recover soon. Forget it. Cece, Chen Ye, Iron Lion, and Ding Dong, let me come back with you. After making a few quick arrangements, the convoy didn't go to scavenge supplies. They planned to bring Wu Jianshan back to the camp. After all, saving people was the priority. With a local like Wu Jianshan along, it would be much easier to collect supplies later. Wu Jianshan climbed into Chen Ye's vehicle. Chen Ye's mood was high. Seeing an old brother at a time like this lifted his spirits. The snow outside fell harder and piled a bit deeper on the ground than the day before. Chen Ye heard the tires slipping and furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Wu Jianshan saw Chen Ye's expression and felt the car's sudden stop. The tires were still spinning and fighting for traction. What else could it be? It stalled. Then what do we do now? A bad premonition crept through Wu Jianshan. Get out and push. Wu Jianshan glanced left and right, then pointed at himself. You mean for me to get out and push the car? There were only two people inside the car, Chen Ye and Wu Jianshan. As for Xue Nan, this kid, seeing Chen Ye meet an old classmate and brother, had specially gone to Sun Cici's car to give up the space so Chen Ye could catch up with an old friend. Chen Ye looked at Wu Jianshan with a face that said, "Are you kidding me? Damn, old Wu, you've been pretty corrupt these past few years. If you're not getting out to push, am I the one supposed to do it? Hurry up, it's getting late." As Wu Jianshan bent over and pushed, regret started to gnaw at him. The Grand High Priest of the Death God Church, reduced to helping push a car in a blizzard. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have set his relationship as classmate. If he could have set himself as Chen Ye's father, then the one getting out to push would definitely have been Chen Ye, that bastard. But it was too late to change the setup now. Once the intimate relationship had been set, altering it would be easy to detect. Of course, if Wu Jianshan truly knew Chen Ye's character, he would have unhesitatingly modified his identity in Chen Ye's eyes. Who would have expected Chen Ye to treat an old brother with such bluntness? No courtesy at all. Similar scenes had happened twice already on this journey. Wu Jianshan's once impressive high priest robe was already dirted and stained. In his mind, he cursed Chen Ye countless times. After Chen Ye and the others left, Chu Che had been anxiously waiting. The convoy had so many sick people that they had almost lost the ability to function normally. Snow still fell from the sky. This world seemed to be eternally blanketed by snowfall. The downpour of giant flakes never stopped. The snowdrifts grew thicker, and the temperature dropped lower. Last night, a few people, emboldened by a bonfire, slept beside it. That big fire had indeed given a strong sense of security. These people had originally survived from the school bus. But now the bus was severely overloaded, and living there was extremely inconvenient. So they chose not to return to the bus to rest. They arranged a small bonfire and decided to sleep beside it for the night, taking shifts to keep watch. Somehow, one person forgot to wake up for his shift. That night, 5 people froze to death. The 5 had become complete ice sculptures. Chu Che had them dragged to the side of the snowfield and hastily buried them under more snow. Meanwhile, dozens more in the convoy were already developing fevers and talking nonsense, various degrees of illness. The remaining people, lacking cold-resistant clothing, could not move. Even Chu Che himself had little cold-weather gear. If not for his sequence superpowers physique, he likely wouldn't be able to get up now. Even old Bao was arranged by Chu Che to huddle under blankets inside a vehicle, shivering. Only when the bonfire blazed up did things ease slightly. Still, Chu Captain kept glancing toward Wrong City. The worry in his eyes was deep. If Chen Ye and the others didn't return, or returned too late, the convoy's lifeline could be severed. They didn't have to wait long. When that shabby pickup rumbled onto the university grounds, Chu Che leapt up in surprise. Other survivors in the camp, seeing the captain's movement, also noticed the distant engine noise through the falling snow. It's Mr. Chen and the Iron Lion and the others. They're back. A cheer rose from the camp. Many survivors braved the cold and rushed into the heavy snow to meet the convoy. Even with chattering teeth, they looked toward the university with expectant eyes, waiting for familiar silhouettes. At that moment, Chen Ye and the others looked like triumphant heroes. They had left with 3 vehicles and returned with 5. In addition to Chen Ye, the pink-haired girl, and Zhou Xiaoxiao's 3 cars, there was also a panel van and a large passenger coach. The 5 vehicles pulled up at the camp edge together. You finally came back. Did you find supplies? Chu Che's main concern was whether the convoy had brought back enough cold-weather gear and medicine. Without those 2, the camp was doomed. We robbed a XX Ding specialty store. There were enough clothes for everyone, Ding Dong said as she jumped down from the panel van's cab. When the cargo door opened, the van was packed full of clothing, and the sight made the survivors cheer. They swarmed the van, joyfully trying on clothes. Chu Che let out a big sigh of relief. Soon, survivors in the camp had swapped into warm clothing. Each person looked like a big mountain bear in their new winter wear. Holy crap, it's XX dang, so luxurious. This brand used to sell for over 1,000 yuan. Didn't expect I'd ever get to wear one. Brother, what kind of life did you used to have? Can't help it. Life was hard, old at home, young to support. I never could afford this kind of clothing. Even the sick survivors, with help from others, found suitable clothes to change into. In no time, everyone in camp wore thick winter gear. As for the fifth vehicle, it was the large coach that fourth brother he had found. Finding that coach naturally earned him envy and admiration. Who would have thought that the petty thief everyone hated before the apocalypse would now be the most popular person in the entire camp? There were people who knew about vehicles in the convoy. For example, Iron Lion's school bus was maintained daily by 2 survivors. But they couldn't drive away a large coach or big truck without keys. Sure, old-style trucks might be doable, but these vehicles had long had anti-theft systems. What about medicine? Did you bring any back? Chu Che asked as he peered into the cargo. The pink-haired girl was a little playful. Captain, look who this is. Chu Che followed her gaze and saw a tall, thin man standing beside the pink-haired girl. At first glance, Chu Che was puzzled. He didn't recognize the man. Then a second look sparked a flicker of familiarity, like a face seen somewhere before. Chu Che, take a look, guess who I am? Wu Jianshan wore a friendly smile, as if greeting a long-lost old friend. Chu Che's expression shifted from confusion to doubt to utter astonishment. Wu Captain, is that really you? It's me. Wu Captain, I never expected. Didn't expect you're still alive. You're still alive, you. Even cool, composed Chu Che had tears glistening in his eyes. Chen Ye narrowed his brow slightly. What was up with Wu Jianshan? Why hadn't he said earlier on the road that he knew Chu Che? That seemed odd. But the next second Chen Ye decided the inconsistency wasn't a problem. Chu Che was emotional, excited. Chen Ye rolled his eyes, finally ran into an old classmate who happened to be a worship god sequence user. He thought this worship god sequence sounded impressive. He might be able to glean something useful. After all, they were old brothers. Surely he wouldn't be stingy. That death god was powerful. Maybe he could, through an old classmate, get a close look and learn about that death god. Chen Ye's smoke breath simulation ability had never been truly developed. If he could simulate a death god, even get half of its power, that would be huge. He didn't want too much, just half of a death god's ability, and that would be extraordinary. Opportunities like this were rare. Previously, Chen Ye had never seriously considered simulating an anomaly, because it seemed impossible. Anomalies only slaughter and devour humans when they encounter them. But now, Wu Jianshan never expected he would become the team leader of this Pathfinder sequence superhuman before him. Intimate relationship was a powerful ability in the early stages of the worship god sequence, but it also had uncontrollable aspects. After activating the ability, the target would match him with the most memorable person in their memory. The less artificial participation in influencing this, the less likely the target would doubt the authenticity of his identity. If the target was an ordinary person, Wu Jianshan would slightly modify the identity information himself. But if the target was a sequence superhuman, Wu Jianshan generally wouldn't participate in modifying identity information to avoid alerting the sequence superhuman. After all, every sequence superhuman's abilities were strange and bizarre, and no one could predict what kind of abilities they might have. Thus, the farce of Chen Ye becoming the pink-haired girl's elder occurred. Like now, Chu Che had already merged an important figure from his heart with the Wu Jianshan before him and firmly believed the person before him was his team leader. At this moment, Chu Che was incredibly excited inside. Chu Che, wait a moment. I heard you have many sick people here. I brought medicine. Saving people comes first. Yes, saving people comes first. Saving people comes first. Only then did Chu Che snap out of it. As expected of the team leader. After all this time, you're still so kind-hearted. Back then, if you hadn't. By the way, team leader, I remember the research center had already fallen. How did you escape? In Chu Che's heart, this team leader was a very important person to him. He was also the teacher who guided him into sequence superhuman abilities. It's just that his personality was somewhat weak and excessively kind-hearted. Back then, if it weren't for saving a few ordinary people, Perhaps there would have been a position for this team leader in the convoy. Wu Jianshan's face stiffened slightly. How would he know how he escaped? Wait, research center? This person's identity was problematic. In the past, most targets Wu Jianshan encountered had simple identities and were easy to fool. Like the pink-haired girl, before Wu Jianshan could say much when they met, she had already spilled everything and arranged his identity for him. Those with complex identities like Chu Che were very rare. Until now, Chen Ye and the other teammates still didn't know Chu Che's true identity before the apocalypse. Wu Jianshan's face stiffened slightly as he reluctantly said, "Save people first, save people first." He dripped one drop into a bucket of clean water. That drop of blood-red potion seemed to possess life, struggling fiercely in the bucket before finally helplessly dissolving in the water, turning the entire bucket of water light red. A with the Q New Thailand body. Out of trust in Wu Jianshan, no one doubted the potion's effects. Only Chen Ye secretly cast an identification skill on the potion. He had been too excited upon meeting his old classmate earlier and forgot to use identification, but it wasn't too late now. It had to be said, Chen Ye was quite paranoid. Most people in such situations would wish they could stay up all night chatting with their old classmates about happy times from the past. But what Chen Ye thought was, it's been so long since we met, and now it's the apocalypse. People's hearts are separated by layers of flesh. Who knows what you've become? Who knows if you're still that good brother from back then? Who knows if you'd still take a knife for me? 15 slaughter points were consumed. Name, Diluted Death God Blood Tears. Blood tears from the anomalous death god, containing incredible energy. Ordinary people consuming it can alleviate or even recover from most illnesses. Concentrated death god blood tears have the effect of enhancing supernatural power for sequenced superhumans. Chen Ye's eyes lit up slightly. This thing could actually enhance supernatural power? Soon, the survivors who consumed the diluted death god blood tears began to show rosy complexions. In less than a minute, some could already stand up from the ground. The diluted death god blood tears once again shocked everyone. Team leader, this is... Chu Che didn't know what to say. Uncle, you're amazing. The pink-haired girl wore an expression that said, my uncle is awesome. Iron Lion also had a foolish, grinning look. Ding Dong also had a smile on her face. Only Chen Ye was different, he looked utterly greedy. These matters were considered major events in the camp. The survivors surrounded the two vehicles, talking incessantly. Even that guy fourth brother, he became a star among the survivors, with many people surrounding him with flattery. Probably all wanting fourth brother, he to help them get a vehicle. But these people didn't know that even if they got a vehicle, they likely couldn't keep it. The fuel issue alone had already left many survivors helpless. Chu Che, have you always been living like this? Wu Jianshan looked at the surroundings and couldn't help speaking up. Chu Che sighed, team leader, you know, it's hard for us to stay in one place for long. Chu Che briefly explained some of the convoy situation. Wu Jianshan's eyes flickered with light. After hesitating, he said, Chu Che, how about this? You bring them with me to live in Rong City. Go to the city? Hearing Wu Jianshan say this, the expressions of several people present changed. Before the apocalypse, when people heard about living in the city, most thought of good living environments, abundant supplies, good services, convenient living. But now, when people talked about cities, most turned pale at the mere mention. Uncle. Second uncle. Don't worry, listen to me. I'm from the Worship God sequence, currently the Archbishop of the Death God Church. We worship the Death God. With her protection, there's no problem. That anomaly? The pink-haired girl blurted out. She had a natural distrust of anomalies. Wu Jianshan's face turned unpleasant for the first time, correcting, it's the Death God. Cece, you didn't understand before, so I forgive you. But from now on, you cannot call the Death God an anomaly. That's blasphemy. From the moment I became a worshipper, she can only be a god. His words were resolute, carrying an indescribable firmness. The pink-haired girl stuck out her tongue, wearing an I know I was wrong expression. Chen Ye, however, didn't care. An anomaly was an anomaly. He just wasn't stupid enough to argue with his good brother now. You all should come live in the city too. There are many empty houses in the city now, and supplies are sufficient. It's much better than living in vehicles or tents, right? The weather is so cold now, living in tents will kill people. Everyone hesitated. If they could live in houses, who would want to live in vehicles? Even Chen Ye didn't want to live in a vehicle. Living in a tent was acceptable before, but with these low temperatures, living in a tent would be fatal. Vehicles weren't very comfortable either. Chen Ye slept in the vehicle last night. Given his height, even though the apocalyptic pickup truck was larger than other vehicles, it still couldn't let him sleep comfortably. And there was no heating in the vehicle. Even if houses similarly lacked heating, they were still much more comfortable than vehicles. Everyone was hesitant, everyone was tempted. If safety wasn't a concern, living in houses would definitely be much more comfortable than migrating. Moreover, as long as you join the Death God Church, with the Death God's protection, given your superhuman status, you can achieve immunity to cold and snow. What do you think, Chuche, Chen Ye, CC, Ding Dong, and Iron Lion? Why don't you all join my Death God Church together? I can make you guardians, vice bishops. It's much better than running around outside, right? Having known each other for only a few hours, this was already Wu Jianshan's second invitation. Chen Ye instinctively became alert. He held considerable wariness toward any organizations, churches, etc., especially in the apocalypse environment. And that idiot Iron Lion seemed to be thinking it over, even preparing to agree. If he wanted him to join the church, it must be for his own good. And Mad Lion had already fallen into slumber on the way back earlier. Chen Ye quickly interrupted. Old Wu, you've only been here a short while. Let's talk about joining the church later. First, tell us about living in the city. Wu Jianshan cursed Chen Ye countless times in his heart, but still patiently explained living in the city to everyone. Because of this, everyone began to feel somewhat tempted. In contrast, those survivors became restless when they learned they were going to live in the city. These people had migrated for so long that their desire for stability and settlement had reached its peak. Chu Che sighed. Now he had no choice but to agree. If he dared refuse, these ordinary survivors would probably rebel. Then, all right. Oh, when Chu Che said these words, the entire camp erupted with earth-shaking cheers, happier and noisier than during festivals. The convoy took only 10 minutes to pack all their supplies. The tree trunks Chen Ye had chopped earlier, originally intended as firewood to take when leaving, ended up being ignored by everyone since they were going to live in the city. Chen Ye had to ask Ding Dong and Iron Lion for help, cutting these tree trunks and stuffing them into that panel van. Even in the city, they would need heating and cooking. With few living people in the city now, gas and electricity had probably long been cut off. Iron Lion once again used his flesh and blood armament ability, transforming one hand into a flesh and blood axe, quickly chopping the tree trunks into firewood. To speed up, he even used supernatural power. The group drove in a grand procession toward the city. But now, with a large passenger coach sharing the load, the school bus seemed less crowded. With Wu Jianshan's guidance, the vehicles quickly arrived at Changwang District in Rong City. Rong City's second elementary school. Before the crowd arrived, several dozen people were already standing at the school gate. These people uniformly wore hooded black cloak robes standing in the wind and snow. It actually had a cinematic atmosphere. That extremely tempting female death god was already nowhere to be seen. Chu Che looked at this elementary school through the car window, his expression both tense and relaxed. In his perception, while there were countless anomalies throughout Rong City, Changwang District had only 3, which matched his previous sensing. And the anomaly with the strongest aura was right in the school before them. The level of terror in its aura was unprecedented. If not for the team leader's repeated assurances, he would have turned and run long ago. But everything he saw now still seemed safe. There was no situation of anomalies besieging occurring. That death god could truly protect everyone. This is the place. The death god is here. We coexist with the death god. Wherever the death god is, there is no danger. Wu Jianshan was sitting in Chu Che's vehicle this time. Originally, Chen Ye wanted to invite him into his own vehicle, but Wu Jianshan absolutely refused. Suddenly, Chu Che's eyes focused on the main gate of the school, his pupils instantly contracting to pinpricks. In Chu Che's pupils, the main gate area had 2 large words written in strange glowing characters: "Run away." Those 3 large exclamation marks resembled jumping, terrified faces. Old Bao's face was radiant with longing smiles, seemingly completely unaware of those 2 words. Convoy assistant Xiao Wang was the same, his smile even more obvious than old Bao's, also not seeing those 2 words. Even Wu Jianshan seemed not to see these two words, his expression proud yet somewhat eerie. Something's wrong. This is the Pathfinder Sequence 2 Mystic Hermit ability, Marking. Marking could leave information at specific locations to ensure others could see it, while simultaneously shielding this information to prevent some people from seeing it. Clearly, this marking was left by a previous Pathfinder, intended only for fellow Pathfinder Sequence superhumans to see. What happened to him here? Why tell me to run away? Chuche, look, this school is the main base of our Death God Church. This school worships our Death God. She is a true deity. You will see her. As long as we stay on school grounds, there's no danger, because this is the Death God's territory. Chuche had no interest in listening to Wu Jianshan's nonsense. His eyes scanned everywhere. If another Pathfinder had left a marking here, then there had to be other markings. There definitely had to be. The vehicles slowly approached the school through the swirling snow. Dusk was approaching, the light faint and yellowed. Besides the heavy snowfall, the cold in the air made people shiver. Even wearing thick cold-resistant clothing, people still felt chilled to the bone. The warm breath that escaped their mouths instantly turned into white mist and drifted away. The black-robed figures standing at the gate all had calm, peaceful expressions, as if they didn't care at all about this biting cold. Chuche's heart felt like it was growing grass. He kept thinking about what runaway could possibly mean. What exactly had happened here? Why would the Pathfinder leave the words run away? It seemed that aside from himself, no one else could see those two words. Chuche, we're here. What are you thinking about? Wu Jianshan's voice sounded, jolting Chuche awake. Wu Jianshan's eyes suspiciously scanned the surroundings, focusing on the direction Chuche had zoned out toward. He saw nothing. Oh, I'll get down right away. The convoy had already stopped. Chen Ye climbed down from the vehicle, curiosity written all over his face as he surveyed the school. He walked up to Wu Jianshan and threw an arm around his neck. Damn, old Wu, you son of a, this is something else. I didn't expect that even in the apocalypse you'd make a paradise like this. Not bad. If I'd known earlier, brother, I would have joined you sooner to avoid so much suffering. Chen Ye's tone would be perfectly fine between close friends or brothers. Some people are socially awkward in general. But in front of close friends, they become someone else entirely. To outsiders, Chen Ye was vicious and dangerous. But in front of a longtime friend he hadn't seen in years, he became another person. The Chen Ye before them now was a different version. But Wu Jianshan was more than a decade older than Chen Ye and was the Archbishop of the Death God Church. He wasn't the same person Chen Ye remembered. Wu Jianshan froze for a moment. A vein throbbed on his forehead, but he forced himself to stay calm and quietly put Chen Ye's arm down. Chen Ye looked at his lowered arm, his expression turning from surprise to puzzlement, then to suspicion. What? Old Wu, you've made it big now and don't recognize your brother. Did you forget when you were still in school? You're not real, are you? Chen Ye's tone shifted into something ambiguous. Wu Jianshan inwardly cursed. Especially the line, "You're not real, are you?" If Chen Ye discovered that he wasn't the same old Wu he'd known, it could create countless problems later. It would derail all of Wu Jianshan's plans. He forced a dry laugh and hurriedly explained, Yezi, look where we are. No matter what, I'm the Archbishop of the Death God Church. Have some respect for me, Alphanuus. At that moment, Wu Jianshan regretted his chosen identity 100 times over. The black-robed people saw their archbishop treated like that and were furious. Their eyes nearly popped out, and at the same time they gave Chen Ye a deep look, mentally sticking a label on him. This person is very close to the assistant. Don't mess with him in the future. Little did they know that this mentality later made many things easier for Chen Ye inside the Death God Church's base. As for the others, their gazes were full of envy and longing, with a dash of excitement. Before the apocalypse, a school was a solemn place of learning, not a hotel. But now, to these people, this school looked like an ultra-luxurious villa. Chuche took in everyone's reactions and felt his heart slowly sink. Pink-haired girl looked expectant, clearly wanting to live here. Ding Dong said nothing. She'd already started planning where to plant vegetables. In a school that big, finding a plot to grow food shouldn't be hard. They hadn't had fresh vegetables in a long time. Iron Lion grinned foolishly, his other head already asleep. Chuche knew that if he didn't produce solid evidence proving this place was dangerous, His teammates would likely doubt him. He was their leader. Were Wu's people not their relatives or friends? Maybe even closer. Even Chu Che himself didn't want to believe the Pathfinder's marking he'd just seen. Those two glowing characters were now within less than 2 meters of Chen Ye. Speaking of Chen Ye, right, that guy. Chu Che looked at Chen Ye. Chen Ye was behaving shamelessly, grabbing at Wu Jianshan and talking as if he'd won some argument, like a rogue. This guy had no shame and was suspicious by nature. Maybe he could be. Our Lord above, we welcome all surviving compatriots to the Death God Church. Dozens at the school gate said in unison. Reaper who wields the scythe of the end, we beg your mercy, guide the lost souls. Chants rolled from their mouths, seeming to carry some indescribable power. The falling snowflakes seemed to avoid these black-robed people because of that power. Some mystical force appeared to be descending. Chen Ye let go of Wu Jianshan's collar. Wu Jianshan's face flushed with rage as he smoothed the folds of his collar, trying to regain composure. He had already mentally sentenced Chen Ye to death. Wu Jianshan stepped forward to the school gate to address the convoy survivors. Two factions of black-robed people stood behind him. Now he looked like the real archbishop of the Death God Church, solemn, sacred, and cold. The person who had been joking around with Chen Ye a moment ago was a completely different man. Only Chen Ye's face shifted slightly. This old Wu was truly different. Had their brotherly feelings faded over the years? People change, love disappears. Or maybe Chen Ye's earlier behavior had all been a test. Sure enough, an old schemer. At that moment, Chu Che's gaze met Chen Ye's. The two men's eyes connected, and in each other's gaze they read the same emotion. Chen Ye didn't doubt the archbishop's identity, but he did suspect old Wu had changed. Chu Che had similar thoughts. Because of the Pathfinder's marking, his doubts and confusion only grew. Seeing Chen Ye's expression, Chu Che felt something like a warrior dying for a knowing friend. Indeed, in the whole convoy, the only one they could truly trust was Chen Ye. Everyone, this is where our Death God Church is stationed. While you're here, I guarantee none of you will suffer any anomaly attacks. Wrong City is huge. Before the apocalypse, it was a tourist city. The permanent population exceeded 1 million, and with tourists the number was even higher. And now, as you know, after the apocalypse, the bigger the city, the more dangerous it becomes. Don't assume that because this place is safe, all of Wrong City is safe. In Changwang District alone, there are 2 incredibly powerful anomalies. Some people have already seen one, the 8-limbed human face. The other is even more terrifying than the 8-limbed human face. You will never want to see it. As for outside Changwang District, I guarantee it's no better than hell on earth. A bunch of blather, basically saying how dangerous the rest of Wrong City was and how safe this place was. It sounded like a hint. You better behave and don't wander off. Chu Che's pupils suddenly contracted. Because he saw the second marking. It was the Pathfinder's marking ability again. The glowing characters looked like neon outdoor advertisement letters. Don't believe a single word he says. This sentence was written on the wall inside the security room next to the school gate. With just a slight adjustment of angle, the sentence became clearly visible. But the people around couldn't see the sentence at all. Chu Che lowered his head and stopped looking around, his eyes flickering incessantly. If possible, he wanted to leave right now. But Wu Jianshan was right. In his perception, Wrong City was filled with many anomalies. Except for Changwang District, other areas were practically swarming with them. And because of their arrival, these anomalies seemed somewhat restless. They were approaching the edge of Changwang District, wanting to rush in and devour these people piece by piece. But they seemed hesitant, lingering at the edge, not daring to take that final step. Some auras were so terrifying they made one's courage fail, extinguishing any thought of resistance. Some auras were so mysterious that even he couldn't fathom their true nature. And the most powerful aura was right here in the school. In the classroom at the far left on the 5th floor. Everyone, without the Death God, we couldn't possibly have the life we have now. It's also because of the Death God's protection that our Death God Church has become a pure land in this human world. If any of you wish to join the Death God Church, I, Wu, welcome you with open arms. Wu Jianshan once again extended the invitation to join the church to everyone. Some survivors were already feeling tempted. Shui Nan hid himself among the crowd, his eyes darting around as he observed everything. For some reason, he felt this place was problematic. but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. When he saw the expression on Chen Ye's face, Shui Nan quickly lowered his head, because he saw ill intentions and greed on Chen Ye's face. This feeling was familiar, just like when he first saw Chen Ye back in the camel train. Back then, Chen Ye had the same look in his eyes, that greed that seemed never to have changed. Zhou Xiaoxiao also hid herself at the back of the crowd. After experiencing so many storms, this once proud girl had learned to conceal her thoughts. After her sister disappeared, Zhou Xiaoxiao learned to live on her own. Only then did she realize how many storms her sister had shielded her from. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoxiao spotted a very familiar figure in the crowd. Although this figure hid herself under a black robe, her graceful curves were still very familiar. Zhou Xiaoxiao stared intently at those curves. As if sensing someone watching her, the curvy figure also looked up. Their eyes met, and both pupils suddenly dilated. As a member of the entertainment industry, Zhou Xiaoxiao recognized this person. Before the apocalypse, this woman was known as the nation's songstress in her own country. She attracted attention in her country's entertainment industry right from her debut, with her first album achieving platinum status. Later, she became almost a legendary figure. This woman was also very famous in Daxia. Many Xia country people might not have heard her songs, but because of social media, they could still name her. A with tilde new section. Choi Soon, that was this woman's name. Who would have thought she was here too? Last year, she had attended this woman's concert, and, because of her sister, Zhou Xiaoxiao had even taken a photo with this woman. So her impression was quite deep. Choi Soon also didn't expect to see Zhou Xiaoxiao, but she quickly lowered her gaze, her lips still moving as if chanting something. Zhou Xiaoxiao also pretended not to see her and turned to look elsewhere. The simple welcome ceremony ended. Chen Ye, Xu Che, and the convoy members were all brought into the school. There were many classrooms in the school. Beds had already been prepared in the classrooms. When they saw these things, some survivors even shed tears of emotion. After all, during this long migration, many survivors hadn't slept in a bed for a long time. Some even decided in their hearts that as long as the Death God Church didn't drive them away, they would live here until they died. Chu Che, Iron Lion, and Chen Ye were assigned to a classroom on the 4th floor. Ding Dong and the pink-haired girl were housed in another classroom. When Chu Che entered the classroom assigned to the three of them, the moment he stepped inside, his pupils contracted to pinpricks and all his muscles tensed up. But then he instantly relaxed. Chu Che, are you okay? Wu Jianshan's voice sounded behind them, his eyes scanning Chu Che like knives. The muscles on Chu Che's face twitched slightly as he turned to look at Wu Jianshan. The tall, thin man stood silently behind them, his entire body hidden in a black robe so soft it even revealed the outline of Wu Jianshan's bones. If not for being able to see his face, one might think there was just a skeleton under that black robe. In that moment, Chu Che even felt that Wu Jianshan himself was the death god. He fit those two words better than the beautiful woman Chen Ye and the others had described. Nothing, I just haven't seen a bed in so long, I'm a bit excited. Second uncle, you're really too good to me. I haven't slept in a bed for almost half a year, though this bed is a bit small. Chu Che was pretending to be moved. But Iron Lion here was genuinely moved. Although the bed was somewhat small, he was still touched. Wu Jianshan sized up Iron Lion, his mouth twitching slightly. The bed is a bit small. I'll have them find you a bigger bed and bring it over when they find one. Good brother, what's the plan for tonight? I've come to your territory. You're not going to have nothing arranged, are you? Chen Ye threw an arm around Wu Jianshan's neck and asked with a grin. Wu Jianshan's expression grew even more unnatural. He wanted to knock Chen Ye's arm away but restrained himself. What else could there be? It's the apocalypse now. There's a ceremony later. You come with me. Let the death god remember your auras and protect you from anomaly invasions. Chen Ye, you better be careful. When you see the death god later, remember to be respectful, or we won't even be brothers anymore. After speaking, Wu Jianshan turned and left. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Jianshan seemed to remember something. He turned back to look at the three of them and said in an extremely serious tone, "You can do whatever you want, but don't go to the 5th floor. Remember." Then he turned and left. Chen Ye rubbed his chin, his eyes showing faint disappointment along with some relief. From Chen Ye's perspective, the Wu Jianshan before him was his good brother. But now, His good brother had changed, was no longer the person he used to be. So unfamiliar it was like he was a completely different person. Some say people always grow up and can't possibly remain the same person they were years ago. Perhaps his good brother had just grown up. The only one who couldn't let go was himself. And the relief felt like releasing the last bit of restraint in his heart, though he still didn't know why. As for Chuche, his eyes were also profoundly deep at this moment. Chuche sighed silently in his heart. The squad leader back then was kind, upright, and full of justice. If not for the squad leader, he might have died long ago during a mission. But now, perhaps because of what happened back then, the former squad leader had long died. And the current squad leader was already a completely different, unfamiliar person. Remembering the 3 markings he had seen earlier made Chuche restless. The first was the marking at the school gate, 2 huge words, "Run away." The second marking was a sentence on the wall in the security room by the school gate, "Don't believe a single word he says." And the third was right in this classroom, the huge glowing words written on the classroom blackboard. No one else could see them, only Chuche could see them. These words shone brightly behind the 3 of them. "They eat people." The school auditorium. This auditorium was originally used by the school for holding all school meetings. But now it had become the ritual site for the Death God Church. On the stage was a massive chair, and sitting on the chair was an extremely alluring woman. The woman wore a blood-red gown, her exposed skin whiter than snow, more translucent than the finest jade. Even the most beautiful woman would feel ashamed when seeing this woman. The woman wore no shoes on her feet, her long legs crossed casually, and just the glimpse of her slightly exposed ankles was enough to make one dizzy with fascination. The woman leaned relaxed against the chair back, but her eyes were tightly closed. This woman was beautiful in every aspect, exquisite in every detail. It seemed the Creator favored this woman, bestowing upon her all that was most beautiful. Yet, such a beauty had an astonishing height. Compared to the black-robed figures praying devoutly in front of her, this woman's height was roughly estimated at about 3 meters. Seeing this so-called death god again, Chen Ye's gaze greedily scanned the woman's body. It wasn't that Chen Ye was lustful, but this kind of opportunity to observe an anomaly up close wouldn't come once in 100 years. He had always wanted to simulate a sufficiently powerful target. And this anomaly before him was absolutely the best target. If he could simulate even 30% of its power, no, just 10% or even 5%. Chen Ye believed his strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Scythe wielder who commands the end. As the apocalypse flames consume the old world, may your judgment become the redemption of purification. Wu Jianshan stood at the very front, closest to the death god, but he didn't dare look up. Muttering prayers incessantly, his expression extremely devout. The other black-robed figures behind him were followers of the Death God Church, each bowing their heads, not daring to look at that perfect figure. But one could imagine their expressions were equally devout. Chen Ye and the others stood at the very back, watching the performance of these Death God followers. The prayers continued for nearly half an hour before stopping. Death God, these people are friends of our Death God Church. We beg you to remember their aura and grant them protection. Let them be spared from dark corruption. A&E section. Wu Jianshan knelt before the Death God, speaking in a very priestly tone. The Death God slightly raised her head, her eyes clearly closed, but it felt as if she was looking at them. An incredibly powerful pressure radiated from this perfect woman. Chen Ye grunted, feeling as if he had been lightly struck by a mountain. Although not injured, it was enough to make Chen Ye's heart race with fear. The expressions of Sun Cece, Ding Dong, and Iron Lion beside him weren't much better. As for the ordinary survivors, they only felt a gentle breeze pass over their bodies, taking away their fatigue, feeling quite comfortable. But Chuche's feeling was the most different. At this moment, a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He felt as if he was being watched by a fierce tiger. This feeling was terrifying. Fortunately, it didn't last long, only about a second. But even just 1 second, Chuche felt his inner clothes were completely soaked. "Yezi," Chuche's hoarse voice whispered. "What?" Chen Ye stared intently at the death god ahead, slightly turning his head to respond to Chuche's call. Chuche gasped twice, but ultimately didn't respond. And the ritual on the high platform had already changed. A large table was carried up. This was a dining table. On the dining table was only one set of knife and fork utensils and a steak. Well, Chen Ye wasn't sure what it was either. Wu Jianshan carefully approached the death god, cut a slice of meat with a knife, then carefully delivered it to the death god's crimson lips. The death god opened her mouth and swallowed this slice of meat. Seeing the death god swallow this piece of meat, Wu Jianshan seemed to relax. Then continued. When this steak, let's call it a steak for now, was half eaten, the death god's eyes, which had been closed all along, suddenly shed tears of blood. Seeing this, Wu Jianshan quickly took a glass test tube from a follower nearby and carefully collected these blood tears. Seeing these blood tears, Chen Ye suddenly understood. Wasn't this exactly what Wu Jianshan had given him before? The death god blood tears. At first, Chen Ye thought this so-called death god blood tears was just a name, like wife cakes. He never expected it to actually be the death god's blood tears. The death god's blood tears were only 2 or 3 drops. Looking at the blood tears in the glass test tube, Wu Jianshan carefully stored them away personally. The followers below, seeing the 2 or 3 drops of blood tears in the test tube, each showed frantic greed in their eyes. Of course, among these greedy eyes was Chen Ye's. Through his appraisal, the death god blood tears were also effective for superhumans, though the effect was relatively weak. But Chen Ye wanted them too. Everyone watched as the stunningly beautiful death god finished the remaining steak. It must be said, if one ignored the death god's identity and simply viewed her as a woman, she was quite pleasing to the eye. The meal took about 10 minutes to finish. Only then did everyone file out of the auditorium. The following activities were quite relaxed. To welcome Chen Ye's group, Wu Jianshan specially prepared a banquet. Wu Jianshan used 2 classrooms as banquet venues. The richness of the banquet was the most abundant these people had seen in the past 6 months. Actually, it was just some canned meat and canned fruits, plus some flatbreads and such. Perhaps because the Death God Church was rooted in the city, collecting supplies was much easier than for the convoy. A city of 1 million people, now only a few dozen remain. The remaining supplies couldn't help but be abundant. Of course, the canned meat and some other foods were expired. But who would pay attention to such things now? Having something to eat was good enough. Chen Ye and the others also brought out camel jerky, which also gave the Death God Church followers quite a treat. Under extreme material scarcity, the survivors had made this jerky by burying camel meat in sand, and now tasting it had a special flavor. Someone placed a bonfire in the middle of the classroom. Outside the window, snow fell heavily. Inside, it was as warm as spring. Many survivors were dazed, feeling that their previous lives seemed like a distant dream. There was also plenty of alcohol. Everyone got some. Although not much, it relaxed many people's nerves. Zhou Xiaoxiao sat in a corner, silently chewing on a flatbread. Now she was like an unwanted child. The survivors around her each reveled in their own ways, some looking at the tables full of food with tears. Others laughed heartily, seemingly releasing their suppressed emotions. Hi, Zhou Xiaoxiao, may I call you that? Hearing the somewhat strange accent, Zhou Xiaoxiao looked up. Choisun, you, why are you here? Choisun looked around, then carefully sat beside Zhou Xiaoxiao. Sigh. I had work in Xia country, came not long ago, then the world ended. Choisun told her story in that somewhat peculiar tone. This woman had some popularity in Xia country before, even specifically learning a Xia country song to sing for her Xia country fans. Therefore, unlike other singers and artists from her country, Xia country people didn't dislike her. After hearing Choisun's story, Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but fall silent. By the way, Xiaoxiao, what about your sister? Isn't she with you? Hearing the word sister, Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned her, really sorry. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression, Choisun immediately understood the situation and apologized quickly. Zhou Xiaoxiao waved her hand. It's fine. By the way, Choisun, at least we're still alive, right? It seems you're doing quite well here. I envy that you stayed here from the beginning. Choisun's expression changed slightly, whispering, Zhou Xiaoxiao, could I ask you for a favor? Huh? Could you take me with you when you leave? Please. Choisun looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao with pleading eyes. Whether women from her country had specialized expression management courses or not, When pleading with Zhou Xiaoxiao, she really had a delicate and pitiful appearance. Zhou Xiaoxiao showed a troubled expression. She herself was just a nobody in the convoy. She couldn't make decisions about such things. Well, Choi Soon, if you want to come with us, I can't decide that, but you can go ask him. Zhou Xiaoxiao secretly pointed in Chen Ye's direction. Him? A superhuman. Choi Soon's expression changed slightly, a complex look flashing across her face. And Chen Ye at this moment was indeed calculating how to get those death god blood tears. Seeing that Wu Jianshan had just clinked glasses with Chu Che and was turning to head toward the door, Chen Ye quickly followed. Just as Wu Jianshan stepped out, Chen Ye grabbed him by the neck. Old Wu, you little brat, running away when you see me? When did we become so distant? Seeing Chen Ye, Wu Jianshan's heart jumped. He always felt that being with this guy would lead to no good. So just now when clinking glasses with others, he specifically avoided Chen Ye. Never expected he would chase after him. Chen Ye, what do you want? What do I want? Damn, old Wu, you've got good stuff and won't save any for your buddy. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You're still pretending? That death god blood tears of yours, give me some. Damn, back in school when you didn't have enough living expenses, who was it that brought you food? Hearing Chen Ye actually wanted the death god blood tears. Wu Jianshan quickly shook his head. Impossible, none, I don't have much of that stuff either. Damn, old Wu, you're playing this game with me? Are you really my brother or not? When Wu Jianshan heard this sentence, he felt as if Chen Ye had seen through him, and panic began to rise in his heart. Could it be that Chen Ye had discovered people who do bad things can't help but feel guilty? Unless they're professionally trained individuals. Clearly, Wu Jianshan wasn't that kind of person. Before the apocalypse, he was just a loser in life. The apocalypse gave him a second chance at life. What Chen Ye was thinking about now was that he absolutely had to get his hands on that death god blood tears. For this, Chen Ye didn't even hesitate to recount all the favors he'd done for Wu Jianshan back in their university days. Simply put, he was using past kindness to demand repayment. Old Wu, do you remember who always helped you get attendance in class back then? You said you liked Huang Ting, and I immediately backed off without hesitation. And that time you got cornered by a few punks who went to save you. Later when I got a major demerit, do you remember who that was for? Chen Ye spoke about Wu Jianshan's and his own embarrassing university stories as easily as breathing. From what Chen Ye said, his current identity and Wu Jianshan were so close they could share the same pair of pants. Chen Ye getting expelled from university was actually because of this identity of his too. Wu Jianshan was growing impatient. He had important matters to attend to. In the end, he only agreed to give Chen Ye 2 drops of blood tears. Actually, this stuff was precious, truly precious, but not as precious as one might imagine. As long as he remained the Archbishop of the Death God Church, he could collect several drops every day. Wu Jianshan knew this substance had some enhancement effect on superhumans, but the enhancement effect was minimal. Wu Jianshan used to consume some every day, but now, his body had developed a certain resistance to it. The death god blood tears had little effect on him anymore. Facing Chen Ye's pestering, Wu Jianshan didn't want Chen Ye to discover any flaws. According to Chen Ye's account, his current identity and Chen Ye had a very good relationship. If he didn't give any, it might raise suspicions and lead to unnecessary trouble. So Wu Jianshan decided to part with 2 drops of blood tears to settle things once and for all. I don't believe you'll have the nerve to bother me again after getting blood tears this time. Anyway, you won't last more than a few days. With that thought, Wu Jianshan turned and left. Looking at the transparent glass bottle before him, Chen Ye couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upward. To enhance his strength, to survive. So, what if he had to be a bit shameless? As long as he could survive, Chen Ye was willing to do anything. Looking at the death god blood tears before him, Chen Ye's eyes shone with light. System: upgrade the death god blood tears, enhance their effect of boosting sequence superpowers. Chen Ye gave the system a task in his mind. The system quickly responded. Upgrading death god blood tears requires 5,000 slaughter points and 6 hours of upgrade time. Proceed with upgrade. So expensive. System: how many slaughter points would it take to exchange for 1 drop of death god blood tears? Exchanging for unupgraded, unpurified death god blood tears requires 20,000 slaughter points. Chen Ye. Sure enough, having the system handle both labor and materials was expensive. Chen Ye was now realizing that aside from the sequence serum he exchanged for earlier being cheap, all other potions were ridiculously expensive. Perhaps items like medicines that enhance strength were just inherently expensive under the system's rules. Looking at his remaining 10,000 plus slaughter points, Chen Ye gritted his teeth and directly selected confirm. He had about 5,000 slaughter points left before, and after fighting the 8-limbed human face, he gained some more, totaling over 10,000 slaughter points combined. I know Thailand bot. Enough to upgrade the Death God blood tiers twice. When dealing with the 8-limbed human face, Chen Ye hadn't managed to gain much benefit, mainly because of that final simulated sky whale strike. His vehicle was sufficient for now, and without good wonder materials, there was no need to upgrade temporarily. But enhancing his strength was urgently needed. Even Sequence 3 users had appeared, while he was still Sequence 1, it really wasn't impressive enough. Soon, a countdown appeared on the transparent bottle. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Wrong City 2nd Elementary School, 4th grade, Class 3. Hehe. My dad used to work in the mines, and my mom ran a small supermarket in our town, selling cigarettes, alcohol, and groceries. Our family was pretty well off back then. Not that we had lavish feasts every meal, but we definitely had meat dishes every few days. In the 4th grade Class 3 classroom, Iron Lion lay on the bed chuckling as he reminisced, his eyes filled with warm light. Chen Ye and Chu Che listened quietly without interrupting. It was rare for Iron Lion to talk this much, especially about his personal life, so Chen Ye was even less inclined to cut in. Our family had 5 siblings in total, hehe. Back then, we had to fight for food at mealtimes. Whoa, how did your family have so many kids? Chen Ye exclaimed in surprise. Iron Lion chuckled, hehe, what could we do? Pay fines, of course. According to my parents, they paid fines every year back then. All the money they earned went to fines. Our family didn't earn much, but it was enough to eat. But we couldn't handle the heavy fines, and there were many mouths to feed too. I'm the oldest in our family, with 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters below me. Second brother is a son, disobedient, often got beaten. Third brother is also a son. My dad really wanted a daughter, said daughters are like little warm jackets. When 4th sister came along, they finally had a daughter, and my dad treasured her so much. They didn't want 5th sister originally, but she was already conceived, and my parents couldn't bear to abort, so they had her. 5th sister is the smartest, very sensible. Actually, both my younger sisters are sensible and well-behaved. Iron Lion grinned foolishly, as if he could still see his younger siblings before him. This big fool rambled on and on. Chen Ye listened very quietly. Outside the window was the rustling sound of falling snow. Through the window, he could see that under the blood moon, the snow had never stopped, though it was no longer the heavy snowfall from before. The world outside the window was completely blanketed in white. If it continued like this, there would likely be considerable snow on the ground by tomorrow morning. The roads were already difficult to travel today. Chu Che was also listening quietly. He was thinking about his own matters too. What happened back then was very complicated. He just never expected the squad leader to still be alive. But this squad leader didn't seem like the original squad leader. It felt somewhat strange. The power of intimate relationship was still in Chu Che's mind, automatically rationalizing all unreasonable factors. Chu Che looked at the 4 words on the blackboard, feeling deeply unsettled. Later my dad got pneumoconiosis. Do you know what pneumoconiosis is? Iron Lion continued. Many people in our area got this disease. I heard it's caused by long-term inhalation of coal dust. Later my dad died, and the mine gave us some money. During that time, my mom cried every day, my 2 younger sisters cried every day, our home was filled with crying every day. One day when my mom went out to buy groceries, she got distracted and was hit by a car. After that, I had to take care of my younger brothers and sisters. I'm the oldest, right? With our parents gone, I had to look after them. That day, many relatives came to our home, ones we knew, ones we didn't. Later, my second uncle returned. If not for my second uncle coming back, our family would probably have been consumed by those relatives. Do you know what consuming a childless family means? Does that kind of thing still happen in this day and age? Chen Ye spoke up. It does happen. You city folks wouldn't know, but our place was a small town. If not for second uncle, I probably couldn't have raised my younger brothers and sisters. Second uncle took us to live with him. Second uncle didn't take our money, said I should save it for my younger siblings' education. Later, second aunt divorced second uncle because of us siblings. Second uncle never remarried after that. I originally planned to support second uncle in his old age and handle his funeral arrangements. Later, I learned to drive and became a bus driver. Second brother was unpromising, dropped out after high school. Fourth sister and youngest sister are smart, both went to university. Only third brother. Listening to Iron Lion's rambling, Chen Ye understood why Iron Lion was so happy when he saw Wu Jianshan. Second uncle held a very important position in Iron Lion's life, equivalent to a second father. Chen Ye frowned as he listened. How come I didn't know about Old Wu's background? He never mentioned it to me. Wait, wasn't Old Wu originally from a town? I think he was a local from Jiangcheng. Can't remember clearly. Never mind, headache. Just as Chen Ye noticed the discrepancy, his mind unconsciously grew fuzzy, directly skipping over this issue. But, given Iron Lion's relationship with Old Wu, if I ever fall out with Old Wu in the future, I wonder who Iron Lion would side with? Also, I still have over 5,000 slaughter points. Enough to upgrade the Death God Blood tiers one more time. I'll go ask Old Wu for another bottle tomorrow. If he doesn't give it, he's not a true brother. It's just some Death God Blood tiers. Surely he wouldn't be that stingy. That doesn't seem like him. Back in the day, we could even exchange underwear to wear. Just then, Chen Ye heard the system notification. The Death God Blood tiers upgrade was complete. You guys sleep first, I'm going out for a smoke. After saying this, Chen Ye put on his clothes and walked out of classroom 3, grade 4. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom and entered the corridor, a cold current hit his face, instantly refreshing his entire spirit. He casually lit a cigarette and held it between his lips. It wasn't that Chen Ye was being considerate, smoking outside because Chu Che and Iron Lion were in the room. Rather, Chen Ye wanted to see what effects the upgraded Death God Blood tiers actually had. There was absolutely no privacy inside the room. Everything he did would be seen by those two. Iron Lion wasn't much of a concern. The guy was simple-minded. Even if Chen Ye openly displayed his upgrade system, Iron Lion probably wouldn't realize what it was. The troublesome one was Chu Che. That guy was as sharp as a monkey. If Chen Ye showed even the slightest clue, Chu Che could probably figure out 80 to 90% of the truth. It was better to avoid this guy, just in case they turned against each other in the future. Next door was classroom 4, grade 4, where Ding Dong and Sun Cece were staying. Just then, Chen Ye saw a short, small, dark object floating toward him with no head. In that instant, Chen Ye felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. What the hell? Didn't Wu Jianshan say there were no anomalies here? What the hell is this? Chen Ye exhaled a puff of smoke, which quickly spread through the corridor. Chen Ye. A clear voice came from the headless thing, startling Chen Ye. Damn, what the hell are you? How do you know my name? Chen Ye, you bastard, smoking again. You'll smoke yourself to death sooner or later. Lit, fish. Humph. Only then did Chen Ye see clearly, this wasn't any anomaly at all. The reason it had no head was because Little Fish was wearing a long down jacket that completely enveloped her entire body, not even leaving her head exposed. Owie. Little Fish kicked open the door to classroom 4, grade 4, snorted coldly, glared at Chen Ye, then wobbled into the classroom. Bang! The classroom door slammed shut violently. The scattered snow outside the door was shaken into disarray and panic. Chen Ye. This little girl, so small in stature, but with such an arrogant expression. He could still hear voices talking inside the room. Little Fish, who's outside? Who else could it be? Chen Ye, standing outside smoking. He'll smoke himself to death one day. He won't smoke himself to death. His ability is smoke control. Excited voices from survivors also came from downstairs. For the first time in 6 months, they could sleep in a building. For these people, tonight was destined to be an exciting night. Zhou Xiaoxiao hid under the blanket, uninterested in participating in the dormitory chatter, just staring fixedly at the snow outside the window. Her mind alternated between images of her sister, then Chen Ye, and occasionally her parents would appear too. In another room. Of the 4 brothers from Deer City, only the boss and 4th brother remained. fourth brother was He, whose incredible thieving skills made him extremely popular among the survivors now. As for the boss's surname was Gao. Before the apocalypse, people called him Boss Gao, someone who could make the ground shake with just a stomp of his foot locally. His imprisonment back then was just because he'd grown too arrogant and did something that provoked universal condemnation. Later, it was posted online, causing public outrage. Going to prison was just a formality. Even if sentenced, he could get out later. At most, it would be just serving time on paper. Such operations were all too common. Ordinary people just didn't know about them. But before he could get out, the apocalypse broke out. After the apocalypse, the world had changed. Everything from before vanished into nothingness. The once high and mighty Boss Gao was now just an ordinary survivor struggling to stay alive. Here, nobody knew him. All his previous power and status had been reset to zero. Now, Boss Gao just wanted to live quietly, staying as far away from that devil as possible. Of the four brothers, two had died at that devil's hands. Boss Gao had no thoughts of revenge whatsoever. He just wanted to live quietly, taking it one day at a time. Now, the last thing Boss Gao wanted to see was anyone who had known him before. The once powerful man was now humble as dirt. After that little episode, Chen Ye finally looked around. Finding a suitable place to cultivate really wasn't easy. Most places were exactly what they appeared to be. Wu Jianshan had previously said not to go to the 5th floor. Chen Ye didn't plan to challenge Wu Jianshan's authority, nor was he particularly curious about the 5th floor. But he hadn't said anything about not going to the rooftop. Gently exhaling a puff of smoke, the smoke formed into the shape of a staircase before his eyes. Amid the swirling snow, Chen Ye stepped onto the smoke illusion staircase and walked up to the 5th floor rooftop. The teaching building of Rong City Second Elementary School was the tallest structure on campus. The rooftop was already covered in thick snow. The smoke pushed aside an opening in the snow, and Chen Ye sat cross-legged on the ground, eagerly examining the upgraded Death God Blood Tears. Item name: Purified Death God Blood Tears. Effect: excellent for enhancing the strength of low-level sequence superhumans. A rare auxiliary cultivation medicine. Review: this medicine is obtained through purification of Death God Blood Tears. No side effects, high safety, no risk of contamination. Long-term use may develop drug resistance. Inside the transparent glass bottle, 2 drops of blood-red Death God Blood Tears shimmered with an eerie glow under the blood moon, as if possessing life itself. It looked quite strange. But trusting the system, Chen Ye unhesitatingly dropped the 2 purified blood tears into his mouth. The moment they entered, Chen Ye felt powerful energy coursing wildly through his body, an intense stimulation rushing straight to his head. Within seconds, Chen Ye's face turned bright red, with wisps of steam rising from his head. Like the feeling of eating beetle nut for the first time. He quickly activated the observing the blood moon breathing technique. The essence of the breathing technique was to adjust the frequency of supernatural power within the body to achieve assimilation and absorption of energy. Blood moon energy was energy. Death God Blood Tears energy was still energy. As long as it was energy, it should be absorbable. The facts proved Chen Ye's guess correct. The energy from the Death God Blood Tears was slowly being absorbed by Chen Ye. After Chen Ye left the classroom, Xuche also started putting on his clothes. Iron Lion looked confused. "Captain, are you going out for a smoke too? Get some rest early, I have some business to attend to outside." Iron Lion muttered, one after another, all so mysterious, really. Xuche didn't answer, left the classroom, and returned alone to the vehicle. The vehicle was empty at this time. Captain Chu found the eavesdropping radio, turned it on, and began tuning and searching frequencies. ZZZZ, ZZZZ. The radio emitted bursts of static, sounding quite chaotic. On the rooftop, Chen Ye opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, his eyes filled with exhaustion. Checking the digital watch on his wrist, it was already 3:30 a.m. He hadn't realized so much time had passed. But Chen Ye's heart was still excited. The purified Death God Blood Tears had given him too many pleasant surprises. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled. Thick smoke spread around the snowy rooftop, covering an area of about 12 to 13 meters in diameter. The size of the smoke mist created by one exhale had become Chen Ye's most intuitive standard for judging his strength improvement. Within the smoke, several wild wolves struggled into existence from the mist. These wolves were simulated based on the breeder sequence member who had escaped from the camel train. Although their strength couldn't compare to the wolves raised by that breeder sequence, they were quite useful and could be replenished if lost. He hadn't used them in battle before mainly because he hadn't encountered suitable opponents. If he encountered ground-based anomalies, he believed these simulated smoke wolves would be very effective. Against something like the 8-limbed human face that floated directly in the air, the simulated wolf ability was basically useless. Previously, Chen Ye could only simulate 5 wolves simultaneously at most. But now, Chen Ye could simulate 6 wolves at the same time. The improvement in supernatural power also provided some benefit to smoke simulation, though not as directly obvious as the smoke mist improvement. These two abilities had different directions and types anyway. But this rate of improvement already excited Chen Ye greatly. If things continued like this and he could get some more Death God blood tears from Wu Jianshan, he might even advance directly to Sequence 2. Each sequence advancement granted several innate abilities of that sequence level. Like the nicotine tolerance, smoke mist, and smoke simulation, he gained when advancing to Sequence 1. Smoke simulation and smoke mist still had plenty of room for improvement. As his sequence advanced, these abilities would gradually unleash their proper power. Chen Ye was originally a person of ordinary aptitude, unable to comprehend the flying sword technique with just a little cultivation like the pink-haired girl who had eaten the demon fruit. But Chen Ye was satisfied nonetheless. Plus, with his 2 wonders, his survival ability had already been greatly enhanced. Returning to Classroom 3, Grade 4, he only saw Iron Lion sleeping soundly on the bed. Captain Chu Che had disappeared without a trace. Cursing the old schemer under his breath, Chen Ye also returned to his own bed to rest. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. As dawn began to break, while Chen Ye was still sound asleep, an extremely piercing scream tore through the silence of Rong City's 2nd elementary school. It also jolted Chen Ye awake. Because of this scream, the entire morning at Rong City's 2nd elementary school was thrown into chaos. Chen Ye's first reaction was to grip the machete beside him, immediately spotting Captain Chu Che holding the metal lighter in one hand while his other hand was still tucked inside his coat. Captain Chu still had cards up his sleeve. This sneaky bastard really wasn't being honest. Chen Ye's gaze slid past the lighter and fixed on Captain Chu's coat before calmly shifting away, pretending nothing had happened. Chu Che also withdrew his hand from his coat, acting as if nothing had occurred either. The two put on their clothes but didn't immediately leave the room. Instead, they waited silently in the room for about 5 minutes, only stepping out when they heard increasing footsteps outside. Iron Lion was still snoring away, seemingly completely unaware of the scream. Had to admire how well this guy slept. Seemed like after his brain got simpler, his insomnia problems disappeared too. As soon as they reached the corridor, they saw the world had turned completely white. The snow on the surrounding roofs was much thicker than yesterday, and it was still snowing from the sky. A large crowd had already gathered at the school gate. Among them were black-robed survivors from the Death God Church, as well as people from their convoy. Everyone was chattering noisily, creating a desolate atmosphere amidst the heavy snow. Chen Ye and Chu Che silently made their way to the school gate. Ding Dong and Sun Sisi had already arrived here ahead of them. Even Old Bao and the others were present. Only Wu Jianshan was missing. Chen Ye and Chu Che effortlessly reached the center of the crowd. The first thing they saw was a young man lying on the ground. The young man's body twitched slightly, still wearing the down jacket they'd found yesterday, now covered with a thin layer of fresh snow. Where his eyes should have been, there were only 2 terrifying bloody holes, with crimson blood already pooling on the ground, quickly mixing with the white snow and staining a large area red. Oh yes. This person's eyes were gone. Or rather, this person's eyes had been gouged out. Chen Ye found him somewhat familiar, having probably seen him in the convoy before, seemed like he came from the camel train. What happened? It's Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao's eyes were gouged out. Old Bao said with a grim expression, snowflakes settling on his eyebrows, making him look much older. You tell us. Old Bao pointed at a survivor wearing a down jacket. Clearly, this person should be the first one who discovered the situation, and also from their convoy. This person now stared wide-eyed in terror, his eyes filled with sheer horror. This morning, when I was returning from the toilet, I saw. Living at second elementary school had its advantages, but the only inconvenience was the lack of indoor bathrooms. Therefore, to handle personal hygiene, one had to use the public bathrooms on each floor. This survivor got up in the morning to use the toilet, and on his way back, he glanced toward the school gate. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure approaching the school, staggering unsteadily, clearly injured. After careful identification, he realized the figure was Xiao Chao. The two had always gotten along well, so out of concern, he went to the school gate to see what happened, wondering in his heart. Why would Xiao Chao suddenly return from outside so early in the morning? Only when he saw the bloody holes where Xiao Chao's eyes should be did he scream in shock. Xiao Chao simultaneously collapsed to the ground. While Chen Ye and the others were learning about the situation, Old Bao had already arranged for this young man called Xiao Chao to be carried back into the school. But everyone understood in their hearts. This person clearly wouldn't survive. Losing eyes doesn't necessarily mean death. But this was the apocalypse. Even if diluted death god blood tears could save him, in this apocalyptic world, having no eyes meant no chance of survival. Unless diluted death god blood tears could make this person grow eyes again. It's the blood pupil. It must be the blood pupil. A somewhat strange syllable sounded nearby. What blood pupil? Chen Ye turned his head and saw a woman hidden in black robes, her features quite delicate and somewhat familiar-looking. It's the abyssal blood pupil. You just arrived and don't know, Changwang district has two anomalies. When she said this, the woman cautiously looked around, clearly afraid someone might have heard her slip of the tongue. One is the 8-limbed human face you've seen, and the other is this abyssal blood pupil. It loves gouging out people's eyes the most. It's terrifying. When she said this, Chen Ye noticed the trace of fear she couldn't hide in her eyes. Why are you telling us this? There were so many black-robed people, but only this clearly non-Xia countrywoman came forward to warn them. Chu Che obviously grew suspicious. My name is Choi Soon. If you can leave this place, remember to take me with you. Thank you. You're that nation's songstress. It's really you. Chu Che remained silent, but the pink-haired girl beside him exclaimed in surprise. Choi Soon gave the pink-haired girl a polite but awkward smile, then turned and quickly walked away. Abyssal blood pupil. Didn't old Wu say that as long as we're here, we're all safe? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Chen Ye looked around, grabbed a black-robed person and asked, "Where's old Wu?" The person, suddenly grabbed, initially looked annoyed and ready to curse, but upon seeing Chen Ye's face, his expression instantly turned respectful. The Archbishop is reciting scriptures. Where is he? Take me to him. With something this big happening, he's not even showing his face. Actually, Chen Ye didn't really want Wu Jianshan to handle this matter. People die in the apocalypse. Which day doesn't have deaths? Chen Ye wanted to find Wu Jianshan to get death god blood tears. Improving strength was everything now. As soon as he said this, cold sweat instantly broke out on the black-robed person's forehead. That won't do. The Archbishop recites scriptures for 2 hours every morning. No one can disturb him. Otherwise, people will die. Please spare me, I won't go. After saying this, the person struggled free from Chen Ye's grip, turned, and quickly ran away. Recites scriptures for 2 hours every day? No one can disturb him? Chen Ye rubbed his chin, his eyes flickering continuously. The young man called Xiao Chao was still carried back to a classroom in the school. Old Bao went to investigate why this person had left so early in the morning. He quickly got results. This person was originally from the camel train, later joined the convoy with his girlfriend, and then got on the school bus. He went out early in the morning because he also wanted to get a vehicle. Xiao Chao, his girlfriend, was left behind in Yanzhou. He wanted to go back and find her. At this point, Old Bao let out a deep sigh. Back in Yanzhou, many people in the convoy died, and many got separated. Xiao Chao's girlfriend was one of them. Xiao Chao had always wanted to go back and find his girlfriend, but everyone knew that falling behind the convoy only had one outcome. That was death. Therefore, everyone had been trying their best to dissuade him. But Xiao Chao never gave up, constantly thinking about going back, saying he'd rather die together. After arriving in the city, when Xiao Chao saw so many vehicles, especially when Ding Dong and Fourth Brother, he each drove back a new car. This idea became uncontrollable. He begged Fourth Brother he all night, but Fourth Brother he still refused to go find a car with him. Even though Wu Jianshan said the school and surrounding area were Death God Church territory and very safe, he didn't want to recklessly go out for this. Unless one of the sequence superpowers gave the order. Finally unable to withstand Xiao Chao's persistent pestering, fourth brother, he verbally explained how to steal a car without keys. Xiao Chao set out as soon as he woke up this morning. His plan was to find a vehicle, gather some supplies, and then head back to Yanzhou. The result was Xiao Chao returning without his eyes. Hearing this outcome, everyone fell silent. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, smoke swirling around him as his eyes flickered with suspicion. He wasn't particularly moved by how touching this story was. In the apocalypse, touching stories were everywhere. Almost everyone had a past that could make people cry. He'd just listened to Wu Haifeng's story last night. Wu Haifeng was Iron Lion. If this name wasn't mentioned for a long time, everyone forgot Iron Lion's real name. You're saying he went out in the morning, meaning after daybreak? Yezi, do you even have a heart? You're still concerned about that at a time like this. The pink-haired girl was moved by Xiao Chao's story, feeling somewhat emotional for a moment. Although this girl had matured a lot, she was only 18, the age of sentimentality. Chen Ye ignored the pink-haired girl's sentimentality, looking at Old Bao instead. Old Bao's expression also turned grim, clearly understanding what Chen Ye meant. He went out after daybreak this morning. Even the pink-haired girl caught on, her sentimental mood lasting only a few seconds. Ding Dong also looked grave. Chen Ye held the cigarette in his mouth, the cigarette tip glowing faintly, his eyes deep and dangerous. Morning is still daytime. Given Xiao Chao's walking speed, with heavy snow everywhere, he couldn't have gone far. He should have been around the school. The city is full of vehicles, finding one wouldn't be difficult for him. Hearing Chen Ye's analysis, everyone fell silent. Chen Ye continued quietly, this place is no longer safe. I'm afraid we'll have to hit the road again. What is that? The pink-haired girl pointed toward a corner near the school gate entrance. As a Sword Immortal sequence user, her perception of anomalies wasn't as exaggerated as a Pathfinder's sensitivity to the supernatural. But she could still detect something wrong around the gate area. Everyone looked in the direction the pink-haired girl indicated. They saw an eyeball floating there, its pupil constantly rotating. Judging by the fresh blood on the eyeball and the connected blood vessels, it had clearly been removed quite recently. The eyeball was still active, and upon being discovered, it immediately tried to fly away. Chen Ye's eyes turned cold as his smoke breath quickly restrained the eyeball. Wait. Chu Che stopped him, pulling out a small white pouch from his chest and carefully placing the eyeball inside it. The surface of the small pouch bore some mysterious-looking symbols. Let's wait until squad leader Wu finishes, then ask for his opinion. Chen Ye stared at Chu Che's white pouch. This pouch has the effect of blocking supernatural aura. It's a very low-level item, not as mysterious as you might think. Chu Che offered a simple explanation, his tone carrying some implication. Chen Ye rubbed his nose. Squad leader Chu, am I really that kind of person? Someone who wants every good thing he sees. Do you really need to ask yourself that? Chu Che retorted with clear annoyance. He was genuinely somewhat afraid that Chen Ye might think this was some incredible wonder and try to pull a double cross on him. Classroom 3, Grade 4. The group returned to this classroom, their expressions somewhat heavy. They had just found a suitable place to live, and now they had to leave? Even Chen Ye didn't want to go. The supernatural has always been unpredictable and unfathomable. Our understanding of it is still far too limited. Before, we thought supernatural entities couldn't appear during daytime, but now. The previous human-faced scorpion, then the later headless sand snake, and today's incident. Actually, you should have realized long ago, the supernatural is also growing stronger. And the rate at which they're growing stronger far surpasses that of sequence superpowers. Chu Che spoke these words with difficulty, his expression very heavy. In truth, this kind of thought had been hidden in Chu Che's heart for several months. Chen Ye's face showed no surprise. Not only was Chen Ye unsurprised, but even Ding Dong, Iron Lion, and the pink-haired girl weren't surprised either. Perhaps, in the future, surviving will become increasingly difficult for us. Sequence superpowers are the only method to deal with them. Only with enough sequence superpowers users enough. Maybe then we humans will have a sliver of hope. You always say I'm indecisive, that I'm too soft-hearted, wanting to save everyone. But we were ordinary people once too. The ordinary people we abandoned today might awaken as sequence superpowers users tomorrow. Then humanity would gain one more shred of hope. We can't afford to lose any more people. Hearing Chu Che's words, Chen Ye fell into silence. He thought of some issues, but ultimately said nothing. Squad leader Chu, why are these supernatural entities so completely unrestrained now? Do we really have no hope left? The speaker was Ding Dong. She didn't want to leave this place. Last night, she had already found Wu Jianshan, who agreed to give up one classroom for Ding Dong to build a greenhouse for growing potatoes. There were still some potatoes left from those brought out of Longevity Village. Ding Dong had already claimed all of them. Originally, Ding Dong planned to start building a simple greenhouse today to try growing some potatoes and other vegetables. Although it would be difficult, Ding Dong still wanted to try. The climate in the apocalypse was complex and changeable. It was impossible to find perfect conditions. Hearing Ding Dong's question, Chu Che organized his thoughts before speaking. First, the supernatural is growing stronger. You should have sensed this yourselves. Second, you've been here for a day now. Have any of you seen sunlight? Everyone shook their heads. Since stepping into this heavy snowfall, no one had seen the sun in the sky. The blood moon at night still appeared as usual. Third, the reason supernatural entities were dormant during daytime and active at night before was likely related to the blood moon. The reason we don't see the blood moon during daytime isn't because it disappears. And now, the blood moon's energy is growing increasingly stronger, already beginning to affect the daytime environment, resulting in more entities being able to appear during daylight. Nigerian Aroius. We should be grateful that if supernatural entities could appear during daytime from the beginning, none of us would probably be standing here right now. Previously, supernatural entities couldn't appear during daytime. Perhaps that was a slim chance for survival given to us by heaven. As for the fourth point, have you heard the theory that the fusion of different worlds caused the apocalypse? It's possible that the degree of inter-world fusion is deepening, having an increasingly profound impact on our world, and supernatural entities have adapted to daytime, hence daring to appear during daylight. Chu Che's voice was very heavy, but he spoke with clear logic. Clearly, as a pathfinder most sensitive to the supernatural, these thoughts had been buried in his heart for a long time. The atmosphere at the scene became very heavy for a moment. Enough, enough. It's already the apocalypse, and you're all looking so mournful. Just take it one day at a time. As for what happens later, we'll deal with it later. Chen Ye held a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes as deep and dark as a winter midnight. Squad leader Chu, whether people die or not isn't something we can decide. Previously, Wu Jianshan said this place should be absolutely safe. But people have already started dying now. Shouldn't we leave? Chu Che didn't answer immediately, instead glancing at the 4 words on the blackboard that others couldn't see. They eat people. Those 3 exclamation marks made Chu Che's heart race with fear. Wu Jianshan was right before we came. This place was safe. Our arrival broke the peace here. Counting us, there are about 140 to 150 people in this entire school. The more people there are, the stronger the attraction for supernatural entities. With just dozens of people before, the death god could still provide protection, but with over 100 people now, the attraction for supernatural entities is fatal. This many people is already enough for those supernatural entities to resist their fear of the death god. This morning's incident is enough to show that those supernatural entities are beginning to grow restless. And, in my perception, these supernatural entities are indeed becoming restless. Chu Che's words shattered the sense of security that Chen Ye had gained from his increased strength. Chen Ye thought of Wu Jianshan, thought of the death god blood tears. He would go find Wu Jianshan soon. He absolutely had to get the death god blood tears. If there's 50% profit, capital becomes bold. If there's 300% profit, capital will trample everything. You might understand it this way. Chu Che seemed to feel that everyone didn't fully comprehend, so he directly added this explanation. Chu Che is correct. So, are you willing to join the Death God Church? But just at that moment, the elusive bishop suddenly appeared at the doorway, a warm smile on his face. Chen Ye's eyes lit up, seeing Wu Jianshan now was like a hyena spotting fat meat. Old Wu, such a big incident happened in your territory, and you're only showing up now? If you hadn't come out, I would have gone looking for you. Old Wu, Chu Che caught an eyeball. Take a look and tell us what this is? If Wu Jianshan really invited them to join the Death God Church right now, Chu Che himself wasn't worried. But Iron Lion, Sun Sisi, and Ding Dong would likely agree. If they agreed now, then there would be no room for his own operations. If you want us to join, it's not impossible, but at least show some sincerity. You can't just rely on empty talk. In just 1 second, Chen Ye had already planned in his heart how to fleece this Death God Church Archbishop. What bullshit brotherhood. To survive, nothing else matters. No one is a fool, except Iron Lion. Chu Che took out the small white cloth bag with the talisman drawn on it, opened the bag, and placed the bloody, mangled eye on the table. When Wu Jianshan saw this eyeball, his face instantly darkened, and he quickly asked, "Where did this come from?" Chu Che recounted the events of this morning once again. After listening, Wu Jianshan took a long, deep breath, seemingly to relieve the pressure and anger in his heart. After opening his eyes, he reached out and grabbed the eyeball, exerting force with his palm, brutally crushing the eyeball. The shattered flesh and blood of the eyeball stained Wu Jianshan's hand. With a look of disgust in his eyes, Wu Jianshan casually took a tissue from his pocket and wiped his hand. Besides the Death God, there are 2 others in Changwang District. He forcefully held back the final 2 words, anomalies. One you've seen is that 8-limbed human face, and the other is called the abyssal blood pupil. This eye is a sub-eye of the abyssal blood pupil. The function of each sub-eye is that the abyssal blood pupil can see everything through them. You can think of the sub-eyes as surveillance cameras. And this eye should be the one removed from that Xiao Chao. Hearing Wu Jianshan say this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. This sub-eye being here meant the abyssal blood pupil had already set its sights on the school. Indeed, every anomaly's abilities were unexpectedly unpredictable. None of the anomalies in Changwang District are easy to deal with, so for now, you're only safe if you stay inside the school. But you don't need to worry too much. I will pray to the Death God about this matter. I believe the Death God will soon eradicate all these evil heretics, Nigerian Iroes. May the Death God bless us. The incident that happened this morning was just a minor episode. The survivors weren't particularly sad about people dying. Only 2 survivors who were very familiar with Xiao Chao might have been emotionally affected. As for the others, apart from being warned not to go out recently, they didn't notice any major changes in their daily lives. Death was something they had witnessed far too many times in the apocalypse. Xiao Chao, how are you feeling now? Classroom 2, Grade 3 housed the survivors from the convoy. A young man with 2 bloody holes where his eyes should be lay dazedly on the bed. Someone had fed him diluted Death God blood tears, and he was clearly recovering well, having regained consciousness. It's fine, Sister Xiao Xiao. Sorry for troubling you. The person by the young man's side at this moment was none other than Zhou Xiao Xiao. Among the people in the convoy, Zhou Xiao Xiao could only hold conversations with a few, and Xiao Chao and his girlfriend were 2 of them. It had to be understood that ever since her sister disappeared in the sandstorm, Zhou Xiao Xiao had been reluctant to interact much with outsiders. In the apocalypse, human hearts were more terrifying than anomalies. It was only by chance that she learned Xiao Chao and his girlfriend were fans of her sister Zhou Lan, which made Zhou Xiao Xiao slightly less guarded around them. And now, Zhou Xiao Xiao never expected things would develop like this. She really wanted to help this young man called Xiao Chao, but she clearly understood that losing his eyes made survival in the apocalypse extremely difficult. Yuan definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. You need to live on properly, everything will pass. Thank you, Sister Xiao Xiao. It seems to be breakfast time now, right? Zhou Xiao Xiao saw that people had already started heading toward the classroom, so she said, "Wait for me, I'll bring food back for you. Don't move." "Okay, Sister Xiao Xiao, you go ahead." "Thank you so much." Zhou Xiao Xiao took Xiaohu's lunchbox and prepared to go to the cafeteria on the first floor. Classroom 1, Grade 1 and Classroom 2, Grade 1 had been converted into a cafeteria. Many survivors had already gathered there by now, everyone queuing up in an orderly manner. A small girl carrying 2 lunchboxes cut into the line, her oversized down jacket enveloping her entire body within the clothing. The survivors felt angry but didn't dare speak up. There was no helping it, little fish was Sun Sisi's person, and nobody dared to provoke her. Even though Iron Lion had advanced to Sequence 2, he still wasn't a match for the pink-haired girl, who remained the convoy's top fighter. Sequence superhumans wouldn't come to the cafeteria to get food with them. Naturally, they had their own agents to handle these matters. The task of getting food for Chen Ye was naturally taken up proactively by Xuan. What the superhumans ate was different too, all specially prepared by chefs using the best ingredients. There was a follower in the Death God Church who, before the apocalypse, was a chef at a 5-star hotel, quite famous in the industry. Ordinary people couldn't normally eat food prepared by him. Usually, only when important figures appeared would he be called upon to cook. And now, this chef had become the exclusive cook for the Death God Church's higher-ups. On the balcony of Classroom 3, Grade 4, Chen Ye held the breakfast delivered by Xuan, his gaze constantly drifting toward the teacher's office on the 4th floor. That was precisely Wu Jianshan's residence. Watching the Death God Church follower, who delivered the meal leave, Chen Ye's eyes flickered uncertainly. Beside him, Xuan also seemed restless, as if he had something he wanted to say but found it difficult, unsure whether he should speak up or not. Chen Ye didn't even give Sunan an extra glance, simply contemplating his own plans. Mr. Chen. Finally, when Xuan decided to speak up. This matter was important. Chen Ye quickly shoveled the remaining breakfast into his mouth with 2 bites, then stuffed the empty lunchbox into Xuan's arms and headed straight for that teacher's office. Xuan opened his mouth, swallowing the words he was about to say. Just then, Chuche appeared at the doorway of Classroom 4, Grade 3, smiling like an old fox. All right, save it for later. Mr. Chen is very busy and has important business to attend to. Yes, Captain. Xuan understandingly took Chuche's lunchbox and turned to go downstairs. Washing dishes wasn't a particularly pleasant task in this kind of weather. But it was an excellent opportunity to curry favor with Chuche and Chen Ye. At the very least, Squad Leader Chu and Chen Ye knew his name. Among the many survivors in the convoy, Squad Leader Chu and Chen Ye probably didn't even know the names of most people. Old Bao, are you saying people already want to join the Death God Church today? Chuche asked Old Bao beside him. Old Bao wore a thick down jacket. Despite being elderly and wearing so many layers, Old Bao still felt somewhat cold. They said surviving winter for the elderly was like passing through a life and death barrier. This cold weather was already very difficult for Old Bao. Yes, some people have already noticed that life here doesn't require migration and are starting to have thoughts. Old Bao, stabilize these people for now. Tell them to wait a few days and see. After all, they were people from the convoy. These people had just arrived here and wouldn't dare to treat Old Bao's words as empty air just yet. Okay, I understand. When are we leaving? Chuche turned to look at Old Bao. Old Bao, everyone wants to stay. You want to leave? Old Bao glanced around and said, this place gives me a strange feeling. It feels like something bad could happen at any moment. Chuche didn't speak, just looked outside the balcony with an indifferent expression. The snow was still falling. The weather seemed even colder than when they first arrived yesterday. In this kind of weather, even he would probably freeze to death in the snow without cold-resistant clothing. And in his perception, there were already more than 3 anomalies in the entire Changwang district. At the edges of Changwang district, those densely packed anomaly auras made Chuche feel a chill run down his spine. The small compound already housed over 100 people, which was simply too tempting for those anomalies. Relying solely on that death god clearly wasn't enough to suppress them. The day when all the anomalies attacked together might be the time to leave. Although Chuche was reluctant to admit it, when that day came, many people were destined to become the lizard's severed tail. Only then would there be a slim chance of survival. Perhaps they shouldn't have come to this place in the first place. Old Bao, try to gather as many supplies as possible these next couple of days. Also, find out where the nearest gas stations are. Our fuel reserves are running low. Remember, don't cause panic among the people around us. A glint of sharpness flashed in Old Bao's aged eyes as he nodded silently and went to prepare. Chen Ye pushed open the door to the teacher's office. This room was originally intended as a teacher's office. Now, after some modifications, it had become a multifunctional room serving as both a bedroom and office. Wu Jianshan sat behind a large desk, seemingly writing something. Hearing someone push the door open. When he saw it was Chen Ye, a flash of anger appeared in Wu Jianshan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. It wasn't time to turn hostile yet. Wu Jianshan secretly reminded himself. What, the steak made by the 5-star chef doesn't suit your taste? Chen Ye sat cheerfully on the nearby sofa, looking relaxed and at ease. On the desk sat a plate containing a steak that looked quite presentable. This was personally made by that five-star chef. It was said that before the apocalypse, this steak would have cost at least 4 figures to eat. But now, the steak just sat there, seemingly untouched. This kind of premium steak was extremely rare, not just before the apocalypse, but even more so after it. Who knew how these death god church followers managed to acquire it? Wu Jianshan frowned. You came to me just for this? All right, since we're brothers after all, you really want our people to join the death god church, don't you? Wu Jianshan raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression softening a bit. You still remember we're brothers? Then what did you mean by interrupting me repeatedly? Chen Ye wasn't embarrassed, smiling as he said, from the moment you first saw us, you've wanted us to join the church. Even a fool could tell there's a problem. We're brothers, but that Chu Che isn't. That guy is cunning and alert. Wouldn't he become suspicious if you said that? Wu Jianshan remained unmoved. My relationship with him isn't necessarily shallower than yours. Under the intimate relationship ability of the worship god sequence, Wu Jianshan's identity held significant importance to Chu Che. Then why didn't he agree immediately? Well, Wu Jianshan fell silent. Chen Ye said directly, I'm not going to play mind games with you. I don't know why you want them to join the death god church. Considering we're brothers, I'll help you get this done. Not just myself, but even my companions and those survivors. I'll make them all join the death god church. How about that? But you have to remember what you promised me before. Give me a vice bishop position to play with. Wu Jianshan scrutinized Chen Ye. What do you want? Chen Ye grinned and said directly, death god blood tears. Give me 1 bottle, no, 100 drops, and I'll settle this matter for you. Wu Jianshan's bottle probably only contained 2 drops, and 2 drops alone weren't enough. Chen Ye had never intended to hide his intentions from Wu Jianshan. Chen Ye always believed that most people in this world had similar levels of intelligence, except for Iron Lion. The side effect of the Titan sequence was reduced intelligence. Those guys' brains were getting progressively dumber. Trying to deceive Wu Jianshan was difficult, especially since this was Wu Jianshan's territory. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Jianshan was choked by Chen Ye's words, coughing incessantly. After a long moment, he glared angrily at Chen Ye. What do you think death god blood tears are? Something you can get as much as you want. No, aren't we still brothers? You weren't this stingy back in school. Stop right there. Even if we're brothers, you can't just keep fleecing me alone. 100 drops of death god blood tears. Do you think I have a lot? Get out. I don't need your help anymore. Don't be like that. Let's discuss this properly. Besides, these death god blood tears aren't all for me alone. Others need to get some shares too. For example, that Sun CC and Iron Lion, Ding Dong, they should have some too. Otherwise, why would we sequence superhumans, who are doing perfectly fine, want to join your death god church and be under your control? In the end, the final result was that Chen Ye obtained 10 bottles of death god blood tears from Wu Jianshan. Each bottle contained 2 drops. The distribution method for the 10 bottles was 2 bottles per person. Then Chen Ye would help him convince everyone to join the death god church. Who are we to each other? Don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Chen Ye patted his chest to assure Wu Jianshan, his expression full of conviction. As for Wu Jianshan's expression, he didn't want to look at Chen Ye for even a second more. Death god blood tears weren't considered extremely precious divine medicine. But they weren't that easy to obtain either. The flesh offered to the death god every day was hard to find. The main reason Wu Jianshan agreed to Chen Ye's deal was that he had been very busy recently. Chu Che could sense that other anomalies were already coveting Changwang district. Wu Jianshan also had his own channels to know this information. For example, the eyeball he saw earlier. The abyssal blood pupil was even harder to deal with than the 8-limbed human face. Unless the death god personally took action. Otherwise, with his abilities alone, driving away the abyssal blood pupil would still be somewhat troublesome. His most important task now was to expel these anomalies, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. He also blamed himself for being too greedy this time, letting so many people join the base. This immediately broke the previously established balance. Over 100 people were enough to make those anomalies forget the terror of the death god. If not handled properly, major trouble might occur. Chen Ye left. This time he obtained 10 bottles of death god blood tears, 2 drops per bottle. If he upgraded and purified all of them, he might be able to advance to Sequence 2 before long. Alpha Beta. But if he used all 10 bottles and still didn't advance to Sequence 2, he would probably have to come back for more fleecing. In that case, he couldn't let the people in the convoy join the Death God Church too easily, otherwise he wouldn't have bargaining chips next time for more fleecing. However, it might be somewhat difficult for him to prevent these people from joining the Death God Church. Yesterday, the diluted Death God blood tears saved many people. These people were full of gratitude toward the Death God Church. Moreover, according to what Chen Ye said earlier, that survivor who had his eyes gouged out was also revived by Death God followers using diluted Death God blood tears. The Death God Church carried increasing weight in the survivors' hearts. He usually had little contact with these survivors, so while his authority was sufficient, he didn't have enough influence over the masses. Even if he stepped in personally, this matter would be somewhat difficult to handle. The most suitable candidate would definitely be Old Bao. But this Old Bao is Chu Che's man. If he approached Old Bao, it would be equivalent to approaching Chu Che. Troublesome. Just moments ago in front of Wu Jianshan, he assured Wu Jianshan he could handle the matter. Then immediately turned around to think about how to sabotage it. Probably only Chen Ye could pull off something like this. Wu Jianshan probably never expected that Chen Ye could be so shameless. If he had known earlier, he probably would have had the Death God cut Chen Ye down with her scythe the first time he saw Chen Ye. Boss Chen, looking at your smiling face, you must have profited quite a bit. A sudden voice startled Chen Ye. He saw Captain Chu Che standing smiling by the corridor, looking quite cunning. Behind him was a sky full of heavy snow. Indeed, Captain Chu was someone you shouldn't think about, or he'd appear. Captain Chu, why are you here? Nothing much. Just wanted to come see if Boss Chen needs anything, and if I could get a share of the spoils. The reason Chu Che followed Chen Ye was to see what Chen Ye was up to. He didn't believe this little fox Chen Ye would approach Wu Jianshan for no reason. Chen Ye's eyes shifted, then he smiled. Captain Chu, there's a business deal, are you interested? What kind of deal? It's like this. Chen Ye explained the deal he made with Wu Jianshan. Captain Chu, Wu Jianshan gave me 4 bottles of undiluted Death God blood tears. Let's divide the work. You handle the survivors, make sure they don't join the church too easily for now. I'll handle Wu Jianshan. How about it? Hearing Chen Ye's words, Chu Che knew this guy was up to no good, probably still wanting to fleece more. But wasn't it somewhat inappropriate to scheme against his old squad leader like this? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind momentarily. Just scheming for some supplies wasn't exactly committing heinous crimes. Plus, this time squad leader Wu gave Chu Che a very uncomfortable feeling, which made this sense of guilt fade considerably. Chu Che was somewhat tempted. He had never used Death God blood tears before, and didn't know they had the effect of enhancing Sequence supernatural power. But just the effects after dilution alone made people crave it. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could trade it later for many good things. Really? Wu Jianshan only gave you 4 bottles. Captain Chu, we're from the same convoy, can't you trust me? Do you think Wu Jianshan is easy to deal with? These 4 bottles were only given because of my relationship with him. Seeing Chu Che's suspicion, Chen Ye directly swore, Captain Chu, it's really only 4 bottles. I swear by Iron Lion's name, no, I swear by my reputation. Chu Che finally believed Chen Ye. Chen Ye took out 4 small glass bottles from his chest. The crimson blood inside the bottles seemed like living creatures. Captain Chu, this stuff is really good, be careful how you use it. I know, no need to remind me. Chu Che looked at the red liquid in the bottles, his eyes slightly glowing. The two exchanged a few more words, supplementing this simple plan to try to fleece a bit more from Wu Jianshan. Thus, another shameless person was at it. After discussing these matters, Chen Ye was about to leave. Chu Che called out to him, Yezi, wait. Captain Chu, is there something else? There really is something. Chu Che's expression turned serious. Do you know about the Pathfinder Sequence 2's marking ability? You mentioned it to me before, I still remember. You. Chen Ye also became more solemn. Chu Che nodded. Yes, I saw marks left by other Pathfinders. Only I can see them. Chu Che told Chen Ye about the 3 marks he saw. Escape, at the school gate. Don't believe a single word he says, inside the security room. And they eat people, in the classroom 4, grade 3. Chen Ye frowned. You're saying it's only on the blackboard in classroom 4, grade 3? That doesn't seem likely. Could the Pathfinder who left this information predict that we would stay in classroom 3, grade 4? Do you Pathfinders have prophetic abilities too? Chu Che shook his head. Every classroom's blackboard has it. Chen Ye. The main reason Chu Che chose to tell Chen Ye about this was precisely because Chen Ye was selfish enough and wary and alert toward everyone. If he told Iron Lion or Sun Cece or even Ding Dong, they might directly tell Wu Jianshan about it out of trust for him. But Chen Ye wouldn't. Chu Che wasn't doubting Wu Jianshan's identity, but rather Wu Jianshan as a person. After not seeing each other for so many years, Chu Che discovered that his squad leader had changed. He was no longer the squad leader he once respected. Chen Ye thought for a moment and said, "Do you think old Wu might be fake? Is he?" Just as this thought occurred to him, Chen Ye felt dizzy again, then overturned his own suspicion. No, old Wu is old Wu. He's still the same person. Forget it, Captain Chu, don't overthink it. The cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. For the moment, neither could figure out what was wrong with Wu Jianshan, so they each kept the question in their hearts. But Chen Ye had different thoughts in his heart. No matter who it is, anyone who prevents me from surviving is my enemy. Even you, Wu Jianshan, my brother. I don't want to be your enemy. But just at that moment, another scream pierced through the recently quietened campus of Rong City's second elementary school. This time the scream sounded somewhat familiar, as if it came from a girl. Zhou Xiaoxiao took her food and headed back. Arriving at the Death God Church's encampment, everyone's lives were clearly much more relaxed. Without the daily forced migrations, nerves didn't need to be constantly on edge. Even after what happened this morning, the expressions on people's faces remained quite light. Compared to the previous migratory life, their current existence was practically heaven. Today's breakfast was just a bowl of thin porridge, a cooked sprouted potato, some pickled vegetables, and a small piece of expired bread. It naturally couldn't compare to Chen Ye's breakfast. But Zhou Xiaoxiao was still satisfied. For outsiders like them, getting these supplies was actually quite good. Death God Church members could even get an extra slice of luncheon meat. Just this benefit alone made many survivors envious. Some survivors had already started contacting Death God Church members, asking about the conditions and procedures for joining the church. Especially since those Death God Church members paraded around in light clothing in front of these survivors. Compared to them still needing to wear bulky cold-resistant clothing, many survivors were already quite tempted. Fortunately, these people still had some reservations about Old Bao. Without Old Bao's approval, they didn't dare to rashly join the Death God Church yet. After getting 2 portions of food, Zhou Xiaoxiao lowered her head and left Class 1, Grade 1. The corridors were mostly empty by now, with most people having gone to the cafeteria to eat. Zhou Xiaoxiao walked all the way to Class 2, Grade 3. When she pushed open the classroom door, she saw a corpse hanging from the ceiling fan in the middle of the classroom. The corpse's face had 2 dark red hollows, looking particularly eerie. Under the corpse's feet was an overturned chair. A scream once again pierced through the entire second elementary school. When Old Bao arrived at the classroom with his people and saw the scene, he didn't say anything. He just had someone take Xiao Chao's body down. Xiao Chao had already stopped breathing. Even if they fed him more diluted Death God blood tears, they couldn't revive him. No one shed tears. Everyone just silently watched Old Bao examine Xiao Chao's body. They all knew why Xiao Chao had done this. A person who had lost both eyes would have had a hard life even before the apocalypse, let alone in this apocalyptic world. Everyone formed a circle, the silence terrifying. Old Bao took a letter from Xuannan's hand. Xuannan had found it in Xiao Chao's inner chest pocket. Old Bao handed the suicide note to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you were closest to them before. You keep this letter. Zhou Xiaoxiao numbly took the letter, her fingers gripping it slightly too hard, her knuckles pale and trembling. The simple memorial service only lasted 10 minutes. Xiao Chao's body was buried in the flower bed behind the school. Several survivors, under Old Bao's direction, dug a shallow pit and hastily buried Xiao Chao's body. They covered the surface with a layer of snow, piling it into a pointed shape as a marker. Throughout the entire process, not a single sequence superhuman appeared. Only Chen Ye seemed to be passing by, glanced from afar, then left with a cigarette in his mouth. Several survivors stood mournfully in front of the small snow grave. Snow continued to fall, swirling down, gradually adding height to the snow grave. Zhou Xiaoxiao took Xiao Chao's letter back to Class 2, Grade 3. Class 2, Grade 3 was somewhat silent. No one had expected Xiao Chao to make this choice, and for a moment, they felt the grief of seeing one of their own meet a tragic end. Arnos. Xiao Chao had hanged himself from that electric fan. In the past, this classroom would definitely have been uninhabitable. But now, with the apocalypse having reached this point, who hadn't seen a few dead people? Cases worse than Xiao Chao's were everywhere. Zhou Xiaoxiao took out Xiao Chao's letter and slowly unfolded it. The letter began like this. Yuan, I'm sorry, I should have come down to accompany you sooner. Yuan was Xiao Chao's girlfriend, a girl with a round face whose eyes would turn into two curved crescents when she smiled, very cute. When she first learned that Zhou Xiaoxiao was actually Zhou Lan's sister, the girl's eyes had shone brightly, grabbing her hand and talking for a long time, all about her sister Zhou Lan. It was that time that Zhou Xiaoxiao developed a fondness for Yuan and consequently for Xiao Chao as well. Seeing this opening sentence, Zhou Xiaoxiao realized that perhaps Xiao Chao had been planning this for a while, and today just happened to be the day. Yuan, I'm sorry. That day, when someone told me you had fallen behind, I didn't believe it at first. You had only been away from me for a little while. How could you have fallen behind? I went back to look for you later, but in the vast desert, there was no trace of you. Many people fell behind in the convoy. I never thought it would be you. But you were only out of my sight for a few minutes. But I told you, you must stick close to me, no matter when or where. But Old Bao repeatedly emphasized the convoy's first iron rule: don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Why couldn't you do it? You idiot. At this point in the letter, it seemed like he paused for a long time. Then there was a blank line before continuing. There was no date, no salutation, but when Zhou Xiaoxiao read this far, she realized Xiao Chao had written this several days later. Yuan, I dreamed of you last night. Have you ever experienced waking up with your face covered in tears? I have. It was like washing my face. I haven't washed my face in months. Sometimes I think, if only I could have been with you that day. Even if someone fell behind, it should have been me. Surviving might be my greatest punishment. The following content was mostly about Xiao Chao's torment, regret, and self-blame during this time. This letter was more like something Xiao Chao wrote to his girlfriend Yuan, something that could never be sent. The final part was from last night. Xiao Chao told his girlfriend Yuan and that fourth brother he had agreed to teach him driving skills. As long as he found a car, Xiao Chao would set out back to Yenzhou to search for his girlfriend Yuan. Zhou Xiaoxiao silently put the letter away and placed it in her backpack. This was the reality for ordinary survivors in the apocalypse. Zhou Xiaoxiao had seen similar things many times. Even though Old Bao repeatedly warned everyone not to fall behind, people still fell behind. However, this small episode among the survivors didn't affect the sequence superhumans. Chen Ye saw a Death God church member in a black robe and cloak go up to the 5th floor. The expression on his face was very excited, as if something good was about to happen. Chen Ye watched as this black-robed church member walked all the way to the other side of the 5th floor, his figure disappearing behind the corridor partitions. The 5th floor corridors were all tightly blocked off with wooden boards or plastic sheets, not letting any light through. Even all the windows were completely sealed. From the outside, it was absolutely impossible to see what was inside. Although Chen Ye was curious about what was on the 5th floor, he had no desire to investigate. Those male and female leads in horror movies mostly died because they were too curious. Chen Ye took this lesson very seriously. In the following time, Chen Ye never saw that black-robed church member come down again. It was as if the black-robed church member had never appeared. Chen Ye didn't ask anyone about it either, because he had more important things to do at the moment. After obtaining the Death God blood tears, Chen Ye immediately spent 5,000 slaughter points to upgrade them. In a few hours, the Death God blood tears upgrade would be complete. While he still had time, Chen Ye planned to modify his apocalyptic pickup truck. In this school's playground, several vehicles were parked. These were the transportation methods Death God church members used when going out to gather supplies. Chen Ye didn't think they could live here forever. Leaving was just a matter of time. Before leaving, Chen Ye planned to properly modify his vehicle without using the system. Of course, for the parts he needed, Chen Ye planned to strip them from these vehicles. He believed no one would dare to say anything. Another problem was that there had been no sun for days, and the solar charging efficiency had dropped to its minimum. This would have to wait for later. Sure enough, when Death God Church members saw Chen Ye removing the seats from their off-road vehicle to install in his own vehicle, they glared angrily, but no one dared to come forward and say anything. The foundation of Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck was still that chopped pepper fish head. Although the seats of the chopped pepper fish head were relatively comfortable, they still left something to be desired. Chen Ye had his eye on a neon-manufactured off-road vehicle, and the air conditioning and sound system in this vehicle. Chen Ye also planned to take several spare tires from this vehicle for his apocalyptic pickup truck. In case of a flat tire in the future, he'd have replacements. As for whether the parts from this vehicle would be compatible, Chen Ye with his system wasn't worried at all. Spending some slaughter points, these forcibly installed seats and air conditioning would be more authentic than the original factory parts. When Xuanan saw Chen Ye busy working, he eagerly came over to help. Chen Ye didn't stand on ceremony either, directing Xuanan to do this and that. The newly installed seats wobbled left and right when sat on, even making creaking sounds. Unable to achieve compatibility, Chen Ye temporarily tied the seats down with ropes, waiting for the system to free up slaughter points for compatibility. Then there was the air conditioning problem. Chen Ye directly stuffed the air conditioning into the dashboard. After some work, the interior looked even more broken. Air conditioning was important. When leaving later, without air conditioning providing warmth in the vehicle, even Chen Ye would be very uncomfortable. Hey Yezi, this is too rough, isn't it? There are so many vehicles outside the school. Chuche finally couldn't stand watching anymore and came over to remind Chen Ye. Chen Ye curled his lip. Bro, you know what the situation outside is like. Going outside would be suicide. Chuche had no choice but to say, tomorrow morning I plan to gather some fuel and supplies. Are you coming? What, planning to leave? Chen Ye's act of dismantling vehicles to modify his own car was eventually reported to Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan currently stood by the fourth-floor window, watching everything on the playground with an expressionless face. He saw Chuche say something to Chen Ye before leaving. Bishop, that Chen Ye is taking advantage of his relationship with you. He completely wrecked one of our utility vehicles. His behavior is simply outrageous. If he wanted to modify his vehicle, he only needed to tell us. We could have sent professional help to assist him. But acting like this. The vice bishop's face showed clear frustration. Because the vehicle Chen Ye had dismantled was actually his own. He didn't dare confront a sequence superpower user directly, so he could only bring it to Wu Jianshan's attention. Wu Jianshan raised his hand slightly, showing no trace of anger on his face, and said calmly, if he wants to dismantle it, let him dismantle it. As long as he doesn't go too far, avoid conflicts with them for now. Yes. Since this was the bishop's decision, even if subordinates had objections, they had to endure it for now. Wu Jianshan held absolute authority in the Death God Church, and no one dared question him. Oh, there's one more thing. Bishop, they plan to go out tomorrow to gather supplies, probably intending to leave. What do you think? Leave? Wu Jianshan snorted coldly in his heart. With things having developed to this point, all the anomalies in Rong City had been drawn here. Forget about them, even he probably couldn't leave now. If they wanted to gather supplies, he could use their hands to see what the situation was like outside. Wu Jianshan wasn't of the Pathfinder sequence. Although he could vaguely sense the danger outside through the Death God, his perception was nowhere near as clear as Chuche's. A with circumflex B. Don't bother with them, let them go. How many supplies do we have left? Enough for 1 month. 1 month, that's enough. As long as we wait. You may leave now. Wu Jianshan stopped mid-sentence, as if realizing something, and quickly cut himself off, dismissing the vice bishop behind him. The vice bishop bowed slightly and slowly left the teacher's office. The vice bishop came out into the corridor, glanced at Chen Ye who was busy working, snorted discontentedly through his nose, his face showing clear distress. The snow outside was initially estimated to be about 50 centimeters thick. Even before the apocalypse, snowfall like this was quite rare. Therefore, going out to gather supplies would be very troublesome. The apocalyptic pickup truck currently had all-terrain tires, but they still weren't sufficient for driving in snow. Chen Ye directly removed 4 studded snow tires from the Death God Church's vehicles. As for the 4 all-terrain tires he replaced, These were obtained earlier from the car crash site. Chen Ye had no intention of returning these 4 all-terrain tires. Instead, he hung them on both sides of the truck bed. Hanging 4 all-terrain tires was too heavy, directly causing the truck bed's metal sheet to deform slightly. Even so, Chen Ye had no plans to abandon the project of hanging spare tires on the truck bed. Chen Ye planned to upgrade the truck bed once the system upgrade was complete. He still had some slaughter points left. With careful use, it should be enough. When driving in snow, it's impossible to see the road conditions clearly. Who knows what might happen the next second? Therefore, bringing these 4 all-terrain tires was preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Chen Ye would have liked to get 4 more studded snow tires, but unfortunately, the Death God Church had none left. The last 4 studded snow tires had already been taken by Chen Ye. Other vehicles were using ordinary snow tires with metal anti-skid chains. Metal anti-skid chains. Chen Ye had Chen Ye remove several metal anti-skid chains from another vehicle to keep as spares. He also reduced the tire pressure somewhat. Chen Ye was quite puzzled. Mr. Chen's vehicle looked much shabbier than the others. Why not simply change to a different vehicle? But he didn't know that Chen Ye's vehicle was no longer just a simple means of transport, it was a wonder. Just being a wonder made it far beyond comparison with ordinary vehicles. As an ordinary person, he couldn't see any difference in this vehicle. As for Chu Che's side, they had also started preparing for tomorrow's modifications. Many parts of this modified off-road vehicle were already quite well equipped, making further modifications rather difficult. Old Bao simply had some survivors make some basic optimizations. By the time they finished these tasks, the blood moon had slowly risen into the sky. Night fell and the anomalies became active. His enhanced right eye could see countless indescribable eyes outside the school. The owners of these eyes hid in the darkness, watching this place eerily. From time to time, he could hear drool dripping onto the snow, corroding it. Who knows what bizarre forms lurked behind those eyes? But these shadows in the darkness didn't dare set foot inside the school. Chen Ye was already shivering from the cold, his ugly face deathly pale. It was hard to tell whether he was frightened by the anomaly's aura or just freezing. Chen Ye had originally wanted to raise the vehicle's chassis to avoid scraping the undercarriage when leaving this place in the future. Although the apocalyptic pickup truck's chassis wasn't afraid of any damage or scraping, it would still affect normal driving. With this much snow, there was a high possibility of the chassis getting stuck, rendering the vehicle immobile. But this project was too extensive, and there were no corresponding parts available. Even if he wanted to use the system to complete this project, he didn't have enough slaughter points at the moment. It's important to know that having the system handle both labor and materials would be very expensive. Chen Ye simply couldn't afford it right now. Old Bao had the convoy assistant obtain several walkie-talkies and gave one to Chen Ye. As for where they came from, definitely taken from the Death God Church's resources. Mr. Chen, Old Bao said the walkie-talkie needs to be returned. Please. Before Xiao Wan could finish, Chen Ye waved his hand to dismiss him. Return it? Are you kidding? Whatever comes into my hands becomes mine. If the Death God Church comes asking for it later, it wasn't me who borrowed it anyway. Let them find whoever borrowed it. Perhaps Old Bao never expected Chen Ye to be this shameless. Going out to gather supplies tomorrow was clearly not going to be a comfortable task. Just the driving issues alone would give everyone headaches. Just at that moment, Chen Ye received a notification from the system. The upgraded Death God blood tears were ready. Chen Ye's face showed no expression as he used the system to upgrade and adapt the vehicle's seats. Fortunately, the adaptation conditions were well met, and the system's solution only required 50 slaughter points. Upgrading the truck bed to add spare tire mounting positions and enhance its load-bearing capacity used up the last remaining slaughter points completely. After dinner, Chen Ye went to the rooftop again to cultivate. Unexpectedly, there was someone else on the rooftop today. A human-shaped snow figure sat in the snow, completely buried by the heavy snow, with only a small space around the nose and mouth. Chen Ye glanced over and recognized it as Ding Dong. The woman sat cross-legged there like a stone, completely integrated with heaven and earth. Chen Ye didn't disturb Ding Dong, finding a spot relatively far from her to sit cross-legged. He then took out the purified Death God blood tears and drank it all in one gulp. He began cultivating the observing the blood moon breathing technique. Several hours later, Chen Ye could clearly feel his strength improving again. Though the improvement wasn't as dramatic as yesterday's. It seemed his body had developed resistance to the purified death god blood tears. Probably after a few more times, even the purified death god blood tears would become ineffective for him. By then, he should be able to advance to sequence 2. Looking toward where Ding Dong had been, there was no one there anymore. Only then did Chen Ye leave the rooftop and return to classroom 3, grade 4. Iron Lion was lying on the floor, snoring loudly. Because Iron Lion's physique was too large, the bed prepared for him couldn't accommodate such a big frame. Therefore, Iron Lion simply placed the mattress on the floor to sleep. His blanket had long since disappeared to who knows where, and he lay completely exposed to the cold air, yet showed no discomfort whatsoever. As for Captain Chuche, this mysterious person, no one knew where he was now. Just as Chen Ye lay down on his bed, he saw Chuche mysteriously returning from outside. "What have you been doing these past few nights?" They both asked simultaneously. They paused for a moment, then both felt a sense of mutual understanding. "Never mind, let's get some sleep. We have things to do tomorrow." Again, they spoke in unison. The news that the convoy was going to gather supplies quickly spread. By the next morning, only 5 people were actually willing to follow the convoy to collect supplies. Zhou Xiaoxiao, Xue Nan, Boss Gao, and 2 other survivors. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xue Nan weren't surprising choices. Zhou Xiaoxiao had participated in several collection missions since joining the convoy, making her quite an experienced survivor. After Xue Nan disfigured himself, he had shown considerable courage and ferocity. Now Xue Nan was somewhat famous within the convoy and stood out among the survivors. As for Boss Gao, nobody had expected this. After the 4 brothers who originally came from Deer City had 2 members crippled by Chen Ye, Boss Gao and 4th brother, he had become much more obedient. Now, 4th brother, he was doing quite well among the survivors thanks to his car theft skills. Boss Gao had kept a much lower profile. Nobody had expected that Boss Gao would now join the supply collection team. As for the remaining 2 people, they were clearly a pair of brothers. They looked familiar, but Chen Ye didn't know their names. When they noticed Chen Ye looking at them, the brothers quickly put on ingratiating expressions. When Boss Gao saw Chen Ye watching him, his face showed a flicker of discomfort as he avoided Chen Ye's gaze. Old Bao sighed and said, "When people get too comfortable with easy living, some forget the dangers outside. It's fine, if they don't want to come then they don't have to. Everyone has their own path to walk." Besides, with food and drink available at the school, who would willingly go out looking for death? Chuche didn't seem to care much about this. Fewer people dying was also a good thing. As the captain, he was speaking the truth. Everyone knew about the supernatural threats outside by now. But it was still relatively safe for the moment, and while the meals provided by the Death God Church weren't great, at least nobody was starving. Therefore, nobody was willing to take risks outside. The convoy's rule was that whatever supplies someone collected belonged to them. Even sequenced superpower users wouldn't seize supplies from ordinary people. This rule ensured basic fairness within the convoy so far, and many survivors therefore strongly supported Chuche. Of course, this was mainly because ordinary people had limited capabilities, and most of what they collected wasn't much. Even now in the apocalypse, humanity still hadn't restored production capacity. So up to this point, everyone's supplies still mainly came from scavenging. Today's main task was to search for fuel, with searching for other supplies being secondary. For Chen Ye, fuel was naturally the first choice. If it really came to that point, he had alternative plans. So far, Chen Ye always had a reason for killing people. Even if the reason seemed absurd, domineering, or even unreasonable, it was at least a reason. This was Chen Ye's bottom line. Though this bottom line was rather low. But at least he was someone with principles. Otherwise, he would have started killing people to accumulate slaughter points long ago. Many people's first step into debt began when they got their first credit card. The pink-haired girl appeared yawning together with Ding Dong, followed by the tiny little fish. And Iron Lion was there too. This time, Iron Lion didn't have Oldly follow in the school bus, instead choosing to go with Ding Dong. Her panel van was sufficient for collecting supplies. As for Zhou Xiaoxiao, this woman was still driving her luxury sedan. Though now, the car didn't look luxurious at all. Metal anti-slip chains were wrapped around the wheels. The bus belonging to 4th brother, he had also been borrowed by Boss Gao. Metal anti-slip chains were wrapped around its wheels too. As for snow tires, those were completely unavailable. fourth brother, he and Boss Gao had reached an agreement. The supplies collected this time would be split 50-50 between them. It had to be said that fourth brother, he was getting ahead of himself. As for the remaining two brothers, they also got into Boss Gao's vehicle. They would have to give Boss Gao a portion of whatever supplies they collected, serving as payment for the ride. As for Chen Nan, he never even considered riding in Chen Ye's vehicle. After spending so much time together, Chen Nan understood what kind of person Chen Ye was. Chen Nan squeezed in with Boss Gao and the others, and similarly, he would have to share a portion of his collected supplies with Boss Gao. But since Chen Nan was now somewhat famous in the convoy and everyone knew he was close to Chen Ye, Boss Gao didn't exploit Chen Nan, merely indicating he would take a symbolic amount. Chen Nan didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. Oh. Old Bao stood at the very front with a loudspeaker. Everyone, this supply collection mission is extremely dangerous. I believe everyone knows what the situation is like outside now. Even though it's daytime, absolutely nobody should let their guard down. According to information provided by our friends from the Death God Church, there aren't many supplies left near the second elementary school, so this time we'll be going further out. This time's main objective is to collect fuel. If circumstances permit, collect as many other useful supplies as possible. And also, please, I beg you, absolutely do not get separated from the group. Alright, let's move out. Wishing everyone success on this mission. After speaking, Old Bao moved away from the school gate position. This time Old Bao wasn't participating in the mission operations. Old Bao was getting on in years, and surviving in such cold conditions was already difficult enough for him. There was no need for him to participate in this kind of thing. According to yesterday's plan, they would take turns being the lead vehicle today. Chen Ye would go first, his battered vehicle body sporting 4 tires, very much fitting the apocalyptic aesthetic. After the system upgrade and modification, the truck bed wasn't sagging loosely under the weight of the 4 tires. Indeed, products from the system were worthy of trust. Only the vehicle's air conditioning still couldn't be used. Yesterday, they had forcibly installed this non-original air conditioning unit into the vehicle, thinking it would at least work passably. Now it seemed this solution indeed wouldn't work. They would have to wait until they had enough slaughter points for the system to perform compatibility adjustments. Following the pickup truck was Captain Chu Che, then the pink-haired girl's driverless vehicle, and Ding Dong's panel van. Bringing up the rear were the vehicles of the ordinary survivors. The snow inside the school was at least cleared by Death God Church followers and ordinary convoy members. But the snow outside the school was even thicker than yesterday. Up to now, the snow had never stopped, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter. Chen Ye felt the vehicle slow slightly as the pickup truck's chassis pressed against the thick snow, making a shhh friction sound. The bull bar at the front pushed through the accumulating snow, and before long a large snowdrift had built up in front of the vehicle. If they continued driving like this, Chen Ye believed the vehicle would soon stall and become unable to move. If they insisted on driving, it wasn't completely impossible. After all, the apocalyptic pickup truck's second ability was impact resistance, so this level of resistance really wasn't much. But using an ability for this would be rather wasteful. Abilities should be used at critical moments to achieve maximum value. The off-road vehicles following behind Chen Ye were actually in better condition. They could just follow in the tracks left by Chen Ye's vehicle. Fortunately, Chen Ye had installed studded snow tires yesterday, so at least the vehicle wasn't skidding. They were just moving rather slowly. The temperature inside the vehicle was also quite low. Shhh. The walkie-talkie emitted static. Chen Ye, how's the situation? Captain Chu Che's voice came through the walkie-talkie. The situation isn't optimistic, but it's not completely hopeless either. All right then, we'll count on you. Iron Lion and Ding Dong will take over in half an hour. Then Cece after that. No problem. The pink-haired girl's energetic voice came through the radio. By the way, Captain, Chen Ye, I feel like you two have been acting strange these past few days. The pink-haired girl's voice continued. Chen Ye, especially you, I'm warning you, that's my uncle. Don't try anything funny or I won't let you off. The pink-haired girl still vividly remembered when Chen Ye had pulled that shady deal and swallowed up the camel train's resources. Hey, Chen Ye, did you hear me? I'm not joking with you. The pink-haired girl spoke bluntly, her tone mixing concern with warning. Since everyone with walkie-talkies were allies, she wasn't worried about her words being overheard. Come on, Sun CC, do I look like that kind of person to you? He's your uncle, but he's also my brother. Do you really think I'm the kind of unscrupulous, capricious scoundrel who doesn't care about anyone? What do you take me for? Besides, by any calculation, I'm your uncle too. Is that any way to talk to your uncle? Without even thinking, Chen Ye picked up the walkie-talkie and fired back. It better not be true. The pink-haired girl's snort came through the walkie-talkie. Then it went quiet. Chen Ye pulled a Huazi cigarette from his pocket with one hand, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. The smoke drifted out the window and quickly formed a pointed snowplow shape in front of the vehicle. As the pickup truck moved forward, the smoke-formed snowplow pushed the snow in front of the vehicle to both sides, and Chen Ye immediately felt the vehicle moving much more easily. Chuche's voice occasionally came through the walkie-talkie as Chen Ye navigated the streets of Rong City according to Iron Lion's directions. But the speed was still very slow. Beneath much of the snow on the ground was a thick layer of ice, and even with studded snow tires, the vehicles had to proceed very carefully. What would normally take one press of the gas pedal now required several times longer to cover. Fortunately, it was still morning, so they had enough time for the mission. Captain Chuche continuously sensed the supernatural threats within this city. Last night, the area around the school had been practically swarming with supernatural entities. That was one of the times Chuche had sensed the highest concentration of supernatural threats. This mission would definitely not go smoothly. The only question was when these supernatural threats would appear. The entire city had only these few vehicles moving about. The whole world was a blanket of white. The disappearance of humanity seemed to only affect humanity itself. The world showed no sorrow over humanity's disappearance. Instead, the trees along the roadside grew more luxuriantly, and the air became fresher. All the places around the school where supplies could be found, shopping malls, supermarkets, everything, had been thoroughly scavenged by Death God church followers. Even the several gas stations nearby had been visited countless times by Death God church followers. Therefore, to find gas stations, the convoy would have to venture further out. Half an hour later, it was Iron Lion's turn to take the lead. The panel van overtook Chen Ye and stopped right at the front of the convoy. Chen Ye saw the big full Iron Lion get out of the vehicle and walk to the very front of the convoy. Just as Chen Ye was wondering if the big fool was going to take a piss, Iron Lion's hands twisted and fused together, forming a flesh cannon turret. The cannon's belly swelled up like a pufferfish. Boom! A transparent air cannon blasted forth. The air cannon blasted a long channel through the accumulated snow along the entire street. Snow flew chaotically all over the street. Every time they reached a new road, this big fool would do this again, leaving Chen Ye at a loss for words. This idiot. What if you encounter supernatural threats? Then what will you do? This was Iron Lion. Whenever teammates asked him to do something, this fool never stopped to ask why. Meanwhile, Chen Ye stopped the moment his half-hour shift ended, not working a single second overtime. Iron Lion even did Ding Dong's share. When it was the pink-haired girl's turn to lead, the girl directly deployed her flying sword technique. That wonder longsword numbered in the 3000s hovered in front of the vehicle, with a pale red glow wrapped around the blade like fireworks. The accumulated snow melted away rapidly. Though not as thoroughly cleaned as with Iron Lion's method, it was perfectly adequate for vehicle passage. This was the first time Chen Ye had seen this ability of the longsword. It seemed this girl also had some trump cards she'd been keeping up her sleeve. Cece, turn left ahead, then right at the second intersection and go straight. You'll see the gas station. Chuche's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Received. This time, it was Little Fish's voice that responded through the walkie-talkie, sounding somewhat resigned. More than 10 minutes later, the convoy stopped in front of a gas station. The roadside billboard at the gas station read, "So-and-so Petrochemical." The first two characters were already missing. The roadside billboard at the gas station read, "So-and-so Petrochemical." 7 wild wolves broke free from the smoke, circling around to stand guard. No one laughed at Chen Ye's caution. This gas station was already at the edge of Changwang district. The sky remained gray and overcast, with not a single ray of sunlight breaking through. Snowflakes drifted down, landing on everyone's heads and clothes. Everyone moved quickly. With Old Bao absent, the convoy assistant Xiao Wang became the temporary commander. Of course, his authority only extended to ordinary survivors like Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xuan Nan. The differences between their vehicles soon became apparent. Chen Ye's vehicle filled up quickly. There was no helping it. The apocalyptic pickup truck's fuel tank only held 60 liters, and that was after the system upgraded it using those 2 fuel cans. Damn it, when we get back to the school, I'm definitely going to remove a few fuel tanks and install them. Chen Ye gritted his teeth and swore inwardly. Meanwhile, Chu Che and the pink-haired girl's vehicles were terrifyingly fuel-thirsty. Chen Ye had already finished refueling, while they seemed to have just started. Fortunately, Old Bao had borrowed quite a few fuel cans from the Death God church members for this trip. Combined with the fuel cans the convoy already possessed, if they could fill all these cans, the entire convoy wouldn't have to worry about fuel shortages for a long time to come. Are Nigeria Naira. Everyone had their clear division of labor. Some were specifically responsible for filling the fuel, while others transported the filled fuel cans back to the vehicles. Even Zhou Xiaoxiao was being used like a man at this point. The girl carried a 30-liter fuel can in each hand, her face flushed red with effort, yet she still moved with surprising speed. Boss Gao and Xuan Nan were responsible for pumping fuel into the cans. As soon as one fuel can was filled, the other would immediately grab the next one to continue. Then they would tightly seal the fuel can lids, not wasting a single second. Meanwhile, as they worked, their eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, afraid of seeing what they least wanted to see. Everyone was busy, no one willing to waste a single word. This gasoline would be collected uniformly and then distributed equally. Chen Ye and his group naturally got the largest share. But even divided among the ordinary survivors, each person would receive a considerable amount. Under normal circumstances, Chu Che, being barefoot, was quite reluctant to leave the warmth of his vehicle. But now, Chu Che stood barefoot in the snow, his feet turning bright red from the cold, yet he paid it no mind. Captain Chu kept nervously looking westward. Ding Dong, Iron Lion, Sun Cece, and Chen Ye each stood guard in one direction. Behind them were the survivors working nervously. Beside Chen Ye were several wild wolves simulated by smoke, looking quite imposing. Only Chen Ye knew that these smoke-simulated wolves, due to his unfamiliarity with the creatures being simulated, weren't particularly powerful in combat. But their advantage was that they could be immediately replaced when killed. At this moment, Chen Ye thought of the Death God again. The opportunities for contact were too few, and his plan to simulate the Death God had been stalled. After returning this time, he definitely needed to have a good talk with Wu Jianshan to see if he could get close to the Death God. Even possessing just 1% of the Death God's power would be beneficial. He just didn't know if she would be willing. The pink-haired girl's pink hair was already covered with snowflakes, and her black down jacket had collected quite a few as well. The pink-haired girl remained unmoved, gripping her long sword, her beautiful eyes showing unusual seriousness as she constantly scanned every shadowy area ahead. Her feet moved continuously, stirring up the snow that had fallen behind her and letting it settle again. Ding Dong stood silently in the heavy snow like a statue. This woman was increasingly taking on an otherworldly aura. Though her appearance was ordinary, she had a certain compelling quality about her. Iron Lion, that simpleton, seemed completely unaware of what cold meant. Even now, he was still wearing that short-sleeved shirt. Any snowflakes that landed on him quickly turned to water, some sliding down his arms, some evaporated by his body heat. Thus, a swirling steam barrier formed around him, looking quite intimidating. Like some superpowered boss from anime whose strength visibly radiates outward. Squad Leader Chu, we're done. Finally, when they heard this voice, everyone visibly relaxed. Let's go quickly. Chu Che was the first to return to his vehicle, his expression quite grim. No one asked Chu Che what had happened at this moment. But everyone moved with astonishing speed, taking less than half a minute. The smoke-simulated wolves beside Chen Ye dissipated into nothingness. The vehicles started up and headed back the way they came. Fortunately, the path they had left earlier hadn't been completely covered by the heavy snow, so this time they didn't need to use supernatural power to clear the way, making their speed much faster than before. This eased the heavy burden in everyone's hearts somewhat. The convoy cut through the snow curtain, churning up waves of snow as they charged toward the school's direction. Chu Che's expression remained serious, not relaxing in the slightest. The convoy assistant Xiao Wang, who was driving, saw the captain's poor complexion and grew somewhat pale with fear. Every time the captain's expression turned bad, something bad would happen. This was the convoy's fourth iron law. Within the convoy, the survivors had summarized a series of iron laws, and they would tell every newcomer who just joined the convoy. For example, the first rule was, don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. You could even go without supplies, but don't fall behind. If you had no supplies, other convoy members did, you could trade everything you had, even your dignity but if you fell behind, there was only death. Second, while ensuring you don't fall behind, collect supplies as much as possible. Third, fairness. Fairness is the foundation of the convoy. Fourth, when Captain Chu's expression turns bad, it often means something bad is about to happen. And right now, squad leader Chu's expression was quite grim. Captain, I heard from Man that there's a large supermarket if we turn right on this road. They haven't searched this place yet. Should we go? The pink-haired girl's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Chuche picked up the walkie-talkie without hesitation and said directly, return to the school at maximum speed. The walkie-talkie fell silent for a moment before the pink-haired girl's voice responded, received. Who's Man? Chen Ye's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Man is a member of the Death God Church. The girl's voice answered. Wow, you actually learned how to fish for information. Of course, you think I'm like you, doing nothing every day? The girl's sarcasm came through. Damn, what do you know, little girl? I'm very busy every day. The only one doing nothing is Iron Lion. I'm very busy too. Iron Lion's simple voice came through the walkie-talkie. Hey, are you guys even being polite? Ding Dong also rarely spoke up, defending Iron Lion. Perhaps because the atmosphere was too oppressive, the walkie-talkie chatter went back and forth. But everyone actually realized that this trip might not be peaceful. They were just using banter to relieve pressure. Their cheerfulness was forced. But there was genuine cheer in the bus at the back of the convoy. Ignorance is bliss, as the saying goes, perhaps describing them. Or perhaps because they hadn't seen Captain Chu's grim expression. This trip could be considered quite fruitful, even though it was just gasoline. But gasoline could be exchanged for many good things. Those Death God Church members had plenty of supplies. Boss Gao will get quite a bit of gasoline from this distribution. Yeah, Chuche, Boss Chu is the fairest. Whatever he promises, he always delivers in the end. Xuanan, what are you planning to exchange for this time? I'm planning to exchange for some chocolate. That stuff isn't cheap, you want to exchange for that? Hearing Xuanan's answer, some people expressed lack of understanding. Chocolate was good, but the price to exchange for it would be high. Yeah, my little sister likes it. I'm planning to exchange for some and save it. This stuff will become increasingly rare in the future. You still haven't found your sister? No. Don't worry too much. Maybe you'll find your sister tomorrow. Xuanan's search for his sister wasn't a secret in the convoy. In fact, Xuanan had deliberately spread this news, hoping someone might suddenly have some information. Everyone started discussing other topics again, but the conversation gradually drifted off course, even starting to include some risque elements. The convoy was a small society in itself. As long as you could pay with supplies, in certain aspects it was even more open than before the apocalypse. Old Bao didn't enforce strict control over the situation. Moreover, this was also a way to distribute supplies. Zhou Xiaoxiao was quite relaxed at this moment too, turning on the vehicle's sound system and playing music. According to Captain Chu's previous distribution plan, she would receive a lot of gasoline. With this gasoline, she wouldn't have to worry for a long time. Only Captain Chu's expression grew increasingly dark. In his perception, it felt like all the anomalies in Rong City had been stirred up. Countless anomalies were densely gathering and rushing toward the convoy. At this moment, Captain Chuche felt very much like he had poked a hornet's nest. Meanwhile, Boss Gao and the others were still chatting happily, with only a little over 1 kilometer left to the school. They just needed to turn one more corner to reach the road where the second elementary school was located. Xuanan, you, look over there. Is that someone lying face down in the snow?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.